X scissor. Slash it open. Not long after finishing his high school entrance exams, Su Wen lounged lazily against the railing watching the battle arena below, where a scyther and an ursaring were trading fierce blows. With every violent collision, waves of air rippled out, leaving fresh marks on the arena floor from time to time. A scyther? That's some serious money, he murmured. Su Wen sized up the well-trained scyther from head to toe, muttering under his breath. Among all bug-type Pokemon, Scyther was firmly at the top tier in terms of innate talent, and obtaining one was anything but easy. Su Wen's love for Pokemon felt as if it had been etched into his bones from birth. From the age of 4 or 5, Su Wen had often dreamt of strange, fragmented scenes. They felt like things he had personally experienced, yet he had no corresponding memories in this life. By the time he was 7 or 8, Su Wen dreamt of himself locked in a brutal struggle with the college entrance examination, endless Huanggang test papers, endless sets titled 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock tests. The stack of papers towered higher than he was, and the dark circles under his eyes were as heavy as a panda's. In that instant, the terror of being ruled by Chinese math, English physics, and chemistry surged back into Su Wen's mind. He remembered everything from his previous life. Such a complete and vivid experience could never be dismissed as mere dreams. There was only one explanation. It was the not-so-long lifetime of his former self. How exactly he had said goodbye to Earth, Su Wen no longer knew. His final memory was of clearing the main story of Pokemon Sword and Shield for the first time. In the end, he had become just another member of the vast talent convoy Earth was sending off to other worlds. The only difference was that while most people crossed over as disembodied souls, he had undergone a proper reincarnation. If he had told Su Wen of his previous life that he would be reincarnated, he would have dialed the police on the spot. What a lunatic notion. Only now did he realize how wrong he had been. Every time he thought about his own reincarnation, he could not help but roast himself inwardly. So reincarnation really is a thing. He grumbled to himself. The real question is, when did Meng Po start watering down her soup? Wasn't it supposed to wipe away all past life entanglements in one clean gulp? Now that I remember everything, what am I supposed to do? Apply for after-sales service, he continued grumbling. King Yinluo must be docking his employees' wages. What a black-heart employer. This planet called Blue Star bore a certain resemblance to Earth. The White Eagle Federation and his own Xia Nation were locked in constant love-hate squabbles, while the Western countries had merged into a single large bloc known as the West European Federation. Technologically, it was roughly on par with his previous world. High-speed rail airplanes, the tech tree, had already been climbed quite far. However, because of the existence of Pokemon, a vast number of talented people had devoted themselves to Pokemon research instead. As a result, Su Wen had yet to hear of nuclear bombs or other weapons of mass destruction. After all, the power of those high-tier Pokemon was no different from a nuclear strike, and far more controllable. Besides, any attempt to develop nuclear weapons might not even make it into the sky before Dragonite rushed in and blew it apart with a single dragon breath. Speaking of Pokemon, they had already woven themselves into every aspect of this world. Daily life, work, entertainment, exploration. Everywhere you look, you could see their silhouettes. You might find your delivery order being carried by a Pidgeotto, or would discover that the surgeon's assistant in the operating room was a Chansey. A Sudowoodo could be standing by the doorway, serving as a decorative tree without anyone batting an eye. What I wanted, Su Wen grumbled, was that world where simply becoming a Pokemon trainer lets you eat and stay for free at every Pokemon Center. Not one where I have to go through 9 years of compulsory education all over again. Thinking of the junior high he had just finished and the high school that was about to begin, Su Wen felt a wave of despair. Complaints were complaints, though. He still accepted reality quickly enough and managed to cling tightly to his father's thigh. The trainer commanding the Ursaring on the field was none other than Su Chuan, the normal-type gym leader of Jinming City, and in his spare time, Su Wen's father. The trainer of the Scyther was a trainee, though not a regular one. He was just a passerby trainer who had paid a fee to receive guidance from Su Chuan for a short period. Ever since his memories had awakened at the age of 6 or 7, Su Wen's greatest daily pastime had been to hang around the gym and watch his father trounce all sorts of challengers in every imaginable way. Most of the time, though, these were more like instructional battles. Take this match, for instance. A fight that could have ended in a minute or two had been deliberately dragged out to nearly 10. Su Chuan was stretching it purely, so he could fully uncover his students' shortcomings and correct them. This was the duty of every gym leader. While Su Wen was still wondering when the battle would finally end, Ursaring, under Su Chuan's precise command, seized a flaw inside their stance. With its right claw, unleashed a vicious, infernal thrust, sending Scyther hurtling toward the edge of the arena. Scyther, the challenger, cried in alarm. Once Su Wen confirmed that Scyther had fallen unconscious, he lazily raised the red flag in his right hand. Scyther is unable to battle. Ursaring wins, Su Wen declared. Before the challenger could recall Scyther into its pokeball, Su Chuan was already striding up to him with long, confident steps. That was a very good battle. You've raised your Scyther well, Su Chuan said, but its focus is a bit scattered. Scyther's greatest gifts lie in speed and offense, yet you've also been training its defenses. That's just gilding the lily. While Su Chuan corrected the challenger's training approach in detail, Su, when stood off to the side, stifling yawns from sheer boredom. His lack of interest in this battle wasn't because the challenger was particularly weak, but because Su had seen his father fight at much higher levels far too many times. This Ursaring could not even make it into Su Chuan's first tier of combatants. It was brought out purely because it was convenient for sparring with novice trainers. Su Chuan's strongest ace Pokémon was his Slaking, a gym-level P combatant that had nearly overcome the crippling drawbacks of its Truant ability. If one were to go by the game's data, Slaking's base stat total reached a staggering 670 on par with legends like Groudon and Kyogre. However, the Truant ability shackled Slaking with immense limitations. This world was not as neatly quantified as the game's, yet the in-game values were still a useful reference. Slaking's talent was monstrous, but it was astonishingly lazy, though under the influence of its ability, it practically had no desire to fight. Even if a trainer managed to kindle Slaking's fighting spirit, its rhythm in battle was notoriously hard to control. The sudden pauses and bouts of command refusal caused by Truant often became the deciding factor between victory and defeat. Thus, very few trainers were willing to make Slaking their mainstay Pokémon. Moreover, in this world, Slaking's ability could not be neutralized by moves like Skill Swap or by abilities such as Neutralizing Gas. Rather than calling Truant an ability, it was more fitting to regard it as a deeply ingrained instinct. With such a massive restriction, no matter how strong Slaking's foundation was, very few trainers chose to work with it. But Su Chuan's Slaking could tap into the power of an item called the Life Orb to suppress its own ability and fight as freely as any ordinary Pokémon. The Life Orb greatly amplified a Pokémon's offensive strength, but the cost of equally magnified stamina consumption. In gaming terms, while other Pokémon cast moves using only their mana bar, Su Chuan's Slaking burned through both its mana and its HP every time it attacked. Because of that, battles involving Su Chuan's Slaking were extremely fast. Other peak gym-level clashes could drag on for over an hour. Tanks like Shuckle or Chansey could, in theory, keep fighting until the national soccer team won the World Cup. But Su Chuan's Slaking usually settled things within 15 minutes. Within a quarter of an hour, either the opponent's metaphorical doghead had been smashed to bits or Slaking had burned through its own HP and cheerfully hit GG. Accordingly, almost all of Slaking's losses were due to its own HP burning out rather than being outclassed in strength. On the flip side, when freed from the shackles of its ability, Slaking's power was nothing short of transcendent. During the top-tier Xiao National Tournament, the Ho-Oh Cup, Su Chuan had his Slaking stand firm under a raging sandstorm and smash a newly advanced champion-level Tyranitar Heaton. Watching that match, Su's eyes had nearly popped out of his head. Even if that Tyranitar had just stepped into the champion realm, it was still a champion-level Pokemon, an entirely different tier of existence, and a pseudo-legend at that. Yet had been blown away by Slaking. That single battle sent Su Chuan's reputation soaring instantly, making him the #1 star trainer in Jinming City. However, his Slaking had been stuck at the peak of the gym tier for 4 or 5 years now, and no one knew when it would finally break through to the champion level. Su dearly wished Slaking would break through soon. That way he could upgrade himself to the next level of trainer offspring, what he liked to call a true second-generation trainer. Drawing on his memories from his previous life, Su had gone out of his way to study this world's history. He discovered that all the legendary Pokemon, whether first rank or second rank, had not appeared in this world for a very long time. He did not know the reason. All he knew was that history had nearly been severed in a great catastrophe 600 or 700 years ago, and from that time onward the legendaries had vanished without a trace. Still, the absence of legendaries had its advantages. Otherwise, if the two Hoenn blockheads Groudon and Kyogre ever got bored and decided to brawl in the Pacific half of Xia's coastal cities, might simply cease to exist. Like many a standard transmigrative, Su also possessed a special gift, the power of aura. In theory, everyone had their own aura, but very few could harness it. People like Su who could wield aura without any systematic training were rarer still. At first, Su thought that having a cheat like this practically guaranteed him the protagonist template. But not long after, he watched television and realized that other people's cheats were even more outrageous. Some were born with telepathy and could converse directly with Pokemon. Others had psychic power strong enough to arm wrestle an Alakazam. More outrageously, there were those who could commune directly with the spirit world, whose affinity with ghost-type Pokemon was maxed out, casually stepping onto the scene and capturing a totem-level Jengar right off the bat. I'm sorry, Su thought bitterly. I assumed I was the protagonist, but it turns out you're all walking cheat codes. I'm the one who doesn't measure up. Compared to that, his purely supportive aura felt rather underwhelming. Still, over the years, he had grown increasingly skilled at using aura and had developed quite a few applications. One of them was sensing a Pokemon's condition. By now, with a mere sweep of his aura, he could roughly gauge the capabilities of any Pokemon within sight, provided that the target was not too powerful. For example, his father's fairly strong Ursaring appeared completely transparent before his aura, its ability level, and known moves were all laid bare. But when it came to Slaking, his aura could not cover it at all. It was as if Slaking's own aura were resisting his attempt to peek at its screen. As for champion-level Pokemon, Suwon had yet to try, but he was certain he would not be able to peek at their screens either. In this world, there was no upper limit to the number of moves a Pokemon could learn. If you had the capacity, you could go ahead and master 20 or 30 moves without issue. However, as Su Chuan had told Su, when top-tier trainers generally did not have their Pokemon train such an excessive variety of moves. They would choose 5 or 6 or perhaps 7 or 8 moves as their core arsenal and focus their training on those. The rest, even if learned, were merely kept as backups. Pokemon, after all, were just like humans. Their energy was limited. Only children wanted everything. Adults knew exactly what they could and could not handle. Xiaowen, go hang the clothes for today sign at the door. We'll head home early and celebrate your birthday, Su Chuan said to Su Wen after finishing his explanation to Scyther's trainer. Ali Su Wen replied. As he walked toward the main doors, his thoughts wandered. 16th birthday, huh? I wonder what gift Dad has prepared for me. Most likely it'll be a Pokemon. Having resolved to walk the path of a trainer, Su Wen had applied to the Pokemon department of Yin City No. 1 Senior High School. 16 was precisely the legal age in Xian Nation to formally own one's first Pokemon. Familiar with the routine, Su Wen bent down behind the doorway to pick up a sign. Under the watchful gaze of the challengers lined up outside, he hung the sign on the hook by the door. Closed. Seeing the words on the sign, the challengers at the back of the line were stunned. What was going on? Normally gyms close around 8 or 9 in the evening. Why was it shutting down before 6 today? Ahem, the gym leader has an unexpected matter to attend to today. Please make an appointment next time before coming, Su Wen explained. The people queued at the door were all walk-ins, probably seized by a sudden impulse to come and get thrashed. Seeing that the gym was closed, they could only shake their heads and leave one after another. With security guards and staff to handle the place, Su Chuan did not need to tidy up the gym himself. He simply took off the robe, symbolizing his status as gym leader, and left through the back door with Su when the two of them driving away together. Dad, what's the gift? Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Wen feigned ignorance as he asked. Su Chuan put on a mysterious air. You'll definitely be satisfied with this gift. Dad, you always say that. Su Wen suddenly recalled past birthdays, plush dolls, toy trains, and even a Barbie doll for his 8th birthday. Was that supposed to be for me? Su Wen eyed Su Chuan suspiciously, making the latter feel a bit awkward. Air, this time, son, you really will be satisfied. Su Wen rolled his eyes subtly. Dad, why don't you just tell me first? I'm actually kind of nervous here. Desperate to salvage his image in front of his son, Su Chuan said, Do you want a Pokemon? Dad, does that even count as a gift? Su Wen protested vehemently. I'll be starting school in a month. If you still don't prepare a starter Pokemon for me, I'm about ready to go to the Alliance and get an egg to hatch myself. The Pokemon Alliance of Xian Nation forbade the private raising of Pokemon. One could only capture and keep them in the capacity of a trainer, yet there was no threshold for becoming one. Anyone who had reached the age of 16 could apply for registration at the Alliance. Thus, in Huaxia, trainers were practically universal. The stronger one's strength, the more Pokemon one was allowed to capture and raise. A gym-level trainer like Su Chuan, who ran his own gym, could even nurture more than 25 Pokemon in the name of the gym. As for Su Wen's mother, an amateur trainer, she was permitted to raise only a single Pokemon. Since it's a gift, of course, you get to choose it yourself. Otherwise, your old man would have already arranged a slacketh for you. Su Chuan snorted, indicating he hadn't forgotten about his son's upcoming term. Su Chuan gave a smug little hum to show he definitely hadn't forgotten his son's enrollment. Su Wen, however, felt no particular attachment to slacketh. As the initial form of the so-called king of loafing, it was even lazier than slaking itself. Besides, his father's slaking was one of a kind impossible to replicate, and slacketh's looks were honestly rather mediocre. I'd originally planned to wait until you'd blown out the candles before asking, but since we're already on the topic, you can choose now, son. What Pokemon do you want as your starter? Dragonair, Larvitar, Bagon, Beldum, Gible, Dreepy, Gummy, Dano, Jangmu. Su Wen rattled off every pseudo-legendary base form he knew in one breath. Then he looked at Su Chuan, smiling faintly as he added shyly, any of those would be fine with me. After a long silence, Su Chuan finally spoke somewhat deflated. Your old man has been dreaming about getting a Gible for himself for ages. In other words, he was telling him to forget it and go to bed. These 8 Pokemon occupied a unique status among all Pokemon. Within the currently known species, their racial potential had already reached the very ceiling. Aside from Slaking as an exception in terms of raw racial potential, Slaking might even surpass those pseudo-legendaries by a bit. Yet its pathetic ability crippled more than half of that potential. If one could somehow obtain a pseudo-legendary as a starter, it would certainly be an enormous advantage. But from what Su Wen had learned, the only publicly recorded gathering ground for pseudo-legendaries lay in Huaxia's first Forbidden Zone Dragon's Lair. Aside from Gummy and Dreepy, all Dragon-type pseudo-legendaries maintained their own clans within Dragon's Lair. The native inhabitants of Dragon's Lair had struck an agreement with the Huaxia Alliance headquarters. Trainers were not allowed to disturb the lair. That said, the undefeatable dealings there had never really stopped. Anyone who broke through to the rank of Elite 4-level trainer could enter Dragon's Lair to capture a Pokémon or designate a species and receive a base form Pokémon or egg as a direct gift from the lair. It was blatant favor trading. The catch was everyone was more than happy to owe that favor. Who didn't want a pseudo-legendary? Even if one didn't need it personally, it could always be saved for a son or daughter. As for the two non-dragon pseudo-legendaries Larvitar and Beldum, they were likewise exceedingly rare. Larvitar had no fixed habitat, but wherever they appeared it was invariably in deep mountains and ancient forests, most likely with two adult Tyranitar watching over them. Beldum, on the other hand, could be found only in the depths of caves rich in steel type, or is usually in restricted zones. Encounters were pure luck. Suchuan himself had been yearning for a pseudo-legendary for a long time, but had never managed to acquire one. Most likely only after breaking through to Elite 4 level would he be able to secure a pseudo-legendary baby. For now, though, it was out of reach. In truth, Suwon couldn't quite understand it. His father clearly possessed Elite 4-level strength. So why was Dragon's Lair unwilling to invest even a small advance favor? Then, Froakie Charmander, Riolu, Eevee, Torchic. Dad, can you at least find ones with better aptitude for these 5? For Froakie Charmander, Torchic, and Riolu, it'd be best if they had hidden abilities, and Eevee needs adaptability, he added. These 5 were the result of careful deliberation on Suwon's part. Leaving aside nebulous concepts like Mega Evolution Bond Phenomena and Dynamaxing for the moment, Froakie's hidden ability Protean could change its own type. Torchic's hidden ability Speed Boost was an extraordinarily powerful and practical combat trait. Its agility would increase by 1 stage at intervals during battle. He himself possessed an exceptionally strong aura and would surely be a perfect match with a wave-guiding Pokémon like Riolu. Charmander, meanwhile, was an extremely practical all-rounder. Its hidden ability Solar Power could boost special attack by 50% under harsh sunlight. Though disastrously draining on stamina, it was still a terrifyingly strong ability. Eevee had many evolutionary branches, allowing him to choose different paths of training. These 5 Pokémon were in Suwon's heart the most ideal options for a starter. Most importantly, all of them were ridiculously cute. TSK Tisk, he really was a sucker for good looks. Listening to pondered seriously. Froakie is out of the question. Most of them are over in Western Europe. It's extremely difficult to find high-quality Froakie in Xian Nation. As for Riolu, there is a fighting-type gym in the Imperial capital. I know the gym leader there. He keeps 6 or 7 Lucario. But getting a Riolu with a hidden ability still won't be easy. Torchic and Eevee, I might be able to call in some favors and see if I can get one each, he continued. For Charmander, Charizard Valley is the best option. Your Uncle Zhu owes me a favor, and it just happens to be hatching season for Charmander now. I'm sure plenty of people are already contacting him. I'll take you there tomorrow. If we find a suitable one, we'll secure it. If not, I'll help you look for Torchic and Eevee instead. How about that? With Suchuan's status tracking down those 5 Pokémon was not difficult. The challenge lay in Suwon's insistence on mostly hidden abilities. That was the hard part. A single species of Pokémon generally possessed both regular and hidden abilities, much like dominant and recessive genes. Most Pokémon within a given group had only the regular ability. The probability of a hidden ability appearing was roughly 1 in several hundred, varying between species. Still, like drawing an SSR in a lottery, every Pokémon with a hidden ability was a treasure. Most hidden abilities possessed extremely powerful effects, though some were outright disappointing. Hearing that his father already had concrete plans, Suwon nodded. That works. On the way home, Suchuan discussed more Pokémon knowledge with him. Very pleased, he found that Suwon's theoretical grasp was solid and his talent for training Pokémon was promising. As a first-rate trainer, Suchuan sincerely looked forward to his son one day surpassing him. When they reached their doorstep, Suwon knocked. Neither he nor Suchuan had the habit of carrying keys. With a soft click, the door opened and a small head poked out from inside. "Indeed, is Mom done cooking dinner?" Suwon was not surprised at all. This adorable Pokémon was his mother's one and only Pokémon at present. Indeed was not his mother's starter Pokémon, who her first partner had been a Beedrill, which had long since passed away. The growth cycle of bug-type Pokémon is quite short, and their lifespan is generally brief. A Beedrill, if it cannot break through, typically has a lifespan of around 3 years, but as its level increases and energy accumulates, its lifespan will also extend. Some scholars have published papers suggesting that if a Beedrill can break through to the king level, it could theoretically live up to 150 years. This is roughly comparable to the average human lifespan in this world. Perhaps due to the different composition of matter in this world, humans here have long surpassed 100 years, reaching around 130 years. However, Suwon knows that this is all trivial. If he can get close to the god of life, Xernea's immortality is even a possibility. In any case, after his mother's Beedrill passed away, she did not raise any Pokémon again until Suchuan gifted her female Audino as a wedding anniversary present. Audino is a very popular Pokémon, cute in appearance, efficient in its tasks, and possesses the ability to sense human emotions. Since having this Audino, Suwon's mother has experienced much less stress. Upon seeing Suwon and Suchuan return, Audino happily opened the door and hugged Suwon. Xiao Ai Za Chuan and went her back. The voice of Su Wen's mother floated in from the kitchen, and Dino responded with a couple of chirps. As soon as Su Chuan changed his shoes, he hurried to the backyard, which, although called a backyard, actually resembles a nearly 200 square meter breeding ground. Since the dojo and Su Wen's home are located in the suburban area of Jiming City, where housing prices are relatively low, Su Chuan bought over 3,300 square meters of land to build a house, with 3,000 square meters designated for the Pokémon. The simulated environment in the backyard is a typical grassland and forest suitable for raising Su Chuan's general-type Pokémon. Come out. Su Chuan took 8 Pokeballs from his belt and released the Pokémon contained within. These 8 Pokémon were all raised by Su Chuan and are carried with him, including the Lazy King. As soon as Lazy King emerged, it walked over to its designated tree, stretched lazily, and lay down sideways, propping its head with its right hand to rest. When not battling, this Lazy King is no different from other Lazy Kings, too lazy to move at all. If one were to speculate how Lazy King might die in the future, one would guess it would probably be from laziness. The other Pokémon surrounded Su Wen, gazing up at him eagerly, while a small bagworm even crawled out from its mother's pocket to hug Su Wen's leg. Su Wen skillfully patted the small bagworm's head, then wrapped it up and placed it back into its mother's pocket. All right, I will go prepare food for you all. Previously, Su Chuan had always prepared food for the Pokémon, according to a formula customized by a Pokémon breeding master, ensuring a balance of nutrition and energy, but the taste was quite mediocre. Perhaps due to the influence of Aura, Su Wen had a remarkable talent for making Pokémon food and energy cubes, becoming self-taught and likely achieving a very high skill level. Since Su Wen once conducted an experiment using bagworm, these Pokémon have scoffed at the food prepared by Su Chuan and have been circling around Su Wen. Dad, go prepare the ingredients for me. Su Wen commanded his father without any psychological burden. Oh, okay. Su Chuan had long since gotten used to helping out. This is for bagworm and small bagworm. This is for the Urshifu. This is for Lazy King. This is for Beedrill. By the time Su Wen arranged all the Pokémon's food, his mother and Dino had already served all the dishes on the table. Dino, this is yours. Su Wen naturally did not forget about the little housekeeper at home and placed a stack of Pokémon food in front of Dino, who was already seated at the table with a knife and fork prepared. It is said that in the West European Federation, male Dinos can become professional butlers, while female Dinos make excellent attendants. Intelligent Dinos, after close contact with humans, have unknowingly developed the habit of mimicking human behavior. Xiaowen, have you really considered becoming a breeder? I chatted with An Wang next door today, and the treatment for breeders is really good now. Su Wen's mother Wang Xian had long noticed Su Wen's talent in making Pokémon food. If Su Wen were willing to become a breeder, he could definitely become a master in this field. Being a Pokémon breeder is undoubtedly a lucrative and easy profession. Trainers are always willing to spend money on their Pokémon. Of course, this isn't the first time Su Wen's mother has urged him not to become a Pokémon trainer. Before Su Wen could reply, Su Chuan mumbled, "What's the point of being a breeder? Son, don't listen to your mother, just be a trainer." Smack! Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore and slapped the back of Su Chuan's head. "Did I ask you to speak? You talk to—" Suddenly, Su Chuan fell silent, obediently sitting down to prepare for dinner. "Let's not talk about that for now. Son, blow out the candles first." As she spoke, Wang Xian removed the cover from the largest dish in the center of the table, revealing a birthday cake. Carefully inserting 16 candles into the cake and lighting them, Wang Xian smiled at Su Wen. "Make a wish before blowing out the candles." Su Wen obediently closed his eyes, crossed his hands tightly, and silently wished, "I hope to find a suitable Pokémon for myself." Although this isn't exactly a wish, Su Wen still opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and blew out all the candles. "What wish did you make, son?" Su Chuan asked curiously. Su Wen replied seriously, "If I tell you my wish, it won't come true. By the way, Dad, when are we heading to Charizard Valley tomorrow?" Wang Xian frowned and looked at Su Chuan. "Why are we going to Charizard Valley? You didn't tell me." Su Chuan awkwardly replied, "Well, we just decided this. Our son wants a Charmander as a starter Pokémon, so I'm taking him to Charizard Valley to have a look." Wang Xian furrowed her brows tightly, and just when Su Wen thought she was about to oppose, she sighed. "Go ahead, make sure to help our son pick a good one." After all, Su Wen has been eager to become a trainer, and he has already submitted his high school enrollment application, so her opposition wouldn't have any real effect. After dinner, Su Wen habitually opened a website and browsed today's Pokémon topics. A Pokémon sighting has been reported deep within the Yaji mine. Experts speculate that a Metagross, the final evolutionary form of Beldum, may be residing deep in the mine. Gym-level trainer Zhou Shou has already led a team to explore. A large number of Magikarp have appeared in Westlake, and Professor Wang AI is analyzing their origins. There weren't any particularly interesting news items. Even the report about the Metagross seemed likely to be false. There have been countless similar reports over the years. Turning off the computer, Su Wen leaped onto his bed. "If I catch a Charmander, should I build a team centered around him? A Coalossal can be arranged, and then perhaps I can arrange for a Sharim." After some wild thoughts, Su Wen fell into a drowsy sleep. The next day, before leaving, Su Wen's mother meticulously packed his luggage and repeatedly reminded Su Chuan to pay attention to their son's safety. Don't worry, even if the plane crashes I can bring our son back in one piece. Su Chuan's comment earned him another slap. Let's use the Firestone first. Su Wen held the Firestone, which displayed a warm yellow-red color under the sunlight with flames seen. But I can ride down on a Beedrill by myself, but with your physical condition Tisk you probably wouldn't. Su Chuan's physical condition is particularly robust, even able to hold his own against an Urshifu. Not just Su Chuan, everyone in this world has a better physical condition compared to humans from the previous world. However, Su Wen is not yet an adult, and although he often trains with Su Chuan, his physical condition is naturally not as good as he imagines. As for the plane crashing, let's not discuss something with such a low probability. Even if by chance something were to go wrong with the plane, the airline has a rescue team composed of professional flying-type trainers and psychic-type trainers, and their response speed is quite impressive. Su Wen once saw on television how over 10 gym-level psychic-type Pokémon work together to safely bring a malfunctioning plane down to the ground. Their nonchalant demeanor made Su Wen deeply understand that the only science in this world is Pokémon. If he weren't taking Su Wen along, Su Chuan could have ridden a Beedrill straight to Charizard Valley on his own. Upon arriving at the airport, ticketing, checking in luggage, waiting for the flight, and boarding all proceeded smoothly. As the plane took off, Su, when sitting by the window, watched as Cloud City became smaller and smaller until he withdrew his gaze upon entering the clouds. Charizard Valley, here I come. PS attached is a picture of Beedrill. Within 2 hours, the aircraft was already descending for landing. Uncle Zhu will send someone to meet us at the airport, Su Chuan said, folding the newspaper handed to him by the flight attendant and placing it casually on the tray table. Strictly speaking, Charizard Valley itself also falls within the restricted zone. The Alliance Central Authority has never issued a precise definition of restricted zones. However, one universal criterion applies: energy density in such zones is invariably extraordinary. Thus, powerful Pokémon instinctively migrate there, while human cities, where ambient energy remains comparatively scarce, rarely attract such formidable beings. Over time, these energy-rich habitats naturally evolved into restricted zones, the exclusive domains of the strongest Pokémon. Charizard Valley is precisely such a restricted zone, a haven saturated with fiery energy and teeming with fire-type Pokémon, its undisputed sovereign being the mighty Charizard. Conservative estimates suggest nearly 60% of China's Charizards reside in Charizard Valley, another 20% dwell in Dragon Caves, 10% in scattered breeding facilities, and the remaining 10% roam freely across the wilds of China. True to Su Chuan's word, upon exiting the airport, they spotted a young man in a crisp white shirt and slick-back hair. Youthful in appearance, yet bearing an unmistakable air of smugness, holding a sign boldly inscribed with the characters Su Chuan. Xiaoyu, Su Chuan led Su Wen forward and without ceremony clapped the young man's head vigorously with his broad palm-like hand before turning to Su Wen. This is your Uncle Zhu's son Zhuyu, 6 years your senior. Elder brother Zhu, greetings, Su Wen replied with quiet deference. Uncle Su, you've completely ruined my hairstyle. Zhu grinned. And you must be brother Su Wen. I promise you this time, elder brother Zhu will personally select a hatchling with exceptional innate potential. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuyu ushered Su Chuan, and Su went into an SUV. Xiaoyu, tell me who else has arrived. Once buckled in, Su Chuan asked Zhuyu. Clearly they were not the only ones journeying to Charizard Valley to claim a Pokémon. After all, children come first, and every parent strives to secure the finest possible partner for their offspring. Excluding the near-legendary pseudo-legendaries, Charmander ranks among the elite tier. Several gym leaders have already arrived. Among those still remaining in the valley is Gym Leader Zhang Yun, your old acquaintance Uncle Su. A faint smile flickered across Zhuyu's face. Su Chuan blinked, then instantly recalled. Ah, of course. Old Zhang's daughter turns 15 this year. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Tisk. He's here too. Yet his daughter, so delicate and timid, seems an unlikely match for a Charizard. Su Wen silently kinkev. Whenever Zhang Yun visited Su Chuan for battle, his daughter Qian would quietly curl up behind Su Wen like a shy kitten, uttering not a single word. Su Chuan commanded only a single gym-level elite Pokémon, Slaking, while Zhang Yun fielded no fewer than 3 gym-level elite Pokémon. Moreover, Zhang Yun was a veritable battle fanatic. For several years running, he had challenged Su Chuan 2 or 3 times annually. Their annual duels almost always followed the same pattern. By the final round, Su Chuan's 5 other Pokémon lay defeated, leaving only Slaking standing, while Zhang Yun still retained 2 fully healthy gym-level elite Pokémon. The outcome hovered perpetually at 50-50. Not because of parity in strength, but because Zhang Yun often saved a monstrously durable Snorlax as his last reserve tank that both absorbed damage and stalled relentlessly with sleep talk. Meaning Su Chuan invariably lost when Slaking, left alone too long, simply depleted its own HP through idle self-sabotage. Su Chuan found such borderline unsportsmanlike tactics deeply irritating, and in recent years Zhang Yun's challenges had grown increasingly burdensome. How many newborn Charmanders are available this season? Su Chuan, eager to shift focus from Zhang Yun, turned instead to the matter most vital to Su Wen. 312, all hatched within the past year and still in their infant stage. Additionally, Zhu paused meaningfully. The Alpha Charizard's offspring has also hatched. For Pokemon, the infant stage functions much like human infancy, a slow, gradual period of physical maturation during which combat capability barely advances. The duration of this stage varies dramatically across species from 6 or 7 days for bug types to 3 or 4 years for dragon types. Though Charizard possesses fire and flying type attributes, not dragon, their latent draconic lineage extends their infant stage considerably beyond that of typical fire types, lasting approximately 1 full year. Sichuan expressed genuine surprise, so the old dragon finally bloomed. Zhu expression turned oddly wry. The Alpha Charizard was over 500 years old, an age considered middle-aged for a draconic-blooded Charizard. 2 years prior, the Alpha's mate had unexpectedly laid an egg, prompting momentary teasing speculation among the Zhu family whether the Alpha might have acquired a verdant meadow atop his head. Yet such jesting was purely rhetorical. Pokemon possess an unerring instinctual awareness of their own bloodline. The Alpha could never mistake his own offspring. 1 year ago, the Charmander hatched, and the Zhu family immediately sealed the news, intending to reserve the hatchling exclusively for their own younger generation. After all, bonding with this particular Charmander would effectively secure the allegiance of a champion here Charizard, and by extension the unwavering support of the entire Charizard Valley. The relationship between Charizard Valley and the Zhu family is uniquely symbiotic. Centuries ago, during the Great Cataclysm, the Zhu clan survived only because the Charizard herd sheltered them. In gratitude, the Zhu family assumed lifelong stewardship, acting as caretakers, breeders, and gatekeepers for the valley's Charizards. Their bond rests upon mutual benefit and coexistence, making it unthinkable for the Zhu family to cede this rare hatchling to outsiders. Yet this particular Charmander proved stubbornly resistant. After an entire year, not a single member of the Zhu family's younger generation had succeeded in forging a bond. Now the hatchling stood on the cusp of emerging from its infant stage. Faced with this impasse, Patriarch Zhu Tianqing reluctantly revised his strategy to seek out only the closest, most trusted friends whose offspring might succeed where his own had failed. Such a gesture would constitute both a profound personal favor and a strategic investment, ensuring future loyalty would ultimately accrue to the Zhu family. Sichuan harbored no resentment toward Zhu Tianqing for initially withholding this detail. In great families, collective interest always supersedes private friendship. Still, if even the Zhu family's youth had failed, Sichuan held little hope that his own son might somehow succeed. Son first attempt to bond with the Alpha Charizard's offspring. If that proves impossible, then choose a Charmander of outstanding natural talent. Sichuan instructed Su when plainly undeterred by Zhu Yu's presence. Su Wen rubbed his nose, harboring no illusions of success. Yet Su Wen possessed one distinct advantage: his aura possessed an innate, affinity-enhancing resonance with Pokemon. Zhu Yu chuckled lightly. Uncle Su, rest assured, my father stands firmly with you. Sichuan laughed heartily. Would Tianqing dare do otherwise? In their youth, Sichuan and Zhu Tianqing had been inseparable partners exploring forbidden ruins, bound by deep, unshakable camaraderie. Indeed, even Zhu Tianqing's current ace, Volcarona, had originally been captured under Sichuan's guidance during one such expedition. Yes, as head of the Zhu family, his Charizard ranked only second in his roster. In terms of rarity, Volcarona surpasses even Charizard. Unlike gregarious species, it is solitary by nature and lacks fixed habitats, appearing unpredictably across active volcanic regions. In raw evolutionary potential, though both rank among the elite, Volcarona's genetic ceiling exceeds its expansive move pool, including the signature technique Fiery Dance, further elevates its, especially within Charizard Valley's supercharged fire energy environment. Volcarona matures at astonishing speed, its developmental trajectory rivaling even that of nurtured pseudo-legendaries. Though merely the fourth Pokemon to join Zhu Tianqing's team, Volcarona now reigns as his undisputed ace, a testament to its extraordinary latent power. With Zhu Yu at the wheel, their passage remained uninterrupted despite numerous checkpoints. As miles unfolded, traffic thinned and dense primordial forests closed in on either side, releasing an ancient, untamed breath of wilderness. The successive checkpoints gradually revealed to Su Wen the valley's formidable security infrastructure. We're currently in the Charmander hatching season. Charizard Valley operates under maximum alert status. Sensing Su Wen's astonishment, Sichuan offered an explanation. He had, after all, visited many times before. Years earlier, after their adventuring party disbanded, Zhu Tianqing returned home to assume leadership of his clan, while Sichuan settled in Yunda City, marrying, raising a family, and eventually becoming a gym leader. Though Su Wen frequently visited Zhu Tianqing in the valley, Sichuan had never brought him along until now. Dad, besides Charmander, are there other fire-type Pokemon here? Su Wen's gaze extended beyond Charmander alone. If should a superior alternative exist, he would embrace it without hesitation. Other fire types do exist, but only sporadically with no large-scale populations. Moreover, once inside Charizard Valley, no wild Pokemon besides Charizard remain. So set aside such thoughts. Su Chuan grew animated as he shared his knowledge, occasionally punctuated by Zhu Yu's interjections, gradually clarifying for Su when one irrefutable truth: Charizard Valley belongs unequivocally to the Charizard. Conversation flowed effortlessly, making the journey pass swiftly, until almost imperceptibly they entered the heart of Charizard Valley. A Chuan, haha, long time no see. Patriarch Zhu Tianxing greeted them with zero pretense, launching immediately into a bear hug. Su Chuan pounded his back, laughing. You've definitely put on weight again, you rascal. After exchanging warm banter, Su Chuan introduced his son, my boy, Su-Wen. Su-Wen raised his right hand slightly in respectful greeting. Uncle Zhu greetings. Little one's grown so tall. I held you in my arms the day you were born. Zhu Tianxing chided Su Chuan playfully. All these years, and you've never brought your wife or one to visit. Su Chuan waved dismissively. You know perfectly well how sensitive your sister-in-law is around Pokémon. Bringing her here would be sheer torture. Wang Xian, Su-Wen's mother, held little fascination for Pokémon, especially powerful unfamiliar ones which she instinctively avoided. Shall we rest first, or proceed straight to the Charmander habitat? Zhu Tianxing asked Su Chuan for guidance. Zhang Yun arrived with his daughter. I abandoned him mid-conversation just to greet you. Su Chuan's eyes widened. He's already selecting. Then let's go. Son, we're heading there now. Zhu Tianxing shook his head, half amidst his old friend's fiery temperament remained utterly unchanged. Su-Wen voiced no objection. He too longed to witness Charizard firsthand. For years he had encountered them only in games and anime. Urged by Su Chuan, the group pressed onward without pause, arriving swiftly at the Charmander's nesting grounds. Move quietly. Do not startle the hatchlings. Newborn Charmanders are naturally skittish. Any fright would constitute a grave oversight on the Zhu family's part. Upon crossing into the inner sanctum of Charizard Valley, Su-Wen was instantly enchanted by the sea of orange-yellow Pokémon beneath his feet. Their creamy bellies, sapphire-blue eyes gleaming like polished gems, and 4 tiny, perfectly aligned fangs, upper and lower, sent a thrill of pure delight coursing through him. They were even more endearing than any depiction in games or animation. Long live Charmander. Come, we'll take you to meet the Alpha's offspring. Upon entering the fiery dragon valley, Su-Wen immediately saw the fiery dragon, throne standing high in the depths, unsure if it was built by the Zhu family or constructed in an ancient era. At this moment, the chief of the fiery dragon clan was not lying on it, but lazily watching his precious son being courted by a human. Zhang Yun and his daughter Zhang Qian arrived at the fiery dragon valley yesterday, but only attempted to tame the little fire dragon today after resting for a day. Like Su Chuan, Zhang Yun naturally wanted his daughter to tame the golden turtle son-in-law little fire dragon first. Old Zhang, you're quite fast. Su Chuan patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder. Zhang Yun chuckled, same, where's Xiao-Wen? Su Chuan pointed to the side. Isn't she right there? Upon looking again, Su-Wen had already slipped over to closely observe each little fire dragon. With a thought, an invisible wave of energy radiated from Su-Wen, instantly revealing the attributes of each little fire dragon. Gulp. Hundreds of little fire dragons were a feast for Su-Wen's eyes, and there was even one with an unusual color. This unusual little fire dragon was not the typical orange-eyed, but a striking golden hue. However, Su-Wen still focused his attention on the 2 little fire dragons possessing hidden traits. If he failed to tame the chief child, these 2 would be Su-Wen's first choice. Xiao-Wen, what are you wondering about? Come here. Su Chuan pulled Su-Wen over. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Su-Wen awkwardly greeted Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun and Su-Wen were already quite familiar. Every time Zhang Yun visited, he would bring small gifts for Su-Wen, which showed his good nature. Xiao-Wen is applying for the Pokemon training department, right? Oh dear, your dad might soon be overshadowed by you. Su-Wen awkwardly chuckled. Uncle Zhang was really not giving his father any face. Then Su-Wen carefully observed the little fire dragon that looked particularly shiny in front of him, extending his wave of energy. The little fire dragon had just been born not long ago, having only recently passed its newborn phase, and was currently at the amateur level. Amateur, newbie, elite, overlord, master, gym, leader, king levels. Among these 7 levels, the amateur level is the starting point for all little spirits. Traits. Unfortunately, it only had the ordinary blaze trait, which increases the power of fire-type moves when the little spirit's health drops to about 1/3. Overall, this trait is indeed inferior to the hidden trait of the little fire dragon solar power. As for skills, does it have any inherited ones? Shrot, Roar, Ember. Indeed, not just 3 skills, but also Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, and Outrage. For inherited skills, impressive. Su-Wen's previously lazy attitude vanished instantly. Although the trait was mediocre, 4 powerful Dragon-type inherited skills were enough to make up for the trait's shortcomings. In this world, Pokemon do not have the same skill limit as in games. The only limitation is whether they can master a skill and its source. The Outrage skill isn't without a technical machine, but as a Dragon-type skill with a power of 120, the rarity of the Outrage TM is nearly comparable to that of a demigod Pokemon. Moreover, it comes with 2 skills, Dragon Dance and Dragon Rush, rounding up its worth of fortune. However, obtaining inherited skills isn't that easy as it requires high standards from the little spirit's parents. In the entire Fiery Dragon Valley, among hundreds of little fire dragons, there are not many with inherited skills, and those with powerful inherited skills are even fewer. A little fire dragon with 3 Dragonite inherited skills is practically a protagonist template. Subconsciously, Su-Win's wave of energy spread towards the Fiery Dragon Chief, wanting to see if these 3 skills came from the little fire dragon's father or mother. However, in the next moment, the Fiery Dragon Chief's eyelids twitched slightly, and Su-Win's wave was instantly rebounded. If it weren't for the chief holding back his strength, Su-Win might have already fallen to the ground. Even so, Su-Win felt a wave of dizziness and shook his head to clear his mind. If Su-Win had a panel now, it would probably look like this. Pokémon Charizard trait. Skills. Wow, that was careless. This is indeed a Charizard of King level strength. Roar. Rubbing his ear, the Fiery Dragon Chief sat up, subtly glancing at Su-Win, then gently nudged Zhang Qian, who was trying to build rapport with the little fire dragon. Failed. Zhang Yin shook his head with a hint of regret. This little fire dragon was nearly impervious, and Zhang Qian had no way to attract the little fire dragon's attention. Zhang Qian wasn't too disappointed. Compared to the fiery dragon, she preferred elegant little spirits like Shenhe Duo. Is it my turn? Su-Win blinked. Having received permission from Zhu Tianxing and the Fiery Dragon Chief, Su-Win took out the energy cubes he had carefully prepared from his bag. The little fire dragon was not shy at all, glancing at Su-Win and gulping down all 4 or 5 energy cubes in one go. Smacking its lips, the little fire dragon showed a satisfied smile, showing no signs of being indebted. Even as Su-Win tried to communicate with the little fire dragon, using his wave, the little fire dragon did not express any intention of following him. Sighing softly, Su-Win stood up and shrugged, giving up. It seems this little fellow doesn't want to go with me. As expected, the Zhu family, a top-notch Pokemon breeder, definitely doesn't lack resources. Even though I have a great cooking talent, I couldn't make the little fire dragon blindly trust me. As for the wave communication ability, Su-Win felt it was lacking. Although the little fire dragon could connect with the wave, it merely showed interest by glancing at him. It seems the most suitable for him is still a wave little spirit like Riolu. Su-Win patted his forehead and returned to Su-Chuan's side. It's fine, let's go see the other little fire dragons. Itzalit Su-Chuan comforted Su-Win. Just as Su-Chuan and the others were preparing to leave, the Fiery Dragon Chief suddenly stopped. Zhu Tianxing roar. The Zhu family has lived with fiery dragons for generations, so there was no pressure in communicating with the chief. As the Fiery Dragon Chief roared for a bit, Zhu Tianxing's expression grew increasingly strange. Understand. Zhu Tianxing nodded at the Fiery Dragon Chief, then looked at Su-Chuan and Zhang Yun. The chief means to have a 1v1 battle with you two, and whoever earns his approval can take the little fire dragon away. Su-Win and the others were almost stunned. What is this apparent showdown? Su-Chuan reacted the fastest. Alright. In an unknown, Su-Chuan has never backed down even against a king-level Charizard. The king of asking for leave never backs down. Zhang Yin felt a bit frustrated. In an unknown, he certainly wouldn't have the advantage over Su-Chuan, but he couldn't say he wouldn't accept it. A group fight would be fine. However, looking at the muscular Charizards all around the valley, Zhang Yin feared he might end up being carried out after speaking. Alright. Frustration aside, Zhang Yin couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Seeing both of them agree, the Fiery Dragon Chief flapped his wings and soared into the air, letting out a long roar. In an instant, all the Charizards, fire dragons, and little fire dragons in the valley quickly cleared a large space. Right here, for the battle. Su-Win was a bit surprised the battles at the peak gym level could be immensely destructive, requiring a sufficiently sturdy arena to withstand. Zhu Tianxing explained with a smile, "Don't worry, the ground here has long been infused with fire-type energy, making it very stable. Not to mention gym level, even a king level won't easily cause damage here. As for these two battles, I'll act as the referee. Who wants to go first? Let's flip to see who goes first." Su-Chuan squatted down, picking up a few pebbles and looking at Zhang Yun. The first to battle would definitely be at a disadvantage. Neither Su-Chuan nor Zhang Yun had a clear understanding of the Fiery Dragon Chief's strength, and the first to test the waters would likely face a grim fate. Odd number. As Su-Chuan smiled and released his hand, 2 pebbles lay quietly in his palm. Zhang Yun's lips twitched slightly. He cursed his bad luck before quickly getting into position, standing at the opposite end of the makeshift arena. Starmie. One of Zhang Yun's 3 ace Pokemon, Starmie, is at the peak gym level. Choosing it was not unexpected for Su-Win, as water types have an advantage over fire types. Seeing Zhang Yun and the Fiery Dragon Chief ready, Su-Win and the others stepped back a good distance. Su-Chuan protected Zhang Qian behind him, and then Zhu Tianxing slightly nodded. The battle begins. Use light screen. Zhang Yun's attention was highly concentrated. Even if he couldn't win, he at least wanted to avoid a humiliating defeat, or else he'd be laughed at by Su-Chuan. Light screen can reduce the damage from special attacks, and Zhang Yun naturally knew he was at a disadvantage, so he didn't dare to attack aggressively, and could only play it safe. However, just as Starmie completed the construction of the light screen, the Fiery Dragon Chief had already charged towards Starmie like a fighter jet. The barely visible light screen did not stop the fiery dragon chief in the slightest. In an instant, Starmie and the fiery dragon chief were almost right next to each other. Old Zhang was careless. Zhu Tianqing couldn't help but facepalm. Theoretically, Zhang Yun's approach was not wrong, but no one would expect that the fiery dragon clan, known for their special attack, would have a leader who excels in physical attacks. In the next instant, the fiery dragon chief's claws became enveloped in a green glow, and Su Wen instantly recognized this as a signature feature of Dragon Claw. Use rapid spin. Boom! Starmie was instantly knocked away by Dragon Claw, but because it had spun rapidly in time, it was able to deflect some of the claw's power like a top, and the damage was not unbearable. Meanwhile, Su Wen's eyes were opened wide. Rapid spin could be used like this. Oh, wasn't this a move prepared by Zhang Yun for his father? At this moment, Zhang Yun had no time to think about that the pressure brought by the fiery dragon chief was unprecedented, and he was now fully immersed in the battle. Use Scald to push it back, then Rain Dance. The red gem on Starmie's chest rapidly gathered water-type energy, and then scalding hot water surged toward the fiery dragon chief. Although the fiery dragon chief usually enjoys hot springs, he clearly detested this hot water infused with water-type energy. However, unexpectedly, the fiery dragon chief charged forward despite the hot water. Just when Su Wen thought the hot water would hit, a glow flickered in front of the fiery dragon chief, and the hot water seemed to meet some impenetrable barrier, being firmly halted before the chief. That skill Protect is used expertly. Su Chuan marveled slightly. In contrast to the calm of the fiery dragon chief, Zhang Yun was becoming more anxious. His Starmie had not trained particularly in physical defense, and if it got too close, it would be knocked out in no time. Protect. Reluctantly, Zhang Yun could only have Starmie temporarily retreat, but the fiery dragon chief clearly had no intention of sparing him, wildly slashing at the seemingly fragile green barrier with his claws. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Protect barrier suddenly shattered, and the fiery dragon chief's claws mercilessly struck Starmie. This time, Starmie did not find an opportunity to create distance and was relentlessly pursued by the fiery dragon. Whether trying to use water gun to create distance or attempting to confuse the fiery dragon chief with confusion, none of it worked to turn the tide. Starmie has lost its battling capability. The fiery dragon has won. Watching Starmie lying helplessly on the ground, the red gem on its chest flashing, Zhu Tianqing raised his right hand, confirming the victory of the fiery dragon chief. That's brutal. So brutal. Simply devastating. The three unmerciful spectators, 2 adults and 1 child, unreservedly expressed their opinions. This Starmie was also an old rival of Su Chuan. Its strength was definitely not one that could be crushed without showing its true potential. One could only say Zhang Yun was indeed rather unlucky. Zhang Qian looked at Starmie with some concern, who, although the fiery dragon chief had held back, the injuries on Starmie were not to be overlooked. Seeing Zhang Yun reluctantly recalling Starmie and walking over, Su Chuan stretched his muscle. Son, let me win you a little fire dragon back. P.S. Attached is a picture of Starmie, the one in the middle. Be careful, this fire dragon has not yet exerted its full strength. Zhang Yun's expression turned serious. Instinctively, he had begun to perceive the fire dragon as an opponent, analyzing its weaknesses with the poise of a dojo-level trainer. Although Su Chuan was quite serious inside, he feigned nonchalance with a teasing tone. It only used Dragon Claw and defense throughout. Of course, it didn't use its full power. Old Zhang, your lead is rather unreliable. Zhang Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, rolling his eyes as he stood in the audience area. By the way, Chief, do you need to take a break? While Su Chuan was thinking of pressing on and taking advantage of the fire dragon chief being fatigued from a recent battle to seize victory, he couldn't afford to be that shameless in the opponent's territory. The fire dragon chief pondered for a moment, closing its eyes as feathers of light began to appear around it. Feather Roost, it seems the fire dragon chief has quite a diverse skill set. Su Wen, feeling a bit weary, found a relatively clean rock to sit down on, also inviting Zhang Qian to join. Zhang Qian thought for a moment before obediently sitting next to Su Wen. Old Zhu, can you give me some clarity on what's going on? Taking advantage of the fire dragon chief's recovery, Zhang Yun seemed eager to voice his frustrations. The current situation was truly baffling to him. What was supposed to be a simple task of bringing the kids to capture a small sprite had turned into a battle for himself. It was one thing to fight, but to lose so badly was a serious blow to his image in front of his daughter. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, but the chief must have its reasons for arranging this, Zhu Tianqing said with a wry smile, indicating his own confusion. Though he claimed uncertainty, Zhu Tianqing had his own suspicions, primarily regarding the fire dragon chiefs. Under normal circumstances, a small fire dragon's life signs should stabilize after 3 months of hatching. Although it is still in its infancy, it should ideally be taken out for training by its parents or to find a suitable trainer. However, that little prince, the fire dragon, had been living comfortably for over a year, and every time the fire dragon chief tried to take it out for training, it was stopped by its partner. Even when finally taken out for training, it couldn't endure hardship or fatigue. Moreover, the fire dragon chief was quite submissive to its partner, and seeing the little fire dragon being spoiled, it changed its mind about entrusting it to a trainer. With its partner away for a few days, the fire dragon chief thought it might as well find a trainer to send it to. Although it felt a bit reluctant without its child by its side, it was better than letting it become spoiled. As for who to choose as a trainer, the fire dragon chief thought simply whoever had the stronger parent would be more deserving of being it. However, the intricacies involved were far too complicated if the fire dragon chief found out, who knows what trouble it might cause for itself. Roar. After a few seconds, the fire dragon chief opened its eyes, letting out a low growl to indicate it was ready. Slumbering King. What Sichuan brought out was indeed the Slumbering King. Typically, the Slumbering King would lie sideways on the ground, propping its head with one hand, resembling a sleeping Buddha. However, at this moment, it had completely changed its demeanor, leaning forward slightly, its internal energy becoming increasingly active, as if the dormant power within it could erupt like a volcano at any moment, its eyes fixed intently on the fire dragon chief. The Slumbering King clearly sensed an unprecedented pressure from the fire dragon chief. Let the battle begin. Zhu Tianxing watched eagerly as Su Chuan and the Slumbering King ignited their fighting spirit. He hadn't seen his old friend so serious in a long time. Rock Lock. With a fourfold advantage against the fire dragon, are you afraid or not? Suddenly the ground shook as countless stone pillars erupted, resembling enormous dragons rushing towards the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon chief stomped the ground, causing stone pillars to shoot up before it, blocking the incoming Rock Lock. A direct confrontation. Rock Lock countering Rock Lock. In the next moment, the layers of rock pillars were completely shattered as the Slumbering King charged toward the fire dragon. Aggressive assault was the Slumbering King's forte, drowning opponents in a storm of attacks. Sensing the violent power hidden in its arms, the fire dragon chief chose not to take it heed, with its wings flapping, it soared into the air, increasing the distance between itself and the Slumbering King. Seeing the fire dragon firmly maintain air superiority, Su Chuan remained as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of panic. Use gale return to catch up to it, then let mountain pressure descend. The Slumbering King continuously jumped on the remaining stone pillars. Despite its seemingly heavy body, it moved with grace. Finally, it leaped heavily into the air, momentarily gliding with the power of gale return. In theory, flying-type small sprites should have a natural advantage over most others, but with policies from above and countermeasures below, the Slumbering King had long developed a mature strategy for air combat. By utilizing gale return, the only flying-type skill it could learn, the Slumbering King could briefly harness flying-type energy to agilely capture targets in the air, and then use mountain pressure to force the opponent down to the ground. This was the Slumbering King's aerial combat tactic. Seeing the Slumbering King charging towards it, the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from its mouth, the extreme heat making Su Wen feel as if the space around him was warping. However, the Slumbering King raised its left hand in front of itself, bracing against the fiery onslaught, then burst forth from the flames, seizing the fire dragon chief's ankle and dragging it down towards the ground. Achuan, it's all in the details. Gale return, followed by mountain pressure. If the Slumbering King pulls the fire dragon in a close combat, even a king-level fire dragon would find it hard to gain an advantage. Zhang Yun conversed with Zhu Tianxing as such an exhilarating battle was a rare sight. Brother Su Wen, why doesn't the fire dragon just fly away? Zhang Xian tugged at Su Wen's sleeve, feeling that the fire dragon had been captured too easily by the Slumbering King. Su Wen, deeply engrossed in watching the battle, was momentarily interrupted by Zhang Xian. After a brief contemplation, he replied, gale return can lock onto a target. Escaping from it isn't that simple. Moreover, during that last leap, the Slumbering King's speed was clearly faster than the fire dragon's movement speed. If it tried to fly away, it might not only fail to escape, but also leave a significant opening. He then added, although Pokémon without a trainer's command may struggle with overall skill coordination, their battle instincts are indeed formidable. Zhang Xian, puzzled, asked, then how did my dad win against Uncle Su? Su Wen nearly laughed out loud, thinking to himself, how did he win? Protect, protect, sleep, sleep on. Every time Zhang Yin won, it was by using Snorlax to protect, then sleep, to regain health, then protect again, sleep again, and finally pair it with moves like paralyzing powder sleep, powder yawn, and dream talk, dragging it out until the Slumbering King's stamina was exhausted. This world was not as neatly quantified as the games, yet the in-game values were still a useful reference. Slaking's talent was monstrous. However, to accommodate Zhang Yun, who was clearly eavesdropping on his daughter's questions from a distance, Su Wen cleared his throat twice and explained battles between small sprites aren't simply about who has the stronger attack. There's also strategy involved. At that moment, the fire dragon chief, being pulled back to the ground by the Slumbering King, was suddenly enraged. Its sapphire blue pupils were instantly covered by a blood-red hue. Dragon Rage. Old Ju this. The signature of the Dragon Rage move was too obvious. The blood-red eyes, coupled with the sudden surge of energy fluctuations, made Zhang Yun recognize it immediately. However, the fire dragon originally did not possess the Dragon Rage move. Was it inherited or from a team? Zhu Tianxing stepped back slightly, ensuring Su Wen behind him wouldn't be affected, as he explained the chief's mother is a fire dragon from the dragon's nest. Zhang Yun suddenly understood, so it was an inherited move. That made sense, but did that little fire dragon also have the potential to inherit this skill? While Zhang Yun was pondering, the fire dragon was already engaged in close combat with the slumbering king. Under normal circumstances, the fire dragon chief would avoid close combat, but in its dragon rage state, it was filled with fury and its judgment would be greatly impaired. However, seeing the emerald green light trails from its claws, the fire dragon chief surprisingly overpowered the slumbering king. This was the terror of dragon rage. Although the fire dragon itself didn't have dragon attributes, dragon rage could significantly amplify its energy fluctuations. Yet, generally small sprites using dragon rage can only fight instinctively and cannot precisely control energy to use moves. But for the fire dragon chief, which could control the energy from dragon rage and infuse it into its claws, it was using it quite adeptly. Sichuan narrowed his eyes, slightly enduring alongside the slumbering king, quietly waiting for the moment when the fire dragon chief's dragon rage would end. Suddenly, the fire dragon chief's offensive slightly paused, the blood-red hue in its eyes gradually fading. It was just a moment, but Sichuan sharply captured that instant the side effect of dragon rage had arrived. The drop in judgment brought about by the rage was merely a trivial aspect. The true side effect of dragon rage was the chaos that ensued once it ended. Double revenge. Eye for an eye, double the retribution. This skill can return double the damage received within a certain time. The slumbering king's right fist gathered a faint aura and swung out like a thunderclap. The gust of its punch created sonic booms as it landed squarely on the fire dragon chief's abdomen, the immense force sending the fire dragon flying backwards, crashing against the wall like a meteor. Sichuan was about to pursue the advantage, but the fire dragon chief suddenly let out a roar, and Zhu Tianxing immediately raised his right hand, battle over. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhu Tianxing smiled. The chief has recognized your strength. He should agree to entrust the little fire dragon to you and Suwen. Suwen's eyes lit up. Oh, was that it? That was rather easy. Sichuan, upon hearing that the battle was over, looked somewhat dejected, as such a fight was truly exhilarating. Nonetheless, he quickly returned the slumbering king and cast a wary glance at the fire dragon chief. After that last strike from the slumbering king, the fire dragon chief was still able to immediately declare the battle over, clearly not heavily injured. In Sichuan's perspective, fire dragons, even if not fragile, were definitely not tough. If they were at the same dojo level peak, 3 arm hammer strikes would likely be enough to take it down. It was evident that the fire dragon chief was indeed a king-level sprite. Having decided on its child's trainer, the fire dragon chief began to persuade the little fire dragon. Initially, the little fire dragon was quite reluctant to follow Suwen, but after 2 gentle headbutts from the fire dragon chief, the little fire dragon with tears in its eyes stood before Suwen. Taking out the prepared pokeball, Suwen gently tapped the little fire dragon's head, and it transformed into a red light, diving into the pokeball. After the light flickered 3 times, the pokeball stabilized, symbolizing Suwen's successful capture of his first small sprite. Phew! Watching Suwen's successful capture, both Sichuan and the fire dragon chief sighed with relief, exchanging glances, feeling somewhat relieved, as all parents can relate. Zhang Yun sincerely patted Sichuan's head. Congratulations, little one. Zhang Qian also felt happy for Su, when although she didn't capture the little fire dragon, she could finally attempt to catch her ults. The smile on Suwen's face nearly overflowed. Capturing a small sprite truly felt different. Gently pressing the button on the pokeball, the little fire dragon shot out as a red light, shaking its head as if still getting accustomed. The fire dragon chief let out a few urgent light roars, signaling Zhu Tianxing to quickly send Zhang Yun and Zhang Qian away. The next phase involved discussing the costs. P.S. Attached is a picture of the slumbering king farthest to the right. Under the urging of the Fire Dragon clan leader Zhu Tianxing, could only ask Zhang Yun and his daughter Zhang Qian to leave the Fire Dragon Valley and have the clan members take them to see other small sprites. Although it was unlikely that Zhang Qian would choose her initial sprite here, it was still necessary to do what needed to be done. Zhang Yun could roughly guess what was about to happen. After all, he was the son of the clan leader, and his treatment would definitely be different from that of ordinary little fire dragons. Though curious about what would happen next, he did not insist on staying and left the inner valley after bidding farewell to Sichuan and Suwen. Once Zhang Yun and his daughter were settled, Zhu Tianxing hurried back to act as a translator. Chuan, let's discuss the clan leader's requirements first. The clan leader hopes that every year Suwen can bring the little fire dragon back, wants to check on its training progress. If it does not meet the clan leader's expected goals, he will take the little fire dragon back, but as compensation, he will allow Suwen to choose another little sprite. Upon hearing this, Suwen and Sichuan's expressions turn a bit grim. Sichuan frowned and said, "Old Zhu, this is outrageous." Not to mention the fact that the little fire dragon could be taken back if it fails to meet expectations. It gives Suwen a feeling of being abandoned. What if after years of hard training the fire dragon clan leader decides to take it back because he is not satisfied? Listen to me, first, have I ever tricked you? Zhu Tianxing continued. The clan leader said that by this time next year, as long as the little fire dragon can break through to the second tier of the ordinary level this year, will be considered pass. If at any point the little fire dragon breaks through to the 5th tier master level, then he won't require you to come back for assessments anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan and Su Wen's faces turned even more unsightly. Ordinary level. To break through 2 tiers within a year is quite a tall order. In fact, while it may seem that there are only 7 levels from amateur to ordinary elite, overlord, master, dojo, and king levels, they actually correspond to levels 0 to 7. Levels 0 and 1 are classified as amateur since sprites that have not yet broken through to the ordinary level are too weak to warrant further subdivision. Thus, breaking through to the ordinary level means training the currently only at the early stage of 0 level little fire dragon all the way to the 2nd tier. Don't worry, the Fire Dragon Valley will use the highest level of training resources to nurture the clan leader's child. The resources will be sent to Xiaowen every month, and I will send you the list. Looking at the displays, Su Chuan and his son Zhu Tianxing added, then took out his phone from his pocket and sent the prepared list to Su Chuan. These resources are not provided by the Zhu family, but by the Fire Dragon Valley, which belongs to the Fire Dragon clan, or rather provided by the clan leader himself, so the list of resources has already been prepared. If a direct member of the Zhu family had captured this little fire dragon, they would receive the same resources. Of course, the Zhu family might additionally provide some extra resources for training. Each month, 2 firestones, 1 portion of charcoal, 10 fire gems, and 15 fire source fruits. The abundant resources made Su Chuan's eyes widen. After taking the phone from his father Su, Wen gasped as he saw that the total value of the resources listed on the document was likely to be in the millions. On the market, the price of firestones varies greatly, depending on their quality, ranging from 50,000 to 500,000. Almost everyone buys firestones for the purpose of evolving their sprites. Of course, the fire energy contained in firestones can also be directly absorbed, and it has quite good effects, but it is somewhat of a waste. The charcoal here does not refer to the charcoal used for cooking in daily life, but rather a type of item. The most common use is that after being absorbed by a sprite, it enhances the power of fire-type moves. The term absorption is a unique term created for sprite items. When an item is absorbed by a sprite, it does not disappear, but combines with the sprite in a special way. This means that items can not only be absorbed, but can also be separated at any time. In other words, these items do not merge with the sprite permanently. They only temporarily enhance the sprite's strength. However, if you allow a sprite to absorb a certain item for its entire life, it could also be viewed as a lifelong enhancement of strength. Unfortunately, sprites can only absorb one type of item at a time. For instance, both charcoal and life pearl are items, but the little fire dragon can only choose one item to absorb. If it wants to absorb another, it must first separate the item currently inside. Additionally, the same item cannot be absorbed multiple times. If 2 portions of charcoal exist after one is absorbed, the other cannot be absorbed again. Su Wen is still unclear about how the items are generated. However, the list shows that 1 portion of charcoal will be supplied each month, which means the purpose of the supplied charcoal is not for absorption, but rather consumption. The fire energy contained in charcoal is not as violent as that in firestones, but rather a much gentler fire energy. Therefore, using it for absorption as a neutralizer is excellent, and 1 portion of charcoal would likely cost around 300,000. The role of fire gems is somewhat redundant. They are generally one-time use items. Allowing a sprite to absorb the energy within them before battle can temporarily increase the power of fire-type skills. However, the Zhu family providing 10 fire gems a month is clearly not for the little fire dragon's combat use. If not for combat, fire gems do have another use. They can help a sprite quickly become familiar with the energy within its body, allowing it to master various fire-type skills faster when paired with training. Su Wen had never thought of these extravagant uses, let alone seen them. How could he ever be this wealthy in his life? Not to mention all the various rare fruits and other scattered resources. With so many resources, even if he used 2 portions and discarded 1, it would still be enough to raise any fire-type sprite to the ordinary level in a year. Su Wen's gaze towards the little fire dragon instantly changed. This was not just a little fire dragon, but the use of resources is up to Xiaowen himself, but with so many resources, I believe Xiaowen can definitely manage. Zhu Tianxing patted Su Wen on the shoulder. He'll send you a training guide for the fire dragon later, which is the accumulation of many years from the Zhu family. The core parts cannot be provided to you, but Xiaowen, if you study well, it should be enough. Just make sure not to share it outside. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. Su Wen was very grateful. The value of this material was likely even higher than that of the list. The accumulated knowledge from the Zhu family, which had been in close contact with fire dragons for hundreds of years, undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of fire dragon cultivation. Su Chuan clapped his chest, saying, Tianxing, rest assured. If Su Wen doesn't train the little fire dragon, well, I will definitely give him a good beating. Truly a doting father. After Zhu Tianxing and Su Chuan had finished their discussions, the Fire Dragon clan leader gestured for everyone to wait, and then took off, flying to the back of the valley. Zhu Tianxing stroked his chin, recalling something, and smiled while shaking his head. The clan leader is truly attentive to his child. Su Wen and his father were left puzzled, and Su Chuan asked, what is the clan leader going to do? Zhu Tianqing pondered for a moment as if considering whether to speak, but ultimately did not hide it. Chuan, you know that the concentration of fire energy in the Fire Dragon Valley is far higher than in most other regions, right? Just take your Yin City as an example. The concentration of fire energy there might only be a fraction of what it is in the Fire Dragon Valley. Su Chuan sighed. There's nothing that can be done. There are too many sprites and too little energy in the city. Over time, the energy concentration must be quite sparse. Generally speaking, the denser the energy in an environment, the more beneficial it is for a sprite's growth. Thus, most dojos and powerful trainers reside in suburban areas or even deep in the mountains, avoiding living in the city. Zhu Tianqing nodded. The Fire Dragon clan has 3 treasured heirlooms, one of which you know about the Fire Dragon's inheritance stone carving. The other 2 are the red-orange fire pearl and the deep blue fire pearl. The Fire Dragon stone carving is essential for fire rituals, while the 2 fire pearls themselves are rich in energy and help to condense fire energy. I estimate that the clan leader is going to retrieve either the red-orange fire pearl or the deep blue fire pearl. Su Chuan was aware of the Fire Dragon stone carving, but was surprised to learn that there were actually 2 treasures. He paused for a moment and instinctively licked his lips, saying this is too precious. If they take this away, what will happen to the Fire Dragon Valley? Zhu Tianqing chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. The Fire Dragon Valley itself is a dormant volcano. After thousands of years of accumulation, the fire energy is naturally extremely dense. The energy attracted by those 2 fire pearls can cover several meters around, and it is the most effective for little fire dragons, as if they are naturally compatible. Su Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, it would be acceptable. However, Su, one was somewhat confused about the inheritance stone carving red-orange fire pearl and deep blue fire pearl, as these topics were indeed beyond his knowledge. As a dedicated fan of Pokémon, he had never heard of these items. Damn, why did I suddenly feel so out of touch? Meanwhile, the little fire dragon was oblivious to all this, circling around Su when eager to get to know his future chef better. While Su Chuan was chatting with Zhu, Tianqing, the Fire Dragon clan leader, had already flown back. Seeing what the Fire Dragon clan leader was holding, which was called the Deep Blue Fire Pearl, Su Wen's heart skipped a beat. So this is what the so-called Deep Blue Fire Pearl looks like. This is clearly the Fire Dragon X Evolution Stone. So is the Fire Dragon Y Evolution Stone just the red-orange Fire Pearl? When a Pokémon reaches its final evolutionary form, its life form will no longer change. However, there are a few rare Pokémon that, under the influence of evolution stones, also known as Mega Stones, can temporarily enter a Mega Evolution state and undergo another life form evolution. Having traversed this world for so long without seeing any news about Mega Evolution, I thought this world lacked Mega Stones. Little did I know it wasn't that they didn't exist, but rather that no one had discovered their usage. Or perhaps someone had discovered it, but chose not to reveal it. While the Mega Stone is actually being used to accumulate energy, this is truly using a cannon to hit a mosquito, a gross misuse of resources. This is called starting with a little Charmander and relying on gifts for all the divine artifacts. The Fire Dragon clan leader pressed the Fire Dragon X Evolution Stone against the forehead of the little Charmander, and then the Mega Evolution Stone seemed to sink into the little Charmander's body as if it had entered water. This is the absorption process, as the Mega Evolution Stone is also a type of item and can naturally be absorbed. However, to achieve Mega Evolution, not only is the Mega Evolution Stone required, but the Pokémon must also evolve to its final form and possess the key to activate the Mega Evolution Stone, the Evolution Keystone. If a Pokémon merely holds the Mega Evolution Stone, it cannot complete Mega Evolution, as the Pokémon cannot utilize the energy within the Mega Evolution Stone to unlock its genetic locks. To achieve Mega Evolution, the trainer must use the Evolution Keystone to help the Pokémon unlock the Mega Evolution Stone and activate the genetic locks to complete a brief Mega Evolution. But where can one find an Evolution Keystone? After all, there is no news of Mega Evolution in this world. Could it be that the method of Mega Evolution was lost due to that great catastrophe? Su Wen fell into a new round of distress. But regardless, at least I now know that Mega Evolution is possible in this world, and I have already acquired the Fire Dragon X Mega Evolution Stone. As for the Evolution Keystone, if I find one, great. If not, there's no need to force it. After absorbing the Mega Evolution Stone, the little Charmander felt a warm sensation enveloping its body as if it were soaking in a hot spring, and it couldn't help but let out 2 soft cries of "ee-woo, ee-woo." Su Wen smiled and said, "Look at the flames on your tail, just like a spark from the stars. How about I call you Little Starfire from now on?" Roar, the little Charmander shook its head furiously. Such a cute name did not match its future majestic. No way. But Chuan, the little Charmander, is already Xiaowen's partner. Next, let me take you and Old Zhang to explore the Fire Dragon Valley and show you some hospitality. Seeing that the situation was settled, Zhu Tianqing spoke up. "I can go, but Old Zhang probably needs to find a suitable Pokémon for his daughter." Su Chuan also hadn't met up with Zhu Tianqing for a while, so he was naturally happy about this. Su Wen squatted down and rubbed the little Charmander's round head, saying, "Dad, you and Uncle Zhu go ahead. I want to get to know the little Charmander better during this time." "Haha, this kid. Zhu Tianxing and Su Chuan exchanged smiles, recalling how excited they were when they first obtained their Pokémon and naturally understood. Then son, your Uncle Zhu and I are off for drinks. Su Chuan noticed that Su Wen was completely focused on the little Charmander and was not paying attention to him. Go, go. Su Wen waved his hand, wanting to spend some time alone with the little Charmander and carefully study the fire dragons of the entire Fire Dragon Valley. Ruadi, Ruadi, Ruadi. Seeing that Su Wen was in no hurry to leave the Fire Dragon clan leader was getting anxious. If that female tiger of theirs returned, their hopes for having a talented offspring would surely be dashed. Su Wen sensed the Fire Dragon clan leader's anxious emotions and curiously asked, what is the clan leader saying? Zhu Tianxing said, awkwardly the clan leader said everyone should hurry up and get lost. Is there really someone eager to send their own child away? I've learned something new. Su Wen and Su Chuan, who did not understand the context, felt that this little Charmander might not really be the clan leader's biological child. After communicating with the Fire Dragon clan leader, Zhu Tianxing could only say, let's go, and talk as we walk. Su Wen had no choice but to take out a Pokeball, intending to put the little Charmander inside, but the little Charmander was reluctant to enter. After considering it for a moment, Su Wen simply picked up the little Charmander. Holding the little Charmander, which weighed over 10 kilograms, Su Wen surprisingly felt no strain, possibly due to his good physical condition in this life. He then said to Su Chuan and Zhu Tianxing, Uncle Zhu, let's head out first. Roar E, the Fire Dragon clan leader, nodded, indicating that if you don't leave soon, I will throw you all out. After leaving the inner valley, Zhu Tianxing finally began explaining his speculations to Su Chuan and his son. That makes sense, Su Chuan said in agreement, fearing one's wife has nothing to do with strength. So Dad, should we head back to Yun City directly? A month should be enough for the little Charmander to reach the first rank. Although Su Wen still wanted to linger in the nature-filled Fire Dragon Valley for a few more days, if his playfulness caused him to return his first Pokemon like this, then it was better to give it up. Zhu Tianxing frowned as he listened to Su and Xiaowen. When raising a Pokemon, one must avoid being too impatient. To become a qualified trainer, one must solidify the foundation and take it step by step. Su Wen had inferred the little Charmander's leveling speed based on the speed of Pokemon training in the dojo. After hearing Zhu Tianxing's advice, Su Wen realized that he had been mistaken. Everyone's training methods cannot be generalized, and a Pokemon's growth should be assessed based on its individual circumstances. I understand, Uncle Zhu. I will study the Fire Dragon cultivation materials you sent me carefully when I get back. The 40+ gigabytes of materials had already been transferred to Su Chuan's Baidu cloud, and Su Wen planned to print them out. Seeing that Su Wen was still relatively composed, Zhu Tianxing felt relieved. Over the years, he had seen countless Pokemon whose futures were ruined due to impatience. For trainers, they may only waste a little time, but for Pokemon, it means ruining a lifetime. Because he had seen too many tragic cases, Zhu Tianxing had strict requirements for both the younger generation and his family and the students in the dojo. On the way out, Zhu Tianxing even specially placed this month's resources in a suitcase and handed it to Su when explaining that from now on resources would be delivered on time by designated personnel every month. Before long, Su Wen saw Zhang Yun and his daughter Zhang Qian waiting for them. Chuan, are you leaving too? Zhang Yun had initially planned to leave with his daughter, but upon receiving a message from Su Chuan that they were also leaving, he decided to stay a while longer. Su Chuan replied, the Fire Dragon clan leader is kicking us out. If we don't leave, we might get thrown out. Zhang Yun quietly assessed the suitcase in Su Chuan's hand, wondering, is this the benefit given by the Fire Dragon clan leader? How much can this suitcase hold? If Zhang Yun knew just how many resources Su Wen had obtained, he might risk everything to fight for a chance. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhang Yun asked, I'm planning to take Qian to Kunling City to have a look. Su Wen had already obtained his Pokemon, so Su Chuan naturally had no intention of wandering around and politely declined Zhang Yun's invitation. After bidding farewell, Su Chuan and Zhang Yun both said their goodbyes to Zhu Tianxing. Kunling City is not far from Huofeng City, where the Fire Dragon Valley is located, so Zhang Yun planned to rent 2 Steel Wings at the Steel Wing base. Steel Wings were originally trained by DP Company of the Western European Federation, specifically for riding, and were even referred to as aerial taxis at one point. Several decades ago, the Tongfeng group of Summer Nation introduced Steel Wings, and today they have rental stations in major cities, making them quite convenient. Meanwhile, Su Wen and Su Chuan still had to take a flight back. Originally, Su Chuan wanted to spend a few more days in Huofeng City with Su Wen, but Su Wen refused, stating that he just wanted to go back and flaunt to his best friend Chen Yuxian. Chen Yu's father was a friend Su Chuan made after arriving in Yun City and was a dojo-level trainer. However, Chen Yu's father did not run a dojo, but preferred to join his mother in participating in Summer Nation's expedition teams. However, when Chen Yu was 7 years old, the expedition team that Chen Yu's father was part of entered the territory of a king-level steel dragon and attempted to steal its Pokemon egg, resulting in the entire team being wiped out by the furious steel dragon. Only Chen Yu's mother escaped, protected by Chen Yu's father. Due to her severe injuries, Chen Yu's mother passed away shortly after entrusting Chen Yu to his grandmother. Although both of his parents had passed away with the subsidies from Summer Nation and the care provided by Su Chuan and another friend of Chun Yu's father, Zhou Li, life had been relatively comfortable. 6 months ago, when Chun Yu's grandmother passed away, both Su Chuan and Zhou Li wanted to take Chun Yu home to take care of him, but he refused. In this year's high school entrance examination, both Chun Yu and Su, when applied to Yun City First High School, they were unsure if they would be assigned to the same class. Su Chuan had also prepared a few high-quality normal-type Pokémon for Chun Yu to choose from. Zhou Li had also prepared a few fighting-type Pokémon. However, after seeing these, Chun Yu expressed that he had his own ideas and refused Su Chuan and Zhou Li's suggestion to help him find a starting Pokémon. Although he was unsure of what Chun Yu was thinking, Su Wen knew that his best friend had always been very thoughtful. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, Chun Yu's favorite Pokémon should be Ghost-type. P.S. attached is a wallpaper of the fierce sky god. Chun Yu's favorite little spirit should be the Ghost-type. He didn't know when he started to enjoy all sorts of strange supernatural events, which led Su Wen to feel that Chun Yu had become rather eerie. Su Wen left Yun City in the morning and registered as a trainer in Huafeng City in the afternoon. He returned home late at night, where Wang Xian had prepared a meal for the father and son. Seeing Su Wen devouring the food, Wang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "Why didn't you finish dinner in Huafeng City before coming back?" Su Chuan helplessly looked at Su Wen and said, "If we had dinner there, we would have to stay overnight." Xiaowen wanted to come back early to bond with the little fire dragon. Wang Xian looked at the little fire dragon, who was happily focused on the special food prepared by Su Wen, and couldn't help but pat the little fire dragon's head. "This little guy, just look at how happily its tail is wagging." Wang Xian gazed at the little fire dragon, which seemed eager to clean the plate, feeling no aversion at all. After all, who could resist something so cute? The spirit food provided by the Zhu family for the little fire dragon was top-notch, perfect in terms of energy content and however, to maintain that balance, the taste of the food could not be perfect. In order to quickly enhance the intimacy with the little fire dragon, Su, when after referring to the materials given by Zhu, Tianxing replaced some ingredients that would boost the little fire dragon's energy with a delicacy it had never experienced before. Under the temptation of the delicious food, the little fire dragon even shed the slight gloom of leaving the fire dragon valley, showing signs of being lost in the joy of the moment. With plenty of resources at hand, Su Wen was not worried about the little fire dragon's growth being affected by the change in food. Just as the family was enjoying their time together, Su Chuan's phone suddenly emitted a sharp sound. Special order for Yun City Gym Level Trainer Su Chuan, proceed to the Yun City Pokémon Center immediately. Reiterating special order for Yun City Gym Level Trainer Su Chuan, proceed to the Yun City Pokémon League Center immediately. Su Wen, Su Chuan, and Wang Xian all changed their expressions at the same time. It was a special order. The special order is a unique demand for all trainers in the Xia Kingdom. When a special order is issued, the required trainers must unconditionally execute the task immediately. Failure to comply without just cause will result in severe consequences. Since Su Wen's memory, Su Chuan had received the special order only twice. The first time was when Su Wen was 5 years old and the Sakura Nation, under the instigation of the White Eagle Federation, crossed the border and provoked the territorial sovereignty of the Xia Kingdom. That time, all master-level trainers in the eastern region received the special order, ultimately annihilating the Sakura Nation's trainers who crossed the maritime border within the territory. The second time was when Su Wen was 9, when a wild king-level Bophi dragon suddenly appeared and showed tendencies to enter Yun City, and Su Chuan received the order to intercept it. Both instances were major events that threatened the entire city and even the country. Over the years, there have only been these 2 special orders. What could this special order be? Su Chuan had no time to think more. The moment he heard the special order, he dashed to the backyard, collecting the Pokémon that were resting while Wang Xian prepared Su Chuan's coat and waited at the door. "Dad, be careful," Su Wen called out as Su Chuan left without looking back. Su Chuan merely waved and flew towards the Yun City Pokémon Center on his Baijiao. After watching Su Chuan leave, Wang Xian quickly returned to the house to turn on the TV to see if there were any latest reports, while Su Wen opened the forum to check for any abnormal situations near Yun City. A suspected entrance to a secret realm has been found 13 miles south of Yun City. Some trainers and a few civilians have already been drawn in. "My grandfather lives there. Please, if anyone has the latest news, message me. Thank you." Originally, the forum should have been relatively quiet at this time, but messages were popping up one after another, and Su Wen instantly understood the reason behind the special order. "Mom, it's a secret realm." Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his father should be fine if it was just Wang Xian, who was still waiting for the news on the TV, heard Su Wen's words and quickly took his phone to browse, but her expression was not relaxed. "Your Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun died because of a secret realm. Your dad is definitely in the first unit. I hope this secret realm doesn't have any dangerous Pokémon." Yun City does not have any king-level trainers. After all, there are only about 200 king-level trainers in the entire Xia Kingdom. Su Chuan is already the pinnacle in Yun City. As the strongest combat force, he would naturally be at the forefront. "Don't worry, Mom, with the strength of the Leave of Absence King, even if he can't win, he will definitely be able to retreat safely." Su Wen, Resusuritet. The secret realm is like a droplet of water adhering to cardboard connected to the main world, yet not entirely belonging to it. The most famous secret realm in the Xia Kingdom is the Spirit Realm, a sanctuary for ghost-type Pokémon. It is said that any ghost-type Pokémon can be found within the Spirit Realm, and trainers who can communicate with the Spirit Realm are all favored by ghost-type Pokémon. However, until now, Su Wen's understanding of the Spirit Realm was limited to fragments found online. The most reliable claim is that when the Xia Kingdom was developing the Spirit Realm, they encountered irresistible Pokémon and ultimately abandoned the development. Regarding this matter, Su Wen did not believe that any Pokémon could withstand the national strength of the Xia Kingdom. It can only be said that the Xia Kingdom felt that the cost of developing the Spirit Realm was not worth the potential benefits. Among the few top-tier secret realms that could dissuade the Xia Kingdom from developing in Su Wen's memory, only a few gods could achieve this. Darkrai, the king of the underworld, the mythical beast Marshadow, the Night Hoof Spirit Horse, or perhaps even the Thundercrown King. Which one is it in the Spirit Realm? Or which ones? The existing data cannot find any trace of any gods, but Su Wen does not believe that these divine beasts do not exist. In some ancient texts, he can vaguely see their shadows. As for the secret realm in Yin City, Su Wen felt it should not exceed a mid-level secret realm. After all, if it were a large-scale secret realm, the League Center should have sealed off the news instead of letting the forum discuss it like this. Regaining his thoughts, Su Wen comforted Wang Xian for a bit before taking the little fire dragon, who was circling around his tail, into his room. Whether it's the secret realm or divine beast, these things are far from him, a novice trainer. All he can do now is quickly familiarize himself with the little fire dragon's abilities and plan for its training. Little fire dragon, be careful to control the temperature of your tail, but don't burn the furniture, Su Wen reminded as he patted the little fire dragon's head. The flame at the tip of the little fire dragon's tail symbolizes its vitality. If the flame goes out, it means its life has come to an end. Conversely, the brighter the flame, the better its condition. The little fire dragon can also control the temperature of its tail's flame, as this flame resembles a flame. Listening to Su Wen's reminders, the little fire dragon offered its tail to Su Wen, who noticed that the originally red flame had now turned white. Su Wen confidently placed his hand on the flame to feel it was about 20 to 30 degrees, quite comfortable. After taking out an energy cube and giving it to the little fire dragon, Su Wen sat cross-legged on the carpet, placing his right hand on the little fire dragon's head and extending his aura. Ever since successfully capturing the little fire dragon, Su Wen felt a unique sensation that he had never experienced in 15 years, as if a key had finally found the correct lock. Thus, Su Wen was eager to return home, where he could quietly study his aura. Sure enough, when his aura touched the little fire dragon, it no longer merely floated around the outer layer of the spirit, probing their abilities. Su Wen's aura had evidently merged with the little fire dragon's aura. Although this fusion felt quite foreign, it was like sugar slowly dissolving in water. But just this slight fusion filled Su Wen's mind with a brand new world. This feeling was as if Su Wen and the little fire dragon had become one. What he could sense was not merely his own body, but also the little fire dragon's body. As Su Wen's aura mixed even more with the little fire dragon's aura, he even faintly sensed the flow of energy within the little fire dragon, feeling that he could use its 6 skills. His aura seemed capable of guiding this energy. It was as if he had naturally mastered these 6 skills, but for various reasons he could not use them smoothly. However, Su Wen quickly recognized that this was merely an illusion, but what he felt and understood were solely the little fire dragon's abilities. Roar! The little fire dragon let out a light roar, instantly breaking Su Wen's state. He felt a heavy repulsion, and his aura could no longer merge with the little fire dragon's aura. Is it too unfamiliar? Su Wen looked at the little fire dragon, who kept nuzzling its small head against his palm, keenly sensing its growing affection towards him. As Su Wen played with the little fire dragon, he pondered the changes in his aura. Firstly, this change in aura should only be beneficial to his own Pokémon. After all, his dad's Pokémon was also quite close to him, but it lacked the same kind of bond as with the little fire dragon. Secondly, if he could guide the little fire dragon's energy with his aura, did that mean he could help the little fire dragon grow in another way? Of course, these are just speculations. However, in the following weeks, Su Wen believed he would gradually understand the correctness of these speculations. Meanwhile, Su Chuan had already arrived at the Yun City Pokémon Center. Due to the considerable distance between Su Chuan's residence and the Elven Center, even after riding the giant eagle, Su Chuan arrived to find a group already gathered at the center. Old Su is here. A trainer with sharp eyesight immediately recognized Su Chuan's giant eagle, and a crowd came to welcome him. Dismounting from the giant eagle and recalling it into its Pokeball, Su Chuan cupped his fists in greeting to the trainers who came to welcome him, then inquired of a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Director Wang, what's the situation now? The head of the Yundu City Elven Center is Wang Qing, a dominant trainer focused on coasting through life. From the beads of sweat on his forehead, it was clear he was filled with the urge to curse. As soon as the surveyors detected anomalies in the southern suburbs, they immediately notified Wang Qing, and the police department's notification followed closely behind. Wang Qing, upon understanding the situation, felt utterly crushed. With only 4 years until retirement, his son was already working and married, and all he needed was to coast until retirement before enjoying his golden years. But now if things went wrong, he might be caught in this last wave of trouble. After all, Wang Qing had been in charge for many years, maintaining his composure, and promptly issued a special order. Wang Qing seized Su Chuan's hand and pulled him toward the Elven Center as if grasping onto a lifeline. "Master Su, come in and talk." He then called out to the surrounding trainers. "Everyone please come in. Time is of the essence." Entering the Elven Center, the original hall had been temporarily transformed into a command center. Once all 11 gym-level trainers from Yunda City arrived, Wang Qing led them all to a large screen. "Everyone please look. This is footage captured by the advanced team," Wang Qing said, pointing at the large screen. On the screen, the once lush southern suburbs now appeared to be surrounded by a watery veil with mountains rising and various plants that did not belong to the southern suburbs faintly visible. Drawing from his years of experience in exploring secret realms, Su Chuan spoke up. "This is already on the verge of initial fusion. A secret realm is supposed to possess a separate space, but if the secret realm merges with the main world, it will stabilize within the main world and is likely to be marked as a forbidden area." Wang Qing's expression turned grave. "Master Su is correct. According to the Research Institute's judgment, approximately 186 hours from now, the secret realm will stabilize and merge with the main world." 186 hours. Less than 8 days. Everyone present was taken aback. "A nouvelle traînée exclaimed impossible." A secret realm of this size would require at least 2 months to fully merge with the main world. The other trainers nodded in agreement. This was common knowledge, and it was completely impossible for the space to stabilize in less than 8 days. However, something crossed Su Chuan's mind, and he hurriedly asked, could it be related to that dragonite from a few years ago? The sudden appearance and disappearance of that dragonite remained fresh in the minds of all trainers in Yunda City. Wang Qing replied bitterly, "Indeed, according to our analysis, that dragonite likely originated from the secret realm. Since then, the stability of the secret realm space may have already been declining, beginning to merge with the main world." Without time to regret, Wang Qing briefly introduced the situation and divided the 11 gym-level trainers into 5 teams, each leading several master-level trainers to execute tasks. "Everyone, our primary goal this time is to rescue the trapped civilians. Secondly, we need to gather information on champion-level Pokémon as much as possible. Finally, if any Pokémon attempt to breach the barrier into the main world, please be sure to stop them. The safety of Yunda City depends on you all." Wang Qing deeply bowed to the trainers present. The trainers, led by Su Chuan, thumped their chests with their right hands. "It is our duty." Subsequently, several teams entered the secret realm through the fusion junctions where the stability of the space had reached the required standards. As the strongest trainer, Su Chuan naturally led a team by himself, taking charge of the central route to facilitate support for the other teams. The energy of Dragon-type and Fire-type is so rich. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Su Chuan noticed the readings on his wrist monitor soaring. All master-level trainers had already spread out with their respective small teams for rescue, while Su Chuan patrolled the skies on his giant eagle. The reason secret realms are viewed as a beastly threat is that the Pokémon within may have never encountered humans and are often more ferocious than those in the main world. If one carelessly released Pokémon from the secret realm into the main world, it could lead to a massive assault on humans by those Pokémon. However, as long as Pokémon have some time to interact with humans, most highly intelligent Pokémon will form a relatively peaceful relationship, coexisting without conflict. In the C3 area, 3 stranded individuals have been found. 1 is injured and is returning to the base. In the B5 area, a rare fruit tree has been discovered under attack by a level 5 fire monkey requesting support. The secret realm brings not just risks, but also abundant resources. In this situation, no one is specifically looking for resources, but if they happen to find some, they certainly won't miss the opportunity. Most of these resources will be used to cover the expenses of this operation and as rewards for the special order. As the rescue operation was in full swing, Su had already awakened from his slumber. When he woke up, Su found that his little fire dragon had somehow crawled from the small bed he prepared for it and was now sleeping beside him, curled around its tail. After getting up and washing up, Su prepared breakfast for the household Pokémon, as usual, including a portion for the little fire dragon, and then called it to wake up. "Mom, is there any news from the Elven Center?" Su stirred his steaming bowl of rice porridge as he asked. Wang Xian was busy discussing the lunch menu with her assistant, and without looking up at Su's query, she replied, "Director Wang has sent word that he has reported to the Alliance Center and a champion is on the way. Your dad should be back in 2 or 3 days." A champion? Su was genuinely surprised. Originally, he expected at most 1 champion-level trainer, but he didn't expect a full champion to come. In the entire Xia country, with nearly 2 billion people, there are probably less than 300 champion-level trainers. Among those 300, there are only 18 champions, each corresponding to one of the 18 attributes: normal fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. In a sense, these are the 18 strongest individuals in Xia country. Because the requirements to earn the title of champion are extremely stringent, if Su Wen wished to apply for the title of Fire Champion in the future, he would first need to win the champion title in the Triannual Champion Challenge 1v1 with a Fire-type Pokemon. Then Su Wen would need to defeat the former champion in both 1v1 with a Fire-type Pokemon and 6v6 with all attributes to replace the former Fire Champion. It is precisely for this reason that each change of champion is enough to cause a sensation throughout Xia country, and due to the strength of each Heavenly King, almost all of them have their own missions, whether guarding the borders or suppressing top-tier forbidden areas. Calling upon a Heavenly King is indeed a significant matter. What value could this secret realm possess that would prompt the Alliance Center to dispatch a Heavenly King? It's just that I don't know who this Heavenly King is, but my father should be able to meet him. Wang Xian confirmed the lunch menu and noticed Su Wen was still mindlessly stirring the porridge in his bowl. She smiled and said, "Hurry and eat. If you keep stirring, the porridge will get cold." Only then did Su Wen realize that even the little fire dragon had finished eating and was waving its claws as if trying to use its dragon claws. With some pickled radish, Su Wen slurped the porridge down and then led the little fire dragon to the back garden. After a night of rest, Su Wen discovered that his wave guide could once again merge with the little fire dragon's wave guide. Su Wen turned on the only detection device at home and said to the little fire dragon, "Little fire dragon, we are going to start cultivating now. Let's first try to absorb the fire energy from the air." Yesterday, during the wave guide fusion, Su Wen had already developed a basic understanding of the little fire dragon's instinctive energy absorption speed. After understanding Su Wen's intention, the little fire dragon diligently sought to capture the fire energy surrounding it. Thanks to the fire-breathing Dragon X Mega Evolution Stone, the concentration of fire energy around the little fire dragon was nearly comparable to that of the fire-breathing Dragon Valley. In such an energy concentration, the little fire dragon's active absorption speed was about 6 to 7 times that of its instinctive absorption. After less than 5 minutes, the little fire dragon relaxed its energy capture and began to slack off. Su Wen took a deep breath, suppressing his helplessness. Although he knew the little fire dragon was spoiled, this was just too ridiculous. It should be noted that his father's little spirits typically train for hours. Looking at the little fire dragon sprawled on the ground, pretending to be dead, Su Wen rolled his eyes and gathered the wave guide, circulating within the little fire dragon, guiding the surrounding fire energy to converge into its body. The little fire dragon stared blankly, feeling the energy within its body expanding, filling every corner, and this extreme discomfort forced it to work hard to absorb and contain the energy. Su Wen stroked his chin, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Although he could introduce fire attribute energy into the little fire dragon's body through the wave guide, he could not help it absorb. Let's see how this little guy slacks off now. To avoid harming the little fire dragon's body, after several tests, Su Wen controlled the energy input speed to a level that the little fire dragon could accept. Feeling the little fire dragon's energy absorption speed, Su Wen had a rough estimate in his mind. If the little fire dragon's instinctive absorption speed was rated as 1, then its cultivation absorption speed was about 5, while the absorption speed guided by his wave guide was around 10. After half an hour of cultivating, Su Wen looked at the little fire dragon, which was rolling its eyes and seemed to prefer being overwhelmed by energy rather than cultivating. He scratched his head as his wave guide had also reached its limit, and he disconnected the link, taking out an energy cube. Bringing the energy cube close to the little fire dragon's mouth, the little fire dragon took a bite and happily wagged, its tail lying on the ground with its limbs sprawled out, resembling a lazy creature. The energy contained in this energy cube was actually just so-so, but its taste was indeed excellent, akin to the candy given to a crying child. Letting the little fire dragon bask in the sun in the back garden, Su Wen returned to his room and retrieved the resources he had obtained from Zhu Tianxing for this month. Let's use the firestone first. Su Wen held the firestone, which displayed a warm yellow-red color under the sunlight with flames seemingly flowing at its center, making it quite beautiful. Although he didn't know the exact purity of this firestone, according to online claims, such a pure firestone would definitely not be low in purity. Returning to the back garden, Su Wen discovered that the little fire dragon was actually chasing a butterfree, causing the butterfree to tremble and dare not spread its wings, perching on a tree. Little fire dragon. Su Wen waved his hand, calling the little fire dragon to his side, and then pressed the firestone against its body. Try to absorb the energy inside this. Su Wen's wave guide hadn't fully recovered, so although he released the wave guide, he didn't guide the energy of the firestone, but let the little fire dragon absorb it on its own. Hearing Su Wen's words, the little fire dragon was somewhat reluctant. It wasn't until Su Wen promised that after today's training there would be plenty of energy cubes that the little fire dragon reluctantly closed its eyes. The energy of the Firestone was extremely rich, otherwise it wouldn't have the effect of allowing some little spirit. However, this energy was not so easy for the little fire dragon to absorb, as if it were trying to drink water through layers of sponge. From the little fire dragon's tense expression, it was clear that it was indeed trying its best. After less than 2 minutes of trying to absorb, the little fire dragon plopped down on the ground, while the color of the Firestone showed no sign of dimming. However, the absorption efficiency was much faster than absorbing fire attribute energy from the air, likely due to the gentle nature of the energy within the Firestone. After letting the little fire dragon rest for a while, Su-Wen used his waveguide to assist the little fire dragon in absorbing energy from the Firestone. With Su-Wen's help, the difficulty of energy absorption changed from drinking water through a sponge to using a straw. The little fire dragon's entire body relaxed. Su-Wen was shocked by the terrifying speed. The efficiency of energy absorption from the Firestone was more than 3 times faster than when he guided the little fire dragon to absorb energy from the air. Moreover, this was under the condition of having the Mega Evolution Stone with the surrounding fire energy of the little fire dragon being extremely concentrated. This meant that if the Firestone could supply energy long-term, then the little fire dragon's training speed for 1 hour could rival that of other little spirits for dozens of hours. Is this the power of Peidoan? Even if the little fire dragon doesn't particularly enjoy training, he can surpass other trainers with such a terrifying training speed. However, using the waveguide to absorb energy from the Firestone was also very exhausting for Su-Wen. This time, it was Su-Wen who couldn't hold on. Looking at Su-Wen, who was lying on the ground, panting heavily, the little fire dragon glanced at the energy cube in its hand, thought for a while, and finally handed it over to Su-Wen. Roar! Seeing the little fire dragon's concerned expression, Su-Wen sat cross-legged and smiled as he rubbed the little fire dragon's face. You eat it? Ew, I have plenty more. After confirming that Su-Wen didn't need it, the little fire dragon happily tossed the energy cube into its mouth. Then, with Su-Wen's permission, it continued to cause trouble for the other little spirits in the back garden. Leaning against a large fruit tree that had been transplanted, sunlight filtered unevenly through the lush leaves onto Su-Wen, who recorded the data from the recent tests in his notebook while contemplating some questions. I haven't measured the little fire dragon's limit yet, but there must be one. I'll wait until the waveguide recovers before continuing the training. Today, I must determine the little fire dragon's daily absorption limit. As for whether the waveguide has this special effect only on my little spirits, or if the little fire dragon is the special one that will only be known when I capture my second little spirit. Training skills. Forget it, haste makes waste. I won't proceed with that on the first day. Just as Su-Wen was pondering if he had missed anything, his phone suddenly rang. The phone screen displayed the large characters, Chunyu. Su-Wen raised an eyebrow. This guy had not responded to messages or answered calls, but finally left a trace. Picking up the phone before Su-Wen could say a word, Chunyu hurriedly blurted out, Su-Wen, Long Su has come to Yunda City. The name Long Su is known to everyone, even recognized worldwide. At the age of 26, he led his team to victory in the World Championship. At 29, he challenged the previous Dragon King and succeeded, becoming the only trainer in the history of Xia country to become a king before the age of 30. By the age of 36, he had defeated all kings except the fairy-type king, who acknowledged that if it weren't for the dragon-type skills being ineffective against fairy types, she would have had no chance of defeating Long Su. Thus, Long Su was crowned the strongest king. Such a legendary figure actually came to Yunda City. Su-Wen, Su-Wen, Su-Usi, are you listening? Seeing that there was no reply, Chun, you couldn't help but shout out Su-Wen's nickname, pulling him back from his shock. An embarrassed Su-Wen replied, if you can't talk, then shut up. I'm listening. Chun, you noticed Su-Wen had finally responded and quickly changed the topic. Do you know why Long Su came to Yunda City? What else could attract Long Su here besides the suddenly opened secret realm? Su-Wen retorted, how do you know Long Su is in Yunda City? Chun, you looked puzzled. Secret realm? What? Long Su's appearance in Yunda City is naturally discussed on the forums. The elusive Long Su, known to be as rare as a dragon, suddenly showing up has driven his fans almost crazy. Su-Wen noticed something was off. You're not in Yunda City. Where are you? If Chunyu were in Yunda City, he couldn't possibly be unaware of such a significant event as the opening of the secret realm. Chunyu stammered, I have something to do, I'll hang up. Faced with Chunyu's retreat, Su-Wen had no time to ponder what this guy was up to and immediately opened the trainer forum. Sure enough, the forum was flooded with news about Long Su. After browsing for a while, Su-Wen discovered that it all started when a fan of Long Su spotted him riding a Dragonite. That fan, abandoning their own task, followed Long Su all the way, though eventually losing sight of him. Based on the route, it was inferred that he entered Yunda City. Once this fan posted the news on the forum, a massive army of Long Su's fans quickly set out analyzing every scrap of information. Finally, when a trainer at the Pokémon Center shared a candid photo of Long Su, it confirmed everything. Wow, these fervent fans are truly scary. Su-Wen Saif. Putting away his phone, Su-Wen didn't dwell too much on Long Su. Sooner or later, his father would encounter Long Su, and he could just ask him about it. If his father didn't know, then there was no point in him speculating further. As for Chunyu being so secretive, he would see where he ran off to when school started. Su, when stretched, feeling that he had rest enough. He casually picked a fruit from the tree, wiped it with his clothes, took a bite, and called over his Charmander. Charmander, let's continue training. At this moment, the Pokemon Center in Yunda City was in chaos with Long Zus fans surrounding it so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. There were even people keeping watch from the sky. Hubby, I love you. Long Su, please give me an autograph. Long Su, darling mommy loves you. You're a dude. Behind the high glass windows on the third floor of the Pokemon Center, a handsome young man leaned on the railing and exclaimed, "Wow, Uncle Su, you really don't spare anyone from 18 to 88. Dragon Su, who was sitting on the sofa with a cup of fragrant tea, choked on his drink upon hearing this. He put down his cup and helplessly said, "Long Ming, you are getting more and more disrespectful." The person in charge, Wong, sitting opposite Long Su, couldn't interject and could only feign ignorance. "Mr. Wong," Long Su looked at him with a smile. "When can we enter the secret realm?" "Mr. Wong hurriedly replied, "Everything is ready. As long as you Dragon King." He glanced out the window. Long Su naturally understood what Mr. Wong meant. Fans like this are the most bothersome. They cannot be chased away, nor can they be treated like criminals and forcibly removed. Sighing in frustration, Long Su helplessly asked, "Mr. Wong, is there a back door?" "The back door is open." Someone suddenly shouted, and the crowd surged toward the back door. However, they did not see Long Su. Only a middle-aged man in a janitor's uniform, awkwardly pushing a somewhat dirty equipment cart, was trapped in the crowd. The crowd dispersed, going in various directions to stake out. Once the janitor turned a corner, he casually tossed the equipment cart in the trash and left. This made a few tails following the janitor shake their heads, without even the thought of searching the cart, turning back towards the Pokemon Center. After another 6 or 7 minutes, 2 somewhat disheveled figures crawled out from under the cart's cover. "Wait, why do I have to crawl out of the garbage truck?" Long Ming complained with a grimace, brushing off his clothes. Long Su, wearing a mask, first scanned the surroundings and then patted Long Ming on the head, saying, "If it weren't to find you a starter Pokemon, would I need to crawl out of a garbage truck?" Long Ming smiled apologetically. Yes, Uncle Su is the best. "Are you sure there are baby dragons in that secret realm?" The baby dragon is the initial form of the Dragonite. Long Ming had his heart set on getting a baby dragon as a starter Pokemon, completely disregarding any other Pokemon, even if they were quasi-divine. Therefore, upon learning that Dragonites were sighted in Yundu City and a secret realm was appearing, Long Su volunteered to come to Yundu City to suppress this secret realm. Long Su smiled, saying, "Don't worry, if there are no baby dragons here, I will issue a mission on the international market to definitely find you a suitable baby dragon." In the arena, Long Su, who was cold, resolute, and not very talkative, actually had such a gentle side, which would undoubtedly drive his fans even crazier. After walking a short distance with Long Ming, the vehicle arranged by Mr. Wong appeared before Long Su as agreed. To remain inconspicuous, Long Su did not plan to use his Dragonite to rush him and Long Ming to the secret realm. On the way to the secret realm, Su Chuan and the others finally encountered trouble. This Dragonite is even more terrifying than a few years ago. One of the gym leaders beside Su Chuan, with lingering fear, looked at the Dragonite, which was surrounded by numerous small Pokemon, and said, after a squad discovered this Dragonite, many gym-level trainers quickly gathered. This Dragonite's red wings were more vividly colored, and its body was stronger than before. If it weren't for the scar over its left eye, they would have thought they were mistaken. A gym leader who was quite strong suggested testing the waters, first sending out an Altaria to approach, even planning to attempt a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, just at a glance, the gym leader's Altaria was incapacitated. If Su Chuan hadn't acted swiftly, allowing his king to hold the Dragonite at bay, that Altaria might have been knocked out on the spot. It's due to its intimidate ability. Su Chuan shook his head. This gym leader not only underestimated this Dragonite, but also overestimated his own Altaria. The intimidate ability can generally suppress nearby Pokemon, causing a decrease in physical attack power. Coupled with the fact that Altaria is inherently fragile, it was instantly knocked out. Even Su Chuan's king could barely suppress the Dragonite, only with the assistance of surrounding small Pokemon. We probably can't handle this Dragonite. Although Chansey keeps healing King, dragging it out like this won't help us. We should retreat for now, suggested a trainer. Su Chuan frowned. It's difficult. This Dragonite sticks too closely. It won't be easy for us to retreat. And just as everyone was, a loss of voice came through their earpieces. Please hold on for another half an hour. Dragon King Long Su is on his way to the secret realm. Who? The crowd thought they misheard until the message repeated. Many trainers were instantly ignited. What? Dragon King Long Su is coming. Hold on. In half an hour, let's teach this Dragonite a good lesson. The trainers were all eager, as if they could already envision the scene of the Dragonite being pinned down. Su Chuan let out a light breath. As the temporary leader, his pressure had been immense, and upon hearing this news, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. However, Su Chuan still reminded, everyone, don't let your guard down in case the Dragonite counterattacks. Half an hour passed quickly, but due to the havoc caused by numerous small spirits, the dwelling place of the Tyrannosaurus had turned into a wasteland with remnants and shattered stones scattered everywhere. Be careful of its self-destructive charge. Sichuan sharply sensed the Tyrannosaurus buildup and shouted. 3 dojo-level small spirits had already fallen victim to the Tyrannosaurus' self-destructive charge. This was the Tyrannosaurus' ultimate move, immensely powerful. Although there would be recoil damage, the dojo-level small spirits were not strong enough to withstand the Tyrannosaurus' recoil. Being able to learn the self-destructive charge proved that this Tyrannosaurus' strength was already close to the mid-tier of the king level. Is King Longshu not here yet? Is there anyone at the earphone inquiring? They had put in considerable effort to keep the Tyrannosaurus confined to this area. If it weren't for the reasonably coordinated trainers and the fact that the Tyrannosaurus had no trainer to command it, they would have already been defeated. I've arrived. The voice replying did not come from the earphone, but from behind them. Sichuan and the others turned in surprise to see Longshu nodding slightly, then smiling at Sichuan, saying, "Senior Sichuan, long time no see." The trainers beside them were somewhat stunned. They had not expected Sichuan to be Long's senior. Sichuan waved his hand, saying, "We'll catch up later. Now that you're here, it's up to you. We'll be responsible for providing cover." Longshu took a pokeball from his belt and shook his head, saying, "No need, senior. You all just withdraw." His words were filled with confidence, and then he gently tossed the ball, saying, "Go, Dragonite." Unlike ordinary creamy yellow Dragonites, Long's Dragonite was a shiny variant entirely light green with 2 long antennae floating above, its head swaying amusingly as its wings flapped. Compared to the fierce Tyrannosaurus Dragonite, looked incredibly cute and harmless. However, trainers who had seen Longshu compete knew how formidable this Dragonite was. Use Quick Attack. Longshu pointed at the Tyrannosaurus as if aiming to strike decisively. Dragonite's speed was not particularly outstanding even among pseudo-legendaries, let alone among all small spirits. However, once it mastered Quick Attack, it was a different story altogether. The trainers could only vaguely see a faint glow surrounding Dragonite, and then a green light shot forth, leaving a green trail in the air. Just as the sharp sound of slicing air reached Sichuan's ears, Dragonite had already pounced in front of the Tyrannosaurus. The small triangular eyes of the Tyrannosaurus were filled with astonishment, but instinctively it slightly turned its body, causing the strike to miss its vital point and merely graze its left front limb. The Tyrannosaurus reacted swiftly. Before the destructive beam from its mouth could shine, Dragonite moved even faster, using its momentum to strike its tail against the Tyrannosaurus' chin. The Tyrannosaurus let out a roar, smoke billowing from its mouth as the destructive beam exploded within, causing it to recoil in pain, its eyes flickering with fear, yet its killing move was even more formidable. As its eyes turned crimson, the Tyrannosaurus' aura surged like a skyscraper, rising from the ground, overwhelming some trainers who struggled to endure it. It's the counterscale. Sichuan had recently witnessed the leader of the Charizard tribe use this move, so he was. However, the Tyrannosaurus' mastery was evidently less proficient than that of the Charizard leader. The Tyrannosaurus' rationality had been disrupted. Flapping its wings, it took the opportunity to pounce on Dragonite, sending stones flying as it pushed Dragonite against the cliff. Use Protect. The trainers urged their small spirits to use Protect, and Longshu also summoned a Zerachi to shield himself, and Loming dispelling Sichuan's intention to protect him. The Tyrannosaurus naturally had no time to care about these spectators. Its 4 sharp fangs crackled with electricity, and the lightning enveloped its mouth, lunging towards Dragonite's left shoulder. Use the Destructive Beam. Although the Thunder Fang used by the Tyrannosaurus was normally effective against Dragonite, which had both flying and dragon attributes, Long's Dragonite had the ability called Multiscale. Multiscale acted like heavy armor protecting Dragonite, and when in good condition, it significantly reduced the damage taken. Thus, what Longshu needed to do was to strike first. However, this time, Longshu miscalculated after the Tyrannosaurus' Thunder Fang bit into Dragonite's left shoulder. Electric sparks rapidly spread throughout Dragonite's body from the wound, paralyzing it, and causing the destructive beam that had been gathered in its mouth to dissipate quietly. What luck! Sichuan's mouth twitched slightly. Thunder Fang has a small probability of inducing the paralysis status. When paralyzed, a small spirit's speed significantly decreases, and at times they cannot act due to the surging electricity within their body. Instinctively, Sichuan looked at Longshu beside him, who appeared unfazed. In the battles Longshu had faced, surprises were never in short supply, and for him, the Tyrannosaurus' actions merely delayed its defeat. Use Thunder Punch. Long's first priority was to separate Dragonite from the Tyrannosaurus, which was still tightly biting down on Dragonite's left shoulder. Dragonite endured the pain and raised its right paw, the lightning flashing as it struck the Tyrannosaurus' left face. If the Tyrannosaurus had a trainer, they would certainly have instructed it to continue using Thunder Fang. After all, in a direct confrontation, Dragonite was at a disadvantage. However, for the Tyrannosaurus, which also possessed dragon and flying attributes, Thunder Punch dealt normal damage, and it did not have the protection of Multiscale. Thus, even in the state of counterscale, the Tyrannosaurus instinctively loosened its grip and was subsequently kicked away by Dragonite. Use Quick Attack to create distance, then use Rest. The paralysis state had a significant impact on Dragonite, and even in quick attack state, its speed had visibly decreased. In this state, using rest to recover stamina and eliminate the paralysis status was the optimal solution. However, the Tyrannosaurus would not give Dragonite a chance to catch its breath. Although the side effects of counterscale left the Tyrannosaurus somewhat dizzy, it still immediately flapped its wings and charged toward Dragonite. Facing the aggressively approaching Tyrannosaurus, Dragonite, with its eyes tightly closed and suspended in midair, seemed about to be subjected to a one-sided beating. However, Sichuan and the others were not worried. This was because Longsis Dragonite possessed another characteristic, an exceptionally high mastery of the move Sleep. However, this Dragonite was said to have had sleepwalking issues since childhood, giving it a high aptitude for sleep talk. Thus, the sleeping state did not affect its battle capabilities in the slightest. Dodge to the left and use Dragon Dance. There is no need to use commands and sleep talk. The fast dragon seems to have etched the move into its very DNA, allowing it to accurately receive Longz's commands even in slumber. The violent flying dragon did not expect the fast dragon to act while in a sleep state, as its seemingly ferocious dragon claws were gracefully evaded by the fast dragon's elegant dragon dance. Under Longz's command, the violent flying dragon was completely led into the rhythm of the fast dragon. Each of the violent flying dragon's attacks appeared to be a bit half-hearted, like a child being toyed, with igniting the fury of the violent flying dragon, who had long considered itself no longer attempting to tear apart the fast dragon with dragon claws or thunder fong. The violent flying dragon suddenly halted, and the sky above darkened in an instant, swirling black clouds coiling together. Everyone retreat. All gym-level trainers, please protect the surroundings. Long Su's expression changed for the first time. This was the precursor to the Dragon-type ultimate move, Meteor Shower. As the most powerful known Dragon-type move, the range covered by this technique was also quite extensive. The violent flying dragon abandoned close combat, opting to use the Meteor Shower, a move that would leave the fast dragon with no place to hide. What made Longz's expression unusual was not the high power of the Meteor Shower, but rather that, logically speaking, a wild violent flying dragon should not have learned this move at all. This also applied to the earlier Thunder Fong. Trainers generally categorize moves into three types. One type is level-up moves. When a Pokemon reaches a certain level, these moves are released like locked instincts, allowing the Pokemon to learn them naturally. The second type is inherited moves, directly passed down from the Pokemon's parents, like the Charmander, which possesses 3 inherited moves. The last type is taught moves, which trainers can teach their Pokemon through technical machines or other methods, allowing them to learn more moves to cover their weaknesses or become stronger. The biggest difference between wild Pokemon and those trained by trainers is that wild Pokemon, aside from a few that have inherited moves, mostly can only learn their level-up moves. As for this violent flying dragon, it lived in the secret realm for many years and was completely different from the Pokemon that had close contact with humans, like the Fire Dragon clan leader. Thus, this violent flying dragon, logically, should not have learned Thunder Fong and Meteor Shower, both of which are not level-up moves. Unless they are inherited moves, could this violent flying dragon's parents have been trained by a trainer. Strangely, Long Su felt a faint sense of oppression. Three-headed evil dragon, Double Axe Drakazalt, Sound Wave Dragon, Lizard King Go. Counting the fast dragon that was already battling the violent flying dragon, and the Ziki King Niao protecting Long Su, these 6 Pokemon were all at the champion level, with 2 being quasi-divine Pokemon. The luxurious lineup left all the trainers envious, yet there was also an unsettling feeling in their hearts. Why had Champion Long Su suddenly deployed all 6 of his Pokemon? Clearly, the battle rhythm had already been grasped by the fast dragon. Senior Sichuan, have everyone withdraw from the secret realm immediately. Long Su instructed with a serious expression. He needed to defeat the violent flying dragon in the shortest time possible and investigate this secret realm again. This secret realm was definitely not as simple as it appeared. However, just as everyone besides Sichuan, Long Su, and a researcher had evacuated, the violent flying dragon was already beaten to the point of helplessness by the 5 Pokemon, only able to retaliate with injuries as it soared into the sky, letting out a heart-rending roar that echoed continuously throughout the secret realm. Despite the fact that in the next moment, the moves from the 5 champion-level Pokemon struck the violent flying dragon, it had been severely injured and fell to the ground in less than a minute. Yet the researcher, who had been leaning against Sichuan, noticed something unusual trembling as he said, "Champion Long Su, the energy concentration in the secret realm is rising rapidly. What level has the alert reached?" "It's already nearly reaching level 1. A level 3 alert indicates a high probability of champion-level Pokemon appearing, and what does it mean for it to be nearly at level 1? Sichuan was already drenched in cold sweat, while the researcher had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, frantically typing on the keyboard atop the Shichi Qingyao. The data shows that the energy source is at the center of the secret realm. The researcher instinctively looked towards the west, where the energy fluctuations originated. Without any prompts, both Long Su and Su Chuan felt the energy waves radiating out. Centered around a towering snow-capped mountain at the heart of a secret realm, the clouds parted, trees swayed under the shockwave, yet all the Pokémon fell silent. Whether soaring in the sky, swimming in the water, or cautiously watching the sky from the forest, the Pokémon all turned to face the snow-capped mountain in an instant, falling quiet. This tranquil sense of pilgrimage, set against the unending waves of energy, appeared particularly eerie. Lai Mu, a clear and ethereal voice, rang out exceptionally crisp in this previously silent secret realm. If it weren't for the damned eerie atmosphere, Su Chuan would have found the voice extremely pleasant, but now all he wanted was to escape this secret realm as quickly as possible. He even hoped that the owner of this voice would merely call out a couple of times and not appear. However, as if to defy Su Chuan's wishes, a Pokémon burst forth from the snow-capped mountain, soaring through the clouds. This pure white Pokémon was free of any blemishes, and in Su Chuan's mind the only words that could describe it were sacred. It resembled a fusion of a white bird and a western dragon with massive wings. Its entire body was covered in soft white fur like feathers. The blue irises and jet-black scara enhanced its mystique, while long cloud-like hair atop its head swayed gracefully, reminiscent of a streamer's tassel. Its face was akin to that of a white wolf with two metallic rings around its neck, and its abdomen was enveloped in soft white fur. Its feet had clearly defined textured protrusions, and the overall shape of its shins was rather slender. The silver claws on its front feet were long and sharp, while its hind feet stood on claws resembling high heels, making the overall paw shape quite keen. Like its neck, the base of its tail was encircled by two metallic rings beneath, which lay a layer resembling an engine. The end of its tail seemed to gently rise like flames or smoke, evoking the image of the holy fire torch, pursuer of the true white dragon, Lai Shiram. Long Su gazed at Lai Shiram, which soared through the clouds like a fighter jet, murmuring softly. Su Chuan had never seen such a complex expression on Long Zu's face, interwoven with desire, fear, eagerness, and confusion. However, Lai Shiram gave no time for Long Su and Su Chuan to reflect. It swiftly targeted the two small thieves daring to scurry in its domain. Green flames burst forth from Lai Shiram's mouth, a move Su Chuan had never seen before, as Long Su quickly snapped from his daze into a combat stance. Hold the line. Aside from the Ziki King Yao carrying Long Su and the researcher, the other 5 Pokémon formed a defensive line, and a verdant barrier ignited. As Su Chuan and Long Su urged the Beedrill and Shichi Qingyao to retreat, the verdant barrier met the green flames as if snow met fire, silently melting away. The first layer, the second layer, until the fourth layer of barriers, the green flames gradually dissipated. Strangely, Lai Shiram seemed to have no intention of wiping them out completely, merely observing as Long Su and Su Chuan retreated from high above. The moment Long Su and Su Chuan exited the secret realm, the spatial passage of the secret realm vanished like a closed dam gate. If it weren't for the staff and trainers scattered across the mountains, one might think the secret realm had never existed. Champion Long Su, what's going on? The chief administrator had arrived at the secret realm, followed by a group of high-ranking officials. We'll discuss it later. In Su Chuan's view, his experiences over the past 2 days were the most thrilling of his life, truly walking on the edge of death. However, because of this, he learned many things he should not have known. If it weren't for this chance encounter, he might have had to wait until he reached the level of a king-class trainer for the Pokémon Alliance to disclose this information to him. As for that researcher, he was reassigned to the capital city to carry out corresponding work. However, for Su, when it was just that his father went out for a stroll for 2 days, and he hadn't even explored the skills of his little Charizard before Su Chuan returned. Seeing Su Chuan, who looked travel-worn and weary, Wang Xian immediately went to prepare hot water and lunch for him, hoping he could rest properly. Su then sat next to Su Chuan. Dad, what happened? Why did the secret realm suddenly close? He knew that the news about the Cloud City secret realm was no longer visible on the forum, indicating that the Alliance must have intervened. The sudden disappearance of a secret realm that was supposed to merge with the present world felt shrouded in mystery. However, Su Chuan merely ruffled Su Wen's hair. Nothing happened. The closure of the secret realm is simply due to instability. Su Chuan did not disclose anything about the secret realm to Su Wen, but Su Wen merely pouted, understanding that his father was not telling the truth. This was because Chunyu had messaged him saying that someone on the adoption forum mentioned that Dragon King Long Su seemed to have escaped from the secret realm with 2 others. To let the strongest king escape this secret realm must be extraordinary. However, that post was deleted in less than a minute of being posted, which was why Chunyu, who spent all day on the forum, was able, knowing that his father would not tell him anything, Su Wen didn't press the issue. He thought that once he gained enough strength, his father would eventually share with him. After confirming that Su Chuan was not injured, Su Wen returned to the backyard to interact with his little Charizard. This morning, Su Wen wanted to see how many of the 3 inherited skills his little Charizard could use. He discovered that apart from Dragon Claw, which could barely be imbued with an almost invisible green glow, the reverse scale and Dragon Dive could not be used at all. The road ahead is long and arduous. However, Sue was pleasantly surprised that although his little Charizard did not enjoy training, it was quite enthusiastic about practicing its moves. During the brief period while Sue was questioning, Su Chuan, the little Charizard, which he thought would be slacking off, was actually diligently practicing Dragon Claw against the air over and over again. "Let's take a break," Sue said with a smile. The little Charizard walked over to Sue somewhat distressed, unable to even properly condense the Dragon Claw, let alone use it. Sue comforted him. Dragon Claw is among the top tier of claw moves recorded. It's not that easy. Let's start with the basics of the claw moves first. There's a notion that when using moves of the same type as their own attribute, a Pokemon's power is significantly enhanced. The little Charizard does not possess the Dragon attribute, which means that even if it mastered Dragon Claw, it would not be able to unleash its full power. However, Sue had already obtained the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard X. If he could find the evolution key, then the Mega Charizard X after evolution would indeed have the Dragon attribute. Even if it couldn't Mega evolve, mastering Dragon-type moves would allow the little Charizard to expand its combat potential. If it were to battle against Dragonite Pokemon in the future, the power of Fire-type moves would be diminished, making Dragonite moves a sharp sword. Thus, Sue decided to focus on mastering Fire-type and Flying-type moves with Dragon-type moves as secondary and supplementing other skills as needed based on their combat applicability. Currently, aside from inherited skills, the little Charizard only knew 3 moves: Scratch, Growl, and Ember. There's no need to train Scratch and Growl. These 2 initial moves are akin to a human's flailing and noise attacks, having almost no training value. Or rather, they are of no use to the current little Charizard. A punch from an infant is vastly different from a punch from a martial arts master. Only after the little Charizard's strength increases to the first tier will Sue take it to practice combat techniques. After integrating the aura into the little Charizard, Sue entered that state of unity once again. Through exploration, Sue found that this state of unity was the most energy-consuming. However, if he merely attracted energy to assist the little Charizard's training, he could maintain it for a considerable period. He felt the 6 stars, symbolizing the 6 skills once more. Little Charizard use Ember. Without needing to speak, Sue conveyed his intent directly to the little Charizard through the aura. The little Charizard was initially astonished, curious about how Sue communicated with it, but soon followed Sue's command. The flames on its tail ignited, the temperature surged, and then with a gentle flick of its tail, a small ember flower floated out. Along with it was Sue's consciousness. Sue instinctively touched his tailbone. In that brief moment, Sue even thought it was he who had used Ember. As his mind trembled, the aura fluctuated violently, and the connection with the little Charizard was instantly severed. After calming himself down, Sue once again merged his aura with the little Charizard. Little Charizard used Ember again. Sue had never heard of this state, and naturally had no experience, so he could only explore slowly. Thus he repeatedly merged the aura, released it, merged the aura, and released it again. Until his energy was exhausted, he still could not familiarize himself with this state. Ting 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 burp, exhausted Sue tilted his head back and downed half a bottle of ice cola. The little Charizard was equally tired, absorbing energy from the charcoal, while looking at Sue with a pitiful expression, making Sue feel a bit guilty. "Let's wrap up today's skill practice and start training for the rest of the time," Sue asked the little Charizard. Roar, roar. The little Charizard quickly stood up, waving its small hands to indicate that it was still good to go, which made Sue chuckle. He hadn't expected this little guy to be so resistant to training. However, escape was still impossible. To reduce the little Charizard's resistance, Sue decided to break the training time into smaller segments throughout the day. In total, Sue arranged 2 hours of training time for the little Charizard in a day. With the assistance of Sue and the Firestone, 2 hours was enough for the little Charizard to reach its daily energy absorption limit. For other Pokemon, relying solely on absorbing the not-so-dense energy in the city, they wouldn't even reach their limit after training for 24 hours without eating or drinking. After forcing the little Charizard to train for a quarter of an hour, Sue entered skill training with the little Charizard. "Let's try Scratch. Use that target as your objective." The result of repeatedly using Ember was extremely slow progress, so Sue decided to try a different skill. Upon hearing this, the little Charizard looked at a wooden target, which had been specially processed and was relatively sturdy. Raising its right claw a layer of grayish-white that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, enveloped the little Charizard's short claw. Clang! The friction against the target surprisingly produced a metallic sound, and as expected, there were only 3 white marks on the target. However, this time, Sue was not flung away and the aura did not disconnect. In fact, Sue felt that the little Charizard's method of exerting force was incorrect. When he was younger, Sue had practiced combat for a while with Uncle Jolie, but ultimately gave up for various reasons. However, during that time, Sue did learn a straight punch technique. The leg must push, the waist must turn, the shoulder must follow, and the force must strike the punch's surface. With a single blow, nothing remains unbroken. In a daze, Sue instinctively activated the aura. He then saw the little Charizard twist its waist and turn, delivering a direct scratch towards the wooden target. This time, instead of a clang of impact, there was a dull thud as the little Charizard's sharp claw pierced into the wooden target. As the little fire dragon pierced the wooden target, Su's consciousness was jolted out for the first time by the fire dragon's actions. This indicated a significant fluctuation in the fire dragon's spirit. Looking at the 3 claw marks on the wooden target, the fire dragon and Su exchanged glances, falling into a moment of silence. Roar! The little fire dragon, curious yet urging, prompted Su to once again connect with the waveguide. This epiphany-like feeling instantly became addictive for the fire dragon. If one could benefit without effort, who would willingly strive? Su chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, this is the only technique I can perform. The little fire dragon's round eyes swiveled twice, then it looked at Su with a hint of inquiry. Su widened his eyes, pointing at himself. You want me to learn quickly? In an instant, Su seemed to glimpse his own future. While all trainers were instructing their little spirits, he found himself being trained by a spirit instead. No way. Absolutely not. However, seeing the 4 parts pleading, 3 parts hopeful, and 3 parts mischievous in the fire dragon's gaze, Su realized he could not refuse. If he rejected the little fire dragon, then there would be no training for it in the future unless he changed his mind and decided to become a breeder. His mother would probably be very happy. Rubbing his back molars, Su said with a bit of toothache, All right, but you must train seriously, little fire dragon. At the same time, Su made up his mind that in the future, when capturing little spirits, he must be cautious in using the waveguide's effects. For now, having just 1 little fire dragon was manageable. But once he captured 5 or 6 little spirits, if each one required him to practice, he wouldn't have a life left. After negotiating with the little fire dragon, they confirmed that whenever the fire dragon practiced skills, Su would also study alongside, while all combat techniques would be entrusted to Su to practice with the fire dragon supervising. As a condition of exchange, all of the fire dragon's training must be arranged by Su, and the fire dragon could not be picky. Xiao, when it's time to prepare dinner. Wang Xian shouted from the entrance of the backyard, and Su then realized that dinner time had crept up on him. As usual, he first prepared food for the little spirits at home, while Wang Xian and AI Guanshi were almost done with dinner. During dinner, Su and Su Chuan both remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts, transforming what was usually a warm dinner atmosphere into a moment of quietude. AI Guanshi seemed to sense the strange atmosphere at the table, with her 2 ponytails drooping down, silently drinking milk and not daring speak, while the little fire dragon continued to wag its tail and eat without a care. Wang Xian gently tapped the table. You two, what's wrong? 1 big, 1 small, both silent. Are you putting on a show of silent lambs? If the food isn't good, you can say so. Su Chuan, seeing his wife was angry, forced a smile. No, your cooking is the best, dear. After dinner, I need to discuss something with you. Su scratched his head. I was just thinking about when Uncle Zhou and Sister Wan would return. Uncle Zhou is Su Chuan's friend Zhou Li, who is also a dojo-level trainer. A month and a half ago, Zhou Li took his daughter Zhou Wan away from Yun City to find suitable initial little spirits, and Su had lost contact with Zhou Wan. This was also why, when the secret realm appeared, Zhou Li was not summoned by the special order from Yun City. Now Su wanted to learn combat techniques from Zhou Li, silently pondering when Zhou Li and his daughter had left. Su Chuan thought for a moment. Last week your Uncle Zhou mentioned to me that he would be back soon, probably in the next few days. What is Sister Wan's initial little spirit? Su asked. Su Chuan smiled. When Zhou Wan returns, you can ask her yourself. What's wrong missing that girl? Su could not help but shiver. Thinking of Zhou Wan was best avoided that violent girl. Zhou Wan had always been the big sister to Su Wan and Chun Yu since childhood, and this title was earned through sheer. On a street in Yun City, asking who is the father in the circle of trainers, there were almost no children who did not submit to Zhou Wan. No, I just want to learn some combat techniques from Uncle Zhou. Su hastily waved his hands. Is that so? Su Chuan seemed to have thought of something and did not ask Su why he wanted to learn combat, almost laughing. Then you can find him when Uncle Zhou returns. Wang Xian frowned. You as a child didn't persist in learning combat before. Why do you suddenly want to learn? Su clenched his fist. Isn't it just to cultivate masculinity? Once the topic was raised, the atmosphere during dinner improved, and AI Guanshi perked up, even proactively washing apples for Su after dinner. After dinner, Su first took the little fire dragon back to his room, while Wang Xian only returned to her room with Su Chuan after tidying up the dishes. After a moment of tenderness lying in Su Chuan's embrace, she asked, Chuan, what do you want to discuss with me? Su Chuan hesitated for a long time, finally stealing his heart. Dear, I want to go out and train. During the Secret Realm adventure, Su Chuan realized that this so-called dojo-level strongest trainer was really nothing special. The so-called strongest dragon, Su could only escape in a flurry from the attacks of that white dragon Reshiram. How could he protect his wife and child? Thus he must seek opportunities to become stronger. However, the imagined storm did not come. Wang Xian simply said gently, okay. Su Chuan was surprised. Dear, you're not against it. Wang Xian tapped Su Chuan's forehead. Do you think I'm unreasonable in your eyes? You are a trainer. It was because of me that you gave up continuing your adventures to stay in Yin City, right? Now that you want to venture again, I'm sure you have your reasons. After a slight pause, Wang Xian sighed. Xiao Wen is so sensible. I have nothing to worry about. Why would I continue? Su Chuan was taken aback. Wait, dear, are you planning to train with me? Wang Xian seemed to imply that the couple was going to leave Su when at home as a stay-at-home child. Wang Xian rolled her eyes at Su Chuan. What? Did you make plans with some female trainer? The underlying threat in her words frightened Su Chuan into hurriedly agreeing. After their discussion, they decided that once Su was settled in school, they would leave Yun City to seek opportunities for Wang to break through to the champion level. Su Wen never expected that before he even came of age, his parents had already deemed him capable of living on his own. In the following time, Su Wen continued to train steadily with the little fire dragon, whose strength was perceptibly increasing step by step, but there was still no news from Zhou Li and Zhou Wan. It was only a week before school started that the little fire dragon had approached the peak of 0 stage and learned the new skill smokescreen when Zhou Wan's message finally came through. Just got home call if anything. The straightforward message was very much like Zhou Wan, and Su Wen nodded, making a call. P.S. attached is a picture of the dual-colored axe dragon. After the call connected, Su Wen's voice turned exceptionally gentle with a hint of flattery in his tone. What's wrong? You called me 17 or 18 times while I was away from home, and I'm too lazy to check the messages. The voice on the phone carried a sense of heroism unmistakably belonging to a decisive girl. Su Wen thought for a moment and asked, Is Uncle Zhou at home? I want to learn combat skills from him. Zhou Wan said in surprise, Aren't you uninterested in combat? It was I who dragged you to practice for a month back. Then, why do you want to learn it now? Su Wen felt slightly embarrassed and replied, Wan Jia, times have changed. With my small stature, I certainly need to train well. However, Su Wen lamented inwardly, If it weren't for little Charizard, I would never have touched combat in my life. Zhou Wan chuckled ambiguously on the other end of the line. My dad went to handle some business after sending me back, so just Su Wen was dumbfounded and instantly understood why his father had such a strange smile yesterday. It turned out he already knew Uncle Zhou had business to attend to, and he would probably only be practicing with Zhou Wan. Licking his slightly dry lips, Su Wen steeled himself and impatiently replied, Okay, Wan Jia, I'll come find you this afternoon. Zhou Wan responded, I still have to check the dojo this afternoon. Come in the evening, find me at the training ground by 6:30, and remember to bring your little Charizard for me to see. What is your initial Pokemon, Wan Jia? Su Wen wasn't surprised that Zhou Wan knew his initial Pokemon was little Charizard. It must be because his father had bragged about it to Uncle Zhou. After all, it could barely be considered a recognition from a champion-level Charizard. Before hanging up, Zhou Wan left a remark, You'll know when you come. Looking at little Charizard, who was training nearby, Su Wen stepped forward and playfully molded its face into various shapes, saying, Little Charizard, I've put in a lot for you this time. Little Charizard completely couldn't comprehend what its trainer had sacrificed, merely tilting its head in confusion while looking at Su Wen. At 6:30 in the evening, Su Wen arrived on time at the dojo training ground at Zhou Wan's house. The students had all left, and only Zhou Wan was there, dressed in a loose white training outfit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, sitting cross-legged on the ground waiting for Su Wen. And the small Pokemon sitting beside Zhou Wan with its eyes closed could be recognized by Su Wen at a glance. However, unlike the common leek ducks in the summer country, which are covered in grayish-brown feathers with a creamy white chest and belly, this leek duck was different. It had 3 upright hairs on its head, a black V shape on its forehead, and held a leek in one wing. This leek duck was more robust than the ones in the summer country, with a deeper feather color and sharper eyes, the V pattern resembling more of an eyebrow, and its leek was thicker than that of the summer country's leek duck, like a long spear resting on its shoulder. This was the unique leek duck from England. No wonder Zhou Wan had spent so long looking for an initial Pokemon. Little Charizard, in this unfamiliar place, timidly followed Su when taking small steps and tightly grabbing the hem of his clothes with its small claw. Change your clothes. Zhou Wan tossed a clean training outfit that had been prepared beside her to Su Wen, who nearly fumbled to catch it in his flustered state. After changing clothes, Su Wen adjusted his belt and asked, Wan Jia, where did you find this English leek duck? It must have been difficult to capture. Pokemon are tightly regulated between countries, and it's hard for Pokemon from the English region to circulate into the summer country, just as the summer country controls the outflow of Pokemon to prevent them from being studied by other countries. Capturing this leek duck was no easier than Su when capturing little Charizard. However, the summer country has plenty of combat-type Pokemon, and Uncle Zhou is a combat-type dojo-level trainer. So why did he specifically want to capture a leek duck? Zhou Wan patted the back of the leek duck, saying, Because only this child can resonate with me. So the reason Zhou Li could become an exceptionally skilled combat trainer was that he possessed a special ability to rapidly impart his martial arts experience to Pokemon that could resonate with him. Thus, combat-type Pokemon became Zhou Li's first choice for capturing Pokemon. As Zhou Li's daughter, Zhou Wan naturally inherited this ability, but her resonance ability was considerably weaker than Zhou Li's, as none of the Pokemon in the dojo could resonate with her. Therefore, after many heart-to-heart talks with Zhou Li, one even had to give up on the concept of capturing a Machop. The resonance ability shared by Zhou Li and Zhou one was somewhat similar to Su Wen's aura ability, but the limitations of their abilities were too great, and they could only impart martial arts experience, while Su Wen felt he could impart everything he had mastered to his Pokemon. In other words, if Su Wen mastered the principle of using Flamethrower, even if he couldn't use it himself, he could teach little Charizard to use it quickly through his aura. What about you? Why suddenly want to practice combat? Is it related to your little Charizard? Zhou Wan originally wanted to pet little Charizard, but it dodged away, leaving her to retract her hand in disappointment. Su Wen scratched his head and said, "Actually, I awakened an ability similar to yours, Wan Jia." Oh. Zhou Wan looked at Su Wen as if he were a curious creature, and then said with regret, "Did you only awaken it after capturing little Charizard? Shouldn't you switch to another Pokemon? Capturing a combat-type initial Pokemon would help you the most." Zhou Wan clearly regarded Su Wen's ability as similar to her own, while little Charizard, who had been hiding behind Su Wen, seemed to understand Zhou Wan's meaning and peeked out half its head, glaring angrily at Zhou Wan. Roar! Little Charizard protested by waving its claws. Su Wen smiled and reassured, "Of course my little Charizard is the best." Zhou Wan stood up, lightly flipping her head to toss her ponytail back. "There's only a week until school starts. After that there might not be much time for training, so make the most of it before then along with little Charizard and Leek Duck." Since Su Wen had some foundation, Zhou Wan decided to give him advanced training in advance, and she wouldn't let little Charizard, who was watching from the sidelines, off easily either, especially since this little guy had refused to let her pet it. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Zhou Wan's mouth, causing both Su Wen and little Charizard to shiver involuntarily, especially little Charizard, who never expected it would also have to train. Wasn't it agreed that it would be responsible for cultivation, while Su Wen took care of combat? Little Charizard didn't dare to cause trouble for Zhou Wan and could only look wistfully at Su Wen. Su Wen, however, raised little Charizard's paw and chuckled. "It's fine, let's have double the training and double the fun." Although he had originally planned to wait until little Charizard broke through to the first stage before practicing combat skills, seeing that Zhou Wan's Leek Duck was only at the peak of the 0 stage, he thought it should be fine for little Charizard to practice, now especially since it had shown stable growth under his training during this time. Roar! Little Charizard ultimately had no choice but to train alongside Su Wen under Zhou Wan's. However, compared to Su Wen's rather harsh training, the training for little Charizard and Leek Duck was much gentler, as both Pokemon were only laying the groundwork. One must admit Zhou Wan had indeed learned quite a bit of her father Zhou Li's training methods over the years. Von Yit, take it easy. Su Wen thought to himself that he must definitely convince Chunyu to come over next time so they could endure the beating together. After all these years, the taste of his fist had never changed. Meanwhile, far away in a dark place, Chunyu couldn't help but sneeze at Chu. Wiping his nose, he muttered to himself, "It must be Su Wen talking about me. He probably has no good intentions. I should wait until school starts to go back." P.S. attached is a picture of the English Leek Duck. In the week before school started, Su Wen's days were filled to the brim. He would wake up with the little fire dragon around 9 or 10 in the morning, brush his teeth, wash his face, have lunch, then rest for a while in the backyard before 2 hours of cultivation and 2 hours of skill training. At 6:30 in the evening, he gathered with Zhou Wan for training, beginning a 2.5-hour combat training. There was a small incident where a peak-level dojo trainer came to challenge Su Chuan, known as the Absentee King, wanting to test the strength of this so-called strongest dojo-level Pokemon. The outcome, of course, was a thorough beating. Under Zhou Wan's serious tutelage, Su Wen made rapid progress, although according to Zhou Wan this was called cultivating combat instincts. With Su Wen's aura and Zhou Wan's resonance, the combat skills of the little fire dragon and the Leek's Duck also soared to new heights, directly entering a mutual brawl mode. However, due to Zhou Wan's combat experience being something Su Wen couldn't learn overnight, the little fire dragon ended up losing more than it won. On the last day before school started, the little fire dragon conveniently entered the first tier, and after finishing his combat training in the evening, Su Wen didn't rush to leave, but asked Sister Wan, "Have the class divisions been announced?" "Which class are you in?" Zhou Wan exclaimed, "Oh," and said, "Not yet, let me take a look." With that, she took out her phone to scroll through. It wasn't that Zhou Wan was completely disconnected from the world, but Zhou Li was out for something, and Zhou Wan didn't want to close the dojo again, as the students had already voiced their opinions. Thus, Zhou Wan took on the role of a temporary combat coach. Of course, teaching about Pokemon would have to wait until Zhou Li returned. However, just teaching the students combat skills had already kept Zhou Wan so busy that she hardly had time to check her phone during the day. "I'm in class 3, and you?" Zhou Wan found an email from Yun City High School among a pile of message notifications. Su Wen shrugged. "Him in class 2, the same class as Chunyu." As soon as the email was sent, Chunyu had called Su Wen, which made Su Wen curious about how this guy managed to be so well-informed all 24 hours. Speaking of Chunyu, Zhou Wan crossed her arms and said with a hint of gossip, "That guy, Chun, you hasn't met with us all summer. I wonder what he's been busy with. He hasn't been swept away by some girl, has he?" Su Wen instinctively refuted, "No way." With Chun Yu's cunning nature. Thinking carefully, although Chun Yu was cunning, he was also smooth-tongued, and had been called a friend of women since childhood. It's possible he really did charm some girl. Zhou placed her hand on Su Wen's shoulder and leaned closer, saying, "If you hear any news, let me know right away." Su Wen is getting worthy. Although Zhou had a strong personality, her gossiping nature hadn't changed at all. He responded, "Don't worry, Sister Wan. Just ask Yu. He wouldn't dare not tell you." Zhou rolled her eyes at Su Wen fine, but during this entire summer, Yu has only sent me a few messages and hasn't called even once. Let's meet at the school gate tomorrow morning. My dad isn't home, so if there's anything that requires a parent's presence, I might need to trouble Uncle Su. No problem. Su Wen gestured, and he and the little fire dragon went back to prepare for some rest. However, after returning home, Su Wen was hit with a bombshell of news. "Dad, you're saying you're going on a trip with Mom." Su Wen stared blankly at Su Chuan and Wang Xian. Su Chuan corrected him. "To be precise, all the Pokemon at home, including AI Guanshi, will be taken away. The dojo will temporarily close, leaving you alone at home." "What the hell? At least leave Xiao AI behind." Su Wen couldn't help but want to curse. Even AI Guanshi was taken away, leaving him truly feeling like a solitary person. As for the dojo closing, Su Wen had no real thoughts about it. Su Chuan's dojo didn't have any special projects, just Pokemon education. Unlike Zhou, who could keep part of the dojo running, Su Wen couldn't hold it up at all. Su Chuan waved his hand, "Stop thinking about it. I'm just here to inform you, not to discuss it with you." Su Wen glanced at Wang Xian for help, only to find her hiding and chuckling softly. "All right, you guys go ahead." Su Wen had lived alone before in his past life. He was just not used to it now after getting accustomed to having someone take care of him. Seeing Su Wen easily compromised, Su Chuan was not surprised. After all, Su Wen had been quite mature since childhood, though otherwise he wouldn't have felt comfortable leaving him alone at home. After giving Su Wen some advice on things to watch out for, Su Chuan and Wang Xian started packing their bags. Given the situation, they would likely leave after Su Wen officially started school tomorrow. The ones who would miss Su Wen the most were the Pokemon, as without him, they wouldn't get to enjoy his delicious food for a long time. The next day, Su Wen woke up early, skillfully organizing his backpack and slinging it over one shoulder. I wonder what the differences are between high school and middle school. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Su Wen was pondering what subjects he would study in high school. The difference between middle school and high school in Pokemon Academy is significant, as middle school students have not yet received their Pokemon, so the focus is mainly on cultural subjects, whereas high school students have already captured their Pokemon, leading to completely different courses. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, Su Wen saw Zhou Wan dragging Yu by the scruff of his neck, smiling with a hint of menace while saying something. "Zistavan, I'm sorry. I won't do it again," Yu pleaded with his hands clasped together, then glanced at Su Wen, who was walking over. On, "Help me out." Su Wen pretended not to hear and instead looked at Zhou Wan's sister. "Wan, what's this guy done now?" Zhou Wan sneered. This brat was flirting with the director's daughter at the gate and almost got expelled on the spot. Su Wen gasped in surprise, giving Yu a thumbs up. "Brave man." Yu was in tears. How was I supposed to know flirting with a girl would cause such a big stir? "You three stop fooling around and get into school," Su Chuan said cheerfully as he approached. Zhou Wan then let go of Yu, and they greeted him, "Hello, Uncle Su." Then the three of them stepped into Yin City High School together, while a father nearby chuckled, "Brother, you're lucky to have these two sons and one daughter." Su Chuan didn't bother to refute and responded with a smile. "It seems classes 2 and 3 have the same homeroom teacher." Su Wen noticed a notice posted on a pillar, somewhat surprised, as homeroom teachers usually only manage one class. Yu sighed. "Big brother, look closely. That is the homeroom teacher for the special training class for trainers, not the cultural class homeroom teacher." There were actually 2 homeroom teachers for high school cultural courses and training courses, and Su Wen noticed the annotation below, which was clearly prepared specifically for people like him. To be precise, all 5 classes of Pokemon Trainer Specialization have the same homeroom teacher. Zhou Wan corrected, pointing to the other classes. "Your homeroom teacher is quite impressive," Su Chuan commented from behind the 3. Seeing the 3 turn their heads simultaneously, even some nearby students cast curious glances, Su Chuan didn't shy away. "Wu Yin, dojo level trainer. There's a saying in the trainer community, better to provoke a king than to provoke Yin Wang," referring to your homeroom teacher. "Is he that formidable?" Yu stretched his neck. Zhou Wan's mouth fell open slightly in surprise. Why would such an impressive trainer come here to teach? Surrounding students clearly became curious, all tending to gather closer. Su Chuan, however, remained silent, urging the 3 to hurry to their respective classes to report. Su Wen didn't ask, as he knew the story of this dojo-level trainer named Wu Yin, a character that could be described as... It was truly unexpected for Su Wen to learn about Wu Yin. When Su Wen was 6 or 7 years old, he remembered a highly talented trainer who visited the dojo accompanied by a little Pokemon named Raichu. After that trainer left, Su Chuan for the first time mused aloud about whether, had Wu Yin not met with misfortune, the current electric-type champion would have been someone else. Later, Su Wen specifically searched for information about Wu Yin on the forums and found that discussions about this trainer, who had been active over a decade ago, still continued. Over a decade ago, Wu Yan was one of the most talented trainers in Xia country, representing Pokémon with his Wu Yan's electric-type Pokémon had the ability speed boost, and together with his paralysis strategy, he dominated the trainer competitions across Xia country. However, when Wu Yan participated in that year's World Cup team battle, several countries conspired against Xia country. In order to cover the retreat of Xia's elite, Wu Yan chose to stay behind alone. The outcome was that all 3 of his participating Pokémon were slaughtered, including his Raichu, which was already on the brink of champion level. Since then, Wu Yan vanished without a trace and was never seen again in the Pokémon world. What surprised him was that Wu Yan had actually become the head teacher of the trainer class at Yin City Senior High School this year. No wonder all 5 class teachers were Wu Yan Su when had no doubt about his capabilities. However, a trainer from over a decade ago had been silent for so long. It was quite normal for this era to forget him. Dad, do you know why Wu Yan is our head teacher? Seeing that Su Chuan had no surprised expression, Su Wen knew his father must be aware. Su Chuan shook his head. I have some guesses, but am not very clear. If you don't need to know the reason, just know that if you follow Wu Yan closely, you will definitely learn a lot. Chen Yu, somewhat confused by Su Chuan's formality, retorted, Uncle Su, you're also a dojo-level trainer. How can Wu Yan be stronger than you? Su Chuan felt a bit embarrassed by this remark, but he didn't deny it. He lightly slapped the back of Chen Yu's head, saying, Little, you don't say that in front of others. Your Uncle Su might end up being criticized to the point of self-reproach. After all, Wu Yan had become this way for Xia country and for his teammates. Moreover, Wu Yan's fans were still thriving. If this word got out, who knows which champion-level trainer might come and knock on Su Chuan's door. Chen Yu awkwardly said, Got an Uncle Su. After sending Su Wen and the others to their respective classes, Su Chuan finally gave Su Wen some instructions before leaving the school. Su Wen watched Su Chuan's back, knowing that he might not see his father for a long time. Dad, when we meet next time, we must both become stronger. Su Wen silently thought to himself. He knew his father would never leave him home alone for the sake of a trip. To put it another way, even if his father had such an idea, his mother would definitely let Su Chuan know why the flowers bloomed so red. If both his parents could leave simultaneously, his father must also be trying to find a way to break through to champion level. Chen Yu learned that Su Chuan was going out and hooked his arm around Su Wen's shoulder, lamenting, Now, we 3 really are abandoned by our fathers and mothers. Su Wen cast aside some of his sadness and playfully locked Chen Yu's throat, saying, Honestly, what initial Pokémon did you capture? You've been so secretive, disappearing all summer. Chen Yu desperately patted Su Wen's hand, pleading, I was wrong, let go of me, and he'll tell you. Su Wen then released Chen Yu and turned his wrist, waiting for his response. Suddenly, Chen Yu took out his phone, and just as Su Wen was puzzled, 2 eyes suddenly opened on the phone screen. What the heck? Su Wen was startled, leaning back, almost falling. Thankfully, Chen Yu quickly pulled him back. TSK Tisk, haven't seen the world, have you? Chen Yu teased mercilessly. Su Wen finally regained his composure, locking eyes with those 2 eyes, and instantly realized what was happening. Rotom. Rotom is a highly valuable Pokémon possessing electric and ghost attributes, and its body is composed of the orange body is Rotom's core, surrounded by a blue translucent electric plasma that can manifest as Rotom's hands. What makes Rotom most valuable is that it can enter various electrical appliances, transforming into different forms. Currently, 5 appliances have been discovered to grant battle capabilities: microwave, washing machine, refrigerator, electric fan, and lawnmower. These 5 appliances correspond to heat Rotom, wash Rotom, freeze Rotom, spin Rotom, and cut Rotom. Each time Rotom transforms into one of these 5 appliances, its form and attributes change. Even without entering these 5 appliances, entering other devices like phones, computers, or tablets can significantly enhance their functions. You guy. Su Wen's eyes turned a bit green with envy. He had always wished for a Rotom in his phone that could automatically reply to messages, update software by itself, and even call him with a cute voice to wake him up. Wait a minute. Su Wen stared at Chen Yu, his eyes deep, and said, This summer you weren't chatting with Rotom, were you? Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly. No, Rotom was just helping me keep track of various messages. Finally, Su Wen understood why Chen Yu was always able to notice news instantly, even posts that were deleted in a minute. It turned out he had the best assistant. What did you capture this Rotom? Su Wen gently touched the red, lightning-shaped protrusion on the top of Chen Yu's phone, which was Rotom's sensory organ. This is a long story. Chen Yu sighed, his eyes filled with pride. I awakened a special ability. Su Wen looked at Chen Yu, whose mouth was almost reaching the sky, and said, Both I and Wan Jie have awakened abilities. This finally brought Chen Yu back down. Huh, what abilities do you have? Wait, I guess Wan Jie's, it's martial resonance, right? What about yours? Chen Yu initially thought he was the main character, but didn't expect that each of his friends had their own abilities. Su Wen's ability was complicated to explain, so he said succinctly, It's somewhat similar to Wan Jie's, which is why I've been practicing combat with her recently. Quickly tell me what you did this summer. It all started when I awakened my ability at the beginning of summer vacation, Chen Yu recalled with some lingering fear. At that time, I was considering where to work during the summer when I was suddenly scared unconscious by a ghastly passing through the wall. When I woke up, I found myself in a dark forest. You went to the spirit world? So when Fronith? Chin, you look puzzled. You know about this. It's not like I don't go online. That girl from the capital with a strong affinity for ghost-type Pokémon matches your description perfectly. She probably just stepped in on her own. Chin, you thought about it and stopped dwelling on it. Anyway, I was scared to death at that time and had no idea where I was. My phone was out of battery and I couldn't contact you all. It was like calling for help but getting no response. Just when I was about to despair, I encountered Rotom. At that time, I wasn't even thinking about capturing it. Just when I was about to despair, later I calmed down and guessed I was in the spirit world, so asked Rotom how to get out. Rotom led me to a short little Pokemon, which communicated with me telepathically saying that if I wanted to go back, it could send me back. However, it also told me that I had awakened a ghost-type related ability and suggested that I stay in the spirit world for a while to stabilize my ability. Chinyu spread his hands, indicating he had finished speaking. A short little Pokemon. Suwon wasn't in a hurry to ask about Chinyu's ability anymore. Instead, he became curious about that little Pokemon. How to describe it? Chanyu scratched his head, striving to give a comprehensive description of the little sprite's appearance. It is a humanoid sprite about 70 centimeters tall, seemingly composed of a gray shadow of smoke. The area around its face resembles a helmet. The top of the helmet has two curved horns with a small horn between the ears. Its eyes are orange-eared with yellow pupils, and above each eye there is a yellow oval mark. Each wrist there's a smoky collar around its neck and a shadow on each foot. Suwon listened to Chun Yu's description, quickly searching his mind for all the sprites he knew, and finally came to a conclusion. Marshadao. Suwon thought to himself. Chun Yu nudged Suwon with his elbow. I've never seen this sprite. You might want to ask Uncle Su. Suwon shook his head. My dad probably doesn't know either. There should be some agreement between the spirit realm and the League Center, otherwise the League Center would have revealed it long ago. Chun Yu looked a bit disappointed. I see. So what is your ability? Suwon understood that a talent capable of stabilizing in the spirit realm for 2 months must be extraordinary. Chun Yu looked around and said mysteriously, let me demonstrate it to you. With that, Chun Yu quietly sneaked to the door and shouted, the homeroom teacher is coming. Although they had yet to develop a fear of the new homeroom teacher, the inherent sense of pressure caused the originally noisy classroom to fall silent instantly. Then they saw Chun Yu grinning. Just kidding. If gazes had substance, Chun, you would have been buried under a pile of looks. The girl sitting behind Su remarked softly, is this what they call social anxiety? Ignoring the strange looks from his classmates, Chun Yu stealthily returned to Su inside. Watch closely. Chun Yu lowered his finger above the Rotom on his phone, and a thread-like shadow slowly descended, merging into the Rotom upon contact. Though it seemed unbelievable, the aura's perception unmistakably informed Su when that this black line was the materialized ghost-type energy. Chun Yu lowered his voice, speaking sneakily. This is my ability. I can absorb the negative emotions of nearby beings and convert them into materialized ghost-type energy. The negative emotions just triggered can condense this much. Impressive, Suwon said sincerely. Although the prerequisites were somewhat harsh, the cost-performance ratio was simply astonishing compared to the rewards. The substance in the Firestone resembled flowing flames, which was actually materialized fire-type energy. Chun Yu's ability essentially allowed him to mold the dark stone by hand, and judging by this ability, he could mindlessly infuse this energy into sprites. It is known that without Suwon's assistance, it would be extremely difficult for the little Charizard to absorb energy from the Firestone. Thus, Chun Yu's ability was indeed extraordinary. Right, Chun Yu said animatedly. How do I compare with that girl from the capital city? Suwon seriously considered it, and then analyzed. It's hard to compare. From what I know, that girl's initial sprite is a tier 4 overlord level Jengar. Just based on that, your talents are quite similar, and I suspect she has hidden abilities as well. Chun Yu unusually did not refute, but crossed his arms. Indeed, just relying on high affinity, she can break the League's strict rule of only allowing capture of 0-tier sprites with her initial sprite. Just based on that, I should find it quite hard to compete. However, no worries. You just watch me reach professional level in a year, become an overlord in 2 years, reach gym leader level in 3 years, and become a champion in 4 years. Suwon held his forehead, pretending he didn't hear. Just then, someone shouted again, the teacher is here. Someone said without looking back, isn't it annoying? One joke is enough. However, the next moment, the classmate chatting with him cleared his throat twice, signaling him to turn around and take a look. This student seems to be quite dissatisfied with me. A middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline leaned in close, startling the boy. Ignoring the boy, the homeroom teacher walked to the podium and elegantly wrote the name Mu Hanji in large characters on the blackboard. After brushing off the chalk dust from his hands, he said, my name is Mu Hanji. If all goes well, I will be your companion for the next 3 years. I hope to receive your guidance, students. The boy, who was startled by Mu Hanji, took the lead in applauding, and the class then began to clap lightly. Teacher Mu pressed his hand down, signaling for silence. First, let me mention a few rules. First of all, during training sessions at school, you are not allowed to release your sprites like that Rotom over there. Teacher Mu glanced at Chun Yu, and Suwon had no idea how he noticed. Mu Hanji added, of course keeping Rotom in your phone is fine, but theoretically the school also prohibits bringing Theoretically, bold boy repeated. Teacher Mu looked at him and smiled. This rule will be explained to you by your training class teacher. I won't overstep my bounds, but before that meeting, except for today, I do not wish to see any students appearing in class with their phones tomorrow. Secondly, although you are all students of the trainer specialization, theoretical classes are also extremely important. During the college entrance examination, there are practical and theoretical segments, each worth 300 points, totaling 600 points. You all should know this, right? Yes, a bustling sound arose. Mu Hanji nodded. Then let me mention a few things you probably don't know. Since the reform of the college entrance examination 8 years ago, the highest average score and the lowest average score for practical assessments differ by 120 points, while the historical highest average score and lowest average score for theoretical assessments only differ by 35 points. Everyone understands what this implies, right? This means that compared to practical assessments, theoretical classes are segments where you absolutely cannot afford to lose points. If your practical scores are low, it may be due to the difficulty of that year's practical assessment, but if your theoretical scores are low, you'll truly distance yourself from others. Looking at the silent students below, Mu Hanji adjusted his glasses. I know many of you think I'm exaggerating the importance of theoretical classes while belittling practical training, but in reality, you can search for it online. I hope on the first day of school, no student comes with a mistaken mindset. Suwon noticed that his homeroom teacher was indeed very articulate and made a lot of sense. While other classes had already started moving books, his homeroom teacher was still talking passionately. Suwon slightly raised his right hand. This student, do you have a question? Mu Hanji's glasses seemed to gleam as he did not appreciate being interrupted. Suwon pointed outside. Teacher, I think if we don't move the books, soon we might miss the opening ceremony. Mu Hanji paused for a moment, then raised his wrist to check the time, his mouth twitching slightly. What is your name? Suwon. Mu Hanji nodded. You'll be the temporary class monitor then. Go lead the classmates to collect the books, and after collecting the books, gather on the playground immediately. Remember, don't miss the opening ceremony, or it'll deduct 1 point from your performance. Suwon's mind instantly felt like a herd of alpacas racing by. This was definitely struggling to suppress the impulse to sweep Mu Hanji's sparse hair away. Suwon called his classmates to hurry and move the books. For Suwon, this was nothing short of an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, his classmates were cooperative, and with the help of Chunyu, he managed not to miss the opening ceremony. I can tell that this homeroom teacher not only enjoys giving speeches, but also holds grudges, Chunyu whispered beside Su when during the principal's speech. Su, when feeling tired from moving books, said, having to deal with this homeroom teacher for 3 years, I'm already considering whether to switch classes. Not just Su-won and Chunyu, all the students had formed a negative impression of Mu Hanji. However, Mu Hanji showed no reaction to the whispers in the crowd and was instead happily chatting with a female teacher from class 3 next door. Thus, the crowd added another nickname for Mu Hanji, the greasy middle-aged lecher. The first day of school had no classes scheduled, making it potentially the most relaxed day of Su-won's entire high school life. After all the classmates finished their self-introductions, it was still not yet 11 o'clock. Compared to the introduction sessions Su-won had experienced before, now everyone inevitably spoke not only their names, but also about their little spirits. However, aside from a girl's Bulbasaur, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the class. On the contrary, when Chunyu mentioned that her little spirit was Rotom, it piqued the interest of many, and even some boys cheered for Chunyu to let Rotom out for a look, only to be met with a glare from Mu Hanji. Mu Hanji glanced at the time and said, there are still 40 minutes until class ends. Let's dismiss everyone at 11:30 for lunch. A cheer erupted at the announcement of finally this homeroom teacher had done something right. In this half hour, let's decide on a class monitor. Mu Hanji's gaze inadvertently drifted over to Suwon. The classmates exchanged glances. It was only the first day. How could they choose a class monitor? A girl sitting in the front row timidly suggested, how about Suwon? Suwon was taken aback. In his past life, he had been the class monitor, but this time he just wanted to be an ordinary student. However, before Suwon could decline, his classmates eagerly agreed to it. Thus, without giving Suwon a chance to express his opinion, he was pushed into the position of class monitor. Under Mu Hanji's insistence, Suwon had no choice but to take the stage and deliver a speech promising that he would work hard to serve his classmates, and so on. Having finally endured half an hour, Suwon thought he could finally go eat, but Mu Hanji let all the students go except for him, saying he wanted to discuss class monitor matters. Chunyu shot Suwon a look of good luck and unhesitatingly slipped away with the other boys who had gathered around. Looking at the silent Suwon beside him, Mu Hanji lightly slapped the back of Suwon's head and said, say something. Suwon looked at him in disbelief. Teacher Mu, didn't you say you wanted to discuss something? Is that so? Mu Hanji replied, non-committally, then shifted the topic. Do you know that your father originally planned for you to attend high school in the capital city? Suwon was filled with questions. Let me go to high school in the capital. Mu Hanji turned his face to see Suwon's bewildered expression and shook his head. It seems your father really didn't tell you. Do you know my father? Your father was my first batch of students. Before this, Suwon had never known that his dad had also attended Yundushi Senior High School. Without waiting for Su Wen to ask, Mu Hanji took the initiative to say, "The high school in the capital has far superior capabilities compared to Yundushi Senior High School. I requested your father to let you come to Yundushi Senior High." Request? Why? Su Wen asked in confusion. Mu Hanji's expression revealed a hint of melancholy for the first time. "Do you know about the Phoenix King Cup?" Su Wen nodded. "The largest national-level trainer competition for universities held every 4 years. I remember last year the team from Magic City University won. Then do you know about the Junior Phoenix King Cup?" Su Wen genuinely didn't know there was also a junior. Mu Hanji didn't keep him in suspense and explained, "If the Phoenix King Cup is the largest university trainer competition, then the Junior Phoenix King Cup is the largest high school trainer competition held in the same year as the Phoenix King Cup." Upon hearing it was a high school competition, Su Wen was no longer curious about why he hadn't heard of it. With the Phoenix King Cup as a precedent, it was normal for the Junior Phoenix King Cup to be less known. How does this relate to me staying at Yundushi? Su Wen suddenly thought of something unconsciously slow. Seeing Su Wen's reaction, Mu Hanji guessed that Su Wen had figured it out. "Exactly, I hope you can achieve a top 3 finish in the Junior Phoenix King Cup during your senior year. Teacher Mu, you think too highly of me." Su Wen was speechless. Did he really have such charisma? Mu Hanji chuckled. "Of course, it's not just you. Your friend Zhou Wanshun, you the second-place finisher, and I, Xuanya, and other potentially talented students. We're trying to keep as many of you as possible. It's normal to retain excellent students, but Yundushi's current approach is quite unusual. What conditions has the school offered to others?" Su Wen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Wan and Xinyu must also be unaware of this, meaning the 3 of them had received no benefits at all. A top-tier scholarship for 3 years, an opportunity to enter a high-level restricted area, and the school will fully cover the training costs for little spirits up to 1 million. Mu Hanji noticed Su Wen's displeasure and added, "Don't worry, your treatment will be the same as theirs. However, there are only 5 spots for the restricted area." 5 spots. Su Wen had experienced the financial burden of the Dragon Clan's leader and was now immune to talk of 1 million. Rather, he understood from Mu Hanji's implication that these 5 spots would require competition. Mu Hanji adjusted his sparse hair. "Of course competition is necessary. Money is a small matter, but do you think getting a spot in the restricted area is that easy? What does Yundushi intend to achieve with such a large investment? I can't believe it's just to secure a top 3 finish." Su Wen recalled Wu Yin. "Even teacher Wu Yin has been poached. Who are they trying to deal with? Either Yundushi aims to go further, but Yundushi is already the best high school in Yundushi. How else can they advance? It's only possible that they are about to be poked in the back by someone." Su Wen thought maliciously. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Mu Hanji's face grew even more bitter. Yundushi has failed to qualify for the Junior Phoenix King Cup for 2 consecutive times, while Yundushi Second Senior High School and Yundushi Haishu High School have both achieved good results in the Junior Phoenix King Cup these past 2 years. 2 consecutive failures to qualify. Su Wen calculated this meant Yundushi hadn't participated in the Junior Phoenix King Cup for nearly 10 years. Yes, there's been a strict order from above. If Yundushi cannot achieve good results again, the resource allocation for high schools in Yundushi will be rearranged in the future. Mu Hanji finally revealed the truth. Su Wen finally understood why Yundushi was behaving like a desperate gambler. It was indeed about being pushed down. Shouldn't this be more focused on the college entrance examination? Su Wen was somewhat incredulous. Could it be that Yundushi is even being outperformed by the second senior high school and Haishu in the college entrance exam? Not yet, but now there are voices saying that Yundushi has the best student resources, yet the training of trainers is so poor that they no longer deserve the best resources. It's indeed poor. Su Wen nodded unconsciously, only to receive another pat on the back of his head. Seeing the fierce expression on Teacher Mu's face, Su Wen quickly admitted his mistake. Mu Hanji snorted. For him, Yundushi was a place where he had invested half his life's work and could not be slandered. "Your father mentioned that your aura talent is excellent and that little Charizard has the best resources. That's why I put aside my pride and persuaded him to let you stay here." Mu Hanji looked at Su Wen with eyes full of expectation, which made Su Wen feel a bit embarrassed. "Can I tell Zhou Wan and Chunyu about this?" Su Wen initially didn't want to ask this question, but worried about potential repercussions later, he thought it was better to ask, as Teacher Mu was known for holding grudges. Mu Hanji contemplated for a moment. There's no need, they will find out sooner or later. With this, Su Wen felt reassured, thinking he would have to gauge Chunyu later, feeling quite pleased. P.S. Attached image of the Snow Demon Girl. Finally reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Su Wen had successfully sent off the homeroom teacher and turned to contact Xinyu, taking advantage of the last day. He could use his phone. "Where are you?" The call was answered almost instantly, as Su Wen entered the cafeteria, glancing around while in the third cafeteria window. 5. Come quickly to watch the show. From Chunyu's slightly lowered tone, Su Wen could sense his excitement, and he could still hear the sounds of fighting through the phone. "I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Su Wen hurriedly asked a senior for directions to the third cafeteria before sprinting off. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who received the news. As Su Wen made his way to the cafeteria, he noticed that the number of people around him had noticeably increased. The third cafeteria was already crowded, and Su had difficulty squeezing in. Over here. Chunyu was waving his hands, frantically calling out to Su. It turned out that Chunyu had secured an excellent spot, and Zhou Wan was standing right next to him. Upon reaching Chunyu, Su finally saw that in the center surrounded by a crowd were two small Pokémon in a standoff, a fiery sparrow and a snowy child with their trainers standing behind. What's going on? Su exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Mu had just stated that releasing Pokémon on campus was not allowed, yet here was someone breaking the law. Could it be an upperclassman? Chinyu was fixated on a slender girl in a sky blue long dress. Casually responding, I'm not sure if she's an upperclassman, but it seems that guy touched the girls but while waiting in line. Her friend asked him to apologize, but he refused and even seemed ready to fight. Classmate, how about we just end this here? The boy looked increasingly anxious as the crowd grew. The girl in the sky blue dress furrowed her brow angrily and said, taking advantage of my friend in front of so many people, and you want to end it here. Apologize to me. The boy panicked with so many witnesses. If he really apologized, his notorious reputation as a butt grabber would stick, and he might even face punishment. I'm telling you, don't slander me. If it comes to it, we can check the surveillance. The boy appeared quite confident, causing the crowd to nod in agreement. However, Su glanced around and noticed that there wasn't even a hint of surveillance in this cafeteria. Soon others also realized the situation and their expressions turned to disdain. It was obvious he had carefully chosen this moment to strike. Mo, why not just let it go? The girl beside the one in the sky blue dress blushed slightly and tugged. No way. I want Mo have seen all kinds of people. Letting someone like him go will only embolden him further. The girl in the sky blue dress glanced at the smug boy, showing her determination to not back down. Chinyu's eyes lit up. So her name is Wang Mo. Zhou Wan couldn't hold back as she watched the lovesick Chinyu, and stepped forward saying, classmates, if he truly acted like a scoundrel, there should be fingerprints left behind. You just need to have him verified. If found guilty of molesting a woman, he could be detained and expelled from school. Hiss. Su felt the temperature in the air drop significantly, and the crowd's gaze toward Zhou Wan carried a hint of reverence. This was a ruthless move. Leaning against the wall, Su quietly remarked, though it's a bit far-fetched, Sister Wan is indeed decisive. Just look at that boy, his face is pale as a ghost. Chinyu followed Su's gaze, and sure enough, the boy was shaking like a leaf, looking at Zhou Wan as if she were a demon. He decisively recalled his fiery sparrow, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, saying, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have touched your butt. Please forgive me. In an instant, the outcry surged like a tide. That's disgusting. He should be expelled. Unbelievable. How can such a student exist at Yungao? Damn, he's actually my classmate. I'll keep my distance from him in the future. Although he knew his reputation was irreparably damaged, the boy was only focused on avoiding criminal responsibility and leaving a record. The girl beside Wang Mo seemed soft-hearted as she nodded, indicating that the matter was settled, and Wang Mo also withdrew her snowy child. As the commotion ended, the crowd dispersed. After all, they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Although they were satisfied, spiritually their stomachs were still empty. Wow, you're amazing, classmate. Wang Montak exclaimed, pulling Juvan in admiration. Zhou Wan, on the other hand, felt a bit shy and said, No, not really. I was just talking nonsense to scare him. Su initially intended to turn and leave, but in the brief moment he turned back, he found Chinyu already leaning over to ask Wang Mo for her contact information. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, someone was watching their every move. The 4C players have convened. What are your thoughts? The speaker was an elderly gentleman with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses. If he hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known he was the former principal of Yungao. To be precise, he was the former principal who had been rehired. The original principal had been hastily dismissed at the board's request, leading the school to bring back the elderly principal who had arranged a series of actions at Yungao. Sitting with the old principal were 5 class teachers from the trainer specialization, including teacher Mu Hanji. The reason why 2 students could confront each other for so long, without any teachers intervening, was naturally that there were already trainers secretly watching. If either of them showed signs of violence, they would be apprehended immediately and expelled. The relatively young teacher of class 5 pondered and said, At present, Wang Mo and Zhou Wan are clearly the types with a strong sense of justice. Wang Mo might have a fiery temper, while Zhou Wan is much more composed. As for Chinyu, he's a bit hard to read, and Su is a typical bystander, indifferent to the situation. Mu Hanji added, As for Chinyu, he's quite smooth. When I saw him moving books this morning, it was evident that he was familiar with some of the students in the class. Su indeed wouldn't have interacted with anyone in class today, except for Chunyu, had I not forcefully assigned him the position of class monitor. Zhou Wan's homeroom teacher, an elderly lady, highly praised her. Zhou Wan is a child with great potential to be a Wang Mo's homeroom teacher, however, sighed. Wang Mo's talent is definitely promising, but her temperament. I'll observe a bit more. What about the other seeds? Let's hear your thoughts, the old principal said, with a gentle smile, appearing very approachable. Principal, it's only been one morning. Let's observe a bit more, said the teacher of class 1 helplessly. For example, that girl in Shanya looks polite, but she has a high ambition. How can we judge anything on the first day? The old principal lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Is this your attitude towards the upcoming Xiaofeng Wang Cup in 3 years? Let me tell you, this year's Xiaofeng Wang Cup is different from previous ones. I've heard from a friend that the league is making some modifications to the Xiaofeng Wang Cup. Specific notifications will be released in 6 months, which means our challenges this time will be more intense than before. With a soft sigh, the old principal looked at everyone. I know some of you still think practical tests are as important as theoretical ones, but times have changed. The boy will receive a warning, while Wang Mo will be given a reprimand. Unbeknownst to Su, when he had no idea about the conversation among the principal and others. After Chenyu was rejected by Wang Mo, Su went along with Zhou. Wan dragged Chenyu away from Wang Mo. During lunch, Su Wen immediately shared the news that Mu Hanji had told him with Chenyu and Zhou Wan. The highest scholarship for 3 years is 1 million in training fees. Chenyu's eyes lit up. For him, a 3-year high scholarship was a significant income. Zhou Wan, aware of Chenyu's situation, said nothing but put down her chopsticks and pondered. Compared to the scholarship, the entry quota to the forbidden area is far more important, and this forbidden area should be of the opportunity type. There are generally 3 types of forbidden areas: unknown type, trial type, and opportunity type. The unknown type refers to newly discovered forbidden areas, which are usually the most dangerous, as the ranks of the small spirits inside are unknown and one can only speculate based on the energy concentration. The trial type and opportunity type are developed forbidden areas. After human modification, the former is used for various assessments and competitions, while the latter is mostly used for rewards. Su Wen had already searched online, but found no information. Such quotas generally require signing an agreement before entry prohibiting leaks. Chenyu, who couldn't obtain Wang Mo's contact information, seemed somewhat dispirited. I don't care, it's just some resources or quality small spirits. I can make Rotom self-sufficient. Zhou Wan found Chenyu's attitude amusing. She already knew about Chenyu's abilities from their earlier meal, but hearing this made her unable to help but scold. Did you waste your biology class in middle school? You can only provide Rotom with ghost-type energy, but you can't enhance Rotom's various abilities. In the world of spirits, a small spirit's physical attributes can generally be summarized into 6 aspects: stamina, physical attack, physical defense, special defense, and speed. Though these 6 aspects do not fully represent a small spirit's strength, they offer a rough distinction for trainers in nurturing and training. For instance, Su Wen's Charmeleon has a better potential for special attack than physical attack. Su Wen remained silent. As per the agreement with the Charizard Valley, these ability-enhancing resources were too precious and could only be given once Charmeleon reached the 2nd stage, which is the ordinary level. Of course, these abilities can also be trained independently, but compared to directly using fruits or similar items for enhancement, self-training is undoubtedly much slower. Chenyu blinked. I forgot. With that, he straightened up. Then we must secure this quota. Just do your best. Su Wen didn't believe the school would easily hand over the quota, and according to Mu Hanji, they were likely to sign a bet agreement with the school. Let's not talk about this, the topic is too heavy. What do you plan to rest at noon? Chenyu suggested that thinking too far ahead wasn't beneficial and turned to ask Su Wen and Zhou Wan about their plans for lunch. At Yunhai, noon was free activity time. Students could go home, stay at school, or train at the training ground as long as they attended classes at 2:30 in the afternoon. Su Wen had already made plans. I plan to go to the training ground. Charmeleon's training hasn't started yet, and the practical test is in the afternoon, so I will head to the training ground early. Zhou Wan, who initially thought about getting to know her classmates, changed her mind upon hearing Su Wen's plan. Then I will go to the training ground too. Chenyu grimaced. Come on, sir, do we have to be so diligent? It's the first day of school, and it's so intense. Are we still allowed to live? Do you think everyone is like you? By the way, did you gather the energy for Rotom's training today? Su Wen felt that Chenyu hadn't done anything particularly outrageous today. Chenyu looked around mysteriously, then lowered his voice and said slyly, I gathered early. I bought a serving of stinky tofu before the bus this morning. It must be known that just the driver provided Chenyu with a quarter of the energy. If it weren't for Chenyu not eating the stinky tofu, the driver would have kicked him off long ago. Zhou Wan looked disgusted. Let me be clear, these methods are not allowed to be used on me and Su Wen. Su Wen deeply felt this. If you want to try a mixed double scenario, it wouldn't be impossible. The group joked as they left the cafeteria, asking a cleaning lady for directions to the training ground. This training ground is quite luxurious. Yun Gao is indeed wealthy. My family's dojo is just a toilet compared to this. Su Wen was shocked by Yun Gao's training ground. Compared to his family's dojo, it was like comparing a small witch to a great witch. The area alone was about 5 to 6 times larger than Su Wen's training ground. Zhou Wan looked at the sign at the entrance and said, that's only natural. Dojos usually train a single attribute of small spirits, while schools provide comprehensive training. As she spoke, Zhou Wan found the location of the fighting-type training ground on the sign and going to the fighting-type training ground. Su and Chenyu, where are you going? Chenyu answered without hesitation, I'm going to the electric-type training ground. Rotom has electric and ghost attributes, Although Chun-Yu can provide ghost-type energy, the electric-type still needs to be trained independently. I'll go to the fire-type training ground. Charmeleon is pure fire-type, and will only have flying-type after evolving into Charizard, so training flying-type now would be counterproductive. The three had their own plans, swiped their student IDs, and parted ways. Zhou reminded Su-Wen and Chun-Yu not to forget to gather at the training ground entrance before 2:30 in the afternoon. On the wall of the fire-type training ground hung a large display screen, and the numbers shown were not the time, but rather the fire-type energy concentration within the training ground. It fluctuates around 300 calories. Su-Wen released Charmeleon from its Pokeball and observed the constantly fluctuating numbers, discovering that the fire-type energy concentration in the training ground was about 4 times that of the outside world. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the fire-type energy concentration in Charizard Valley, where the minimum threshold is generally around 150 calories, as Charizard Valley was originally a volcano before becoming Charizard Valley. However, maintaining double the energy concentration of the outside world is still quite impressive. But when Su-Wen received the training ground usage guidelines from the staff, he realized he was mistaken. It turned out that Yin Gao's training ground opened only at noon and closed at 6 in the evening. From 2:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon, it was reserved for practical tests for Yin Gao students, so the energy concentration would be even higher, reaching around 500 calories. Clearly, Su-Wen was not the first to arrive at the training ground. There were already trainers inside, guiding their small spirits in training. Su-Wen initially thought that Charmeleon, due to carrying the Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, could passively gather Fire-type energy. After testing, he found that the Fire-type energy concentration around it was already quite high, about 160 calories, so it wasn't necessary to train at the training ground, fearing that others might discover Charmeleon's uniqueness. However, according to the information from the Zhu family, the higher the Fire-type energy concentration in the environment, the greater the benefits for small spirits. Thus, Su-Wen decided to try the training ground. In fact, this proved to be true. Finding a secluded corner, Su-Wen connected with Charmeleon and found that the Fire-type energy condensed by the Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone had increased somewhat, probably around 190 calories, when converted proportionally. An increase of less than 20% efficiency, not too bad. Su-Wen nodded in satisfaction and began. Charmeleon, initially restless in the unfamiliar environment, obediently sat down at Su-Wen's request. However, just 5 minutes into the training, they were interrupted. "Your Charmeleon is quite interesting," said an unkempt man looking to be in his 40s but appearing scruffy. "Isn't the training ground only accessible to people from school? Is this a teacher?" Su-Wen and Charmeleon felt somewhat uncomfortable being interrupted during their training, and Charmeleon waved its claws, expressing its impatience to the man. "Roar!" Su-Wen calmed Charmeleon and smiled. "May I ask what you need, Teacher Wu Yin?" Wu Yin was taken aback and instinctively looked down at his chest, puzzled. "I didn't bring a badge either. I recognized you because I saw Teacher Wu Yin's appearance online." Su-Wen had half a sentence left to say, which was that the current Wu Yin was indeed quite different from the suave figure of the past. Wu Yin felt quite pleased. "I didn't expect that even after not being in the world for so many years, I'm still this famous." Now, it was Su-Wen's turn to be at a loss for words. He had initially thought that Wu Yan's retreat was due to a significant blow from years ago, and that was why he no longer trained Pokemon. Now it seemed it wasn't entirely like that. Does the teacher have other matters? If not, I would like to let my Charmander train for a while. Su-Wen felt that Wu Yin was just bored and came to pass time with him. Why are young people so impatient? Wu Yin took out a Pokeball and said, "I just started raising a Cyndaquil last week. Would you be interested in having a battle with me?" Cyndaquil, eh? Su-Wen's interest was slightly piqued. Cyndaquil and Charmander were both Fire-type starter Pokemon, but their connections went beyond that. Whether it was Cyndaquil and Charmander, or their evolved forms Kalava and Charmeleon, or their final forms Typhlosion and Charizard, their base stats in the game were identical. Interestingly, Charmander's hidden ability Solar Power was superior to Cyndaquil's hidden ability Blaze. Moreover, Cyndaquil could learn the most powerful Fire-type area attack move, Flamethrower, while Charizard, despite having Flamethrower in its name, could not learn the Flamethrower move. Therefore, the strength comparison between these two Pokemon had always been a hot topic in major online games. One of the more famous battles in this world was from the previous World Championship, where the former Fire-type champion battled a Fire-type trainer from the Beiying Federation using Charizard and Typhlosion respectively. The final result was a rare situation where both sides collapsed simultaneously, ending in a draw, which led to many netizens lamenting and wanting to jump off a building. However, Su-Wen was merely a bit interested of a battle was still too early for Charmander. "Sorry, Teacher Wu, I think it's too early for Charmander's training. If you want, I'll give you a strength feather." Su-Wen watched as Wu Yin pulled out a completely white feather adorned with a ruby-like substance from his pocket, decisively changing his mind as if he had never wanted to refuse Wu Yin before. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback by Su-Wen's sudden change, then smiled and said, not bad, I like students who are thick-skinned." Su-Wen pretended not to hear this remark. Being teased a couple of times for the strength feather was nothing to him. Aside from some extremely rare berries, the only thing in the Xia Kingdom that could enhance a Pokemon's potential was the Heavenly Feather series products produced by Tungfen Group. The Heavenly Feather series consists of 6 types of feathers: the Strength Feather, that enhances physical strength potential; the Stamina Feather, that enhances stamina potential; the Resistance Feather, that enhances physical defense potential; the Intelligence Feather, that enhances special attack potential; the Spirit Feather, that enhances special defense potential; and the Instant Feather, that enhances speed potential. However, even with Tungfeng Group strength, they only auction off a dozen sets each year, with each set valued at nearly 100 million yuan, truly a rare find. Wu Yin held the Strength Feather by its base, gently waving it to fan himself, as if he were holding an inconsequential fan rather than a Strength Feather worth millions, causing Su Wen's heart to tremble. "Teacher Wu, when are we going to battle?" Su Wen. Facing a Cyndaquil that had only been raised for a week, he wouldn't be intimidated, especially with a golden opportunity ahead of him. Wu Yin glanced at Su Wen, who showed battle intent, and smiled as he advised, "Don't be so focused on the Strength Feather. Both Charmander and Cyndaquil have higher special attack potentials. Don't confuse the priority." Su Wen boldly replied, "Even if I don't sell it for money, it would still be good to have." This retort left Wu Yin speechless, and he helplessly smiled as he put away the Strength Feather and turned to say, "Follow me." Su Wen and Wu Yan's departure did not attract much attention from others, as even when Wu Yin took out the Strength Feather, he was facing away from the crowd, blocking their line of sight with his body. Following Wu Yan's turns, Su Wen eventually arrived at a spacious rocky area. "Good afternoon, Teacher Wu." The staff responsible for the venue greeted him, clearly familiar with him. Wu Yin nodded in response. "Trouble you, Master Nyo, to prepare the venue for me." "No problem, no problem." Master Nyo glanced at Su Wen. "And who might this be?" "My student who insisted on battling me." Wu Yin appeared quite helpless about it, which made the usually calm Su Wen unable to suppress a smirk. Master Nyo shook his head, turned to operate the equipment, and also advised, "Young people are so unaware of their limits. Teacher Wu, you should educate him well." Wu Yin smiled and said, "Of course, of course." Once the two stepped into the battle arena, Su Wen quietly asked, "Teacher Wu, how did it turn into me requesting a battle?" Wu Yin pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, wasn't it your request? Then forget it, the Strength." Wu Yin deliberately prolonged his words, and Su Wen quickly said, yes, it was my request." After saying this, Su Wen gritted his teeth and stood in the opposing battle zone, crouching down to Charmander. "Let's go, Charmander, show him our strength." Charmander waved its paws, slightly eyes igniting with battle spirit, its tail's flames even burning more vigorously, indicating its determination to teach this annoying guy a lesson. Very spirited, Wu Yin watched Charmander get ready and release Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil's coloration can be divided into 2 parts. Its back and the upper part of its head are dark blue. The lower part of its head, its chest, abdomen, and limbs, are creamy yellow. It has 4 small red holes on its back, which can shoot fire pillars when it is in battle attacked or frightened. Therefore, trainers should not touch its back when they first capture Cyndaquil, or they'll be burned by the flames. What stands out most about Cyndaquil is its eyes, which are always squinting like a slit, as if it has not woken up, resembling a certain singer with the surname Li that Su Wen really liked in his past life. Su Wen released his aura to see Cyndaquil's abilities and skills. Cyndaquil's hidden ability Blaze can absorb the energy of fire-type moves to enhance its own capabilities. So if this Cyndaquil's ability is Blaze, Su Wen absolutely must not use Ember. However, before the aura could touch Cyndaquil, a force blocked it. Using X-ray vision in a game is considered cheating, you know. Wu Yin smiled at Su Wen. Su Wen was somewhat astonished. Oh, what was this power? It seemed to be another kind of wave, but it was definitely not aura. At that moment, a beautiful female electronic synthesized voice came from the speakers on the wall. The battle countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the voice fell, Su Wen was the first to issue orders. Use smoke screen. Roar. The smoke spewed from Charmander's mouth instantly engulfed its figure, gradually spreading throughout the arena. Because of the protective shield, the smoke was blocked in front of Su Wen. As the smoke was about to engulf Cyndaquil, Wu Yin calmly said, "Use quick attack to disperse it." Su Wen watched helplessly as Cyndaquil darted across half the arena. Like a flash of lightning, the wind pressure clearing the smoke to a thin haze. "Teacher Wu, I remember Cyndaquil is supposed to reach mid-stage 1 to learn quick attack, right? You call that just starting its training last week." Su Wen held back the urge to curse and shouted at Wu Yin. Wu Yin, however, seriously replied, "Yes, when I first got Cyndaquil, it already knew quick attack." Su Wen sank. He subconsciously thought Wu Yin, like him, started raising Pokémon just after they passed their newborn stage, and he had been careless. It seemed that Cyndaquil's level was certainly higher than Charmander's, so where was his advantage? Before Su Wen could come up with a countermeasure, Wu Yin had already begun his attack. Use Ember. Wu Yin did not have Su Wen's concerns. Regardless of whether Charmander had the Blaze or Solar Power ability, it posed no threat to the current Cyndaquil. PS attached is an image of Cyndaquil. Suddenly the back of the Fireball mouse erupted like a firework, releasing a blazing flame. This was the unique battle state of the Fireball mouse. Su Wen felt a chill in his heart as he fixed his gaze on the mouse's movements, eager to see what it would do next. In the next moment, Wu Yin understood that the flames on the Fireball mouse's back were merely a distraction. As the lightning flashed and rushed toward the little fire dragon, the fireball mouse unleashed a jet of flame from its mouth. Caught off guard, the little fire dragon could only instinctively raise its claws to block the attack. "Use your claw attack," Suwon said, feeling a mix of surprise and joy. Suwon knew that without the ability to use Ember, the only move the current little fire dragon could use to damage the fireball mouse was claw attack. However, trying to hit the fireball mouse, which possessed the lightning strike ability, was as difficult as getting Zhou want to change into a gown and waltz with him. Moreover, the effect of Ember would be significantly weakened against another fire-type Pokémon, like the little fire dragon. And with the little fire dragon surrounded by an incredibly dense fire-type energy, the damage from Ember was much lower than Wu Yin had anticipated. So now that the fireball mouse had come right to them, Suwon had no reason not to take advantage of it. However, Wu Yin was not an inexperienced trainer. Seeing the little fire dragon's claw attack gleaming, he commanded, without hesitation, "Scratch wildly." In an instant, the little fire dragon's claws clashed with the fireball mouse's claws, producing a shrill, grating sound. Inherited move. Suwon was uncertain whether it was an inherited move or a TM. With a week's worth of combat training from Zhou, when the little fire dragon had developed some skill in using its claws, but the fireball mouse's responses were even sharper and more precise. Moreover, Scratch was a continuous move with a very fast attack speed. Given the fireball mouse's greater experience compared to the little fire dragon, if it weren't for Suwon's interventions, the little fire dragon would have already been wide open. "Watch your left, upper right." Suwon accurately predicted the fireball mouse's attacks. Each time, the little fire dragon barely managed to fend off the fireball mouse's assaults under Suwon's guidance. Wu Yin suddenly praised, "Nice reflexes. Is this your first battle?" Suwon ignored Wu Yan's question entirely, as the little fire dragon was walking on thin ice. If it failed to block, even once a complete defeat could follow. Seeing that Suwon was unresponsive, Wu Yin didn't get angry, but mused aloud, "It's a pity, while you can keep up with the fireball mouse's attacks, the little fire dragon is starting to lag behind." Suwon's eyes had begun to feel dry. He knew Wu Yin was right. There was a delay between his commands and the little fire dragon's responses, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for the little fire dragon to keep up. The little fire dragon was becoming increasingly flustered under the fireball mouse's relentless attacks. At this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Yet Suwon still did not give up, silently enduring alongside the little fire dragon. Suddenly, Suwon noticed a momentary pause in the fireball mouse's attacks. "Don't hold back. Use Dragon Claw," he shouted almost instantly. Suwon understood that although Scratch was a continuous move, it had to end at some point. He hadn't expected the fireball mouse's scratch to last this long, but now was the moment to strike back. The true Dragon Claw should be formed by harnessing Dragon-type energy as the foundation, with the Pokémon's claws as the base, and then materializing that energy into a formidable Dragon Claw. Although they had trained for a month, the little fire dragon couldn't reach such a level. However, Suwon took a different approach, simply attaching Dragon-type energy to the little fire dragon's claws without extending it. Although it seemed only a few centimeters longer, the power contained within was much greater than the claw attack. Wu Yin truly hadn't expected Suwon to have such a trick up his sleeve, and hurriedly said, "Get back." However, just as the little fire dragon struggled to keep up with Suwon's commands, the fireball mouse was also unable to fully follow Wu Yan's instructions, forcing its left claw to take the hit. As expected, with a mournful cry, the fireball mouse's block was easily cleaved apart, and it took the full force of the blow. However, after being hit by Dragon Claw, the fireball mouse quickly retreated. The damage caused by Dragon Claw did not reach Suwon's expected effect. In his mind, this hit should have left the fireball mouse severely weakened. Although the fireball mouse's left claw twitched slightly from the blow, and 3 distinct scars were left on its body, causing it to stagger, as if it had drunk 2 tails of fake liquor, the flames on its back burned even more vigorously, signifying that its fighting spirit was growing stronger. "This can't be real." It wasn't seriously injured. Although Suwon was astonished, he remained calm and issued the command, "Continue the pursuit. Don't give it a chance to breathe." Yet Wu Yin executed a move that Suwon had never anticipated. Use Flame Wheel. The fireball mouse let out a cry and leaped lightly, curling its body into a ball and rolling swiftly through the air with flames wrapping around it in a spectacular display. The little fire dragon, initially intending to press the attack, was unable to dodge and was struck squarely by the flame wheel, crashing back towards Suwon and colliding with the protective barrier. The fireball mouse aimed to follow up with 2 more scratch attacks, but Suwon dashed through the protective barrier to scoop up the little fire dragon. "No need to continue, I concede." That blow wasn't too damaging for the little fire dragon, but Suwon understood that this pointless match no longer. Although the aura hadn't been able to detect the fireball mouse's exact strength based on that recent flame, the fireball mouse was at least approaching the peak of the amateur tier. Logically speaking, the fireball mouse should have evolved into a fire rock mouse in the mid-amateur tier, unless it was carrying an Everstone. Even though the little fire dragon had a solid foundation, Suwon was self-aware enough to understand that it couldn't compete with a Pokémon that was almost at the ordinary tier. Rather than letting the little fire dragon suffer more damage, conceding was the best choice. At this point, Su Wen didn't plan to investigate whether Wu Yin had just started training this fireball mouse last week. Comforting the slightly wrong little fire dragon, he decided to take it to the school's infirmary for treatment. Su Wen also had healing spray on him, but the infirmary typically had Chansey and professional Pokemon doctors far more effective in the spray, so he planned to let the doctors conduct a thorough examination. "Don't rush off. You haven't collected your prize yet," Wu Yin called out as he noticed Su Wen had already reached the door without even greeting him. Su Wen turned his head wearing a standard fake smile. "Teacher Wu Yin, I concede." Although he felt frustrated about being tricked, he knew he was outmatched. Plus, Wu Yin was still his teacher, as Su Wen didn't want to start the first day of school with a real-life PK against him. Wu Yin waved his hand. "I lost. I did just start training this fireball mouse last week, but before that a friend had already been training it for half a year. You've only just had the little fire dragon for less than a month. I realized I was already at a disadvantage when I asked the fireball mouse to show superiority over the little fire dragon. I just wanted to test your limits." Su Wen stroked the little fire dragon's back. "A loss is a loss. If teacher Wu Yin feels bad about it, just hold on to it for now. When the little fire dragon defeats the fireball mouse, you can give me the strength feather then." After saying that, Su Wen glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. If he didn't hurry to the infirmary with the little fire dragon, he might miss the afternoon class. Without further ado, Su Wen ignored Wu Yin, cradling the little fire dragon as he asked the staff for directions and headed straight for the infirmary. At the entrance, old man Nyo, reclining on a rocking chair and gently fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, saw Su Wen rushing in a hurry. Meanwhile, Wu Yin followed behind at a leisurely pace, asking with his eyes closed, "Finished with your education?" Wu Yin sighed. "Yep, got educated." "Huh." The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and he stopped rocking the chair and fanning himself. "You lost." "Not exactly," Wu Yin replied, sitting down on a small stool beside old man Nyo and gulping down a glass of water. "I intended to tell Su Wen that there are always those stronger than you to spur him on, but unexpectedly, this kid surprised me a lot. I almost slipped up. However, it seems the purpose was achieved." Old man Nyo closed his eyes again, continuing to rock the chair. "Be careful going forward. I don't really end up capsizing in a gutter. I can't afford to lose face for that." Yes, you're absolutely right, teacher," Wu Yin replied, appearing to take old man Nyo's advice to heart. He checked the time and said, "I need to hurry, otherwise I won't make it in time. Teacher, could you please take the fireball mouse to get treatment for me?" "Gotta go on ahead." Old man Nyo waved his fan, looking as if he were casually imparting wisdom. After Wu Yin handed over the fireball mouse's pokeball to him, he walked toward his next target. P.S. Attached is a picture of the little fire dragon shopping. As Su Wen finally made his way to the medical room, he found a male and a female small sprite already receiving treatment. The beautiful female doctor, wearing a mask and a white coat, exclaimed, "Another one has come in. Which class are you from? What happened? Bring the small sprite over for me to take a look." Su Wen placed the little fire dragon on the bed pointed out by the doctor, saying, "Class 2 of the first year. We just battled, and it seems to have suffered some burns and abrasions. Could you please take a look?" The doctor examined the little fire dragon thoroughly and nodded, saying, "There are indeed some burns, but they are not serious. Once Jigglypuff finishes treating that black-eye croc, I will attend to your fire dragon." Following the doctor's gaze, Su Wen noticed that the black-eye croc lying on the adjacent bed was clearly more severely injured than the fire dragon, and the male student beside it looked anxious. Meanwhile, Jigglypuff's tiny hands emitted a pure white light, making Su Wen feel extremely comfortable. "Is that the healing wave?" Su Wen asked curiously. The doctor was still checking the little fire dragon, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Upon hearing Su Wen's question, she replied, "Yes, my Jigglypuff is more proficient with the healing wave than with the drops of life water, so I usually use the healing wave to treat small sprites." On the other side, a Nidoran lay listlessly on the bed, seemingly having some ointment applied to its back, humming softly without any clear purpose. Both the final evolution form of Black-Eye Croc the Rogue Croc and the final evolution form of Nidoran are very powerful small sprites. Especially the Rogue Croc, which has 3 very useful abilities, though it's uncertain what ability this particular Black-Eye Croc has. Wait a minute. Su Wen realized that without Wu Yin around, he could use his aura to take a look. Just as he was about to use his aura to probe the doctor's reprimand, came you 3 new students battling on the first day of school. Do you have any idea how to properly care for your small sprites? And all of you have burns. Don't you know that burns can be the most severe injuries? Su Wen was scolded thoroughly and could only nod, repeatedly promising to take better care of his fire dragon in the future. However, when the doctor mentioned that all 3 had burns, Su Wen felt an inexplicable sense that it might have been the doing of teacher Wu Yin. But the beautiful doctor did not intend to let Su Wen off easily, continuing to lecture him while the boy and girl beside them stifled their laughter, clearly having been reprimanded before. Just as Su Wen felt the weight was becoming unbearable, the light from Jigglypuff's hands gradually faded and the Black-Eye Croc regained its vitality. "Thank you, doctor," the boy expressed gratefully. The beautiful doctor smiled slightly and said, "There's no need to thank me. Thank Jigglypuff instead." "Thank you, Jigglypuff." The boy sincerely bowed to Jigglypuff, who happily waved its little hand while wearing it. "Now let's treat this little guy too." The doctor turned the fire dragon's wounds towards Jigglypuff and said, Suin asked, since Jigglypuff just finished treating the black-eye croc, does it need to rest? No need, your small sprites aren't severely injured, so they won't exhaust much of its energy, the doctor replied, her words filled with confidence in Jigglypuff. Under the healing wave, the little fire dragon comfortably hummed a couple of times, closing its eyes and looking quite content. While the doctor and Jigglypuff treated the fire dragon, Suin quietly approached the boy who was about to leave. Hello, classmate. I'm Suin from class 2 of the first year. Who did you battle against? The boy looked a bit puzzled as to why Suin was curious, but honestly recalled a big uncle with stubble wearing casual clothes. Before Suin could speak, the girl beside them chimed in, were you also battling against him? Suin and the boy both turned to look at the girl with the ponytail. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed at the sudden interruption, her face slightly flushed. She explained, my name is Inai Shinya. I also battled against that uncle. He said he was a teacher, and if I won, he would give me a strength feather. I couldn't resist the temptation. The boy's eyes widened. That uncle said the same thing to me, and then my black-eye croc was utterly helpless against his fire mouse's claw attacks. Oh, by the way, I'm Daishan from class 4. Do you know who that uncle is? Inai Shinya shook her head, indicating she had no idea. Suin sighed. That's our training class homeroom teacher. Inai Shinya and Daishan both exclaimed in surprise. Daishan lamented, no wonder I was beaten so badly. It turns out he is our homeroom teacher. Inai Shinya nodded in agreement, clearly still shaken by the experience. It was evident that Daishan and Inai Shinya, you were unaware of Wu Yan's true identity. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the corridor, and in the next instant, Shun, you almost burst through the door. Seeing Suin, Shinyu paused on, what are you doing here? Suin looked at the Pokeball in Shinyu's hand, rubbing his forehead. I suspect it was a stubbly uncle who tricked you into battling with a strength feather, right? Shinyu was initially confused. It wasn't a strength feather, it was an intelligence feather. But how did you know? Then he noticed the sympathetic looks from Inai, Shinya, and Daishan, and realized something, you guys wouldn't have been tricked too, would you? The beautiful doctor had already noticed the commotion and was a bit angry, which teacher lacks such decency to bully students. You wait, I will go find the principal to complain about him this afternoon. Suin smiled wryly, thank you, miss, but it's fine. He is our training class teacher, probably just testing our strength since our small sprites aren't seriously injured. Others also persuaded the beautiful doctor, which finally calmed her down from her intent to file a complaint. Soon the little fire dragon was back to its original state, but Suin did not recall it back into the Pokeball, because according to the little fire dragon, even though it was very comfortable inside, it still preferred to stay outside. Daishan, who originally planned to leave, also stayed, wanting to see if anyone else would come to the medical room. Seeing that Chunyu's sprite was Rotom, the beautiful doctor was slightly surprised. After all, she hadn't seen a Rotom in a long time. This Rotom isn't burned, it must have been damaged by an electric type move, the beautiful doctor remarked finally, seeing Suin looked at Chinyu and asked, wasn't it the fire mouse that battled against Rotom? Chinyu shook his head. No, Surskit, a dual water and bug type, can evolve into Masquerain with a Sunstone. Its normal abilities are Dry Skin or Sand Veil, while its hidden ability is the same as the little fire dragon solar power. Suin felt slightly reassured. It seemed the fire mouse had also sustained injuries after battling the little fire dragon, and Wu Yin wouldn't dare let the fire mouse take unnecessary risks. Speaking of which, Chinyu began a vent. I originally thought that Rotom having a ghost type would be immune to regular type moves, since we were all first stage sprites, so there shouldn't be much that can harm it. Hence I wouldn't have any skills left to use. I didn't expect that the Surskit first blocked Rotom's line of sight with Mud Slap, and then 2 electric shocks took my Rotom down. Come on, Rotom at least has an electric type to mitigate damage. This is terrifying. Oh, and how did you lose? Suin shrugged. I conceded on my own. That fire mouse's strength was clearly about to break through to the second stage, so there was no point in continuing the battle. Indeed, the little fire dragon's injuries are the lightest among you, for the beautiful doctor corroborated. Almost second stage strength. Daishan was left speechless. Inai Shinya sighed. That fire mouse didn't even exert much effort against us. It used Scratch on your black-eye croc and Ember on my Nidoran. Suin, how many skills did you force out? Suin thought for a moment and replied, honestly, Quick Attack, Scratch Ember, and finally finished off with Flame Will. Daishan and Inai Shwanya fell silent, indicating that Suin's little fire dragon was stronger than their Black-Eyed Crocodile and Nidolan. Suin, what tier is your little fire dragon now, eh? Inai Shwanya asked. Daishan, feeling a bit unconvinced, replied, my Black-Eyed Crocodile is also close to tier 1. How could it not even unleash its second skill? Inai Shwanya said nothing, but the expression in her eyes was quite meaningful. Suin smiled with no intention of being competitive, verbally saying, it's probably because the fireball mouse had already battled against you all before facing the little fire dragon, exhausting quite a bit of energy. However, the little fire dragon under Suin's feet was not pleased and waved its little paws, wanting to reason with Daishan, but was quickly silenced by a block of energy from Suin. The atmosphere among the group became somewhat awkward, but Suin didn't mind and bet with Chinyu on whether Zhou Wan would come over. At dinner, I bet Sister Wan will come. Chinyu was confident. Suin raised an eyebrow and said, then I won't bet. I also think Sister One will come. Not long after, a gloomy-looking boy walked in. Daishan wanted to strike up a conversation, but the boy showed no intention of acknowledging him, and simply said to the beautiful nurse, "Please treat my dark crow." The treatment for Rotom was not yet finished, and the beautiful nurse gestured for the boy to place the dark crow on another bed to wait. After a while, Zhou Wan angrily walked in with her ducklet. Sister Wan, Su Wan and Chinyu called out in unison, making Zhou Wan seem like a gang leader. With a dark expression, Zhou Wan gave him a light whack on the head and said, "Can you behave normally?" Chinyu scratched his head and grinned, asking, "How about it, Sister Wan?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Wan asked in confusion. The battle, Sister Wan," Chinyu urged, while Su Wan explained the situation to Zhou Wan. "He is Wu Yin," Zhou Wan realized, and her expression softened. Su Wan noticed that Ducklet's injuries were not serious, similar to the little fire dragon, and its sharp gaze was filled with fighting spirit, making Su Wan feel as if Ducklet might swing its leek at him. It can only be said that Ducklet from Xia country is merely a food ingredient, while Ducklet from England is a warrior, and there's a reason for this. At this moment, the Chansey was treating the dark crow, so Zhou Wan did not rush to find a doctor and first discuss the battle details with Su Wan and Chinyu. That umbrella lizard is probably similar to Ducklet both at the early stage of Tier 1, but the strength difference is too great. It first used quick attack to harass Ducklet, and after using electroshock to induce paralysis, I conceded without any chance to fight back. This is the first time Zhou Wan has faced such a miserable defeat in her life. Being competitive since childhood, no matter in martial arts or academics, she has always maintained a mindset of not being inferior to others. Being completely sealed off at the same tier today was a huge blow to her. Chinyu was different. He was more open-minded than Su Wan and Zhou Wan. "It's okay, Teacher Wu Yin was already a gym-level trainer over a decade ago. It's strange if we can win against him." Zhou Wan shot him a glance, revealing a rare hint of girl-like emotion as she said, "What a pity that instant feather. I really want it. Strength feather, intelligence feather, instant feather. And do you think Teacher Wu Yin might have a complete set?" Chinyu counted on his fingers and realized that Wu Yin indeed had quite a few heavenly feathers. Su Wan replied, "It's very likely. Generally, heavenly feather series are sold as sets. I'm not picky, I'll take 6 feathers." The gloomy boy nearby scoffed, "Forget it. I think that guy named Wu Yin has no intention of giving us any heavenly feathers, he's just playing with us." Daishan crossed his arms and remained silent. Though his character was honest, he was not foolish. After a brief interaction, he realized that everyone in this room was undoubtedly elite. His father was not a trainer, but a scientist, allowing him to have a sharper perspective than the average person. For instance, the mud paste on Ni Zwanya's Nidalin's back was likely a precious ointment that increased its poison-type power. Additionally, that extremely rare Rotom from Xia country had always been sought after by Daishan's father's laboratory for research, but had never succeeded in obtaining one. Moreover, the girl named Zhou Wan had an English version of Ducklet with high potential. After evolving into Ducklet, it could more easily hit vital points with its exclusive item leak. Then there was Su Wan. Daishan had always thought he was too talented for Yunggao and actually wanted to enroll in Magic Capital 4 Language High School, but his father insisted he attend Yunggao, so he reluctantly complied. Now Daishan suddenly realized that he had been too narrow-minded, and every student in this room, whether in current strength or future potential, was likely not inferior to him. Without saying a word, Daishan took a step to leave, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency. He needed to train harder. Just as Daishan opened the door, 2 girls walked in together. Daishan. Wang Momo. After a brief surprise, Daishan quickly realized that Wang Momo had also received a lesson from Wu Yin. "What are you doing here?" After saying this, Wang Momo suddenly noticed that the small medical room already had 6 people besides the doctor, including her friend whom she had just met at noon. "Sister Wan, what are you doing here, too?" Wang Momo dropped Daishan and rushed to Zhou Wan. Zhou Wan and Chunyu exchanged glances, and finally Zhou Wan explained the whole situation. "So only me and Han Ming are doing doubles," Wang Momo exclaimed. The girl who entered with Wang Momo introduced herself, saying, "Hello, I am Deng Han Ming from Class 5. Wu Yin, in order to save time, directly paired Wang Momo and Deng Han Ming together for a doubles match, but in reality Wang Momo and Deng Han Ming had zero synergy and were completely under Wu Yan's control. Stop chatting and come for treatment quickly. Soon class will start, and those whose treatment is finished please go out. This is a medical room, not a market." The beautiful nurse saw more and more people in the medical room, and some were even making noise. She who preferred quiet couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Sorry, we will leave right away." After apologizing, Su Wan and the others sequentially left the medical room. Su Wan and Chunyu chose to wait outside for Zhou Wan, while Daishan and the gloomy boy left separately. "Su Wan, have you noticed? The girl from Yunggao are really quite impressive." Chinyu gave Su Wan a knowing look. When Su Wan and the others arrived at the training hall, some students were already waiting. However, due to the scorching weather, everyone instinctively stayed in the shade. "Sister Wan, are you organizing your class?" Su Wan guessed that given Zhou Wan's personality, the class leader had probably taken charge. Zhou Wan glanced around and replied helplessly, Let's wait until everyone is here. I can't recognize all the faces yet. Looking at the sweltering heat outside, Zhou Wan said, let's wait until most people are here. Around 220, Su Wan and Zhou Wan led their respective classmates into the hall of the training center to line up. Class 1, Class 4, and Class 5 saw this and quickly followed in to avoid the sun. However, unexpectedly, Wu Yin was late. What surprised Su Wan and the others even more was that Wu Yin had shaved off his beard and changed his clothes, completely revitalizing his appearance. His slightly weathered gaze and defined facial features even elicited soft gasps from some girls. I didn't expect him to be such a handsome uncle. Su, when comparing him to the scruffy man from Noon, seriously suspected that Wu Yin might have a twin brother. Everyone is lined up nicely, great job. He'll take you to your designated training area first. Wu Yin waved to the class leaders, signaling them to follow. After a short walk, they entered a large training ground about the size of a playground. This is training ground now. 1. Your indoor training classes over the next 3 years will mostly take place here. Do we need to reselect class representatives for the training classes, or will the class leaders handle it? Wu Yin seemed to be seeking everyone's opinions, but Su Wan only sensed a feeling of laziness. Seeing the indifferent expressions of everyone, Wu Yin smiled. It seems you don't quite understand. I don't know what privileges the class leaders have, but for me, the class representative can directly add 15 points to their final assessment, and the full score is 100. Everyone was taken aback. A full score of 100 in the assessment class could directly add 15 points. This meant that as long as one scored 85 points, they could achieve full marks. Su Wan clearly felt the gaze of his classmates shift towards him, filled with heat and intent. In a line of Class 3, a boy raised his hand and said, I think only the strongest should be the class representative for the training classes. When it comes to personal interests, some things must be fought for. Most people believe that since everyone had been accepted into Yungao, no one would think they were inferior to others. Moreover, even if their scores were slightly lower in the high school entrance exam, this was a brand new training for all. Wu Yin remained non-committal and looked at the other students. Does anyone else have an opinion? Others chimed in, suggesting that the class representative should be competitive. Wu Yin listened to the many suggestions. Some proposed 1v1 battles, while others suggested waiting until the end of the semester to compete. With so many voices, Wu Yin crossed his arms and signaled for silence. Let me make a suggestion. This noon, I had a small competition with 8 students provided by the school, said to be the most promising among you. I was not very satisfied with most of the results. As he spoke, Wu Yan's gaze swept from left to right, causing all the students to look around, guessing which few students he was referring to. Zhou Wan and Wang Mo, whose temperaments were somewhat straightforward, immediately looked displeased. They had already put themselves in the role that Wu Yin was dissatisfied with. Wasn't this a public execution? Chenyu mingled among the crowd, eagerly discussing with the boy next to her about which students it could be. As the class leader and temporary captain, Su Wan stood at the forefront. Not wanting to chat with Chenyu, he focused on wondering what trick Wu Yin was planning. As if building suspense, Wu Yin paused before continuing. However, since they were provided by the school, I cannot completely ignore them. Here's what I think: we will adopt a championship format. I will first select 5 of you as champions, and until the end of the semester, you all will have one opportunity to challenge them. If you win, you can replace them. If you lose, you cannot compete for the position of class representative anymore. Is that acceptable to everyone? Of course, if someone becomes a class representative later and is challenged, they will be replaced by the next challenger until no one has the opportunity to challenge, or until no one wants to challenge anymore. Is that all right? Someone raised their hand and asked, Teacher, isn't it unfair for the first challenger? Wu Yin stretched and replied, You all can choose not to challenge. In that case, the champion wins by default. What about the first champion? If they lose, do they still have a chance? The question came from the trainer of the Dark Crow that Su Wan had seen at noon. Wu Yin shook his head and said, No, the first champion loses and has no more opportunities. The crowd groaned, unconsciously shrinking back. No one wanted to be the first chosen. Wu Yin surveyed the group and said, It seems there are no issues. I will start calling names. Class 1, Kanai Xianya, Class 2, Su Wan, Class 3, Zhou Wan, Class 4, Wang Mo, Class 5, Deng Hanming. You 5 will be the first champions. Please switch places with your class leaders and step forward to lead. In that instant, Su Wan felt an additional layer of sympathy in the gazes directed at him. Moreover, among the 5 champions, Su Wan was the only boy, which made many boys eager to ask if they could challenge. This kind of spotlight, granting priority in selecting partners for the next 3 years of high school, easily made boys excited. Su Wan was contemplating if this class representative would belong to Chenyu, what kind of tricks she might pull, and whether she would auction off the position beforehand. Well, that's very likely, but something Chenyu would do. Seeing that the class representatives had already moved to the front, Wu Yin nodded and continued, By the way, let me also explain the final assessment for this semester. Saying this, Wu Yin released an umbrella electric lizard from its pokeball. This umbrella electric lizard has just broken through to the first stage of strength. I will train with you, and by the end of this semester, each of you must battle it. Surviving for 1 minute counts as 60 points, 2 minutes as 75 minutes, as 80 10 minutes, as 90, and defeating it counts as full marks. I estimate that most of you should not fail right. The crowd burst into laughter, all expressing that it would be easy except for a few students who had battled Wu Yin at noon. Su Wen immediately realized they were in trouble. The umbrella electric lizard now would be like a child against Xunyu. There probably wouldn't be many students who could grasp the creature's terrifying nature. If no one reminded them, at least a third of the students would likely be defeated by this umbrella electric lizard. And this was assuming it wouldn't evolve into a light electric umbrella lizard. The umbrella electric lizard could evolve into a light electric umbrella lizard simply by using the sunstone, and Su Wen could hardly imagine how terrifying a light electric umbrella lizard would be under Wu Yan's command. At that time, whether the students could pass would depend not on their own strength, but on how much strength Wu Yan would unleash. Wu Yan's idea of setting Su Wen and Zhou Wen as targets was likely to divert the students' attention towards dealing with them, while they would subconsciously ignore the umbrella electric lizard, which was currently on a similar power level as their own Pokémon. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Wen, Su Wen understood each other's thoughts. Wu Yan was indeed a cunning old fox. However, Su Wen had no intention of letting Wu Yan have his way. He needed to discuss with the other class representatives how to make Wu Yan ultimately regret this decision. P.S. attached is a picture of the rogue crocodile. After explaining the content of the assessment, Wu Yan finally began to get to the point. Everyone please sit on the ground first. In the first lesson, I will introduce some basic knowledge that every trainer should have. Wu Yan led by example and sat down on the ground. The training ground floor was quite clean. Most of the boys were not so particular, and seeing Wu Yan sitting down, they followed suit. However, some of the girls who preferred cleanliness handed each other a couple of tissues to place on the ground. Seeing that everyone was seated, Wu Yan opened the discussion. First of all, everyone must have some basic knowledge about Pokémon, such as the traits and moves corresponding to each Pokémon, as well as the evolution methods of some special Pokémon. These are all content covered in middle school, so I want to elaborate further. What we will discuss in the training class is how to cultivate an excellent Pokémon and how to become an outstanding trainer. Since you have chosen this path, you should understand that your future life, including attending university and working, will not involve ordinary jobs. I will likely see your figures in various forbidden places, secret realms, and gyms in the future. If you don't switch careers midway years later, I may still have to address you as Master of the Pokémon League. When these words were spoken, the students from 5 classes burst into laughter, filling the room with joyous sounds. After a brief pause, Wu Yan continued, however, as trainers you will inevitably face risks in the future, especially when exploring secret realms and forbidden areas. Powerful Pokémon will be your greatest safeguard. I believe everyone has learned about the 3 essential elements of Pokémon training online or through other means. Who can tell me? It's okay if you get it wrong. Wu Yan noticed a student raising their hand and pointed to him. This student, please share. It should be energy accumulation, skill development, and potential allocation. The student spoke confidently. Wu Yan nodded and said, well said. In fact, the importance of cultivating Pokémon follows this order. Energy accumulation is greater than skill development, which is greater than potential allocation. I believe most of you should have received your Pokémon during the summer vacation, right? You might have received a free Pokémon from the Pokémon Center, purchased one from the market, or had your parents prepare one for you. However, I believe most of you have probably explored some procedures online, such as energy absorption. Could those who can feel their Pokémon's energy absorption limit please raise their hands? The energy absorption limit is the maximum amount of energy a Pokémon can absorb within a certain period, usually calculated by. For example, Su Wen's Charizard can reach its energy absorption limit in less than 2 hours with Su Wen's assist. Out of nearly 200 students in 5 classes, only about 20 raised their hands. Wu Yan stretched his neck to count and nodded, indicating everyone to lower their hands. He said these students either did not pay to absorb energy at a dojo or found some lucky spots. Based on the normal energy concentration in Yin City, no one in our class should reach the absorption limit, even if you absorb energy for 24 hours. Tomorrow will be a very special day at the training center because the energy concentration will be activated from noon until midnight, and under the overload operation of the machines, the concentration will reach around 8,000 calories. Normally, the energy concentration in the center is only 3,000 calories. Therefore, what you all need to do tomorrow is just one thing: make good use of the time from noon to midnight to measure your Pokémon's energy absorption limit. At this moment, someone raised their hand and asked, teacher, what if we can't reach the absorption limit in 12 hours? Wu Yan looked at him deeply and said, then I suggest you either give up being a trainer or give up this Pokémon. Of course, the country does not allow you to abandon your Pokémon for improper reasons, so you only have one choice: give up becoming a trainer, and the school will arrange for you to transfer to a regular class. Seeing the confusion and seriousness on everyone's faces, Wu Yan explained energy accumulation is something every Pokémon should do. After decades of research and testing, it has been found that if a Pokémon can reach its energy absorption limit every day, it will lay the most solid theoretical foundation. Someone conducted a simulation test. If there are two Pokemon, one reaches its energy absorption limit every day, while the other just barely passes, then by the time they reach the 4th tier Overlord level, their various attributes will differ by more than twice. And this is just at the Overlord level. At the later Master level, Gym level, and even the Pokemon League level, their differences may be even greater. At this point, Wu Yin paused, looking at the thoughtful crowd, and smiled. I know some of you are thinking that you must make your Pokemon reach their absorption limit, right? Unfortunately, the cultivation of Pokemon is not solely based on energy absorption. The latter two elements are equally important. To achieve the energy absorption limit, while balancing the latter two elements, you need to control the time within 5 hours. Unfortunately, most Pokemon reach their absorption limit in 8 to 10 hours. However, research has found that the efficiency of Pokemon absorbing energy is like an oxygen dissociation curve forming a flat shape, Wu Yin said, drawing an imaginary line with his index finger in the air. Stopping energy absorption when you reach half of the limit is the most efficient way. This not only leaves ample time for Pokemon to undergo other training, but also minimizes the gap with geniuses. However, Wu Yin switched his tone and said, for capable students, I still hope you can maximize your Pokemon's energy absorption every day, as this is the best for their future cultivation. Next is skill development, which is quite easy to understand. There are 3 stages of skill development. The first stage is being able to use the skill. The second stage is using the skill at maximum power with the fastest speed. The third stage is developing the skill's personality, which is what we call making it unique. The last one is theoretically the most trivial, which is potential allocation. I will start training this in a week for some students, as most students only need to master the first 2 elements. I want to disturb you for the rest of the time. After dispersing, release your Pokemon to absorb energy. I will go adjust the energy concentration in the training center, so everyone train quickly. At this moment, Chen, you made a rather enviable move. He called out to Wu Yin, saying, Teacher, what if the energy absorption has already reached the limit? Wu Yin pointed to the other side of the training ground and said, go over there for skill training. After scratching his head, Chen Yu left the crowd and headed to the other training area. Wow, envy, jealousy, amazement, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Is there this much of a gap already on the first day? Although Su Wen wasn't exactly envious, he still clicked his tongue. Chen Yu's ability was indeed very useful. Su Wen was the third to undergo skill training, and Ni Xian Yu was faster than him, likely due to the layer of mud ointment applied to Nidorn's back at noon. After answering a student's question, Wu Yin kept walking back and forth in the training area, checking for any issues. That when Su Wen finished energy training with the little fire dragon, Wu Yin teased, oh, you're a bit slower than I expected. Su Wen rolled his eyes, ignoring Wu Yin. The class ended at 6, and it was already almost 4:30, so he needed to focus on skill training with the little fire dragon. Seeing that Su Wen was ignoring him, Wu Yin showed no intention of leaving, instead moving closer to ask, is there any problem? Su Wen thought for a moment, and indeed had a question. Teacher, Wu, what do you think is the best way to arrange the training direction for the little fire dragon? Wu Yin did not rush to answer Su Wen's question, but instead looked at Chun Yu, who was practicing Thunder Shock with Rotom. Wu Yin called out. Chun Yu had been focused on Rotom and listening to the conversation between Su Wen and Wu Yin. At this moment, when Wu Yin called him, he instinctively replied, yes, is there something, teacher? Wu Yin beckoned him closer, saying, come here. Once Chun Yu approached Wu Yin, said, do you know why your Rotom and Su Wen's little fire dragon, despite both having just recently broken through to the first level, have such a large power discrepancy? Chun Yu could guess a bit, saying, is it because of the mastery of the moves, teacher? Wu Yin replied, exactly. Su Wen's little fire dragon understands and masters moves far better than your Rotom. This is what you need to work on. Next, a series of moves to summarize and learn. A series of moves refers to moves of the same type, such as Claw, Dragon Claw, Shadow Claw, and Metal Claw, which all belong to Claw-type moves. Whereas Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Bullet Punch all belong to Punch-type moves. Some abilities only affect certain specific series of moves. For instance, the ability Bulletproof provides high immunity against Ball-type and Projectile-type moves. Su Wen pondered, teacher, I've seen a claim on the forum that moves of the same series are easier to master. Is that true? That's correct, Wu Yin said, somewhat surprised by Su Wen's knowledge. He continued, this theory was proposed by my teacher, but it was shelved due to its significant conflict with the popular view on unique moves at the time. I think it's quite reasonable that moves of the same series are easier to learn, Chen Yu remarked. Wu Yin smiled wryly, saying scientific research isn't just about what you think is reasonable. It needs to be repeatedly verified and tested. Hundreds of years ago, it was believed that a large iron ball dropped from a height should land before a small iron ball. So which series of moves should we learn? Su Wen believed that Wu Yin wouldn't arbitrarily give them incorrect theories to train with. In fact, there was indeed insufficient evidence. Although Wu Yan's teacher collected a lot of material, actual tests revealed that a Pokemon proficient in several Claw-type moves did not find it significantly easier to learn another Claw-type move. Practice is the only path to verifying truth, so this viewpoint was unhesitatingly discarded. However, Wu Yan's teacher discovered that insufficient mastery of Claw-type moves might be due to inadequate understanding of elemental energy. For example, for a fire-type Little Fire Dragon, mastering Fire Punch is much easier than mastering Dragon Claw, as the Little Fire Dragon itself does not possess dragon attributes, making its control over Dragon-type energy less precise. Thus, Wu Yan's teacher shifted focus to elemental research, seeking a Pokémon with both Dragon and Ghost attributes, allowing it to learn Dragon Claw first, and then Shadow Claw, thus collecting enough evidence through repetition. Unfortunately, such Pokémon are still relatively rare. For instance, although Dragapult has Dragon and Ghost attributes, it can only learn Dragon Claw and cannot learn Shadow Claw. Similarly, while Spiritomb possesses Steel and Ghost attributes, it can only learn Shadow Claw and not Metal Claw, making evidence collection quite challenging. Even so, this theory is nearing confirmation thanks to Wu Yan's teacher's relentless efforts, and all that remains is to publish a paper. Therefore, it is not a problem for Wu Yan to present this viewpoint in advance. When Suwon asked which series of moves they should learn, Wu Yan rarely looked at him with a complex expression and said, actually, like the Little Fire Dragon and the Fire Mouse, learning fire-based moves is the best way to maximize strengths, but I feel your Little Fire Dragon also has a talent for close combat. How about you try a dual-wielding style? A dual-wielding style refers to balancing both physical and special attack methods. The downside is that it can easily distract one's focus, but the advantage is that it has no significant weaknesses, making it hard to be countered by Pokemon like Chansey, which have extremely high special defense, but very low physical defense. That's Fina. Suwon had no objections, as his original idea was indeed to adopt a dual-wielding style, especially since he had a Mega Stone for Charizard X. As for Yu Chuan-Yu, you should adopt a special attack style. Rotom, whether before or after evolution, has far superior special attack talent compared to physical attack talent, so focus on Electric type and Ghost type series, moves with Electric type as the main. Wu Yan didn't give Chen-Yu any chance to refute his decision. After resolving Su-Won and Chen-Yu's questions, Wu Yan left to attend to other students. Compared to Su-Won and Chen-Yu, most of the other young trainers were Wu Yan's real headache. Shadow Claw, huh? Su-Won lowered his head, lost in thought. The Little Fire Dragon did not have Shadow Claw among its level-up moves, meaning he needed to find a way to purchase the moves TM. The tedious training of the afternoon nearly drained the patience of most students. After all, sitting there watching their Pokemon train was genuinely boring. However, to ensure that students connected more closely with their Pokemon, Wu Yan prohibited any student from doing anything else while leaving their Pokemon to train alone. Thus, the bored students constantly asked Wu Yan questions, some nearly falling asleep, others contemplating life. Meanwhile, Suwon spent half the afternoon helping the Little Fire Dragon train, and the other half practicing moves with it, and after exhausting himself with aura training, he took a rest while watching other students get scolded, making for quite an enjoyable experience. When Su-Won and the others returned to the classroom to pack their bags and leave, Mu Hanji kept both Su-Won, come sit down and take a look at this document. Mu Hanji handed Su-Won and Chen-Yu a thick stack of printed A4 papers to cover, stating regarding resource provision for Su-Won Chen-Yu during 3 years of high school. P.S. attached is a wallpaper of Water Lord's encounter. Both Su-Won and Chen-Yu understood that this was likely the school's betting agreement. Su-Won slowly opened the document, reading line by line. In his past life, he had suffered from not paying close attention to contracts, so this time he could not afford to make the same mistake. Chen-Yu, however, hurriedly skimmed through the important points and was ready to sign, but Su-Won stopped him. Su-Won looked at Chen-Yu, who was about to sign the contract in less than a minute, and helplessly said. Chen-Yu boldly said, "Oh, come on, Su-Won, why would the school go through such trouble to trick us? If there really are issues with the agreement, we are the weaker party, and with the internet so developed, now nothing will happen to us." Mu Hanji, who was nearby, was initially thinking that Chen-Yu was too naive, but now he was so angry that his mouth twisted. Chen-Yu was openly saying to trust the school, but secretly he was telling Mu Hanji not to think about tricking them, as the barefooted have no fear of those in shoes. How can the young generation be so scheming? Su-Won suppressed a laugh and did not stop Chen-Yu, but he quickly skimmed through the entire document himself. Closing the document, Su-Won contemplated the gains and losses involved. The resources offered by the school were indeed much less compared to those provided by the Fire Dragon Valley, but they were not exactly shabby either. 1 million a year for the cultivation expenses of each small spirit. Free selections of skill machines from the school store. Unlimited access to the school's training center. These 3 items were the main points. The quota for the forbidden area was not included in the agreement. The cultivation expense of 1 million per small spirit meant that if Su-Won captured a second small spirit in these 3 years, he could receive an additional 1 million each year. Unfortunately, the national requirement for capturing a second small spirit is to reach the level of a normal trainer, otherwise he could have taken more advantage of the school's resources. The cost of these resources was that the school must achieve at least the top 32 in the upcoming Phoenix King Cup 3 years later, which meant they had to last through 2 more rounds after the preliminaries. Otherwise, these resources would need to be returned within 5 years. The conditions were not harsh and could even be considered considerate towards the students. However, for Su-Won, he did not urgently need these resources, and he did not like being bound by rules. "Forget it, teacher, I won't sign it after all." Su-Wen calmly pushed the document in front of Mu-Hanji. Mu-Hanji showed a puzzled expression. Can you give me a reason? Su-Wen rubbed his nose and said, honestly, Teacher Mu, there's nothing in this that particularly attracts me. 3 random skill machines. Su-Wen's dojo is not free. There should still be plenty of skill machines in stock, and he might find suitable ones when he looks back. Unlimited access to the training center. Su-Wen knew that besides the free training area, there were paid sections in the training center, but there were also training areas in his dojo. They might not be as luxurious as the schools, but were absolutely sufficient for Su-Wen's current needs. Chinyu was not surprised by Su-Wen's choice. To be honest, if he hadn't lost both parents, he might not have signed this agreement either. But alas, circumstances are stronger than individuals. One cannot just sit idly and consume resources. Chinyu decisively signed his name on the contract and handed it to Mu-Hanji saying, I have no issues, teacher. Mu-Hanji did not let Su-Wen and Chinyu leave after receiving Chinyu's contract. Instead, he took out a new contract. This contract was newly drafted by Mu-Hanji after the old principal received news from Wu Yin specifically for Su-Wen's agreement. Compared to the ordinary agreement, it included just one additional rule. If Su-Wen obtained a quota for entering the forbidden area, the school would not take a single penny from the gains made there. According to normal practice, the school would take half of the gains from the forbidden area after assessing their value, but now taking nothing meant that all gains made by Su-Wen there would belong to him. Upon seeing this rule, Su-Wen was indeed tempted and asked, Teacher Mu, what is the best gain from this forbidden? Mu-Hanji knew Su-Wen was somewhat interested and smiled. I can't tell you exactly what the gains are, but I can tell you that one's gains can raise any moderately talented small spirit to the dojo level. Chinyu gasped at this. Raising any moderately talented small spirit to the dojo level suggests that the monetary value of this gain is likely over 100 million. In fact, every trainer is a hidden wealthy individual. Any dojo level trainer can exchange the resources they have spent on their small spirits for enough money to live a carefree life. However, most trainers who focus on money cannot reach very high levels, while those who dedicate themselves to small spirits tend to invest most of their wealth in them. This leads to the fact that many powerful trainers are not as wealthy as ordinary people might think. And receiving over 100 million in resources at such a young age might even lead this student to give up being a trainer altogether. Su-Wen pondered for a long time before finally picking up a black pen and signing his name on a contract. Chinyu lamented from the side, Am I too late to regret now? Mu-Hanji stored away Su-Wen's agreement and said to Chinyu in annoyance, Don't regret it, or I will discuss with the principal about cutting some of your resources. Chinyu immediately cried out, Don't do that, I was wrong, Teacher Mu. Mu-Hanji waved his hand to shoo Su-Wen and Chinyu away, then headed directly to the principal's office to hand in the contract to the old principal. How did it go? How many contracts did you use? Asked the old principal cheerfully. Mu-Hanji, who had just been troubled in front of Su-Wen, said with a smile, The second contract was signed. You are indeed brilliant, old principal. Su-Wen thought that the old principal had prepared 2 contracts for him, but in fact the old principal's baseline was the 4th contract. However, Su-Wen was still young and underestimated his weight in the minds of the old principal and others. Of course, unless something unexpected happened, Su-Wen might never know about this matter. After all, a little fox is still somewhat inferior to an old fox. That night, in the fighting department dojo, Su-Wen, who thought he had gained an advantage, was enthusiastically discussing how clever he was with Zhou-Wen, while Chinyu surprisingly stood on the side in a martial arts outfit. Why should I come when I don't need to? Chinyu complained. Chinyu simply wanted to spend some training time together with Su-Wen and Zhou-Wen that evening, and had never thought he would be coerced into wearing a martial arts outfit to practice. Zhou-Wen said lightly, We practice our own, and Rotem practices theirs, but it's not conflicting. The next period seemed to return to normal, with Su-Wen maintaining a stable cycle between homeschool and the fighting department dojo. And Su-Wen had also chosen the 3 skill machines promised by the school. Following the principle of not choosing the most suitable, but definitely selecting the most expensive, Su-Wen chose the 3 skill machines, Feather Roost, Shadow Claw, and Flame Charge. Flame Charge is the most precious skill machine. Logically, by the time the Fire Dragon reaches the dojo level, it can also learn Flame Charge, but the period is simply too long. Su-Wen, wanting to learn it sooner rather than later, decided to take the Flame Charge skill machine now. Shadow Claw is mainly to corroborate what teacher Wu Yin said, and learning Shadow Claw on the basis of Claw and Dragon Claw should be simpler. Feather Roost is a must-consider for the Fire Dragon, being the only move that can restore its own stamina, the importance of which in prolonged battles is self-evident. In the warehouse of his dojo, Su-Wen also unearthed 2 skill machines, Protect and Mystical Fire. Protect needs no explanation. There is a saying among trainers, even if a small spirit can only learn one move, that move must be Protect, which allows for absolute defense, as long as the barrier has not broken. Mystical Fire is the signature move of the Fire Fox, and Su-Wen did not expect to find this thing in his general-type dojo warehouse. It was quite a delightful surprise. These 5 skills would be the main challenges Su-Wen would tackle in the near future. In fact, training classes were not much of a challenge for Su-Wen, but the theory classes were indeed giving him a headache. Pokemon Biology, Pokemon Botany, Pokemon History, Pokemon Anatomy. These courses that Su Wen had never even considered were violently bombarding his brain, forcing him to sacrifice his sleep time to study. 2 months later, Chinyu poked Su Wen, who was hastily catching up on assignments with a pen cap, and asked Su Wen, "What rank did you get in this month's exam?" "Class 4. Or 5. I forgot." Su Wen buried his head in his arm, indicating he didn't want to think about it. Chinyu incessantly laughed and pressed. "Then who do you guess got first in the class this time?" Su Wen resisted the urge to stuff Chunyu's head into his desk and ignored him. Chunyu was the typical example of someone else's child. He never seemed to study, yet ended up first in the class this time, and among the top 3 in the grade. Su Wen had become numb to it, and even Wang Xian, who was out training, took the time to call back and tell Su Wen to learn from Chunyu. Moreover, ever since rankings were introduced, Chunyu's negative emotions were no longer a concern. After every test, when Mu Hanji asked him to share his study experiences on stage, he would simply say, "Actually, I just took the test casually. I don't know how I ended up first, enough to attract enough negative emotions for Rotom's food for half a month." If Chunyu weren't so smooth in dealing with people, he would probably have been beaten up and thrown into the toilet by now. Just as Su Wen was shifting into a more comfortable position to get some sleep, a boy rushed in shouting, "The students from Haishu High seem to be here to cause trouble." "Stop kidding, Wang Lei. Do you think this is a scene from a hot-blooded high school movie?" someone mocked. Su Wen thought the same. This was Xia Country, not Sakura Country. What kind of dojo challenges happen in high school? Unexpectedly, Wang Lei anxiously said, "Really, I heard the person in charge of the Pokemon Center in Yunda City is also here. It's a surprise attack, and the second and third years have almost been defeated. Now, it's the first year's turn." To seemingly verify Wang Lei's claims, Mu Hanji burst into the classroom a moment later shouting, "Su Wen, Chinyu, come with me." Su Wen was dragged up by Chunyu to follow Mu Hanji out of the classroom, while the other students wanted to follow to see were scolded back by Mu Hanji. "All of you go back and study properly." Chinyu had never seen Mu Hanji so anxious before and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Mu, what's going on?" Su Wen, while yawning, had already perked up his ears waiting for Mu Hanji's answer. Mu Hanji gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know why, but the leaders from Haishu and Erzhong suddenly came to Yungao today, saying they want to spar. Haishu is leading the charge, and they've even invited the person in charge over. The person in charge of the Pokemon Center is responsible for all small Pokemon-related matters in the area, including resource allocation. If the outcome of this event does not satisfy the person in charge, Yungao might face resource reductions even before the Phoenix King Cup concludes. Is there no reason?" Su Wen scoffed. "There's no way Haishu and Erzhong would come over just for a friendly spar." Mu Hanji narrowed his eyes, his glasses reflecting a blinding white glare, and said, "It should be for next year's quota for the forbidden area. According to past rules, Yungao has 5 quotas, Erzhong has 3, and Haishu only has 2. Adding in a few other scattered high schools, there are a total of 18 quotas in Yunda City, and Haishu probably doesn't want to remain the last. So what's the current situation? I heard from Wang Lei that the second and third years have already been defeated." Chinyu cautiously asked. Mu Hanji's expression was serious. "It's not that exaggerated. The quality of our second and third year students is indeed somewhat lacking in this regard, but it's roughly a 6,040 split. You guys are the main event this time. The second and third years are just an appetizer. Su Wen, Chunyu, when the time comes, follow teacher Wu Yan's arrangements. If you can hold back your strength, do. So, if you need to go all out, then do it." This sudden attack was too unexpected. Even the old principal had not anticipated that Haishu and Erzhong would strike suddenly. Although the old principal had investigated the new students of Haishu High, he had overestimated his preparations, and this could lead to a significant loss. By the time Su Wen and Chunyu followed Mu Hanji to the training hall, the last battle of the second year the monkey lost its battle capability and the Cacturn wins. With the referee's decision, the students of Yungao dressed in red and white uniforms helplessly recalled their monkey and walked dejectedly towards the rest area. In the rest area, the students of Haishu High in blue uniforms and Yungao were clearly separated, with the air around Yungao seemingly heavy enough to drip water, while the Haishu side was full of laughter. Up in the stands, the higher-ups from various high schools and the person in charge of the Pokemon Center should be sitting. Wu Yan and the teachers of the second and third year training classes sat at the very front of the rest area, and the 6th seed candidate from the first year aside from Su Wen and Chinyu had also already gathered. Wang silently complained, "Why are you two so slow?" Chinyu, confused, replied, "Shouldn't it be, why are you all so fast?" As soon as Teacher Mu called us, Su Wen and I rushed over without stopping. Zhou Wan had intentionally left 2 spots for Su Wen and Chinyu beside her. Once they had both sat down, Zhou Wan said, "It should be that Teacher Mu didn't call you right away. We were called over during class." Su Wen and Chunyu exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Teacher Mu was indeed Teacher Mu. Even when the situation was urgent, he calmly let them finish that cultural class. Hearing Su Wen volunteer for battle, everyone was taken aback. Over the past 2 months, though Su Wen had demonstrated formidable strength, he was equally famed for his indolence. Unless challenged directly, he would never seek out a fight on his own. In Class 2 alone, more than half the students had already sparred with Su Wen under the pretext of friendly practice. Suwon made no effort to conceal his power. As a result, every challenger fell before the razor-sharp claws of his Charmander, earning him considerable respect among his peers. Today's unprecedented combat fervor from Suwon startled even Wu Yin, who had last witnessed such intensity during their own sparring match. "Do you know that student from Sakura Nation, And Aishwanya asked hesitantly. Suwon flashed a wry grin. No reply necessary, for some emotions lay beyond their comprehension. In this world, Xia Nation had never suffered the territorial devastation inflicted upon ancient Huaxia by its neighbors. Its history remained unbroken, and at its darkest hour it had held the enemy beyond its borders, thus bearing no visceral animosity towards Sakura Nation. Suwon was different. Even after rebirth, certain memories were seared into his soul, unforgettable, immutable. Though eras had changed, a measured reprimand remained imperative. Wu Yin could not fathom Suwon's sharp focus on the Sakura Nation exchange student, but this was undoubtedly auspicious. Clapping Suwon firmly on the shoulder, he declared, "Excellent. Hai has sent 5 representatives. We must likewise select 5. When their Sakura Nation students take the field, they're yours to handle." Suwon nodded silently and settled back into his seat, eyes closed in quiet repose, while Wu Yin deliberated over the remaining 4 selections. "And Aishwanya Chunyu Zhou Wan Xiuquan, you 4 will represent us. Hold nothing back." Wang Mamamo also wished to compete, but her protest was overruled, leaving her to sulk in silence among the spectators. Hai opened their first round with a male student whose Pokémon was Glalie, a jagged, irregular mass of ice, its limbs articulated and its eyes shimmering violet and gold. Legend claimed it could freeze moisture from the air using Sub-Zero 100C chill, encasing foes in glacial prisons. Its entire body was armored in self-regenerating ice, shattered plates instantly reforged by frigid breath. It dwelled in the harshest realms, snow-capped mountains locked in eternal winter or drifting sea ice expanses. Its evolved form, Frostless, resembled an iceberg turtle sculpted entirely from frozen mass. Its amber eyes gazed with eerie stillness. Its upper torso remained unervingly smooth, marked only by 3 fissures across its surface and countless icy stalactites sprouting from its belly. Its legs were cylindrical, each terminating in a single needle-sharp claw. Both Glalie and Frostless possessed extraordinary physical defense, making Suwon's Charmander the ideal counter. Yet due to Yun Gao's lack of intelligence on opposing teams, Wu Yin had no choice but to assign Ni Xinya blindly. Yet Ni Xinya's Nidoran proved utterly incapable of breaching Glalie's frostbound shell. Though she maneuvered Nidoran with tactical finesse, dodging, retreating, striking from range, the match ended in inevitable defeat. For their second round, Hai fielded a girl whose Pokémon was Duskull, a spectral entity masked in a human skull, its hollow eye sockets cradling a blackened body and a single blood-red orb that swiveled left and right. A ghostly flame crowned its head like a flickering halo, while twin bone-white sigils branded its back. Its arms hung limp behind its hunched frame, and though cloud-like feet graced its form, Duskull rarely stood. It drifted weightless and silent. Folklore held that Duskull fed on children's tears and recoiled from sunlight, dwelling almost exclusively in shadowed, desolate places, though rare daylight appearances were not unheard of. Few expected a girl to bond with Duskull. Its spectral nature unsettled most female trainers, let alone one daring enough to capture such an uncanny creature. Chinyu faced her, and his Rotom 2 bore ghost typing. Ghost versus Ghost offered mutual weakness, yet Duskull held advantage in dual defenses. Like its evolved form Dusclops, it was a quintessential support Pokémon, subtle, enduring, elusive. Though Duskull relentlessly harassed Rotom with Disable and Confuse Ray, it ultimately crumbled beneath Rotom's relentless Thundershock barrage. Hai's third representative was the Sakura Nation exchange student, Kirikawa Shun. With a curt nod toward Wu Yin, Suwon strode onto the training field. Kirikawa Shun laughed aloud, utterly indifferent to Suwon's presence. "What gibberish is that?" Chinyu glanced around, receiving only blank stares in reply. But Suwon understood. He had mastered 4 languages in his prior life: Chinese, English, Russian, and Japanese. Suwon's expression remained serene, yet beneath it churned a volcano, its molten core trembling on the verge of eruption. Kirikawa Shun had not anticipated his opponent's fluency in Sakura Nation's tongue, but he dismissed it. Haisu's intelligence network far surpassed Yun Gao's. He already knew Suwon's Pokémon, while Suwon remained blissfully ignorant. Aiko, Chandelure. A violet flame crowned Chandelure's head. Its body, composed of white waxen layers, its right eye veiled beneath molten wax, revealing only its luminous yellow left eye. A faint, unsettling smile curved its protruding upper lip. Chandelure, in both its evolutionary forms, were the sole Pokémon documented in academic texts capable of draining vitality itself. Universally deemed antagonistic, Chandelure was uniquely banned from human-populated zones by the Pokémon centers. Every spectator, Yin Gao and Hai Su, alike faculty and students, instinctively drew inward, chilled despite the warmth of the arena. Damn, are all Hai Su's Pokémon straight out of the underworld? Chinyu meant no offense toward Duskull or Chandelure, but with two specters already revealed, skepticism rippled through the crowd, lending credence to his remark. Kirikawa Shun's Chandelure bore the Flash Fire ability, an advantage he knew well. Against Su, Wen's Charmander Fire-type moves would be nullified. How much could Charmander truly accomplish? That was why Kirikawa Shun spoke so boldly. He longed almost desperately to witness Su Wen's panic. Yet Su Wen merely released Charmander with calm indifference. Unaware of the Flash Fire trait, Yin Gao's sophomore and senior students tensed instinctively. Damn, Charmander versus Chandelure. If that Chandelure has Flash Fire, it's doomed. 90% chance, that's how it looks. Hai Su clearly studied us. Their lineup is meticulously tailored against ours. We're in trouble now. Best off-if and another loss leaves almost no margin for error. On the stage, Hai Su's vice principal and Yin Gao's venerable principal exchanged cheerful smiles. My apologies, esteemed principal. We seem poised to claim another victory. The elder principal merely lifted one corner of his mouth, replying coolly indeed. Let's watch the match. Unlike the anxious sophomores and seniors, Chanyu and his peers watched with detached appreciation. They knew Su Wen and Charmander better than anyone. Zirconia, disappointed by Su Wen's unflustered composure, Kirikawa Shun scoffed and ordered Chandelure to unleash Ember. Chandelure wielded flame with consummate artistry, splitting its ember into 3 precise streams converging from left, center, and right in a lethal pincer movement against Charmander. Such masterful control deepened the audience's dread. Some whispered prayers that Charmander might at least fall with dignity. If Charmander's fire blazed with radiant heat and Piku's spark erupted wild and untamed, then Chandelure's sickly green flames clung like parasitic rot, evoking sorrow, decay, and silent ruin. They could, it seemed, corrode even the sturdiest boulder, given time. Alas, Charmander was no stone, and stone could never rival Charmander. Facing the onrushing embers, Charmander exhaled 3 crimson spheres at Su Wen's command, its own ember technique. Like 3 nimble firebirds, the spheres intercepted Chandelure's attack. Where the flames met, they did not merge, but clashed, canceling each other in elemental opposition like fire and water. Brilliant, someone cried in awe. A single gesture revealed all Charmander's mastery over fire energy rivaled Chandelure's own. The annihilation of both attacks rendered Chandelure's assault futile, and crucially, not a single ember escaped absorption, thus failing to trigger flash fire. Yet the true astonishment had only just begun. Seeing Charmander deflect the assault flawlessly, Kirikawa Shun sighed inwardly, regretting the wasted opportunity, and prepared his next move. After all, with Flash, fire-active Chandelure held overwhelming advantage over Charmander. What Kirikawa Shun failed to anticipate was Charmander's sudden motion, just as the last ember vanished. Flames blurred around its form as in mere seconds it crossed the battlefield and stood before Chandelure. To the onlookers, Charmander became pure flame, a streak of incandescent heat that washed warm air across faces even from afar. This was no arcane technique, merely Charmander's rudimentary application of flame charge. Even aided by Su Wen's aura, Charmander had only grasped flame charge at the very moment its TM was about to execute flame charge outright would have been impossible for Charmander. Not yet. Attempting it would wound itself before ever touching an enemy. Yet over these past 2 months, with Wu Yan's guidance, Su Wen had deconstructed flame charge into discrete phases, then resonated each with Charmander until it could replicate fragments of the move's essence. Now Charmander used only flame charge's blistering speed to close distance. Its true weapon was the jade lustrous dragon claw gleaming in its grasp. The claw carved through Chandelure like a jade blade, slicing flame. 2 thunderous sonic booms arriving simultaneously with impact. Neither Chandelure nor Kirikawa Shun reacted in time. The first strike, a right claw slash from upper right, sent Chandelure tumbling backward. The second, a swift piercing thrust from the left claw, pierced halfway through its ethereal torso. Drip, drip, drip. As Chandelure collapsed, silence swallowed the arena. Only the steady ticking of time remained. Holy hell, Charmander's insane. Chinyu shattered the stillness with a roar. Only then did the referee jolt awake, frantically raising the red flag. Chandelure is unable to battle. Charmander wins. The referee's delay was forgivable. Both prior matches had lasted over 10 minutes. This one lasted 47 seconds. Watching Hai Su's vice principal pale, the elder principal delivered a gentle surgical jab. Was it too swift? Perhaps we should replay it. The vice principal clenched his trembling fist, forcing a strained smile. Yin Gao remains Yin Gao, truly a cradle of prodigies. On the field, Su Wen shrugged at Kirikawa Shun and said, Shonai Nagra Doragon, O Shinka Sasser Mayanai, Subarashinakai, J. Ada, to Omomasu. A pity. This fine battle came just before Charmander's evolution. His meaning was clear: you were simply too weak to satisfy me. Kirikawa, Shun's composure shattered. Already pale, he staggered, nearly collapsing, under the weight of Su Wen's quiet disdain. As if confirming Su Wen's words, Charmander's form began to glow with sacred light, the unmistakable herald of evolution. Su Wen knew Charmander's strength intimately, and thus knew evolution was imminent. True to expectation, the transformation began the moment battle ended. All eyes converged upon Charmander. Every evolution was a hymn to life itself. What miraculous world could conceive such beings? Light veiled Charmander's shape, yet within its radiance its silhouette stretched, shifted, matured, until when the final luminescence faded, Charmeleon stood revealed. Roar! It roared skyward, expelling torrents of searing flame, its presence dwarfing even its former self in sheer dominance. Charmeleon retained Charmander's basic proportions, yet its hide darkened, its eyes sharpened with fierce intelligence. A horn-like crest rose atop its brow, its muzzle elongated into a sharp avian beak. Its limbs and tail lengthened, its claws grew longer and more lethal, and its tail tip still burned with eternal fire. Unlike Charmander, Charmeleon excelled at range flame projection and mastered a broader arsenal of fire-type techniques. With its thick, powerful tail and razor claws, it first swept foes off balance with blazing lashes, then tore them apart with savage precision. Like Charmander, Charmeleon's power surged with emotion. If roused, it unleashed white-hot flames and blazed with intensified fury. Yet Charmeleon's temperament was volatile and stubborn, fiery in spirit, forever seeking worthy adversaries. In animated lore, Ash's Charmander, upon evolving, briefly defied commands. So Su Wen braced himself with quiet tension. Xiao wo no Charmeleon. Su Wen murmured softly. Still posing midfield, Charmeleon heard, and dashed toward him on sturdy legs. Roo. As Charmeleon nuzzled affectionately into his arms, Su Wen knew his Charmander remained unchanged in heart. He stroked Charmeleon's head gently, then led it back to the rest area. Your turn now, he said, his rare surge of passion spent, returning effortlessly to his usual ease. Perhaps it was Su Wen's decisive victory that was too inspiring, or maybe Su Wen's overwhelming strength had intimidated Haisu High School. In any case, in the following two matches, Zhou Wan and Xiao Kun both emerged victorious. Especially Xiao Kun's Dark Corvus, a Dark Corvus with the trait of Prankster. Under the influence of this trait, used Shadow Split to make the opponent dizzy, successfully turning them into the most frustrated loser. A 4-1 victory was quite impressive, and the head of the stand, Wang Zhushi, nodded in satisfaction, saying, not bad, our young people from Yun City are indeed very energetic. Is this Su Wen, the son of Su Chuan, the pavilion master? The old principal adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, yes, that Ni Xianya ranked second in the Zhongkao in Yun City. Zhou Wan is the daughter of Zhou Li, the pavilion master, and Xinyu's parents, although deceased, were also very esteemed dojo-level trainers. Xiao Kun was specially recruited from another area, and his abilities are quite impressive. Wang Zhushi smiled and said, indeed, they are all very outstanding children. However, the higher-ups from Erzhong and Haisu High School did not look pleased this time. They felt they had miscalculated, and the only consolation was that they had intended to gamble a few restricted area quotas with Yingao, but thankfully they did not. The battle had already ended, but the morning cultural class had not yet concluded. Mu Hanji herded everyone back to the classroom to continue their lessons. Qinyu wore an angry expression, saying, that old bald Mu, he's burning bridges after crossing them. The nickname Old Bald Mu was given to Mu Hanji by the students of Class 2 because his Mediterranean hairstyle was too conspicuous. Over the past 2 months, Su Wen and Qinyu felt that the hair on Mu Hanji's head had thinned even further. Su Wen yawned and said, it's fine anyway, the last class in the morning is history, so I can slack off a bit. While Su Wen never dared to slack off in other subjects, he had never scored below 95 in history. Therefore, even if he made small moves during history class, the teacher would turn a blind eye. During the history class, while the teacher was lecturing about the onset of the Third Elf World War, Su Wen was pondering the current state of his Charmeleon. Currently, the moves Charmeleon had learned included Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon, Breath Dragon, Dance Dragon, Rush Dragon, Tail, Flame Charge, and Protect. The move Shadow Claw had yet to be taught to Charmeleon, while Feather Dance could only be learned after Charmeleon evolved. Among the moves already learned, Dragon, Dance Dragon, Rush Dragon, Tail, and Magical Flame were all acquired, but Charmeleon could not yet use them, as Su Wen had not focused on practicing these moves. At this stage, Su Wen planned to have Charmeleon first master Dragon Claw and Protect, and then once Charmeleon reached the 3rd tier elite level and learned Flamethrower practice alongside Magical Flame. After evolving into Charizard, he would begin training flying-type moves. However, it was a pity that Charmeleon might not evolve into Charizard before entering the restricted area. In a restricted area, having a flying-type Pokemon, especially one like Charizard that could be ridden, was immensely... While scribbling on a piece of paper, the history teacher mistook Su Wen's rare attentiveness for genuine interest in the lesson, feeling 3 times more passionate about teaching. After evolving, Charizard was even more energetic than before. Previously, Suwon had urged this little fire dragon to train, but now it was the reverse. A Charizard was eagerly pushing Suwon to train it further, and even the original resources were becoming scarce. Fortunately, when Suwon spoke with Zhu Tianxing via video after expressing surprise and admiration at the evolution of the little fire dragon, Zhu Tianxing adjusted the monthly resource allocation for Suwon. The resource consumption rate of the little fire dragon was far higher than that of other little fire dragons in Charizard Valley. However, its advancement efficiency had also increased significantly, while the little fire dragons that hatched around the same time as Suwon's little fire dragon were mostly still in the early stages of the first tier or just entering it. The affluent Charizard clan leader clearly did not care about how many resources the little fire dragon consumed each month in their eyes. As long as their child became stronger, it was worth it. Another week passed, and Suwon and Shun, you were training as usual at Zhou Wan's dojo. However, that day Zhou Wan seemed a bit distracted, and Suwon caught several flaws in her movements. Sister Wan, what's wrong with you today? Suwon quickly retracted his elbow that was about to strike Zhou Wan's chest. Zhou Wan sat on the ground looking somewhat lost, and said to Suwon, "On, did Uncle Su mention anything to you about Dawn?" Chinyu was training with Rotom nearby, and upon seeing Suwon and Zhou Wan stop training, came over and coincidentally heard this sentence asking Dawn, "What is that?" It was clear that what Zhou Wan referred to as dawn was not the dawn when the sun rises, but rather had some special meaning. Was it a code name? Or perhaps an organization? Suwon understood in his heart that this dawn was certainly related to Zhou Wan's current state of distraction. "What's wrong, Sister Wan? My dad hasn't mentioned any special meaning of this term, but no matter what happens we will face." Suwon squatted down to comfort her. Chinyu also moved closer to Zhou Wan and said, "Yes, Sister Wan, please." Zhou Wan remained silent for a long time, finally taking a deep breath and slowly saying, "Last night, after you all went home, just before sleeping, I received a delayed email that my dad had written for me 2.5 months ago, shortly after leaving in city. The email stated that he had left a box in the eastern compartment of the storage room in the basement, and if I received this email, I could consider handing the box over to the Alliance for protection while being cautious of Dawn. This email was written very hurriedly, and it didn't contain any further details. Moreover, it has already been 2.5 months. As Zhou Wan spoke, her voice grew softer, and she closed her eyes, as if recalling some unacceptable consequence, her body trembling slightly. Chinyu said anxiously, "Then we should quickly hand the box over to the Alliance. What are we waiting for? Uncle Zhou must have encountered some unexpected situation." Suwon gave Chinyu a firm pat on the head, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know how level-headed Uncle Zhou is? He has always been someone who plans before acting, and besides, if there were really danger, would he have left the box with Sister Wan for over 2 months? I think Uncle Zhou must have been delayed by something, and you don't need to worry, Sister Wan." Zhou Wan had lost her previous authoritative demeanor, and at that moment looked like a tearful 15-year-old high school girl gazing at Suwon and asking, "Then on, what should I do now?" Suwon sat cross-legged and said, "Let me call my dad first to see if he knows what this dawn represents. If even my dad doesn't know, we will consider having Sister Wan seek help from the Alliance." Zhou Wan said, "Then on, quickly call Uncle Su to ask." Suwon knew Zhou Wan was anxious, so he took out his phone and called Suwon. The ringtone rang repeatedly, but no one answered. After 2 failed attempts, just when Suwon was puzzled, the third call was finally connected. "Dad, what happened? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" Suwon asked hurriedly upon seeing that the call finally went through. Huff, huff. Su Chuan was panting heavily on the other end, as if he had just engaged in some intense activity. "It's nothing, son. Just had a little situation. What's up?" After catching his breath, Su Chuan asked. Suwon was not in the mood to consider what Su Chuan had just been doing, and quickly recounted the events surrounding Zhou Wan. "Dad, do you know what dawn means?" After finishing, Suwon held his breath, quietly waiting for Su Chuan's response alongside Chinyu and Zhou Wan. There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a long while, Su Chuan finally spoke. "Dawn. What a familiar name. I didn't expect you to encounter Dawn so soon." After a heavy breath, Su Chuan seemed to have made a resolution and said, "Chinyu and Zhou Wan are with you, right?" "Yes, Dad." Suwon turned on the speakerphone so that Chinyu and Zhou Wan could hear more clearly. Su Chuan said, "All right, what I'm about to tell the 3 of you must be remembered and cannot be leaked. Do you all understood, Dad, Uncle Su?" The 3 of them responded in unison. Suwon continued, "To understand Dawn, you first need to know that our country's archives are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The detailed information about the Dawn organization falls into the S rank, which is classified as top secret, and even the very existence of Dawn is considered information that needs to be kept under wraps. The saying goes, with no dark thoughts, dawn will always arrive. The Dawn organization is one of the largest terrorist organizations in the world, and their ideology is that true dawn can only come when everyone has no trace of darkness in their heart. However, extremes lead to opposites. How could it be possible for people in the world to have no dark thoughts at all? Thus, the philosophy of Dawn has become to annihilate all humanity, including themselves, so that true purity of heart can be achieved. The World Spirit Alliance has issued the highest level of wanted notice for Dawn. If someone can capture or kill the leader of Dawn known as 9 Crows, they will receive wealth beyond measure that could last 10 lifetimes. Unfortunately, although Dawn has turned to the shadows, their small actions continue unabated. To date, 3 small countries have already been almost completely slaughtered by Dawn. Su Wen's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Slaughtered countries." Su Chuan's heavy voice resonated, that's right. Conservatively estimated, over 600,000 people have perished at the hands of the Dawn organization. Chin Yu couldn't help but say, "Such a serious situation, doesn't our country have any news about it?" Zhou, one added, "Ya Uncle Zhou, hasn't Dawn caused any trouble in our country?" Hee. Su Chuan's words were filled with pride. More than 20 years ago, the Dawn organization conspired to detonate a forbidden area and destroy a city in the Xia Kingdom. Although the plan was thwarted, many ordinary people still suffered casualties. Therefore, the previous Dragon-type Heavenly King personally led 5 King-level trainers and over 20 King-level trainers along with more than 300 Gym-level trainers to raid the headquarters of Dawn. In the end, 9 Crows was severely injured and fled without a trace. 3 of the 4 senior officials of the Dawn organization were killed, and almost all of their core forces were destroyed. The Dawn organization was nearly wiped out, and it was after that incident that they went into hiding, only resurfacing in recent years. Do you 3 know why the country places such great importance on trainers? Do you know what King-level and Gym-level trainers typically do? Every inch of our border and every piece of land in the Xia Kingdom is guarded by us. No matter what monsters and spirits appear, anyone who violates our borders will be punished no matter how far they are. Even through the screen, Su Wen and the others could sense the murderous intent in Su Chuan's voice. Su Chuan continued, "So you don't need to worry too much. The Spirit Alliance is closely monitoring the movements of the Dawn organization, and no one can step into the Xia Kingdom." However, before Su Chuan could finish his sentence, the phone emitted the sound of a busy signal. When Su Wen tried to call back, it was already out of service. "Damn, I wasn't finished talking." Su Chuan stared at his phone, which had 0 signal, in disbelief. He had intended to say that just to be safe, it would be best to hand over the box to the Spirit Alliance. Next to Su Chuan, Wang Xian was in a state of anxiety, saying, "They won't misunderstand your meaning, right? We need to hurry and get out of this secret realm." Half a month ago, Su Chuan and Wang Xian accidentally entered this secret realm, which is partially connected to the real world, and have been trapped inside, so the signal is often unstable. Although Su Chuan had already sent a distress signal to the Spirit Alliance, when he had a signal, who knows when help will arrive. The reason Su Chuan was panting earlier was that he and Wang Xian had just escaped the pursuit of a swarm of beedrills. To prevent Su Wen from worrying, Su Chuan had not told him the truth. Seeing Wang Xian so worried, Su Chuan comforted her, "Don't worry, my dear. Xiaowen is so smart, he will definitely understand my meaning. The Spirit has almost reached the breakthrough to King level. Once it does, I will try to forcefully break through the barrier and leave." Su Wen truly believed he understood Su Chuan's intention, saying, "Dad has already said that the people of the Dawn organization can't come in, so we don't need to worry. Sister Wan, do you know what's in that box?" Zhou, the one was still a bit uneasy, saying, "Didn't Uncle Su just say that he hadn't finished his sentence?" Su Wen confidently replied, "My dad must have wanted to say that Uncle Zhou hasn't had news recently and needs to pay attention." If Su Chuan knew that his own son had twisted his unfinished words in this way, he would probably feel frustrated and not want to come out of the secret realm. After exchanging glances, Zhou, Wan, and Chun Yu reluctantly accepted this explanation. Zhou Wan then led Su Wen and Chun Yu to the basement, saying, "It should be right here." The 3 of them fumbled around, and eventually Chun Yu accidentally pressed something, opening a compartment where a silver metal briefcase, only the size of a magazine, stood quietly. "It's so light." Su Wen casually picked up the briefcase, waited briefly, and handed it to Zhou Wan. Zhou Wan took the box and noticed there was a password on the side. After some thought, she entered Zhou Li's birthday, but it was wrong. Then she tried her own birthday, but it was still incorrect. Finally, she entered the birthday of her deceased mother. With a soft click, the lock opened. A white metal bracelet and a brown crystal were stuck in a box. Su Wen quickly closed the box and instinctively looked around. Zhou Wan and Chin Yu reacted. Zhou Wan patted her head and calmly said, "Don't worry, this basement has excellent soundproofing." Chin Yu tightly gripped her thigh, confirming that she was awake. In this world, there are only 2 special methods that can significantly enhance the strength of small spirits. The first is the Z Pure Crystal from the White Eagle Federation, which allows small spirits to unleash power far beyond the norm. Long Su won the last Creators Cup Championship, and one of his rewards was a Dragon-type Z Pure Crystal. The second is the Gigantamax band from England, which enables small spirits to Gigantamax within the coverage of special energy points in the 10 Nations Federation, granting them terrifying power for a short time. However, compared to the Gigantamax band, the Z Pure Crystal has fewer restrictions. But according to the White Eagle Federation, the Z Pure Crystal is so rare that they can only produce one each year. In an instant, Su Wen and the others realized why Zhou Li had secretly hidden this Z Pure Crystal and a Z bracelet, as if he were a thief. In Xia country, the number of people possessing a Z pure crystal is definitely no more than a handful. If others find out that Zhou Li has this Z pure crystal, he won't be able to keep it due to his status as a dojo level trainer. Even if those champion level trainers and more powerful masters do not forcibly take it, the Spirit Alliance will pressure Zhou Li to exchange this Z pure crystal for other things. The troublesome nature of this item left Su Wan and the others momentarily bewildered. What if we just hand it over? Chen Yu suggested softly. In Chen Yu's view, the Z pure crystal was a hot potato that could burn their hands. No way. Zhou Wan and Su Wan both firmly opposed. The two exchanged glances, and Zhou Wan spoke first. This Z pure crystal is definitely related to my father's disappearance. We can't hand it over until he returns. Su Wan thought, deeper, saying not only that, but the three of us are like unarmed warriors possessing a treasure mountain. If we don't wait for Uncle Zhou or my dad to return, we won't be able to negotiate with the Spirit Alliance for a suitable return. This is also why Zhou Li mentioned in his message that the Z pure crystal should only be handed over when Zhou Wan. The reason Zhou Li didn't confide in Su Chuan was not due to a lack of trust, but because he felt this trouble shouldn't involve Su Chuan. Seeing that Su Wan and Zhou Wan were in agreement, Chen Yu stopped rebutting and began to seriously contemplate the origins of this Z pure crystal. Chen Yu licked her cracked lips and said, "Do you think this Z pure crystal was taken by Uncle Zhou from the..." Su Wan carefully locked the box, intending to put it back in the compartment, but Zhou Wan stopped him. "No, this box can't stay here any longer," Zhou Wan insisted. "If someone is indeed watching Zhou Li, then this dojo would be a dangerous area, and leaving the box here would be like placing it in the most perilous spot." Zhou Wan never believed in the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest. She only knew that if the Dawn organization truly had no bottom line, as Su Chuan said, they would not overlook any suspicious place. And this dojo is undoubtedly their primary target. Su Wan pondered, saying, "I understand this Z pure crystal needs to be moved elsewhere. Do you have a suitable place to hide it?" Chen Yu and Zhou Wan thought hard, and suddenly the three of them looked up, simultaneously realizing they all had the same idea. "The secret base," they exclaimed in unison. Small spirits, using the secret power technique, can carve out certain spaces in rocks. When they were younger, Su Wan had asked Su Chuan to use secret power to create a secret base as a hideout for him, Zhou Wan, and Chen Yu. However, as they grew older, they gradually abandoned that secret base. At least for the past few months, they hadn't. Concealed and unknown, it perfectly matched their requirements. "Don't panique. Today I will leave with Chen Yu as usual. I will take the Z pure crystal and the bracelet to the secret forbidden area to hide them. Chen Yu need to let me Rotom." Su Wan calmly contemplated his strategy. Chen Yu looked puzzled and asked on, "What do you need Rotom for?" Su Wan replied, "Rotom has ghost attributes. It can lurk around me to help observe if anyone is following." Then Su Wan thought for a moment and added, "Sister Wan, Chen Yu, you should pack your bags tonight. We will start moving into the school." Zhou Wan frowned and said, "Isn't that like hiding gold in the wild? Even if others weren't suspicious of us before, they will be now." Su Wan shook his head, saying, "This is the safest way. I believe the state may not allow dojo level or even master level trainers to easily enter, but what about those at lower ranks? Can the three of us together deal with an elite level trainer?" After a brief calculation, Zhou Wan and Chen Yu let out a helpless sigh. With the tacit understanding of Su Wan and the solid foundation of small spirits like the Charmeleon, they might be able to handle an elite-level small spirit, but an elite-level trainer definitely has more than one small spirit. Seeing that Zhou Wan and Chen Yu had tacitly accepted his idea, Su Wan, and they refined the details before leaving the dojo, as if nothing had happened. On the way back, even though Rotom told Su Wan that no one was following him, the cautious Su Wan still returned home, first changed into dark clothes, and after putting on a hat and mask, slipped out of the back door. Su Wan's secret base was not far from his home, so he reached their secret base in no time. Rotom confirmed that no one is nearby. Su Wan asked Rotom one last time before diving into the thick grass and searching around. Soon Su Wan found the entrance to the secret base. Although it was overgrown with weeds, due to not visiting for a long time, he was quite satisfied, as it would take others a long time to find it. Pulling the ring, a password mechanism appeared on the ground. After Su Wan turned the mechanism a few times, with a rumbling sound, a section of the ground quickly sank, revealing a staircase. "It really is what I built in my childhood. It feels so cramped now." Su Wan bent down and entered the secret base, which contained some sealed food and water, along with a few childhood toys. The walls were filled with colorful pen drawings. Su Wan cut a small opening in a worn-out doll, stuffed the Z pure crystal and the bracelet inside, then carefully sewed it back up with matching thread and casually placed the doll back in its original position. Having completed all this, Su Wan left the secret base, contentedly returned home to pack his bags and prepare to move into the school with Zhou Wan and Chen Yu the next day. P.S. Attached image wallpaper, little Tsukasa and Speedy Dog. The next day, Su Wan, Chen Yu, and Zhou Wan submitted their applications to the school and quickly moved in after paying the accommodation fee. To ensure their safety, he specifically requested Mu Hanji to arrange their dormitory next to Wu Yan's, while Zhou, one although in the girls' dormitory, was also placed next to an experienced training course instructor. Mu Hanji understood that something unusual was afoot, but no matter how he inquired, Su Wen and Chunyu insisted that they were moving to the school because their home was too far away. With no other choice, he could only report this matter to the old principal. After listening to Mu Hanji's report, the old principal slowly said, "I understand." He then made a phone call inviting Wu Yin to the office. "So how are you getting along at Yingao?" The old principal asked when Wu Yin sat upright on the old principal's sofa and said, "Old man, just tell me what you need to say." The old principal's real name was Wu Jigua, and he was indeed Wu Yan's father. The old principal chuckled and scolded, "You haven't improved much over the years, but your ability to read people's expressions has certainly grown." He then asked seriously, "Do you know that Su and Chunyu and Zhou want to have moved into the school?" Wu Yin nodded and replied, "Yeah, they are right next to me. Su Wen came to greet me at noon today, asking me to take good." Rubbing his chin, Wu Yin leaned slightly forward and asked, "Did those three get into trouble?" The old principal was about to pour tea after pinching some tea leaves, but Wu Yin quickly added hot water for him. Holding the fragrant tea, the old principal said slowly, "I am not sure, but there must be some secret involved." Wu Yin scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly, "But old man, you know I'm very busy. I have to lead 5 classes of training." "That's not a conflict. When you don't have classes, you have nothing to do. During class, you will just happen to be together with them. But when I don't have classes, I also want to find a girlfriend. I'm almost 40, shouldn't I continue the Wu family line?" The old principal's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Then he returned to calmness and said, "It's not a big deal. Your brother already has 2 children. The Wu family won't end." Seeing that the old principal was unyielding, Wu Yin cleared his throat and said, "Old man, what I mean is this is a different price." Hearing this, the old principal looked up at Wu Yin, casually put down his teacup and took out his cane, lightly stroking the dragon head of the cane with his left hand, saying, "I'm getting old. My hearing isn't what it used to be." "What did you just say, Wu Xiao?" In an instant, Wu Yin felt all the hairs on his body stand up. The father's disappointment in his son could be as severe as a beating with a cane, which could be much worse than any punishment. "I said, old man, you can rest assured. If any of them loses a hair, I will chop off my head and sit on it." Wu Yin patted his chest confidently. Oh, the old principal nodded, put the cane back down, and then said, "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to treat you to dinner?" Wu Yin felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly rolled out of the principal's office. "How, you little brat. Even now you won't let me hold a grandson, and you're still being picky." The old principal had always been dissatisfied with Wu Yin not getting married. Although the eldest son had already married and had children, the second son remained single, which had led to much urging from his wife. Today, Wu Yin had finally walked into the line of fire. Perhaps because they had moved into the school, Su Wen and the others lived very comfortably, even gradually forgetting about the existence of Dawn. During the more than half a month at school, Su Wen and the others enjoyed a comfortable life, practicing matches with Chiao Koen Wang Momo and others who also live at the school every weekend and occasionally seeking Wu Yin for free lessons. Su Wen and Chunyu also gradually became familiar with Wu Yin, often listening to him boast about his past experiences, but Wu Yin never mentioned the disastrous creation cup that had led to his downfall. One day, taking advantage of the weekend, Wu Yin asked Su Wen and Chunyu, "Have you ever been to an auction?" No, Su Wen and Chunyu shook their heads. They were still high school students. How could they afford to go to an auction? Wu Yin raised his chin and said, "Let's go, we'll take you to see the world." Su Wen and Chunyu initially wanted to invite Zhou Wan, but she had made plans to go shopping with Wang Momo, so they didn't go together. Sitting in Wu Yan's car, Su Wen and Chunyu were both curious. Chunyu, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Mr. Wu, "What's at this auction?" Although this is a national auction, the items being auctioned are the possessions of recently investigated corrupt officials, and the items are not disclosed. It's a mixed bag, like a black market. There might be something we need, or there might be nothing useful at all. But Mr. Wu, you must have some insider information about this auction, right? Su Wen, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled. Wu Yan glanced at Su Wen and said, "Very clever. I've heard that this auction will feature a power amplifier. The power amplifier is a type of item. It cannot directly enhance a small creature's abilities or allow it to absorb energy. Its only function is to evolve an electric beast into an electric beast master. The evolution of an electric beast into an electric beast master not only significantly boosts its abilities, but also brings about a qualitative change in its characteristics. The ordinary characteristic of an electric beast is static, which can channel the lightning within its body into the opponent's small creature when using contact, moves giving it a chance to paralyze. However, static can only be considered a second-rate characteristic, as in battles the opposing small creatures will be cautious of the electric beast and make it difficult for its characteristic to take effect. But the electric beast master is different. Its ordinary characteristic is electric engine, which is undoubtedly a first-rate characteristic. It can be immune to and absorb electric-type attacks, thus enhancing its speed. This characteristic is terrifying in both battles and practical scenarios. In unknown battles, it can block the opponent's electric attacks, making it a nightmare for trainers of electric-type small creatures. In multi-person battles, it allows teammates to give themselves electric shocks, thus boosting their speed to a terrifying level. However, the power amplifier is not easy to obtain. It is said that only in special secret realms can such items be produced. The power amplifiers on the market are almost instantly sold out as soon as they are released because there are so many trainers in Xia country, and the electric beast trainers are no few, making it a case of too many monks and too little porridge. So when Wu Yin received the news this time, he immediately rushed over. Mr. Wu, is the electric beast your ace small creature? Chen Yu asked. Not really. You will know my ace sooner or later, but this electric beast is also my second strongest small creature now. By the way, Mr. Wu, is your ability related to electricity? Su Wen had always been curious about Wu Yan's abilities, but never had the right opportunity to ask until today. P.S. Attached image of Electric Beast Master. Wu Yan did not answer directly, but instead questioned, what is your basis for that? Su Wen counted on his fingers the electric lizard, the thunder beast, and the little sprite you used before Teacher Wu. They are all primarily electric type. If there are no special abilities, then balanced training should be the best approach. Right. Wu Yan said, indeed my ability is related to waves, and your ability should also be some kind of wave. Otherwise, during our battle that day, I wouldn't have been able to block your probing with my waves. With that, Wu Yin sighed. Actually, I also want to train some other sprites, but the benefits of abilities for electric-type sprites are just too significant. Even when trained to gym-level, other sprites may require several times the resources and time compared to electric-type sprites. At this point, Su Wen threw out a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Teacher Wu, I feel that there are quite a few people in Xia country with special abilities, so why is there no monitoring or enhancement regarding this when entering high school? Because it's easy to target, Wu Yin explained. The country's attitude towards those with abilities is one of neither support nor opposition, and definitely no encouragement, because most abilities are targeted at single-type sprites. Take me for example, almost all my sprites are electric type, and similarly for Zhou Wan. However, university students with special abilities do receive extra points. Before he finished speaking, Wu Yin expertly executed a drift and parked the car neatly within the lines, saying the abilities of Master Zhou Li and Zhou Wan should both target fighting-type sprites right. Su Wen and Chun Yu were startled by the drift, their hearts racing. Once Su Wen regained his composure, he said to Wu Yin, Teacher Wu, if you keep doing this, we'll take a taxi back to school. Ha, I promise I won't next time. Wu Yin pulled out the keys, exited the car, and led Su Wen and Chun Yu into the... Curiously, Su Wen asked, isn't there any entry qualification required for this? Wu Yin waved the gold card in his left hand, saying, I am a VIP. Indeed, under the guidance of the attendant, they directly entered a sizable private room on the second floor. In front of the private room was a transparent, floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the entire venue. The room was equipped with speakers to relay the auctioneer's voice clearly within. Wow, this is really luxurious, Chun Yu remarked as she sat on the spacious sofa with various fruits displayed on the crystal table before her. Feeling pleased to impress the students, Wu Yin was quite happy despite the fact that this gold card did not belong to him, but to the old principal. After a short wait, the staff closed the entrance, and as a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat slowly stepped onto the auction stage, the auction officially began. This formal auction hosted by the League did not have any extravagant warm-up. Following a simple introduction, a display case slowly rose, showcasing several fruits. The first item for auction, 7 Musi fruits, starting price 1,500 yuan. The Musi fruit is a type of fruit that can cure abnormal states of sprites with a market price of about 200 yuan, each thus not particularly rare. 1,600, 1,800, number 6 bids, 1,800 for the first time, 1,800 for the second time, 1,800 for the third time, 1,800 sold. The second item for auction, a pure gold rui weighing 0.9 kilograms, starting price 3,000 yuan. 3,100, 3,300. It was evident that the auction items here were not solely related to sprites. Of various miscellaneous items were also... Su Wen's money in his pocket was probably only enough to buy the first item. The subsequent items started at tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, leaving Su Wen staring wide-eyed. Finally, with the 11th item up for bid, the Electro Power Enhancer made its appearance. The 11th item for auction, Electro Power Enhancer, can evolve the Electric Beast into the Electric Demon Beast, a very precious item for sprite, starting price 1.2 million yuan. This round of bidding was clearly more intense than before. As soon as Wu Yin bid 1 million, a counterbid of 1.45 million immediately followed. Soon the price soared to 6 million yuan, and the pace of bidding slowed down, with only a few people still competing. 6, 5 million, 6 million, 6, 9 million. Seeing that the others were closely following, Wu Yin gritted his teeth and called out 10 million in one breath. That's an inflated price, Teacher Su Wen said. Though he had never bought a pig, he had at least seen one run. If the Electric Power Enhancer were available on the market, it would generally be around 9 million. Wu Yin took a deep breath. Clearly this price was also a significant pressure for him. He said the demeanor of those few people just now indicates that either they have electric beasts themselves or their children do. If we don't act decisively, it will be hard to secure it. Indeed, once the price of 10 million was announced, the others instantly fell silent. Some attempted to continue bidding, but ultimately gave up after some thought. Number 28 bids 10 million for the first time, 10 million for the second time, 10 million for the third time, 10 million sold. Before long, someone knocked on the door of the private room. "Come in," Wu Yin called. The attendant opened the door and rolled in a cart which held the electric power enhancer that Wu Yin had just won. If this were a public auction, he would have to wait until the auction ended to pay and collect the item backstage. However, as a VIP in a private room, the attendant would directly deliver the item. Would the guest prefer to pay by card or in cash? The attendant asked respectfully. "By card," Wu Yin replied, taking out a credit card and swiping it on the POS machine, causing 10 million to vanish just like that. Afterward, the attendant inquired if the electric power enhancer needed to be delivered to a location specified by Wu Yin. Upon receiving a positive response, the attendant exited the room. Having acquired the electric power enhancer, Wu Yin felt the weight lifted off his heart. After adjusting to a more comfortable position, he prepared to casually look for other interesting items. As the items were auctioned one by one, Su Wen and Chun Yu were dazzled. Among them were even very practical items like tactical vests, but unfortunately the prices left them sighing in disappointment. When the 24th item appeared, the host unusually provided an introduction. The 24th item for auction, a glass bead. According to analysis, this glass bead is at least 500 years old, and the patterns within are very beautiful. It can also be used for display at home, starting price 10000. Someone in the audience joked, which stone on blue star doesn't have a history of billions of years, bringing out a 500-year-old one for auction. Haha. This remark instantly triggered uproarious laughter. Several who had been eager to bid found their enthusiasm extinguished. They certainly did not want to pay an intelligence tax. The host on stage sighed lightly in exasperation, appearing to anticipate that it might go unsold. However, unlike the others in the audience, Su Wen was captivated. "You help me bid on it." Su Wen tapped Chun Yu beside him. "Huh? Chun Yu thought she misheard. What did you say, Su Wen?" Su Wen never imagined that he would quickly gather the most challenging piece of the mega evolution puzzle. Indeed, what lay on the auction stage was the evolution keystone. Fortunately, this was the evolution keystone. If it were a megastone for a certain Pokémon, it would likely have the same energy-gathering properties as the megastone for Charizard X, making its presence at this auction questionable, let alone its price. Chun Yu, hearing Su Wen's words, couldn't help but want to pat Su Wen's head to see if he was muddled. Su Wen swiftly swatted Chun Yu's hand away, helplessly saying, "My head is perfectly clear. This stone is useful to me." Su Wen's pockets were empty, but Chun Yu was an invisible, wealthy individual. After his parents' unexpected passing, the compensation from the alliance, the insurance payout, and the inheritance from his parents and grandmother added up to several million. Wu Yin sat on the sofa watching Su Wen and Chun Yu whispered to each other, glancing at the glass bead on the auction stage, but failing to discern anything. Su Wen's pockets were empty, but Chun Yu was an invisible, wealthy individual. After his parents' unexpected passing, the compensation from the alliance, the insurance payout, and the inheritance from his parents, the host exclaimed excitedly. All the guests raised their heads to look at the box where Su Wen was wondering which fool was so. Some were contemplating whether this stone had any special properties, and a few wealthy individuals even considered. However, upon further thought, they realized that number 28 was a tycoon who had paid $1 million over the asking price for a power amplifier. Perhaps this was just the whims of a rich person. Shaking their heads, everyone abandoned the thought of following the bid, and Su Wen had enjoyed a moment of false prestige. 100, once 100, twice 100, 3 times sold. Seeing that no one had any interest in raising the bid, the host decisively struck the gavel. However, even at this moment, Su Wen was not at ease. It was only when the waiter delivered the evolution keystone to him that he felt completely relieved. Through the waveguide, Su Wen could sense the wave form emitted from this small stone, which was very similar to that of a megastone. It was indeed genuine. Chun Yu did not share Su Wen's excitement. He couldn't fathom why Su Wen would spend such a large sum just to buy a stone. Was he out his mind? After reluctantly spending 100, Chun Yu resolved to make sure Zhou Wan would wake Su Wen up that night. "Thanks, Ayu. I'll pay you back when my dad returns." Su Wen's face was radiant with excitement. Chun Yu looked at the evolution keystone in Su Wen's hand and sneered, "I think Uncle Su will definitely let you feel what paternal love is all about when he returns." Ignoring Chun Yu, Su Wen asked the waiter if there was a wristband to store the evolution keystone. The waiter, not daring to neglect a VIP client's request, soon found a suitably sized metal wristband for Su Wen. The wristband had a groove in the center, and when the button was turned, the groove opened. After placing the evolution keystone inside, Su Wen tightened the button, securing the keystone firmly in the groove. "This wristband won't break, will it?" Su Wen raised his left hand, inspecting the evolution keystone in the light, feeling increasingly delighted. The waiter slightly bowed, saying, "Rest assured, dear guest, this wristband is manufactured by DeepU Company, an imported product. It can even withstand attacks from master-level Pokémon. If sold separately, it would cost tens of thousands." At this point, the waiter stopped speaking, and Su Wen immediately understood that he was benefiting from Wu Yan's generosity. After the waiter left, Su Wen turned to Wu Yan and said, "Teacher Wu, I owe you one this time." He'll treat you to a meal when I get back. Wu Yin waved his hand, dismissively indicating it was a minor matter, then asked, given your astuteness, you wouldn't buy something useless. Can you tell me what this stone is actually useful for? Su Wen grinned and replied with words Wu Yin had recently spoken, don't worry teacher, we'll find out sooner or later. It wasn't that Su Wen didn't trust Wu Yin, it was simply that the time for mega evolution was still far from being revealed. Innocent people suffer for possessing treasures. Even Zhou Li, who owned a Z crystal, felt as if he were walking on thin ice. Now that Zhou Li was missing Zhou, one had to stay at school as a precaution. If Mega Evolution were to be revealed to the world, one could already imagine that the first to demand the Mega Stone and the Evolution Keystone from him would definitely be the Pokemon Alliance. Wen had already made up his mind that unless it was a matter of life and death or he reached the champion level, he would absolutely not use Mega Evolution. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and said, all right. As for the remaining items, there was nothing that Su Wen and Wu Yin found interesting. The final auction item, however, was quite intriguing, a flat metal piece mixed with yellow and white. This metal piece had the property of slowing down time within a radius of 30 centimeters. The host dropped a pin from directly above the metal piece, and the pin, which should have landed quickly, took over 20 seconds to finally settle on the metal piece. However, this time dilation seemed to only affect inanimate objects, living beings, such as humans or Pokemon, were not affected. The moment Su Wen heard about a time-related item, he instantly thought of Dialga and the adamant orb. However, this metal piece had no connection to the adamant orb, let alone any correlation. Wu Yin made a token bid, but the price quickly surpassed 50 million, leaving Wu Yin to shrug and watch the spectacle. In the end, this metal piece was acquired by someone from another box for 130 million. Tisk tisk, now that's a real wealthy individual. Wu Yin glanced at that box, clicking his tongue, noting that the owner of that box had only purchased this one item throughout the entire auction, seemingly having come specifically for it. After the auction concluded, Wu Yin prepared to speed home with Su Wen and Chunyu, but while driving he discovered a paper slip wedged in his car's wiper. What the hell, I won't be getting a fine, will I? Wu Yin exclaimed, but the next moment he realized he had parked according to regulations. How could he possibly get a fine? Then Wu Yin said, Su Wen, quickly get out and throw away that paper slip for me. It's probably some solicitation for a heavy price to seek a child. Su Wen was still admiring his evolution keystone, unable to put down. Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, he promptly opened the car door and walked to the front of the car to retrieve the paper slip. Just as Su Wen was about to find a trash can to dispose of it, he inadvertently caught sight of the contents, exchanged Zhou Wan for a Z crystal at the abandoned chemical plant in the western suburbs. If anyone other than you approaches the chemical plant, or if you do not reach the chemical plant within an hour, Zhou Wan will surely die. Su Wen's hand instinctively clenched, and he looked up, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were eyes everywhere watching him. It turned out that Dawn had never forgotten them. P.S. Attached image of Charizard. Thanks to the readers Air, Yugu 2 Shao Fanzi 666, Snorlax who want wake up under the lemon tree, is always me, Fate of the Sky, Fallen Angel of Hellhuan, Z-Phone, Basia E, and others for their gifts. If you like this book, please give it a 5-star review. Taking a deep breath several times, Su Wen feigned calmness and got into the car. After handing the piece of paper to Wu Yin, Su Wen said to Chunyu, Sister Wan might be in trouble. Chunyu calls Sister Wan to confirm her safety. The Dawn organization wouldn't dare to place a note on Wu Yan's car if they were afraid of him knowing. Although Su Wen didn't understand how the mastermind had the audacity to involve a dojo-level trainer in this matter, it was a good sign. Unless Wu Yin was also part of the Dawn. Wu Yin was shocked to see the note. You actually have Z Pure Crystal? Who is the one kidnapping Zhou Wan? I don't know, but it's highly likely to be the Dawn organization. Ignoring Wu Yan's changing expression, Su Wen was dialing Wang Mo's number. Zhou Wan had been shopping with Wang Mo. Since Zhou Wan was missing, Wang Mo must know something. He had all the phone numbers of the 8 seed players from school stored in his phone, which was just what he needed at this moment. Wang Mo's phone was the first to ring. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Meanwhile, Su Wen's phone rang a few times before it surprisingly connected. Vang Montak. Su Wen asked tentatively. Su Wen, a vague voice came from the other end, as if Wang Mo was eating something. What's up? Upon confirming it was Wang Mo's voice, Su Wen said, Is Sister Wan with you? Can you let her answer the phone? Sister Wan. Wang Mo finally swallowed the food in her mouth and said, she glanced at her phone and hurriedly left. I thought she was called away by you and Chunyu. What happened? It's nothing, just need to find Sister Wan about something. She's not answering her phone. Okay, I'll go ask at school again. Su Wen casually brushed it off before hanging up. Wu Yin turned sideways and asked, how did you provoke the Dawn? Chunyu glanced at Su Wen, seemingly asking whether to reveal everything. At this moment, Su Wen's mind was not clear, but he knew that every decision he made could determine Zhou Wan's life or death. The Dawn organization dared to let Wu Yin know about this, yet wouldn't allow anyone else to approach the chemical factory. This could only mean either Wu Yin was one of them and they weren't afraid of him knowing, or there were others who would definitely be discovered if they got close to the chemical factory. Even if Wu Yin knew about this, he couldn't approach the factory. The western suburbs were different from other outskirts. Years ago, to ensure the GDP of Yun City, the forests in the western suburbs were completely cut down and various factories were established. Later, to protect the environment, most of the factories were demolished, leaving only one abandoned chemical factory waiting. Thus, the western suburbs now consisted of only the chemical factory and a vast plain, indicating that the Dawn's members must possess flying-type Pokémon to know who was approaching the factory. Moreover, Wu Yin could not possibly be one of them. If he were, he would have countless opportunities to capture all three of them at once and force them to reveal the whereabouts of Z Pure Crystal. Furthermore, Su Chuan had also mentioned that the Dawn organization had already been severely weakened. If such a Dawn still managed to infiltrate Wu Yin, then the Pokemon League Center of Xia Country could just go to sleep. After careful consideration, Su Wen relayed the whole situation to Wu Yin. "You guys," Wu Yin said in shock, giving him a thumbs up. "Impressive. At 15, you've done something I wouldn't dare to do at 50. Did your dad tell you what the Dawn has done? You really don't know how to write death." "Oh, mister. Well, we can discuss politics later. We only have an hour. The urgent matter now is to rescue Sister Wan," Chinyu said anxiously. Wu Yin sat up straight, saying, "Buckle your seatbelts. You guide the way. First we get Z Pure Crystal, and we'll discuss the rest as we go. Chinyu, you report this to the League Center." With that, Wu Yin slammed the accelerator, and the car bolted forward like a wild horse. What intrigues me is how they are confident they can safely leave Xia Country after obtaining Z Pure Crystal. Suen mattered in confusion. Although Yin City was near the sea, the coastal defenses were also very tight. 2 hours might not be enough to mobilize a king-level trainer to catch them off guard, but it was sufficient to ensure that the border was heavily guarded, allowing no flies to escape. But soon Su Wen thought of the key point: the water route. Su Wen slammed his thigh in realization. The chemical factory's sewage pipes directly connected to the sea. If they had a Pokemon that could use the dive move, they would have a good chance of leaving Xia Country via the water route. Wu Yin understood it too, and suddenly became anxious. "My Pokemon doesn't have any water types, let alone one that can dive. Shouldn't you have the League send more water-type trainers to secure the coastline?" No wonder the Dawn organization wasn't worried about whether Wu Yin knew the truth. Even if he had a powerful Pokemon, without being able to approach the chemical factory, he could only fumble around outside. Shinyu had already contacted the Pokemon League of Yun City. Upon hearing that it was related to the Dawn organization, they instantly became tense. But 1 hour was truly too tight. The League was in a frenzy, and Wang Zhu was so stressed that he wished he could smash his head against the wall. The sudden appearance of the Secret Realm was only a few months ago. Now the Dawn organization was causing trouble again. Wang Zhu was seriously considering whether to retire early. His heart couldn't handle this kind of pressure. Mobilize all available water-type trainers and flying-type trainers. Perhaps have them stand by in the western suburbs. Contact the customs officials and have them tighten defenses along the water route. If we let members of the Dawn escape, we might as well resign together. Wang Zhu shouted the order. The chemical factory in the western suburbs was not close, even though Wu Yin drove at breakneck speed. By the time Su Wen got the Z Pure Crystal and reached the factory, only 4 or 5 minutes remained to the 1-hour deadline. The electronic screen outside the chemical factory lit up, showing Zhou Wan tightly bound to a chair, with a person in full black standing beside her. Suddenly the person spoke, and an electronic synthesized voice echoed outside the chemical factory, indistinguishable of gender. "Hee, I thought you wouldn't come. Were you planning to take Z Pure Crystal for yourselves? Let Su Wen come in alone, mister. Wu Yin, please keep your distance. I'm scared." Chinyu got out of the car with Su Wen and shouted at the electronic screen, "I can go in right." Su Wen kicked Chinyu. "Are you crazy? I can go in alone." Chinyu remained silent, but kept staring at the camera beside the electronic screen. "He's such a nauseating brotherly bond. You can come in too." The man in black mocked. Su Wen knew he couldn't shake off Chinyu, so after nodding to Wu Yin, he brought Chinyu in. As they walked, Su Wen whispered, "Listen to what I say and don't make any sudden moves. Once we go and stay close to me. He doesn't seem to care about us, which means he must have superior strength on his side. That corner is a blind spot. You should have Rotom attached to your phone." Chunyu's face was expressionless, but his left hand quietly drew a circle on Su Wen's back to indicate he. Upon entering the chemical factory, apart from the black-clad person and Zhou Wan, who was continuously signaling them to leave with her eyes, there was indeed a person in a trench coat leaning against a stone pillar with a Shelmet at his feet. As the aura of the Shelmet emerged, Su Wen felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, this was a Shelmet that had just broken through to the elite level, possessing around 14 or 15 skills, and dive was among them. To one side, there was a large pool of water, which was likely the water route leading directly to the seabed. "Don't look after you hand over Z Pure Crystal to me. You can take Zhou Wan with you," the black-clad person beside Zhou Wan urged. Su Wen withdrew his gaze and did not hurry to hand over Z Pure Crystal. Instead, he coldly laughed. "What? You dare to kidnap Sister Wan, but don't dare to meet us face to face. Go in." Hearing Su Wen's words, the figure in black trembled, his mouth slightly opening and closing as if he wanted to argue, but upon seeing Su Wen's determined gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly and removed his mask. "How did you know it was me? Chiyokuin casually tossed aside the mask, seemingly unconcerned, but his emotions were If no one knew his identity, Chiyokuin could complete this task and continue to lurk in Yungao, enjoying the resources and elite treatment of Yungao. Suwon had considered exposing Chiyokuin after returning to school, but what he needed now more than anything was time. Delaying for just a moment would allow for more of Lian Nang's plans to be implemented. Chunyu and Zhou Wan's pupils contracted sharply, never expecting that their classmate whom they spent day and night with was actually a member of Dawn. It couldn't be considered a coincidence that Su, when discovered Chiyokuin was with Dawn, it was mainly because the organization's speed was too swift. Just as he and Zhou Wan had left school, Dawn had already made its move. If it weren't for someone within the school, such sensitive information wouldn't have spread so quickly. While Zhou Wan was in the girls' dormitory, and Su Wan and Chunyu were in the boys' dormitory, the only one who could simultaneously know what was happening on both sides was Chiyokuin, who practiced with Su Wan every weekend. Zhou Wan was not foolish upon seeing the news. She did not contact Su Wan and Chunyu. The person she left to meet alone must have been someone she deemed trustworthy. Su Wan speculated that perhaps Chiyokuin had produced some personal item from Zhou that made Zhou Wan anxious. However, all of this was speculation. When Zhou Wan approached the chemical plant, the Dark Crow, standing atop the factory, gazing down, was the definitive evidence for Su Wan that the person was indeed Chiyokuin. Yet although Chiyokuin was curious about the reason, he would never joke about his own life. With a sinister expression, he pressed a dagger against Zhou Wan's neck and said, "I know you're stalling for time. Hand over the Z pure crystal quickly." Chiyokuin had clearly made up his mind to kill Su Wan and the others after obtaining the Z pure crystal, allowing him to swagger back to Yungao. Taking a deep breath, Su Wan retrieved the Z pure crystal from his pocket, pinching it between his thumb and index finger, and smiled. "The Z pure crystal is here, but you must send Wan Jie back unharmed first." At the sight of the Z pure crystal, the man in the trench coat and Chiyokuin both became excited. Chiyokuin signaled the man with his eyes. Since it was already confirmed that Su Wan had brought the Z pure crystal, they might as well seize it without further ado. However, Su Wan was faster than Chiyokuin. Just as Chiyokuin gave the signal, he slapped Chunyu and then forcefully threw the Z pure crystal into the nearby water tank. "Su Wan, what are you doing?" Chiyokuin yelled, his eyes bulging with fury as he watched the Z pure crystal being tossed into the water tank. That crystal was his ticket for promotion in Dawn. The man in the trench coat reacted quickly, immediately diving into the water along with the armored shell. The water tank appeared calm on the surface, but underneath the currents were turbulent. The Z pure crystal was only the size of a coin, easily swept away by the flow. Use Thunderbolt. Chunyu knew what Su Wan was planning the moment he threw the Z pure crystal into the water tank, and almost simultaneously ordered the rotom attached to her phone. Before Chiyokuin could respond, he was struck by the thunderbolt and collapsed to the ground, his hair standing on end, eyes vacant, occasionally spitting out wisps of black smoke. Quick. Seeing Chiyokuin fall, Su Wan and Chunyu rushed to Zhou Wan's side, tearing off the tape from her mouth, and then using Chiyokuin's dagger to cut the ropes binding her. Zhou Wan moved her numb limbs and found her pokeball in Chiyokuin's pocket, urging, "Let's go, there's another one underwater." Su Wan nodded and was just about to drag Chiyokuin away when a Dark Crow shrieked loudly, diving directly toward Chunyu. Thunderbolt. Although Rotom's Thunderbolt hit the Dark Crow, it was clear that the now enraged Crow, having lost its trainer, was not deterred and continued to attack Chunyu relentlessly. However, with Rotom obstructing its path, Su Wan and Zhou Wan's attacks followed closely behind. Dragon Breath. Blade Dance. The Fire Dragon's dark purple dragon breath engulfed the Dark Crow in an instant, and the Leak Duck followed closely, swinging its leak as it passed the Dark Crow, a flash of white light causing the Crow to crash to the ground. However, before Su Wan and the others could catch their breath and contact, Wu Yin's splashes of water were already heard as the man in the trench coat and the armored shell emerged from the water. Su Wan and Zhou Wan quickly directed the Fire Dragon and the Leak Duck to focus on the armored shell, while Chunyu also commanded Rotom to float in the air, both sides confronting each other from a distance of several dozen meters. The man in the trench coat obviously did not expect that while he was merely diving into the water to retrieve the Z pure crystal, Chiyokuin had already been subdued. With a grim expression, he cursed inwardly, useless. However, even though he had obtained the Z pure crystal, the man in the trench coat dared not abandon Chiyokuin and flee alone. Chiyokuin's father's status was much higher than his, and upon seeing Chiyokuin lying on the ground, he nearly suffered a heart attack. If Chiyokuin were to die, then even if he returned with the Z pure crystal, he would surely be executed by Chiyokuin's father upon returning to Dawn. If it weren't for the fact that Chiyokuin, despite being charred, still had rising and falling breaths, the man in the trench coat would have almost immediately considered switching sides, inquiring whether the Pokémon League of Xia Country would protect captives. "Hand over Chiyokuin, and I will let you leave." The man in the trench coat's deep voice rang out. Su Wan and the others' expressions turned severe. The pressure from the armored shell was indeed significant, but upon hearing the man's words, Zhou Wan almost immediately replied, "Unless you tell me the whereabouts of my father, you must leave the Z pure crystal behind." Heaven had mercy, the man in the trench coat was merely an elite-level trainer who had only managed to smuggle into Xia country with the organization's help, bringing along an armored shell, and had to follow Qiukun's orders in Yun City. He had no qualifications to know about Zhou Li's whereabouts. Seeing the man in the trench coat's troubled expression, Su Wen realized his level was insufficient, so he took a step back and said, "Take Qiukun away. I'll leave the Z pure crystal." The man in the trench coat felt a stir in his heart, but soon dismissed the thought. As just a pawn with Qiukun injured and the Z pure crystal still not in hand, he would undoubtedly be held accountable if he returned. Gritting his teeth, the man in the trench coat decided to gamble on Su Wen and the others not daring to kill Qiukun. He wanted both the Z pure crystal and Qiukun. Kill. Use Ice Spike. The man in the trench coat aimed to catch Su Wen and the others off guard. Wang Momo's Snow Child was also an Ice type and could use the Ice type move Ice Shard, but the Ice Shard of the Snow Child was nothing compared to the Ice Spike of the Armored Shell at this moment. Dozens of ice spikes formed out of thin air, slowly rotating towards Su Wen and the others. In an instant, they pierced through the air. The ice spikes had not yet arrived, but the chill was already overwhelming. If no action was taken, Su Wen would be pinned against the wall by the ice spikes in the next moment. Su Wen felt neither fear nor surprise. He had already connected with the fire dragon using his aura. At this moment, with a single thought, the fire dragon understood Su Wen's intention. A spark ignited in the air, a flame no larger than a bean. With just this tiny spark, it was utterly impossible to block these ice spikes descending like a meteor. But who said there was only this one spark? Before the fire dragon, hundreds of tiny flames bloomed like night-blooming Sirius, filling the air with a curtain of fire. PS attached is an image of the Ice-type Elite Four from the game. The control that the fire dinosaur had over flames exceeded everyone's imagination. With Su Wen's assistance, it had long reached the third level of the spark skill, developing a unique usage. A lone wolf cannot defeat a fierce tiger. In a group, they can hunt down a powerful beast. In an instant, the ice spike plunged into the fiery curtain created by Duo's flame blossoms. Ice is tangible, while fire is intangible. The fiery curtain was destined to be unable to stop the ice spike, yet it hindered its advance. By the time the ice spike broke through the fiery curtain, its sharp edges had dulled, dripping with water. At this moment, the ice spike was like a weary, fierce tiger. Though it could still bite, it was not invincible. Zhou Wen deftly commanded the scallion duck to slice away at the ice spike, sending it flying. Qinyu and Rotom acted like hidden assassins. The moment the armor shell used the ice spike, he ordered Rotom to unleash Thunderbolt, entrusting their safety entirely to Su Wen and Zhou Wen. The physical defense of the armor shell was undoubtedly top tier, yet its special defense was not impressive. Neither the scallion duck, skilled in physical attacks, nor the fire dinosaur, which had not yet learned many special attack moves, posed a lethal threat to the armor shell. Moreover, Su Wen and the others were fighting 2 levels higher. If the armor shell simply closed its shell, the fire dinosaur and scallion duck could attack for a day and night without breaking through. Thus, upon seeing the armor shell, the strategy was already set. The fire dinosaur and scallion duck would focus on defense and distraction, while Rotom would be the main attacker. A booming sound erupted as lightning struck. The speed of the thunder was not easy to react to. The armor shell was hit squarely by Thunderbolt, its body illuminated by dazzling electric light. Even the elite-level armor shell suffered unexpected damage from the move that countered it. The man in the trench coat did not expect Su Wen and the others to be so in sync, and his thoughts raced to use Shell Smash. The man in the trench coat had not received formal education like Su Wen and the others, but he had developed his own combat intuition within the Dawn organization. If the attack is not strong enough, then strengthen the attack. This was the principle the man in the trench coat had realized in his survival within Dawn. The shell on the armor shell began to crack, yet its momentum grew stronger. Wild Pokémon might be intimidated by this momentum, shrinking back in fear, but Rotom's attack arrived like a thunderclap the moment the man in the trench coat gave the order. No, it wasn't just like thunder, it was thunder. This hit's Thunderbolt was even more intense than the last, with lightning snakes flashing about the surging light, almost transforming into a tidal wave to overwhelm the armor shell. However, Rotom was merely at mid-level 1, the explosive lightning faded in an instant. Just as the armor shell sighed in relief, the fire dinosaur and scallion duck came charging from both sides. It wasn't that Su Wen and Zhou Wen's reactions were slower than Qinyu's, but rather that it took the fire dinosaur and scallion duck some time to reach the armor shell, that was all. Though the armor shell's physical defense was formidable, using Shell Smash significantly increased its physical and special attack, while simultaneously lowering its defenses. The cracked shell could no longer protect the armor shell as perfectly as before. Dragon Claw and the IAI hit the armor shell one after the other, but from the armor shell's relaxed expression, it was evident that the combined damage of these 2 attacks was still less than the first Thunderbolt from Rotom. The man in the trench coat wore a mocking smile. Use Razor Shell. The protruding horn of the armor shell glowed with a white light. The fire dinosaur jumped back just in time to avoid the strike, but the scallion duck was a moment too slow and could only barely block with its scallion. This attack was decisive, swift, and brutal. the scallion duck was knocked back to the ground and struggled to get up leaning on its scallion. If that hit had landed solidly, the scallion duck would have likely found it difficult to continue fighting. What a swift response, what a powerful move. Though just a nameless pawn, it could bury Sue 1 and the others here. This was the pressure of levels. No matter how solid the foundation or how exquisite the moves, crossing the chasm created by level differences was exceedingly difficult. The fire dinosaur and scallion duck retreated to regroup and catch their breath. Shinyu moved closer to Sue 1. Perhaps we should withdraw for now. Zhou 1 remained silent, knowing that her plan had been too reckless, leading them into a predicament. Unfortunately, they were now the fish on the chopping board, and the man in the trench coat did not grant them time to discuss. The ice spike in front of the armor shell was already poised to strike again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the previous failure, the armor shell's ice spike was no longer scattered. Instead, it charged like cavalry, forming a cone shape as it passed through the fiery curtain. The scallion duck wanted to replicate its previous defense, but it could only slice through 4 ice spikes before becoming unable to continue. Fortunately, the fire dinosaur timely raised a protect barrier, barely saving the scallion duck. Rotom seized the opportunity to strike the armor shell with another thunderbolt. Amidst the flickering lightning, the armor shell endured the electric shock and continued to condense its ice spikes. This turned into a battle of endurance, watching whether the armor shell would break through the defenses of the fire dinosaur and scallion duck first, or if Rotom would take down the armor shell. Everyone had their answer in their hearts. The fire dinosaur's protect barrier was already on the verge of collapse, and it seemed a long way off before Rotom could defeat the armor shell. Zhou 1 bit her lip tightly. She was a proud person, and as an older sister, she should be protecting Sue 1. However, now she had not only involved Sue 1 and Chunyu in matters related to Dawn, but had also placed them in such peril. Sue 1 was still pondering the winning strategy, even considering whether to threaten the opponent with Chiokoin, but he knew that in such times the people from Dawn would never be controlled by him. Before Sue 1 could come up with a countermeasure, Zhou 1 was the first to change tactics. Scallion duck used sand attack. Sand attack was not an offensive move. Its main purpose was to disrupt the opponent's vision. However, the armor shell's attacks were like a torrential storm. Even if its vision was obscured, it only needed to attack in that direction. Sue 1 and the others had no chance of dodging the armor shell's attack without defense. Just as Sue 1 and Chunyu were confused about Zhou 1's intentions, they turned to see Zhou 1 lunging forward. Today she would violate the iron rule of the training world. Before defeating the opponent's Pokémon, one must never directly attack the trainer. This was the first principle of the training world, revered by all nations and factions. If one directly attacked the trainer, causing injury or even death, the opponent's Pokémon would pursue you like a relentless curse, willing to fight to the last breath. Though the man in the trench coat was from Dawn, he had never witnessed such an outrageous act. Thus, when Zhou 1, armed with a dagger, slipped through the smoke and sand to reach his side, Though the man in the trench coat was from Dawn, he had never witnessed such an outrageous act. Thus, when Zhou 1, armed with a dagger, slipped through the smoke and sand to reach his side, he was utterly astonished. P.S. attached is the tearful lizard. The protagonist also needs to grow. If any readers want to see the protagonist dominate at the same level, swiftly defeat opponents, and sweep through a group, it is suggested to wait until chapter 200. Alternatively, if there are any demands, feel free to mention them in the comments. The author is always watching. The astonishment was but a fleeting moment as the man in the trench coat spat out, "Crazy woman." His movements were quick, drawing a baton from his waist to clash with Zhou 1. Combat was a mandatory course for Dawn, yet although Zhou 1 had never experienced life and death battles, she had trained in martial arts since the age of 3 and was invincible among dojos by 13. Though the man in the trench coat had heard Chiyo Kuin mention that Zhou 1 seemed quite skilled in martial arts, he did not expect that this girl, merely 15 years old and a head shorter than him, would launch such a relentless assault. In just a few breaths, the dagger in Zhou 1's hand had already grazed the man in the trench coat multiple times. Seeing their trainer threaten, the Shelmet immediately aimed its ice shard at Zhou 1, but as she was entangled with the man in the trench coat, a careless move could spell disaster for both. Furthermore, Sue 1 and Chun, you would not miss this opportunity that Zhou 1 fought for with her life, as the ducklet charged recklessly into the fray. In a fit of anger, the ducklet strikes became even more ferocious despite losing Zhou 1's commands, even willing to trade blows. If it weren't for Sue, when instructing the Charmeleon to provide backup, the ducklet would have already fallen. However, Rotom did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack alongside Charmeleon and Ducklet, but instead used the charge allows a Pokemon's electric energy to become extremely active, thereby amplifying the power of its. The man in the trench coat, suppressed by Zhou 1, could barely lift his head, yet he shouted, "Shelmet, deal with them, and come help me." In the time it took to utter these words, Zhou 1 had already left a gash on his right arm. Obeying the trainer's command, Shelmet began to focus on dealing with the harassment from Ducklet and Charmeleon. Indeed, to Shelmet, the attacks from Charmeleon and Ducklet were mere annoyances, low in damage, but as bothered. Shelmet attempted to repel Charmeleon and Ducklet with Shellblade, but both little Pokemon would rather sustain injuries from the move than yield even an inch. They were waiting for the next moment that was already upon them, as dazzling lightning compelled Su when to shield his eye. Chinyu trained Rotom, always prioritizing agility and speed, but at this moment she discarded everything else, retaining only the sheer dominance of the lightning. The lightning erupted from within Rotom, rapidly gathering around it, creating explosive sounds of crackling electricity. The lighting in the chemical plant was poor, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through the gaps. Yet at this moment, the interior was even brighter than the outside. As the lightning streaked by, even though Charmeleon and Ducklet had evaded in advance at Su Wen's warning, they were still caught in the aftershocks of the explosion. Heaven unleashed its deadly intent. The stars shifted in the sky. For the first time, Shelmet let out a mournful wail, drowning in the overwhelming lightning. It could only tightly close its shell to reduce the damage. After unleashing a massive amount of electricity, Rotom's form appeared somewhat limp, clearly drained of. Ducklet struggled to keep itself upright with its leak, having sustained severe damage from the previous assault, relying solely on willpower to hold on. Even the best-off Charmeleon was battered and bruised, yet the fierce flames on its tail indicated that it was still in relatively good condition. As the lightning gradually weakened and scattered at the center of the scorched ground, Shelmet lay motionless as if it had fainted. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan had already subdued the man in the trench coat, delivering a precise chop that knocked him unconscious. Though she had received a few strikes from the baton, the injuries were not serious. Did we win? Chinyu dared not be complacent. Su, in his hair standing on end, shouted, "Not yet." Shelmet's shell slowly opened, revealing its weakened eyes, barely able to stay half open. Seeing its trainer down on the ground, Shelmet let out two desperate wails before bursting forth with white light. "Run! It's going to self-destruct." Su Wen shouted urgently. If it self-destructed here, the abandoned chemical plant would likely collapse, and none of them would survive. At the critical moment, a bolt of thunder struck down. Unlike the tens of thousands of volts, this lightning was more concentrated and did not even affect the ground, striking solely at Shelmet. After the hit, Shelmet ceased its move and collapsed on spot. "Awesome, are you?" Su Wen exclaimed excitedly, but the next moment he realized such a powerful move could not have been unleashed by Rotom. An electric-type move, could it be? "What should you make sure to properly thank your teacher, Wu, for saving the day, okay?" Wu Yin stepped out from the shadows, speaking with annoyance. Next to Wu Yin stood a Pokémon with yellow skin, a red orb on its tail and forehead, a white underbelly, flat hands, and a single toe, its neck, ears, and parts of its tail adorned with yellow and black patterns. Su Wen realized that this must be Wu Yan's ace Pokémon, the Electivire. Wu Yin had actually snuck into the chemical plant while the Dark Raven retreated, not intervening to gauge the limits of Su Wen and the others. Zhou Wan's actions truly surprised him, and thankfully there were no mishaps. It was only when Shelmet was about to self-destruct that Wu Yin commanded Electivire to take it down. "Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your life-saving grace. I will never forget this immense favor." Su Wen finally let out a sigh of relief, jokingly walking toward Charmeleon. Chinyu also approached, almost clinging to Wu Yan's leg. "Wu, Teacher Wu, if you hadn't come, I would have been finished." Wu Yin, slightly disdainful, pushed Chinyu away and looked at the fallen Xiaoquan and the man in the trench coat, his mood complex, saying, "This is also the school's problem for letting Dawn's people in." Su Wen walked up to Charmeleon, gently patting it, saying, "You worked hard." Charmeleon flexed its bicep, roar. "I can take on 10 more. Zhou Wan timidly walked up to Su Wen, apologizing. "I'm sorry for getting you all involved." Su Wen pretended to be angry, saying, "Sister Wan, what you said is nonsense. Your matter is our matter, right, Chinyu?" Chinyu echoed, "Exactly. Plus we captured members of Dawn at the League. Must have a reward, right?" Wu Yin asked, "What about the Z crystal? Did you get it back?" Zhou Wan nodded, displaying the Z crystal in her hand, saying, "I just found it in that man's pocket." Wu Yin said, "Keep it safe. Trainers from the League Center are monitoring all the waterways. First go and hand it over at the League Center, then take your Pokémon for treatment." After a fierce battle, the mental fatigue for Su Wen and the others was secondary. The physical injuries of the Pokémon were very real, and some severe wounds, if unaddressed, could affect their future. Wu Yin directed Su Wen and Chunyu to use the ropes that bound Zhou Wan to tie up the man in the trench coat, and Xiaoquan then found Shelmet and Dark Raven's Pokeballs on them and collected them. "By the way, Teacher Wu, how should we deal with this Dark Raven and Shelmet?" "So winning Wayuth. Generally, they will be treated and released deep into the forbidden areas." Taking a deep breath several times, Su Wen feigned calmness and got into the car. After handing the piece of paper to Wu Yin, Su Wen said to Chun, "P.S. Attached is a picture of the Electivire family. Thanks to Xiao Fanzi 666, Air Yugu, San, Qian Mo, Shan. Fate the evening wind still howls mournfully windy love, Saint Ming, Qianhun who loves purple vines, Gu Yuan who likes the wandering bottle, and other readers for urging updates and support." Today, a reader said the author's battle writing was repetitive, so I added an extra chapter to wrap up this battle and offered 3 chapters. With Wu Yan's assistance, they successfully handed over Xiaoquan and the man in the windbreaker to the Alliance Center. The police officials at the Alliance Center requested to take Su Wen and his companions back for detailed questioning. Considering they needed to treat the little sprite's injuries, Su Wen and his group agreed to the officer's request. Wu Yin had nothing pressing to attend to, so he accompanied Su Wen and the others to the Sprite Center. Upon arriving at the Sprite Center, Manager Wang was already waiting for them. In Manager Wang's mind, Su Chuan and Su Wen were like his lucky stars. During the last Secret Realm incident, thanks to Su Chuan's guidance, the losses were minimized, and this time the members of the Dawn organization were also apprehended by Su Wen. Heroes emerge from the youth, Manager Wang said, firmly shaking the hands of Su Wen and the others with no hint of arrogance. Su Wen was taken aback by Manager Wang's enthusiasm. Chen Yu, usually thick-skinned, was also at a loss for words, while Zhou Wan candidly responded, "Manager, you flatter me." After chatting briefly with Manager Wang, he left to attend to other matters. After all, the resurgence of Dawn in Xia country was no small issue, and he had numerous reports to submit to his superiors. Before Su Wen and his companions went to record their statements with the police, they first handed the little sprite over to the nurse, then followed the officers into the police precinct. The statement was taken by a male and a female officer who asked very detailed questions, nearly uncovering Su Wen's entire ancestry. At first, everything seemed normal, but gradually the questions became sensitive. "May I ask if this Z pure crystal is currently with you?" Upon hearing this question, Su Wen's gaze sharpened, yet Zhou Wan, unsuspecting, replied, "Yes, it's with me now." The male officer instantly smiled and said, "Classmate Zhou Wan, this Z pure crystal is related to Dawn. We would like to temporarily take it into the Alliance's possession and return it to you once the investigation is complete. Is that all right?" Although phrased as a question, the male officer's tone left no room for doubt. Zhou Wan's previously relaxed expression froze. Temporarily taking it into Alliance possession. If they really handed it over, how long would it take to investigate? A year, 10 years, or indefinitely? She never expected that not only would Dawn act swiftly, but that some people in Xia country would also move just as quickly. How long had it been since Su Wen informed the Alliance about possessing the Z pure crystal? And already someone... Shinyu became furious. They had just braved life and death to help Zhou Wan retain this Z pure crystal, and now someone was saying they would take it away. He scolded, "Are you truly police officers, or just robbers?" The female officer's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, unwilling to respond. The male officer, unfazed by the outburst, looked at Shinyu and said slowly, "Classmate Shinyu, please watch your language. You are insulting public servants. Though you are still a minor, you must also bear the corresponding responsibility." Su Wen restrained the almost exploding Shinyu. Their little sprite was already receiving treatment. Causing a scene on enemy territory wouldn't end well. What to do when bullied? Of course, call for help from an adult. Su Wen looked deeply at the male officer, making him feel a bit uneasy, then said, "Teacher, stop watching the show. Your student is about to be coerced into confessing." The room fell silent with no reactions at all. The four people in the room apart from Su Wen had no clue what he was talking about. Shinyu even thought Su Wen was talking nonsense out of anger. The female officer leaned over to the male officer and whispered, "This student seems a bit off mentally. Should we take him out first?" The male officer dismissed it, thinking Su Wen was just pretending to be crazy. Su Wen's attempt to act cool backfired. His face turning red as he indignantly said, "Teacher Wu Yin, do you remember the last time you got drunk and told me about when you were 15? Before he could finish, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. "Who the hell dares to bully my student?" Wu Yan's gaze was unfriendly, and it was unclear whether it was directed at the male officer or out of fear that he himself had almost been socially ruined. Following Wu Yan was the extremely awkward police chief, and the two officers hurriedly saluted when they saw him. The chief looked at the two officers and said, "You two, how dare you propose such an outrageous request? Go write a 5,000-word reflection each." The male officer panicked, wanting to speak, but the chief's fierce gaze made him swallow his words. The female officer, being more astute, realized that although the chief had assigned them this task, the best choice was to take the blame in this situation. "Yes, chief," the two responded, lowering their heads. The chief turned back to Su Wen and his companions, switching to a different expression. "I apologize. It's my failure to manage properly. I will punish them severely. You three can leave now." Su Wen glanced at Wu Yin, knowing that he wouldn't gain anything further, and promptly left the precinct with Zhou Wan. Once Su Wen and the others had walked far away, the chief turned to the two aggrieved officers and comforted them, saying, "You two have been in the force for 6 or 7 years. How could you not notice that they brought a communicator in?" The two officers exchanged glances, genuinely unaware. Not only did they not notice, but even Zhou Wan and Chun Yu were unaware that Su Wen had already communicated with Wu Yin in advance, bringing in a one-way communicator. Inside, they were chatting happily, while just on the other side, Wu Yin and the chief were also listening intently. The male officer felt a bit aggrieved and said, "Chief, didn't you say it was arranged by that person? Can't we detain them forcibly?" "Detain them forcibly?" The chief glanced at the male officer, already considering distancing himself from this fool. "Do you know who that young man's father is?" "It's the former principal of Yungao. Do you know how many influential students he has?" After a pause, he sighed, "Even I was once his student." The respect for teachers is profound if the old principal spoke up, not to mention how many powerful figures would want to take the chief down. Even the fact that he was once a student of the principal would bury him in a deluge of criticism in Xia country. The chief initially thought this was a small matter that someone was asking him to intercept the Z pure crystal and the reward would be a promotion. At 50, the chief could hardly see any hope for advancement, and with such a good opportunity right in front of him, he had to take the chance. Even if the old principal were his teacher, he wouldn't back down. Once the Z pure crystal was in hand, he could easily find someone to take the blame and say it was lost, and later a powerful figure could negotiate with the higher-ups, letting the matter pass without a hitch. However, the chief didn't expect that Wu Yin would be keeping a close watch on him, and Su Wen was quite clever, completely unlike an ordinary 15-year-old. As he waved his hand, signaling the two officers to leave, he sat down in his chair and self-deprecatingly said, "Never mind, let them fight it out among themselves." There's a picture of the little sprite that appeared in this chapter in the comments. Dear readers, please check it out. After retrieving the healed little sprite, Su Wen and the others did not linger for a moment and directly followed Wu Yin back to the school. In Wu Yan's car, the four showed no sign of excitement from leaving the police station. Their expressions were either heavy, stern, or serious. Everyone understood that this was just the beginning. The person who could manipulate the chief of the department must have a significant identity, but it was unclear which top-tier trainer it was. Zhou Wan forced a smile and said, "Teacher Wu, if I hand over the Z pure crystal to the Alliance, now can they guarantee to find my father?" Although Zhou Wan valued the Z pure crystal, she cared even more about Zhou Li. This Z pure crystal was the last message left by Zhou Li, and if it weren't for that, Zhou Wan wouldn't risk her life to protect it. Wu Yan's expression was complicated and he remained silent. He knew that if Zhou Wan voluntarily handed it over to the Alliance, they would certainly offer some compensation and perhaps issue a commendation or make a news feature. But Wu Yan also knew about Zhou Li's disappearance. No one could guarantee where Zhou Li was now, and once the Z pure crystal was handed over, it would surely end up in the hands of some trainer who would care less about a missing person. If it weren't for Zhou Wan being his student, Wu Yan would have brushed it off, but he had always been sincere with his friends, otherwise he wouldn't have proactively fallen back, resulting in still being at the gym leader level. Let's go back first. After hesitating several times, Chun Yu managed to utter this sentence. Seeing the atmosphere so bleak, Wu Yin spoke up, "Don't be so down. Yin Gao will definitely protect you. If he can't even protect his own students, then he might as well put up a for sale sign tomorrow." However, when Wu Yin took Su Wen and the others to meet the old principal in the principal's office, he no longer thought so. In the office, besides the old principal, there was another figure sitting on the sofa. The fighting type King Lu Yu. That towering figure could be recognized even without seeing his face. Compared to other kings, Lu Yu had appeared more frequently in public, not only as a trainer on screen, but also as a significant guest at various sports events. In addition to being the fighting type King Lu Yu was also the 9-time champion of the Summer National Fighting Competition and the longest record holder. Had he not been defeated by a masked man the 10th time, he might still be maintaining his winning streak. Some even say that Lu Yu could tear apart a master-level Pokémon with his bare hands. Next to Lu Yu sat a Hitman Li. When Lu Yu saw Su Wen and the others enter, he opened his eyes and looked over. Although he wore a smile, Su Wen felt an instant locking of pressure directed at him. The sensation transmitted through the pressure felt like a falling into an endless abyss, as if death was hovering right in front of them, sending chills through Su Wen and the others. It was only when Wu Yin stepped across and stood in front of Su Wen and the others that the terrifying pressure dissipated. Chun Yu's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall, and Zhou Wan had to support him to keep him standing. Just as they entered, they were greeted with an intimidating display. The old principal suppressed his anger and said, "King Lu, it is unbecoming to act against children." Lu Yu laughed jovially, silently releasing the pressure locking onto Wu Yin, and said, "Haha, I was just a bit eager. I heard a few kids captured the one known as Dawn, and I wanted to see what talents they are." Without waiting for the old principal to speak, Lu Yu stood up and bypassed Wu Yin to approach Zhou Wan, saying, "Little girl, the fighting type Z pure crystal is with you, right? Can you hand it over to me?" At this moment, Zhou Wan's muscles were still trembling uncontrollably. Facing Lu Yu directly, although she wasn't under pressure, she felt an even more terrifying weight. Without any pretense, Lu Yu directly pressured her. Wu Yin turned around and said, "King Lu, you don't have to be so forceful. Once Zhou Wan finds her father, she can send the Z pure crystal to you." Lu Yu glanced at Wu Yin, his gaze a mixture of amusement and skepticism, then reached out and effortlessly snapped the pen at Wu Yan's chest. The broken pen revealed its ruined electronic components. It was not an ordinary pen, but a voice recorder. Wu Yin intended to use the recording to coerce Lu Yu into compliance, but after so many years in the industry, Lu Yu easily saw through such a trick. Lu Yu lightly patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said, "You are a bit too naive." Though it seemed like just a couple of gentle pats, Wu Yan's face turned pale in an instant. The hidden force from Lu Yu surged, causing Wu Yin to feel pain and unable to make sound. Thud, thud, thud. The old principal slammed his cane down hard on the floor and said, "Lu Yu, what are you doing? Is this your so-called negotiation? Seeing the old principal, enraged Lu Yu remained impassive, loosening his grip as if nothing had happened. He did not even glance at Wu Yin, who was clutching his shoulder, and turned to Zhou Wan, saying, 50 million, how about you hand over the Z pure crystal to me? 50 million sounds like a lot, but Su Wen knew that the Z pure crystal was worth far more than that. Calling it priceless would not be an exaggeration. Even if Lu Yu offered several quotas from Forbidden Area in exchange, it would be far more sincere than 50 million. Zhou Wan's cherry lips quivered slightly, her gaze downcast. The old principal and Wu Yin remained silent. If it were a top-tier trainer, they wouldn't be afraid at all, but the king. Suddenly, Su Wen felt a strong sense of powerlessness. If he had helped the fire dinosaur learn magical flames or reverse scales while battling the Shelmet Zhou, one wouldn't have to risk her life facing the opposing trainer, and Shinyu wouldn't have almost been killed by a self-destruct. If he had even one top-tier Pokemon in his hands now, he would have the confidence to confront Lu Yu. Though Su Wen had done everything he could, it was still far from enough. He could not protect those around him. Shinyu suddenly blocked Lu Ye's path about to speak, but was immediately pulled back by Zhou Wan enough. Shinyu and Su Wen had already sacrificed enough for her. She could not let them bear any more. Zhou Wan took out a box from her pocket, retrieved the fighting-type Z pure crystal, and then deeply looked at it before handing it over. Lu Yu grinned and said, smart choice. But Su Wen grabbed Zhou Wan's wrist and looked at Lu Yu, saying, Senior, do not underestimate the youth. It was a powerless threat, yet it was also the last act of defiance. Lu Yu swatted Su Wen's hand away, his patience wearing thin. I will wait. After saying that, Lu Yu reached out to take the Z pure crystal, but his hand ultimately did not move forward. A bony hand tightly gripped him, and looking up from that hand, it was Su Chuan, who had been out on a training journey. Bullying my son. Do you believe I can beat you to a pulp? Su Chuan is native. Su Chuan's presence here was entirely due to the veteran principal's meticulous planning. When Wu Yin informed the principal that news of this pure crystal had already been reported upstream, the principal instantly surmised that someone would attempt to seize it. He immediately set aside all pending matters and contacted trusted students and friends capable of assisting. Su Chuan naturally fell within that circle. At that moment, Su Chuan had only just emerged from Secret Realm. Upon receiving the principal's call, he rushed straight here, leaving his wife Wang Xian behind at the Pokemon Center near the realm's exit. Fortunately, his Braviary's extraordinary flight speed enabled him to return to Yundu City in under 2 hours. Having received the principal's urgent message, he proceeded directly to the principal's office and arrived just in time to intercept Lu Yu. Su Chuan. Lu Yu recognized this trainer famed as the owner of China's strongest gym-level Pokemon. Yet, gym-level remained indisputably gym-level. Lu Yu attempted to wrench his left arm free from Su Chuan's grip, but that corded sinewy limb refused to budge, locked fast as mountain stone. In an instant, Lu Yu recalled the masked man who had ended his 9-battle winning streak. Su Chuan's figure blurred, merging with that memory. Blood vessels burst across Lu Yu's eyes as he roared, Hitman Lee. Perched motionless on the sofa, Hitman Lee vanished in a blur, reappearing beside Su Chuan in the blink of an eye. A whip-like leg lashed out, aimed squarely at Su Chuan's face with the force to cleave mountains. Pheromosa. A crimson flash erupted from the pokeball at Su Chuan's waist, coalescing into Pheromosa. With effortless grace, her left hand swept forward, not swiftly yet unerringly, catching Hitman Lee's heaven-splitting kick midair. Hitman Lee felt as though he'd struck boundless earth. His full power strike failed to shift Pheromosa even a hair's breadth. Calmly, she raised her right hand and smoothed the 2 tufts of white fur atop her head, her gaze disdainful. Lu Yu recoiled inwardly. Has Pheromosa broken through to the champion tier? Su Chuan curled his lips faintly. Guess. Then, voice sharpening into steel, he commanded, throw it. Beat it to ruin. No quarter. Rage surged, condensed into those few words. Su Chuan intended to cripple Hitman Lee here and now. Obeying Su Chuan's order, Pheromosa flung Hitman Lee aside like discarded rags. The immense centrifugal force sent him crashing straight through the entire wall of the principal's office, plummeting 3 stories downward. Pheromosa followed without hesitation, launching herself downward like a cannonball. The principal, but it wasn't only Hitman Lee and Pheromosa falling from the 3rd floor. Su Chuan gripped Lu Yu's left arm in one iron hand and clamped his other around Lu Yu's throat, dragging him down into the void. Su Wen and the others first peered through the shattered wall, then, gauging the height, reluctantly abandoned any thought of leaping after them. Lu Yu's physique truly was formidable. Striking the ground from 3 stories left him merely dazed and disoriented, instinctively struggling to rise. But Su Chuan granted no respite. Fists whistled through air, hammering relentlessly toward Lu Yu's temple. Carried away by fury, Su Chuan even seized Lu Yu's skull between both hands and slammed it repeatedly into the earth. Meanwhile, Pheromosa executed Su Chuan's command. No quarter. With chilling diligence, one hand pinned Hitman Lee immobile while the other delivered crushing arm thrusts. Within mere breaths, Hitman Lee could only parry, utterly incapable of counterattack. Though battered upon the ground, Lu Yu endured greater agony, not from physical pain, but from humiliation being trampled into the mud before a crowd stripped of dignity and authority. Ma Camp, Hitmonchan, Blaziken, Toxicroak, Hitmontop. 5 crimson flashes erupted from Lu Yu's chest pouch. Adding to Hitmonlee, these were his 6th champion-ear Pokémon. Suchuan rolled sideways clear of Lu Yu, his instincts screaming that if he delayed another heartbeat, Machamp's fist would send him flying. Hitmonlee lay broken, a lifeless heap. Pheromosa cast him aside indifferently and strode to Suchuan's side. Spotting Su1 and the others descending to the courtyard, Suchuan turned to Wu Yan. Wu Yan, can you hold off one of Wu Yan's shoulders still throbbed, but his blood sang with exhilaration. To fight a champion, that was pure, unadulterated thrill. Yes, he answered, fierce and immediate. Lu Yu felt the searing sting across his cheek, the wound's raw lament. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, you will all die today. Macamp, Hitmontop, Hitmonchan, close combat. Blaziken, fake out. Toxicroaks. The tactical allocation was flawless. Toxicroak's Sludge Bomb provided suppressive cover. Blaziken's fake out sowed chaos. The remaining 3 coordinated a synchronized assault. Even with Wu Yin restraining 1-4 against 1 meant certain defeat for Pheromosa. Had Suchuan not, a thunderous roar shook the air. A brown bear, its belly marked by a vivid yellow ring, slammed its fists against its chest, glaring fiercely at Macamp and Hitmontop. This was Suchuan's 2nd great prize from the secret realm, a champion-ear Ursaring. Su-Win's spirit sense stirred and extended outward. Though Ursaring initially resisted, it soon yielded, as if recognizing the resonance of Suchuan's aura, allowing Su-Win's wave sense to fully perceive its nature. Ursaring ability Guts. Moves Arm, Thrust, Covet, Scratch, Leer, Lick, Sweet Scent. Guts, the ability that sharply amplifies physical attack when afflicted with status conditions such as burn, freeze, poison, or paralysis. Su-Win tossed a flame orb toward Su-Chuandad. Use the flame orb. The flame orb, newly acquired after Charmander's evolution into Charmeleon, was now loaned to Ursaring. Guts activated only when the Pokémon suffered a debilitating status, burn, poison, paralysis, or freeze, triggering a dramatic surge in physical power. Suchuan had originally intended for Ursaring to open with Sweet Scent for supportive disruption, but seeing the flame orb soar through the air, he moistened his lips. Then, let's burn. As the flame orb embedded itself into Ursaring's body, its fur ignited with flickering crimson embers. A hallmark effect, the orb induced a controlled burn, activating Guts instantly. Ursaring's presence swelled, feral, unstoppable, craving nothing less than a tempest of devastation. Pheromosa, Arm, Thrust. Ursaring, Thrash. Thrash packed devastating power, but like outrage, it carried the perilous side effect of confusion upon conclusion. Yet Suchuan had no choice. Ursaring's flame orb and Pheromosa's life, or both, exacted heavy tolls. Victory demanded speed, absolute decisive speed. Wu Yin deployed his Electivire, Electabuzz, and Luxray. Electivire, already nearing champion tier, intercepted Toxicroak, severing its line of support and shielding Ursaring and Pheromosa from rear assaults. Wu Yin deployed his Electivire, Electabuzz, and Luxray. Electivire, already nearing champion tier, intercepted Toxicroak, severing its line of support and shielding Ursaring and Pheromosa from rear assaults. These 2 individuals, one being a king, were publicly assaulted, their anger ready to overflow. The other, humiliated for their child, was filled with grief and vowed to take revenge on the king. However, both coincidentally restricted the little spirit's moves. Despite the 7 king-level little spirits and 3 gym-level little spirits causing a ruckus in the open space, they were all using melee attacks. Not a single large-scale attack, such as Rock Slide, Solar Beam, or Light Destroyer, was used. Only the Toxicroak's Mud Bomb left large purple craters on the ground with the toxic liquid bubbling and rolling inside, quite disgusting. This was reasonable. If these little spirits were allowed to unleash their power freely, an entire island could sink, let alone just a campus. If Suchuan and Lu Yu truly had no restrictions on the little spirits today, they would probably end up on the wanted list of the Xian Nation, and tomorrow they would be singing a sad song in a cell, perhaps even becoming roommates. Suchuan gave Lu Yu a beating, which calmed him down somewhat. Although Lu Yu was hit hard, he was more concerned about his dignity as a king. Fortunately, today was the weekend, and there weren't many people at the school, otherwise tomorrow's headlines would likely read shocking. A fighting-type king publicly brawls with a mysterious man on campus. Even though Suchuan and Lu Yu were very restrained, the sounds of battle were still significant. If the Leaf King smashed down with an arm hammer and hit a Mac Hoke or Hitmonchan, it would be fine. If not accompanied by a strong tremor, the ground would instantly crack like a shattered glass mirror, spreading web. Su-Won and others instinctively moved away from the battlefield, but some of the school staff, thinking it was an earthquake, ran downstairs to seek refuge. However, upon realizing it was 2 trainers fighting, they were not only relieved, but pleased. Some took out their phones to record, while others called friends online. Suchuan was fearless as someone without shoes, but Lu Yu became anxious. His robust figure could be recognized even when he covered his face. Master Su, this time, I overstepped. How about we end it here? Liu said darkly. On the surface, he was not at a disadvantage, but he was subtly suppressing the situation, yet Su Chuan's strength was indeed acknowledged by Liu Yu. Not to mention, just looking at the Leaf King, every movement was flamboyant facing 3 opponents, yet becoming more courageous. The space became heavy under the swinging arm hammer. The Teddy Ursa was fine, even with the Fire Orb's enhancement. It was merely trading blows with the Hitmonchan, appearing to have just entered the king level not long ago. Su Chuan heard Liu Ye's words, thought for a moment, and decisively said, "All right, but you must promise not to harbor any ill intentions toward Zhou Wan Z Crystal." Liu Yu forced a smile. Had he known Su Chuan already possessed 2 king-level little spirits with such terrifying strength, he wouldn't have used such aggressive means to obtain that fighting-type Z Crystal. Okay. Liu Yu readily agreed, and the little spirits on both sides responded by separating. After taking back the little spirits into their pokeballs, Liu Yu took a deep look at Su Chuan, then glanced at Su Wen and others, finally releasing a steel wing from his pokeball to float away. He needed to act quickly to use his authority to contain the situation. Su Chuan let out a breath. A king was still a king. Even after he had taken down the opposing Hitmonlee first, there was still no opportunity to defeat Liu Yu. After retracting the Fire Orb from the Teddy Ursa, Su Chuan returned the 2 little spirits and went to apologize to the old principal. "Sorry, principal, for causing such damage to the campus." Su Chuan displayed no reduction in his previous arrogance, scratching his head and speaking a bit foolishly to the old principal. The old principal lightly tapped Su Chuan's head with his cane and said, "After all these years, your temper hasn't changed at all." Then the old principal looked at the chaotic, damaged campus, and a slight smile crept up at the corner of his mouth. "It's just right that the school hasn't been renovated for a long time. This time, let's see what excuse the league has for not approving funds." After all, the Pokemon League wasn't solely under the king's control. The commotion caused by Liu Yu was significant, and compensation was a must. As for the campus damage, it wasn't something the old principal could handle alone. This time, Liu Yu truly found himself in a situation where he lost both his wife and soldiers, and not only did he fail to obtain the Z Crystal, but he also incurred a debt. Although this debt might not pose much pressure for a full-fledged king, he still faced significant losses. Su Chuan was also quite vexed. Had he concealed his strength a bit, he might have been able to emerge as a dark horse in the next king-level trainer ranking tournament. However, now that his strength was revealed, at least Liu Yu was aware of his full capabilities, leaving him unable to lay low during the ranking tournament. Although the old principal could use this opportunity to make a small profit, being directly pressured in the principal's office was akin to having his face slapped, which was particularly infuriating for the elderly principal nearing his 70s. Sigh. The 3 who were not together sighed in unison. It turns out that the joys and sorrows of people can resonate with one another. "Dad, don't the Leaf King and Teddy Ursa need to be sent for treatment?" Su Wen asked. Just now he had seen clearly that the Leaf King had taken 2 close-range hits, one being a brick break, and the Teddy Ursa had also exchanged a mighty attack with Hitmonchan. Su Chuan laughed. "It's fine, they both have the move Rest, which restores them just as quickly as sending them to a Pokemon Center would. All little spirits can learn the move Rest, and they generally do, because unless a little spirit is truly on the verge of death, any injury can be healed through Rest. However, if a spirit is truly in a dire state like that Hitmonlee from earlier, it would have to be sent to the Pokemon Center for treatment, using moves like Heal Pulse or Life Dew." Zhou Wan approached Su Chuan and said, "Uncle Su, thank you for this time." Su Chuan waved his hand. "Hey, you and Chin, you are just like my own children. Why be so polite with your Uncle Su? I already know about your father's situation, and I will look into it." Zhou Wan smiled, sweetly nodded, and handed the Z Crystal to Su Chuan, saying, "Uncle Su, please keep the Z Crystal for now." Su Chuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon reflection, this Z Crystal had indeed caused Zhou Wan a lot of trouble. First Dawn, then Liu Yu. It truly was a troublesome item. "Let's keep it with me for now." Su Chuan took the Z Crystal and said, "They'll contact the media later to clarify that the Z Crystal is with me, so no one will be watching you anymore." Although the Z Crystal was precious, Su Chuan was not interested. The Leaf King and Teddy Ursa were both of average types, and the fighting type Z Crystal could not unleash its full potential. Moreover, to use a Z Crystal, the little spirits cannot hold items, but the Leaf King and Teddy Ursa already had very suitable items, so the Z Crystal was like a chicken rib to Su Chuan. PS Fierce Fire Dragon X. While Su Chu and Zhou Wan were still being polite, Su Wen noticed something amiss. "Dad, where's my mom?" Su Wen blinked, and Su Chuan was taken aback, then exclaimed, "I left your mom at the Pokemon Center." Without caring to chat with Su, when Su Chuan hurriedly had his Pidgeot carry him back to pick up Wang Xian. If all went well, Su Chuan might end up sleeping on the sofa tonight. Su Wen and the others exchanged glances and then burst into cheerful laughter. The next day, when the students arrived at the campus, they were almost hesitant to step inside upon seeing the uneven ground. Many stood frozen for a few seconds before taking a few steps back, staring intently at the prominently displayed nameplate to ensure they hadn't entered the wrong school. In terms of funding, the old principal received rapid approval after applying to the Pokemon Center, and those within the school who were aware of Lu Yu and Su Chuan's battle were also informed to keep it confidential with no corresponding videos leaking online. One can only say that the Pokemon League's response was quite swift. Furthermore, Chiu Kun's departure was explained by the class teacher of Class 3 as a transfer, causing no ripples. After receiving treatment from the beautiful school nurse, Wu Yan's shoulder, which was injured by Lu Yu, had basically returned to normal, not affecting his ability to attend classes. However, during the training class that day, Wu Yan did not let the students practice individually as usual, but rather gathered them together for a rare theoretical lesson. "How has everyone been feeling about the recent training?" Wu Yan casually asked like a friendly older brother. After more than 2 months, the students understood that Wu Yan, with his cold exterior and warm heart, was an easygoing teacher. Thus they felt relaxed and chattered excitedly. Wu Yan listened but could not discern their words, clearly helplessly raising his hand to signal for quiet. He then stated, "I just want to know that you all haven't faced any hindrance in your Pokemon's training, right?" Everyone answered in unison no. Wu Yan nodded and chuckled, "But you will soon enough." Just when everyone was puzzled, Wu Yan asked a seemingly unrelated question. Everyone knows the current Pokemon rating system differs from the past, right? Everyone knew that the current Pokemon rating system had 7 levels ranging from amateur to champion, while the previous rating system had 8 levels from 0 to 7. However, when Wu Yan inquired why the rating tiers had been updated, everyone fell silent. Wu Yan said, "Some of you may wonder why I'm asking so many strange questions today. It's because among you the student who trains the fastest has a Pokemon that's about to touch the first tier of the breaking tier barrier." When he mentioned someone about to break the barrier, everyone looked at Su Wen. Among all the Pokemon, the training speed of his Charmeleon was indeed unparalleled. This breaking tier barrier is precisely why the World Pokemon League is willing to update the rating system at all. In the old rating system, there were no obstacles from 0 to 1. Once energy accumulation was sufficient, one could easily cross over. However, from 1 to 2, every breakthrough requires breaking the tier barrier. Humans cannot know what it feels like for a Pokemon to break the tier barrier, but fortunately some Pokemon with the ability of telepathy can simply describe the experience of breaking the tier barrier to humans. Some Pokemon say that breaking through feels like a volcano with a blocked vent, which after continuous pressure finally erupts, thus breaking through the barrier. Others say it feels like a wall they wear down daily, eventually breaking through when the time is right. However, regardless of the Pokemon, they all share a common description: breaking the tier barrier is not an easy feat. Why are there so many Pokemon in Xia Country stuck at Gym Leader level, Master level, and even Ruler level without making any progress? Because they cannot break through that tier barrier, they can only remain at one level until the end of their lives. At this point, Wu Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. "On the first day of school, we have already eliminated a group of students. Those who cannot measure their daily energy absorption limit have already transferred out, and from now on we will have a second screening. If any of you cannot help your Pokemon break through the barrier from amateur to normal level within 5 days, I advise you to transfer as well. It's still possible to do so, as we have not yet reached 3 months into the first year." All right, dismissed. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned oppressive. Wu Yan was the type who managed the strictness without concern for buried feelings, and he simply let the students train on their own. After Su Wen had reached today's training limit with his Charmeleon, he walked over to Wu Yan, who was training his Electabuzz. Did Electabuzz evolve so quickly? Su Wen thought that after Electabuzz had gone through a fierce battle yesterday, it wouldn't evolve so soon. Wu Yan smiled and said, "It evolved because it accumulated enough energy." "What's the problem?" Su Wen placed his right hand on Charmeleon's head and asked, "Teacher, how long does it generally take for your Pokemon to break through the barrier to normal level?" Wu Yan thought for a moment and said, "If it's slow, it might take about a day. If it's fast." Wu Yan gestured toward Electabuzz and added, "I remember this guy broke through in less than an hour, right?" Seeing Su Wen's slightly anxious expression, Wu Yan comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. Although we don't know your specific abilities, judging by Charmeleon's energy absorption speed, the only barrier you need to worry about is the champion level." Su Wen nodded and said, "Teacher, there's one more thing. I remember the starter Pokemon should have exclusive moves. May I ask where I can obtain the exclusive move for Charmander?" The reason the starter Pokemon are called the starter trio is that they are distinct from other Pokemon, and exclusive moves are one of the characteristics. Moderate power moves that can synergize to produce special effects: Fire, Oath Water, Oath Grass, Oath. Ultimate moves with terrifying power, but side effects: Explosive Flames, Hydro Cannon, Frenzied Plants. However, Su Wen had not seen the source of the exclusive moves online, so he could only ask Su Chuan or Wu Yan. But Su Chuan was still thousands of kilometers away, leisurely accompanying Wang Xian on their way back on the high-speed train. Reluctantly, Su Wen had to ask Wu Yan about the source of the exclusive moves. Wu Yan looked astonished and said, "How do you know about the exclusive moves?" But then Wu Yan realized it was Su Chuan, the gym leader, who told you, right? Wu Yan's self-assumption spared Su Wen the need to explain. Suwon could not find the exclusive move because the Yu Sanjia's signature techniques cannot be recorded by ordinary skill machines, and thus they remain little known. Wu Yin had indeed considered having Su when Huakonglong learned both exclusive techniques, but the acquisition conditions are stringent, and Huakonglong has not yet fully mastered the moves it already knows. Wu Yin spoke sternly, "That's aiming a bit too high. As for the fire oath, there is no need for Huakonglong to learn it. Without the cooperation of the other two oath powers, fire oath is less useful than a simple flame jet. As for explosive blaze, Huakonglong certainly cannot learn that now. Don't even think about it." Suwon smiled helplessly. "Teacher, you worry too much. I'm just asking in advance to be prepared." Wu Yin thought for a moment. Suwon was indeed not an impulsive person. His only fear was that after being struck down a few days earlier, Suwon might recklessly chase power regardless of the consequences. After probing Suwon a couple of times and confirming he had not been clouded by emotion, Wu Yin relaxed and said, "Actually, the two exclusive moves of the Yu Sanjia must be exchanged for merit points that cannot be obtained on the open market." Merit points? Suwon only vaguely remembered Su Chuan having mentioned the term. Wu Yin nodded. "Generally, once you are promoted to elite-level trainers, the Alliance will open a merit system for you. Claiming and completing tasks issued by the Alliance allows you to earn merit points. Isn't that just like playing a game?" The more Suwon heard, the more familiar it sounded. He knew this routine well. Grind monsters, level up turning quests. The same. Wu Yin snorted. "When you play games, you do tasks alone. Do you know how rotten the Alliance can be?" Lowering his voice, Wu Yin complained angrily. "Alliance tasks are open to unlimited claimants before completion. Hundreds may take the same task. Most daily tasks require a deposit. Though small failure to complete the task costs part of that deposit. Sometimes you pay the deposit and claim the task one moment, and the next it has already been submitted by someone else." Growing more animated, he added, "And do you know how hard it is to earn merit points? It's basically a scheme to fleece trainees." Suwon's mouth twitched. It did seem somewhat unfair. Game companies at least exercise some restraint when milking players. Here the Alliance was brazenly fleecing people through merit points. On the other hand, the Alliance was encouraging trainers to undertake real adventures and exploration. After all, chasing moles in your own backyard was far too mundane. So the exclusive moves can only be exchanged for merit points. Suwon Wu Yin smiled freely. "Don't panique. You probably already have enough merit points to redeem explosive blaze." Huh. Suwon was stunned. Where would his merit points come from? Xiaokuan and that man in the cloak. He asked eagerly, "Teacher, how many merit points might I receive?" Wu Yin rolled his eyes. "How would I know? It depends on how much the Alliance can dig up from Xiaokuan and that man. If they can take down a few strongholds, there will be more merit points. If they find nothing, you'll only get the base allotment." Wu Yin touched his chin. "Oh, and don't forget Chunyu and Zhouwan. If the points are split among the three of you, it probably won't be enough." Suwon replied meekly, "Doesn't the teacher get a share? After all, you were the one who dealt with it, Sijia Bei." Wu Yin laughed. "It's the thought that counts. Merit points are strictly for personal use and cannot be traded. It's far easier for me to acquire them than for you. By the way, you're buying me dinner, remember?" At yesterday's auction, Suwon had used Wu Yan's VIP status to snag a bracelet and promised to treat him to a meal, but so many things happened afterward that Suwon entirely forgot. Him coming too. Chinyu popped up from nowhere with Zhou at his side. "Sister, when I haven't told you. Suwon spent 100,000 on a worthless stone yesterday." Chinyu grabbed Suwon's left hand and pulled up his sleeve to reveal the bracelet and the evolution keystone within. Zhouwan's attention, however, was not on the price. She stared in fascination. What a beautiful gem. At yesterday's auction, the evolution keystone had looked like an ordinary glass bead. But viewed up close, now rainbow hues shifted within the keystone, and a DNA-like pattern swam at its center as if it possessed a living, exquisite spirit. Chinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Why is it different? Yesterday, it was just a plain glass bead. If the evolution keystone had displayed such transformations yesterday, it could not possibly have cost only 100,000. Even a decent jade bracelet costs several hundreds of thousands. This keystone ought to be worth well into the millions. After obtaining the evolution keystone yesterday, Suwon returned home that night and immediately retrieved the Penhualong X Super Evolution Stone from Huakonglong. Under Suwon's aura link, the two previously dull stones erupted into a dazzling cascade of colors. Luckily, they were at home, but they would have attracted attention. Caught off guard, when Chinyu yanked the bracelet open, Suwon immediately withdrew his hand and made a shushing gesture. He glanced around and found everyone else busy with their own affairs. No one was paying attention. After some hesitation, Suwon whispered, "From now on, if you see stones like this or larger stones with the same pattern, you must secure them. Even if you think they're not worth it, bring them to me and I'll buy them for double the price." That last promise was mostly a joke. Suwon merely wanted Chunyu and the others to understand the importance of super evolution stones and evolution keystones. Chunyu and the others remembered Suwon's instructions and, urged by Wu Yin, began their training. After all, this was a training class, not a tea party. Suwon, however, was kept behind by Wu Yin for unknown special training. So far of the three fundamentals of training, energy absorption, and skill development. Huakonglong had been progressing steadily in the first two. Regarding the allocation of potential Su, when discovered that Huakonglong's development of physical attack ability seemed to be reaching its limit at this stage. Wu Yan's method for excavating potential was simple: to train stamina, have the creature undergo various physical exercises, to train physical attack, have it use physical moves more often, and so on. But Wu Yan had told all his students plainly that a creature's energy is limited within a single stage. Unless one ability is developed to its utmost, it is unwise to try to cultivate other abilities. Su Wen believed, however, that Huakonglong could still be made a little stronger than most other creatures. Although the necessary resources would not be supplied until after ordinary rank at Penhulong Valley, Su Wen had his own crude method: relentless battles to temper every ability. This approach was somewhat unorthodox, but practical and suited to training when one only had a single creature. Thus Su Wen's classmates suffered. Unknown against Huakonglong was no challenge, so he arranged 2-known, 3-known, even 4-known matches. But the other students were not as free as Su Wen. With energy absorption and skill development alone keeping them busy, they had little time for battles, and discontent began to simmer. Out of necessity, Wu Yan had no choice but to act as Su Wen's sparring partner, voluntarily and As evening fell, accompanied by the melodious strains of music, most students left the training hall to return to their classrooms, packing their bags in preparation for home. However, Su Wen went against the flow of people towards the medical room, accompanied by the battered, yet spirited fire. Before he even reached the medical room, he spotted a pink figure waiting at the door, standing on tiptoe, as if looking. Upon seeing Su Wen and the fire dragon, the pink figure hurried over with small short legs. Jiggly Jiggly greeted none other than Jigglypuff. Due to the high-intensity battles held daily, the fire dragon had almost become a regular patient at the medical room, and Jigglypuff was always on time to treat it. Although it was Jigglypuff's job, Su Wen felt a bit guilty about adding extra work to Jigglypuff's load, so he took the time to design a special energy cube for Jigglypuff, giving it one every day. From that day on, there was always an extra Jigglypuff waiting outside the medical room, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the fire dragon and Su Wen. In Jigglypuff's eyes, the fire dragon had likely ceased to be a patient and had become a reliable source of food. "Thank you for your hard work today," Su Wen said, gently stroking Jigglypuff's curly hair before handing the energy cube to its mouth. Jigglypuff beamed with satisfaction. The warmth emitted from the energy cube seemed to envelop Jigglypuff entirely, reminding of the time it snuggled in its mother's embrace. Feeling satisfied, Jigglypuff led the fire dragon to the treatment bed, and without needing any prompting, the fire dragon obediently lay down and closed its eyes, awaiting treatment. "Sister Yun," Su Wen greeted the beautiful doctor who was reading. Having frequented the medical room for a long time, Su Wen had grown familiar with her, knowing her name was Murong Yun. Initially, Su Wen thought Murong Yun would be a cool and distant beauty, but he gradually discovered that she was quite silly, having been scammed out of several tens of thousands in an online romance, and she had a penchant for various bizarre pairings. Closing the book, Su Wen keenly noticed the title was 108 Postures of Rich Women and instinctively covered his face, truly unable to bear looking. Murong Yun waved her hand, signaling Su Wen to come closer, and with a motherly smile said, "On, have you noticed how well Jigglypuff and your fire dragon match?" Su Wen was startled and replied, "Sister Yin, what have you been reading lately?" Jigglypuff's egg group is fairy, while the fire dragon's egg group is monsters and dragons. They are racially segregated. Murong Yun pouted. "That's so boring. Cross-species love is far more interesting." Su Wen couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister Yin, the fire dragon is still under 2 years old. Please spare it." Murong Yun lazily reclined in her chair, feeling bored. "Life is so dull. I can see the end." Su Wen sat on the bed beside Murong Yun, puzzled. "Sister Yin, after all this time, why does it seem like Jigglypuff is the one doing all the work? What do you actually do, eh?" To Su Wen, it seemed like Murong Yun was just coasting. Unexpectedly, she abruptly gave him a light smack on the head. "Don't think I can't hear what you're implying." Murong Yun placed her hands on her hips, her mouth puffed up in indignation. Su Wen covered his forehead, grimacing in pain. She certainly didn't hold back this time. "Goodness, why was Sister Yun so sharp today?" After saying this, Murong Yun sat back down, looking speechless. "Do you know how thick my stack of books was in school?" She hadn't expected that Jigglypuff would take over her job now. It's truly unfair to blame Murong Yun. During her student days, she studied diligently, embodying the struggles of a medical student. However, if a Pokemon really felt unwell, the first response would still be to rush to the Pokemon hospital in Yundu City, as the status of a Pokemon inside a Pokeball could almost be infinitely delayed. Thus, the majority of Murong Yun's patients were simply Pokemon that had been injured during battles, which gave Su Wen the impression that Murong Yun was just lounging around and collecting money. It truly felt wasted. After 5 years of undergraduate study and 3 years of a master's degree, Murong Yun couldn't help but feel regretful, thinking that she must have been out of her mind to apply for a Pokemon doctor position at Yungao. "I've made up my mind," Murong Yun declared with lofty ambitions. "I want to change jobs." Murong Yun's reaction startled Su Wen at first, but after a moment's thought he figured she was merely reacting to his teasing, much like a child proclaiming they wanted to run away from home. Shaking his head inwardly, he encouraged her. "Sister Yun, that's a great ambition. I support you." The two of them, one believing it wholeheartedly and the other just joking around, ended up having a whimsical conversation for quite a while. After the fire dragon finished its treatment, Su Wen hurried to catch up with Wu Yan and Xin Yu for dinner. Cheers! The four glasses clinked together. The four of them took a large sip before setting down their glasses. The dining venue was chosen by Wu Yan and was a restaurant, though not extravagantly decorated. The full seats clearly indicated its popularity. They reserved a private room, and the four of them ordered a modest amount, 5 dishes and 1 soup, enough to finish everything. Su Wen picked up a piece of green vegetable and said to Wu Yan, "Teacher Wu, since we're not in class right now, could you share some interesting stories from your past?" While Su Wen and Xin Yu drank fruit juice, Wu Yan opted for beer, or perhaps due to his low tolerance. After 2 cups his face was already slightly flushed. Su Wen and Xin Yu chimed in occasionally, and encouraged by the alcohol, Wu Yan began to speak freely. "Do you know about Dragon's Lair? I caught the electric dragon there. The king level is definitely not the end. Once I entered a secret realm and saw a colorful bird-like Pokémon flying overhead and the pressure it emitted. Lu Yu is just a waste. Let him wait another 10 years and see. A trainer who can't even break through their limits dares to cultivate a king-level Pokémon." Bah! As the drinking continued, Wu Yan's tales grew more outrageous. Initially, Su Wen and the others listened with keen interest, but soon they felt a bit alarmed. Fortunately, Wu Yan soon collapsed onto the table, mumbling incoherently. "We can't let Teacher Wu drink any more in the future." Xin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Su Wen and Zhou Wan nodded in agreement, their expressions showing lingering fear. His drinking capacity was only slightly better than a one-cup wonder. The pressing issue now was how to get Wu Yan back, as they had returned to their own homes after resolving the Zichun crystal incident, while Wu Yan still lived in the school dormitory and non-boarding students were not allowed to enter the campus at night. A ride-sharing service could drop him at the entrance, but given Wu Yan's state of drunkenness, should they just leave him to sleep at the school gate? "Let me check Teacher Wu's contact list and have someone from his family come pick him up." Su Wen knew Wu Yan had an older brother and had also learned that the old principal was Wu Yan's father, thinking at least someone could manage him. However, after much effort, he managed to unlock Wu Yan's fingerprint lock, only to find that the contact list contained a solitary A. Su Wen was dumbfounded, looking at Xin Yu and Zhou Wan. "What should we do?" Xin Yu, enjoying the drama, said, "Just call this one. If there's only one number, who else are we going to call?" As soon as the phone rang, it was answered almost instantly. A cool female voice came through, filled with surprise and a hint of anxiety. "Wu Yan. P.S. Electric Dragon fans assemble. I bet you didn't expect the author to update this early today." The sound was like the cold moon from the heavens. Merely hearing it made one feel as if they were deep within the vastness of the moonlit expanse. Su Wen and the others hesitated to speak. After a while, the voice on the other end of the phone softened a bit. "Is something happening?" Su Wen stammered, "We are students of Teacher Wu Yan. He got drunk, and this is the only number we have, so we called." After asking for the address, the call abruptly ended with a sharp click. Xin Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she said, "There must be a story." Su Wen felt complicated emotions. He had a premonition that when Wu Yan woke up, he might kill him. Quietly, he locked the phone screen and returned it to Wu Yan's pocket, pretending as if nothing had happened, waiting to watch the drama unfold. The woman on the phone was indeed punctual, saying she would arrive soon. Within 10 minutes, the roar of a sports car echoed at the entrance of the restaurant. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor was heard as the door to the private room swung open. Words fail to describe the woman who entered. Her perfect figure needed no embellishment. Every glance and smile was a scenic beauty. Zhou Wan also counted as a typical beauty from Jiangnan, but upon seeing this woman, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed. The cold aura emanating from her repelled countless suitors. Her silence was a barrier that kept. Only when she saw Wu Yan collapsed on the table did her gaze flow with an irresistible gentleness. Xin Yu, not knowing what was wrong, suddenly blurted out, "Hello, teacher's wife." However, it was well known that Wu Yan was still single, and Su Wen thought the woman might get angry. To his surprise, she merely paused for a moment, then nodded with a gentle smile as warm as moonlight brushing against willow trees, and said thank you for taking care of Wu Yan. This unexpected gratitude left Su Wen and the others pleasantly surprised. After Su Wen and Zhou Wan helped carry Wu Yan to the sports car, the woman handed them a business card. "If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. My number and address are on it." She passed the card to Xin Yu and then whisked Wu. "Xiao Jiyue. She is Xiao Jiyue." Zhou Wan exclaimed, pointing at the name on the card. Su Wen turned to Zhou Wan and asked, "Who is Xiao Jiyue?" "Oh no." Zhou Wan hurriedly took out her phone, searched for Xiao Jiyue's name, and presented it to Su Wen. "Look for yourself." At the top of the encyclopedia entry was a photo of Xiao Jiyue alongside the Ice Ninetail, followed by a long list of her titles, including a PhD from Magic City University, the youngest associate professor and champion of the grand competition, along with various awards. What caught Su Wen's attention the most was that she had narrowly lost to the Ice-type champion, almost becoming the youngest Ice-type champion herself. She is a champion-level trainer. I can't believe it, Su Wen exclaimed. Moreover, this narrow defeat was not mere rhetoric. She had battled the Ice-type champion until the last Pokémon, losing by just a single move, leaving many in awe. The Ice-type champion even publicly stated that Xiao Jiyue would undoubtedly surpass him and become the new Ice-type champion within 3 years. Zhou Wan looked at Su Wen and Chun Yu as if they were aliens. You two don't know her. She is the national goddess beloved by your father and likely to be adored by your future son as well. Chun Yu weakly replied, I knew it. I recognized her the moment she walked in, which is why I misspoke. It's a pity I didn't dare to ask her for an autograph. Su Wen, however, had no intention of feeling out of touch with the world. He thought to himself, there's no way a woman could distract me from my path. Back home, the fire dinosaur lay on the bed, while Su Wen was giving it a spa treatment using the latest researched massage. How's it? Is it comfortable? Su Wen asked, rhythmically kneading the fire dinosaur's tail. The fire dinosaur lazily gestured with 3 of its claws, indicating that it felt great. During training today, Su Wen felt that the fire dinosaur seemed a bit listless, so he wanted to help it relax. After massaging the fire dinosaur for a while, Su Wen noticed it had fallen asleep, so he gently placed it in its little nest, covered it with a blanket, and whispered, good night, sweet dreams. Then Su Wen turned off the lights and got into bed, but due to worrying about Wu Yin, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. I wonder how Teacher Wu is doing tonight. Has he been sent back to school? Su Wen placed his hands behind his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the room. At first, Su Wen thought a little Rada had sneaked into the house, and he was about to get up to catch the mouse, but soon he realized the sound was coming from the fire dinosaur. Feigning sleep, Su Wen opened his eyes, just a crack, wanting to see what the fire dinosaur was up to. He saw the fire dinosaur wave its claw at Su Wen's bed, confirming he was asleep before carefully twisting the doorknob and leaving the room. Do you think Jigglypuff and fire dinosaur are a good match? Murong Yun's voice echoed in his mind. Su Wen, who had just felt a little sleepy, instantly perked up. Is my fire dinosaur dating? Clenching his teeth in anguish, Su Wen began to contemplate how to punish the fire dinosaur after catching it in the act. At such a young age, how could it be so uncontrolled? No wonder it seemed a bit lethargic during training. Muttering curses under his breath, Su Wen stealthily followed the fire dinosaur to see what it was up to, only to find that it did not go outside but headed straight to the backyard. Su Wen felt even angrier. When Su Chuan left, he took all the Pokémon away, and now there wasn't a single one in the backyard. Was this a hidden love nest? Chin Yu must have led my fire dinosaur astray. What Su Wen did not expect was that the fire dinosaur was not secretly meeting with any Pokémon in the backyard, but was repeatedly exhaling dragon breath. This was the only special move the fire dinosaur had learned besides Fire Spark, and it wasn't for a clandestine meeting. The fire dinosaur was simply honing a skill it had not yet fully mastered. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the scattered starlight became a mere backdrop. Su Wen quietly stood behind the window, watching the fire dinosaur with an immense sense of tranquility. At that moment, Su Wen suddenly envisioned himself alongside his future Charizard, dominating the world with unmatched prowess. He did not disturb the fire dinosaur. He merely stood silently for a few more minutes before quietly retreating. The fire dinosaur had its own way of working hard, and Su Wen had his own tasks to accomplish. Returning to his room, he opened his notebook and began designing new energy cubes for the fire dinosaur. Currently, the energy cube design for the fire dinosaur was just a snack to make it happy, but Su Wen wanted to experiment with a new formula to create an energy cube that could replenish the fire dinosaur's energy. Inside and outside the house, the training world and Pokémon were all forging ahead in their own ways. P.S. Are there any fire dinosaur fans? The design of the energy cube could not be accomplished in one go. The next morning, Su Wen made a prototype to let the fire dinosaur try, but after sniffing at the fire dinosaur, disdainfully pushed it aside. With no other choice, Su Wen, adhering to the principle of not wasting, fed the energy cube to the neighbor's electric dog. Unexpectedly, the electric dog glanced at Su Wen and buried the energy cube in the toilet area. Disheartened, Su Wen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, went to school. Wu Yin, as usual, held a training class for Su Wen and the others, but Su Wen felt that Wu Yin seemed particularly energetic today, his face glowing with vitality. During free training, Wu Yin asked Su Wen and the others if he had said anything out of line after getting drunk yesterday, but he made no mention of Xiao Jiyu. Since Wu Yin didn't bring it up, Su Wen and the others felt hesitant to ask, but from some gossip, Su Wen learned that Wu Yin had moved out of the school, and as for where Su Wen and the others could guess with their feet. A few days later, Su Chuan and Wang Xian returned home. Su Wen initially thought that with Su Chuan's little spirits moving back to the backyard, the fire dinosaur would cancel the evening training. However, it was unclear how the fire dinosaur communicated with the other little spirits, and in the end, Su Chuan's little spirits marked out a territory for the fire dinosaur, and training continued as usual. As time passed day by day, the fire dinosaur drew closer to the threshold of a normal level. Are you ready to break through the bottleneck, fire dinosaur? Su sensed through the wave guide that the fire dinosaur had already touched the barrier of the normal level. Originally calm, the fire dinosaur felt a bit nervous due to Su's presence, letting out 2 growls to indicate it was ready. Su held the firestone in one hand and placed the other hand firmly against the fire dinosaur, focusing intently on using the firestone to help it break through the barrier. Connected to the fire dinosaur's mind, Su felt as if with a soft sound the barrier shattered. Su and the fire dinosaur exchanged glances, even wondering if they had made a mistake, but the sudden surge of energy within the fire dinosaur was undeniably real. A sense of emptiness arose as Su had expected the breakthrough to be a laborious process. He was prepared to spend some time on it.
Fenji aging chirped in delight. But we still have to wait a bit before opening Chiwan continued. I need to go back to Modi University first and get my undergraduate thesis.
It wasn't that the fire dinosaur had such extraordinary talent to ascend effortlessly. Rather, it was the culmination of nearly 4 months of resource accumulation combined with the fire dinosaur's hard work and Su's assistance that led to this day of advancement. Surprisingly, it was not Su who was most astonished, but Wu Yan who was watching Su and the fire dinosaur break through with great interest. Is that it? Wu Yan's mouth was a gate big enough to fit an entire egg. Not long ago, he had boasted to Su that his electric beast had broken through in less than an hour, and now he felt his face burning with embarrassment. One could only say that the new generation surpasses the old. Wu Yan felt for the first time that Su might catch up to him sooner than he thought. Su shrugged, putting the firestone back in his pocket, and said, "It's done." After breaking through to the normal level, Su could now let the fire dinosaur learn the magical flame move. Currently, the moves that the fire dinosaur had learned included Dragon Breath, which it had gradually mastered by itself, as the fire dinosaur was not inherently of the dragon type, so it could only be said to have grasped it. Although Su had tried his best to understand the structure of Dragon Breath and shared some ideas through waveguide resonance with the fire dinosaur, the results were minimal. Including Dragon Claw, the fire dinosaur was only at the 2nd level of skill. It could master it proficiently, but could not develop its own unique usage. After hitting a wall, Su decided to temporarily strengthen the fire dinosaur's development of fire-type moves. Before breaking through to the normal level, the fire dinosaur had learned a level move, Flame Fawn. However, the fire dinosaur showed no talent for this move, so Su set it aside. Su had long obtained the skill machine for Magical Flame, but had not let the fire dinosaur learn it, fearing that trying to learn too much at once would be counterproductive. Now that the fire dinosaur had mastered all the moves it could proceed to the next stage. Magical Flame was best utilized by the illusory fire fox, with its dazzling flames flowing like an artist's brush, mesmerizing and able to conceal its form while showcasing its hidden traits as a magician. A common saying of a White Eagle Federation illusory fire fox is being buried in flames is your greatest honor. Su did not expect the fire dinosaur to master Magical Flame as intricately as the illusory fire fox. Rather, he valued its ability to reduce the opponent's special attack power. In the game, Magical Flame was not commonly used because its power was merely 75, while other special attack moves, whether the area attack heat wave or the powerful overheat, were far more effective. However, now Magical Flame had found its place in prolonged battles akin to phosphorescence, seeping through gaps and penetrating everywhere. Many little spirits would find their special attack capabilities significantly diminished if they were not careful during battles. It could be said to drain their essence, and such a reduction was most evident. Though the fire dinosaur was known for its fierce and uncompromising flames, Su was a crafty. Since the fire dinosaur's first impression was one of straightforward aggression, using Magical Flame secretly at this time would surely yield surprising results. However, training Magical Flame posed a problem. Su rubbed his chin and ultimately turned to Wu Yan. "What do you want to do, eh?" Wu Yan instinctively took a step back, feeling that Su had ulterior motives. Su, being quite friendly, chimed in. "Oh dear Teacher Wu, I just want Fire Dinosaur to learn a new move and would like your guidance." Practicing moves was different from normal battles. Usually Wu Yan only needed to apply enough pressure for the little spirits to hone their abilities, but to help the Fire Dinosaur practice a new move, Wu Yan would need to provide a good target. Seeing Wu Yan hesitating, Su turned to a classmate who was still making their little spirits diligently absorb energy. All right. Wu Yan said, knowing what Su was thinking. "Can you at least pass the assessment for normal level trainers first? Amateur level trainers only need to register to automatically apply, but higher level trainer titles require trainers to undergo assessments at the Pokémon Center. Once becoming a normal level trainer, one can capture a second little spirit, and the government will provide some conveniences as encouragement, such as free public transport and discounts while traveling. The assessment requirements to become a normal level trainer are to possess a normal level little spirit and defeat a peak amateur level little spirit. Su naturally felt no pressure. "P.S. Are you satisfied with this picture?" Thank you to the readers who said him handsome Zhu Chang Tian, who loves Sichuan-style Mixos Yu Chi, who loves duck eggs Wan Feng, who still feels this desolate laughing out loud the rock god pillar from Chilu Province Kalian, who loves dragon fruit wine Xiao D, the divine beast gang. Dream Jolin, who loves stewed pigs trotters with yellow soybeans, Deputy Director Chun of the Psychiatry Department, who said him handsome Wang Kanglin, who loves Rice the Master user 305184222 Qiming. Sword 9 Feishu Mingwe, with the golden eagle cry laughing out loud Kalian, who loves dragon fruit wine Qi Xiao, from Liu at Beach, Wu Hai, who likes green festivals Rue, E is not as I wish Rue, E is not as I wish, and all the readers who supported with their donations. Wound. Through countless hardships, the great filial son, Yi Mei Xing Deng, who loves sauced mixed vegetables Pang Zi Feng, who loves shrimp dumplings, and Gulada Duo, who can fly Zhao Yuan, Y who loves roasted gluten dye, Jiu Yan from Tianming, Domain, Jiang, sure the strongest castration system, Star River Wanderer Snakes Clone Dog Head Yu Chi, and all the readers' donations. Everyone just needs to click the free donation, and the author feels everyone's urging for updates. On the weekend, Sue Wen took part in the assessment for ordinary level trainers at the Pokémon Center. However, the assessment for ordinary level trainers was rather lax, to say the least. The fire dinosaur merely went through the motions, and Sue Wen obtained the title of an ordinary level trainer. Along with the title of an ordinary level trainer, Sue Wen also received access permission to the trainer's exclusive app. Do I need to enter my home address? Yes, it's best if the home address is a place where mail can be delivered. Do I need to fill out this award? That one is optional. It means you don't have to fill it in. With the guidance of the receptionist at the Pokémon Center, Sue Wen successfully downloaded the app and completed a series of tedious operations to submit his application. The trainer app's interface was quite simple, featuring only 3 sections: Friends, Forum, and Shop. When Sue Wen asked why he had to wait until becoming an ordinary level trainer to use this app, the receptionist explained that there was once a period when everyone had access, but the servers crashed and stayed down for 3 days. It was only when the programmers of the league were ready to quit that the entry requirement was raised to ordinary level trainers, instantly reducing the user base by 50 to 60%, allowing the servers to stabilize. After politely declining the receptionist's request for contact number, Sue Wen's first action was to call and inquire about Wu Yan's number. 5481841154. The nickname is Goddess Xiao Jiue is my wife. Wu Yan initially didn't want to reveal his number to Sue Wen, but such matters couldn't be kept secret. Unable to hold back, Sue Wen burst into laughter and quickly hung up the phone. Who would have thought that Wu Yan, who usually acted like a playboy, was actually under the thumb of his wife? Good for him, it would surely extinguish the hopes of those female classmates in his class. Such an adorable nickname definitely wasn't chosen by Wu Yan himself. If it weren't for Xiao Jiu's coercion, Sue Wen would bet his head that it would be used as a ball by the incoming Call Wong next door. After adding Wu Yan as a friend, Sue Wen also added Su Chuan. Su Chuan's nickname was much more normal, the king of sick leave. That doesn't seem too serious either. Sue Wen thought for a moment and changed his nickname to Recruiting Advertising Space 500-day bulk discounts. But after being warned that the nickname was too long, Sue Wen reluctantly changed it to Even Dogs Don't Use Fierce. This nickname was actually Sue Wen's from his past life. The hidden ability of the fierce arrow eagle wings of the gale was considered godlike in the 6th generation, boosting the priority of flying type moves by 1, but in the 7th generation, it was reduced to only boosting it when at full health, turning it into the wings of trash. In fact, Sue Wen had prepared many nicknames, such as Even Dogs Don't Use Hydro Pump and Even Dogs Don't Use Mega Garchomp, planning to change it daily. As Sue Wen stepped out of the Pokémon Center, a light rain had just fallen and the bustling streets were now sparsely populated. The air in Cloud City was refreshingly clean, and Sue Wen felt great as he stretched and prepared to stroll around. Next week was the final exam, but Sue Wen was not the least bit anxious. He had already given up on competing for the top spots, and as long as he could maintain a ranking between 4 and 5, he was content. It wasn't that Sue Wen wasn't trying, it was just that the top few were too formidable. Among the 7 seed players designated by the school, only Sue Wen was not consistently in the top 10. Unfortunately, Chiyokuin had been taken away by the league. Otherwise, Sue Wen estimated that Chiyokuin could have provided a buffer for him, sparing him from such embarrassment. The review of Dawn had also come down, with each of the 3 of them receiving 150 merit points, while the requirement to exchange for the opportunity to learn Explosive Blaze was 500 points. Sue Wen glanced at the tasks published by the merit system, but he only took a brief look. The lowest level grade tasks were things like expelling elite level 3 mole Pokemon and clearing out Rattata from the sewers, with a meager 2 to 3 merit points awarded, while the deposit required was 5 points. After seeing this, Sue Wen decisively returned to the page and deleted the app in one go. Why keep it? Is he trying to add memory to his phone because he feels it's too spacious? After seeing this, Sue Wen decisively returned to the page and deleted the app in one go. Why keep it? According to Wu Yan, Chiyokuin seemed to be the son of a significant figure in Dawn, and his status was quite important. He had come to Xia country to seek some prestige, but unexpectedly ended up in prison. Shaking his head, unable to comprehend why these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Wen suddenly heard a piercing alarm sound reverberate throughout the city. Su Wen had only heard this sound once when he was 5 years old. At that time, Kuni had provoked Xia country's territorial sovereignty, and a great battle erupted at a port less than 20 miles from Cloud City. What was the cause this time? In the next moment, Su Wen knew the answer as a shadow swept across the sky resembling a passing cloud, but upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud, but a giant raven, the steel-wing raven. Unlike the steel-wing raven Su Wen had ridden before, this one was about twice the size of a regular steel-wing raven, with claws like hooks and feathers like steel blades. Its cold gaze surveyed the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if it were ready to swoop down at any moment. Another king-level Pokémon. On the back of the steel-wing raven were two figures, as if sensing something in the air. One figure leaned forward to look down, locking eyes with Su Wen. It was Chiokuin, is the defense of Cloud City, made of paper. Su Wen exclaimed in shock, terrified that if a steel-wing raven launched a brave bird attack, even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance. But before Su Wen could find cover, the steel-wing raven swept past like a dark cloud, showing no signs of stopping. Behind it trailed a group of gym-level But before Su Wen could find cover, the steel-wing raven swept past like a dark cloud, showing no signs of stopping. Behind it trailed a group of gym-level trainers, among whom Su Wen spotted his father riding a Pidgeot. "Dad!" Su Wen shouted loudly. The high-altitude wind howled, and Su Chuan could hardly hear Su Wen's voice, but Pidgeot heard its master's call and hovered in place. Only then did Su Chuan notice that Su Wen was on the ground. Glancing at the now tiny black dot of the steel-wing raven, Su Chuan eventually let Pidgeot land. "Dad, did Dawn rescue Chiokuin?" Su Wen asked while stroking Pidgeot's feathers. "No," Su Chuan said, hatefully staring in the direction the steel-wing raven had departed, his expression filled with confusion. "It was people from Dusk. PS Sword and Shield Airborne Bus. 4 updates today. Surprising, isn't it? No more saying the author is grateful for reader gifts or naming water characters. Let's move on." Dusk? What is its relation to Dawn? Su Wen believed that there must be some connection between these two organizations, otherwise one would not be called Dusk and the other Dawn. Echoing from afar, Su Chuan glanced at his phone and noticed that the Elf Center had not detected any other intruders, so he did not rush to leave. Instead, he casually walked home with Su Wen while explaining everything to him. "Do you remember the last time I told you that Dawn is one of the largest terrorist organizations in the world?" Su Chuan was referring to the time when Su Wen called him to inquire about Dawn while he was still in the secret realm. Su Wen naturally remembered. He had misunderstood Su Chuan's meaning at that time, which led to a series. Su Chuan nodded and said, to be precise, Dawn is one of the 2 largest terrorist organizations in the world, the other being Dusk. Both Dawn and Dusk originated from the same organization called the Genesis Sect. The Genesis Sect emerged during the Great Catastrophe 700 years ago, dedicated to preserving humanity's living forces and protecting all the little elves, making an indelible contribution to the restoration of human civilization. However, alas, Su Chuan sighed, "I don't know when it started, but 2 extreme ideologies appeared within the Genesis. One faction, led by the first leader of Dawn, believes that humanity is only a hindrance to this world, and that the Great Catastrophe was divine punishment, while the other faction, led by the first leader of Dusk, believes that the occurrence of the Great Catastrophe is because humanity has not thoroughly controlled this world, and they want to dominate everything in this world, including the little elves." Neutral members of the organization either faced persecution or withdrew from the Genesis Sect, which ultimately led to its collapse. The once grand Genesis Sect became humanity's guiding light, and when it collapsed, many were left in confusion as they did not know where to go. Dawn and Dusk then divided most of the resources of the Genesis Sect, eventually transforming into 2 terrorist organizations, further endangering a world already on the brink. Fortunately, at that time, the 5 nations came together to suppress the momentum of both Dawn and Dusk, leading to the establishment of the World Elf Alliance, which took 700 years to restore the world to its current state. Su Wen was somewhat confused. Then, how do you know it was Dusk's people who rescued Chiokuin? Su Chuan sighed. "It's because of that steel-winged crow. I know its owner, and have had some dealings with him in the past." Su Wen looked at Su Chuan with a strange expression. His father's tone made it sound like he was talking about an old lover rather than an enemy. Su Chuan, lost in his own emotions, did not notice Su Wen's odd gaze and continued, "The current leader of Dusk is quite interesting. He has not continued the previous doctrines of the Dusk organization, but is dedicated to the harmonious development of humans and elves. Moreover, he has actively sought cooperation with various countries in private. So even though Dusk still appears on the Alliance's wanted list, the attitudes of various countries towards Dusk are rather ambiguous." Su Wen felt that his father might know too much. Could this be a perk of being a king-level trainer? As they approached home, Su Chuan said to Su, "When I need to go to the Elf Center again, this matter will definitely cause a significant stir internationally, and the Alliance will likely hold a meeting to discuss it." If what Su Chuan said was true, a single misstep by Dusk could undo all the efforts made previously. At this moment, the steel-winged crow was already approaching the border of the summer country, and according to the route, a group of king-level trainers had long been waiting there. Are we supposed to capture it alive or dead? A trainer asked in boredom, showing little interest in this operation. After all 12 king-level trainers were gathered here, and with more king trainers on the way, capturing the target was not difficult. In fact, the rewards would have to be shared, making a waste of time. Another trainer was grooming her Togekiss and smiled, saying, of course we want them alive. It's worth investigating why Dusk would go to such lengths to rescue an amateur-level trainer regardless of the reason behind Dusk's actions. Enough chatter, there coming, said a rugged-looking trainer, his keen eyes already spotting the shadow of the steel-winged crow from a distance. The 12 king trainers rode, flying Pokémon blocking the sky, while other little elves assisted in combat, either on the ground or in the sea. Even a lion uses all its strength against a rabbit. How much more so against one of Dusk's 3 generals? Though everyone spoke of capturing them alive or dead, there was not a hint of slackness in their hearts. Heiyu surrender quietly to avoid injury, said the lead king-level trainer, hoping to persuade Heiyu to surrender voluntarily for the sake of convenience. Heiyu sat cross-legged on the back of the steel-winged crow, with Chiokun shrinking back behind him, not daring to say a word, yet he showed no signs of panic in the face of numerous king-level little elves. Everyone, I think you might be misunderstanding the situation. I'm not the one who should surrender, Heiyu said with a light laugh, resting his head on his right hand. Before the trainers from the summer country could mock him, a series of terrifying auras suddenly rose from the seabed. The leader of Dawn, Jioya, and Poseidon, one of the 4 major executives. And 2 more. Damn, are those new executives from Dawn. The leader of Dusk, Gei Mian, Bai Yi, and Shuangfeng are also here. All 3 generals. They all arrived. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. The 12 king-level trainers who had originally surrounded the target quickly regrouped to face this terrifying lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. Heiyu raised an eyebrow, as Dusk's goal was not to be enemies with the summer country. All of the king-level trainers from the summer country looked toward the leader, waiting for his decision. As long as they made way, this crisis could be resolved in an instant, but the price would be the complete loss of face for the summer country alliance. After a moment of silence, the leader revealed a resolute expression. Everyone battle. Battle. In the year 716 of the Elf New Calendar, a world-shocking event occurred. The 2 major organizations, Dawn and Dusk, teamed up to invade the territory of the Summer Country Alliance. After a fierce battle, the 12 king-level trainers of the Summer Country were all gravely injured, with a total of 18 king-level little elves suffering, 10 dead and 8 injured. In the aftermath, under the influence of the enraged Summer Country Alliance, the World Elf Alliance, which had originally planned to remove Dusk from the wanted list, completely abandoned that idea and organized the alliances of countries around the world to initiate another wave of cleansing against the Dawn and Dusk organizations. P.S. Togekiss, damn, the author always mistypes it as Togekiski. If there are typos, I hope everyone the author. Near the border of Tianju lies a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains stretching for thousands of miles, with towering peaks piercing the clouds, forming a natural barrier. No one expected that the Dawn and Dusk groups, after making a grand escape with Chiokun from the east coast, would confidently circle back to their base via Tianju. Damn it, they're all a bunch of lunatics, Shuangfeng cursed as he had the doctor treat his wounds. The opposing trainers suffered grievous losses. They had lost 4 out of over 40 king-level Pokémon among their 8 members. Although part of this was due to their concern about the arrival of king-level trainers, some acted recklessly and hastily, eventually losing the will to fight, only thinking about fleeing. However, sustaining such significant losses with more than double the combat power was simply unacceptable to them. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dawn group, Jia, sat in a chair playing with a coin, letting it roll between his fingers as he hoarsely said, "Gei Mian, why are you stopping me from killing those trainers?" As her name suggests, the leader of Dusk wore a mask with a green face and sharp teeth. No one knew her true identity, but from her slender figure it was evident that she was a woman. Gei Mian did not directly answer Ju's question, but coldly remarked, "What you should consider is how to face the wrath of Dusk if you deceive us." Hades, a newly appointed officer of Dawn, scoffed. "What, Gei Mian, are you still thinking about cooperating with the World Pokemon Alliance?" Before he could finish, a sharp blade was already pressed against Hades' neck, closely touching his skin, faint traces of blood appearing. Hades had no doubt that this blade could sever his artery in an instant. Poseidon and Apollo sprang to their feet, their pokeballs already in hand, while Shuangfeng and Bei kept a close watch on the Dawn members. In an instant, tensions soared. "Hades, you are being too reckless." Jia remained unfazed, continuing to play with the coin as if it were his entire world. Gei Mian waved his right hand lightly, and the black-feathered figure returned the dagger to his waist after performing a flourish, while others slowly sat back down. Gei Mian waved his right hand lightly, and the black-feathered figure returned the dagger to his waist after performing a flourish, while others slowly sat back down. Without responding to Hades' apology, Gei Mian simply turned to look at Juya, the one she truly valued. Juya finally pocketed the coin and led everyone into the research center, where many researchers in white coats were busy with various tasks. In front of a gigantic display screen, the map of the entire world was laid out before them. mark the energy eruption points of Ishitsue's secret realm, Juya instructed. Yes, the researcher responded, rapidly tapping at the instruments, highlighting an area that encompassed several countries. This roughly outlines the range of the Ishitsue's secret realm. Juya pointed at a body of water. As long as we activate the energy points buried in various locations, there will definitely be a stable entrance to the secret realm here. The true mission of Chiyokuin was not for the so-called Z pure crystal. That was merely a side note. The real goal was to set up the instruments for activating the energy points. Thus both Dawn and Dusk acted in unison, aiming to prevent Chiyokuin from revealing the location of the instruments. Gue Mion's emotions finally showed some fluctuation. Is the creator god truly sleeping within this secret realm? Jia clasped his hands behind his back, intently staring at the marked Shitse, his secret realm, his gaze resolute, as he said, "Yes, this is the result of years of research by Dawn. I even suspect that the disappearance of the first leader of the creator's hidden sect is also related to the Shitsue's secret realm. How long until we can activate the energy points?" Gue Mion couldn't hold back any longer. One of the long-held aspirations of the Dusk organization was to uncover the truth behind the great disaster of the past, and now she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jia glanced at Gue Mion and hoarsely replied, "At the earliest 2 to 3 years, at the latest 4 to 5 years. When the next solar flare occurs, that will be the time we activate the energy points. I hope you can bring Victini with you then." Gue Mion hesitated and said, "I will discuss it with it when I return." After watching Gue Mion leave with the 3 generals, Poseidon approached Juya and asked, "Leader, is this really okay? What if Gue Mion discovers our true intentions?" As the only 2 surviving high-ranking members of Dawn from the past, Poseidon and Juya shared a bond closer than others could imagine. Juya's voice was also damaged in that battle, making it sound like sand scraping together when he spoke, quite unpleasant. "It will be fine. Gue Mion is even more obsessed with this secret realm than we are. After all, Bimian likely went missing here. It is already quite remarkable that she can maintain a relative calm for her father. Besides, we still have it, don't we?" Juya's gaze shifted towards the innermost depths of the base, where the most powerful weapon of Dawn was hidden. Su had no idea that so many events would unfold afterward. After hearing Su Chuan recount the incident at the border, Su was left wide-eyed. "Did you just let them escape? What about the kings? What about the other trainers?" Su Wen exclaimed. Su Chuan's face was so dark it seemed like it could sink into the water. Had he known it would come to this, he would have chased after Black Feather without hesitation. The battle ended too quickly. By the time King Bai arrived, the Dawn and Dusk members had already retreated, Su Chuan lamented. In truth, Su Chuan's frustration was completely unnecessary. Given the speed of the Biaoxiao, it could never catch up with the King-level Steel Wing Crow, which drove Su Chuan to resolve to train Biaoxiao to King level. "So what now? Do you know where they went?" Su Wenfronith. Su Chuan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth, as he said, "They reportedly entered the territory of Tianju. The Alliance is currently communicating with Tianju, but the latter's attitude. As one of the most bizarre countries in the world, Tianju had countless odd maneuvers. Even regarding such significant issues, they operated with a mindset of harming others without benefiting themselves. The high-ranking officials of Tianju had a clear stance. As long as Dawn and Dusk did not disturb them, the commoners could perish. What mattered most was that Dawn continued to create trouble for others. The temperamental fire-type king openly declared during a meeting that he would lead people to invade only to be scolded by the Alliance chairman. "So what should we do now?" Su Wen felt somewhat helpless. Although this was standard practice for Tianju, it was still incredibly infuriating. Su Chuan's eyes gleamed with cold light. "The Alliance has decided to thoroughly investigate every inch of land Chiyokuin traversed. Even if we have to dig 3 feet down, we will uncover their true motives for doing this." However, Su Chuan was deeply afraid that Su Wen would cause trouble. "Don't even think about stirring things up. It's not yet your time to shine." Su Wen chuckled awkwardly. He indeed planned to ask Wu Yin to see if he could uncover any clues. If he found something, it would likely earn him some merit points. By the way, Su Chuan asked, "Have you decided what your second little spirit will be?" Su Wen shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The restrictions on little spirits in the Summer Kingdom Spirit Alliance are quite strict, unlike some other countries where capturing them is unrestricted. Thus, each little spirit's capture must be considered carefully." Su Chuan suggested, "How about a coal turtle? Find one with the sunshine characteristic and use the coal turtle along with the fire dragon to form a sunny team." "No thanks." Su Wen had considered the coal turtle long ago, but if he wanted to initiate Sunny, whether he could have his fire dragon learn the move Sunny Day to be self-sufficient. Moreover, Su Wen's fire dragon did not possess the solar power characteristic, so the need for a sunny team was not. Su Chuan pondered. The Alliance seems to be adjusting its direction for training future trainers. The likely trend is to cultivate truly elite little spirits, so even if you don't want to choose the coal turtle, avoid picking spirits that consume too many resources. Allocating all resources to the fire dragon would be the best approach. This is not mere talk from Su Chuan. The Alliance has genuinely recognized the importance of elite little spirits. There are not few king-level trainers in the Summer Kingdom, but perhaps even 4 or 5 trainers working together would struggle to defeat Long Zhu's Dragonite. Take, for example, the fighting-type King Luyu. Wu Yan's claim that he is useless is not without reason, as Luyu has completely abandoned any desire for advancement. He only wishes to cultivate more king-level little spirits to maintain his position. However, over the years, the Alliance has encountered gods more than once. The so-called strongest dragon-type King Long Su could not withstand a fully unleashed Reshiram. When danger arises, can they truly protect everyone? Thus, not only the next generation, but all current trainers will have resources concentrated on cultivating truly elite spirits capable of breaking through to the next stage beyond king level. Su Chuan had just become a king-level trainer and did not know much about some core secrets. However, he still had connections with Long Su, who occasionally leaked small bits of information to the senior. Listening to Su Chuan's advice, Su would selectively absorb half of it. It's not like a game where you need to form the best team, the right data matters. Little spirits will be his companions in the future, so he will decide when he sees one that pleases him. To prevent Su Chuan from continuing to ramble, Su would change the subject saying, "Dad, when does your ranking?" After reaching king level, there is a ranking competition every 3 years. This competition is a crucial event for determining the ranks of king-level trainers, with those ranking higher having greater influence in certain aspects. Su Chuan was fortunate enough to have obtained the title of king-level trainer just before next March's ranking competition. However, due to recent events, it is uncertain whether the competition will be postponed. Seeing that Su Wen was not really listening to his opinions, Su Chuan stopped talking. After all, Su Wen was not like other children. His thinking was more mature, and having his own ideas was completely normal. He would only understand the principle of regretting not listening to the elders after he encountered setbacks. It shouldn't be postponed. By the way, do you have anything planned for tomorrow? I have a task for you, Su Chuan said mysteriously. Su Wen, on the other hand, had nothing planned for Sunday and would likely continue practicing magic flames with his fire dragon. He replied honestly, "Nothing much, Dad. What do you want me to do?" Su Chuan chuckled, "Just open your merit system and you'll find out." Su Wen awkwardly replied, "I just uninstalled." Su Wen said defensively, "There were no tasks available to accept, so why keep it?" Su Chuan was amused and said, "Quickly reinstall it and check it out." The download was quite fast. Within 2 minutes, the app was ready. After entering his account and password, a red exclamation mark caught Su Wen's attention. "You have a new task. Would you like to accept it?" Su Wen thought, "What is this situation?" Clicking on the task details, it instructed Su Wen to go to the Qingyu Forest near Cloud City and clear out any second-tier little spirits marked within the designated area. The reward for the task is 10 points. Su Wen was very familiar with Qingyu Forest. His father often took him there to play when he was young. There were many types of little spirits inside, but as long as he didn't venture too deep, he wouldn't encounter any too powerful spirits. Compared to the 10 points in merit, the difficulty of this task was negligible. "What is this, Dad?" Su Wen was stunned by this operation. There was no doubt that it was orchestrated by Su Chuan. Su Chuan cheerfully replied, "After all, I am a king-level trainer, so I have a little privilege. However, such tasks can't be issued frequently. Oh, I can only get you 1 task a week to accumulate merit points, which is already quite good." Relying on one's connections, Su Wen truly understood the meaning of that saying. "Hey, thanks, Dad." Su Wen gave Su Chuan a thumbs up, acknowledging that this was a reliable arrangement. Su Chuan reminded, "Be thorough in your cleansing, don't leave anything out." This area is the practice site for several elementary schools in Cloud City next week. While there will be accompanying trainers for protection, you will be held accountable for any oversights. "Got it. Don't worry," Su Wen assured him confidently. After that, he returned to his room to start packing his things. With December approaching, although Cloud City is located in the south, the temperature had dropped significantly, so he needed to prepare for warmth. He also needed to bring healing medicine since his fire dragon could not learn Roost yet, and he prepared berries to cure abnormal statuses to prevent accidents. He also packed a compass and a map to avoid issues in case his phone broke. Indeed, Su Wen hadn't been to Qingyu Forest in quite some time, so he prepared quite thoroughly. To prevent any omissions, he even asked Wang Xian for advice. Wang Xian said, seeing Su Wen with a fully packed backpack, laughed and said, "You should bring less. Otherwise, you'll have to make your fire dragon carry it right." As she spoke, Wang Xian patted the fire dragon beside her. Roar! The fire dragon exhaled a small flame, patting its chest with its claws, indicating that carrying this backpack would be a breeze. This was mainly because Su Wen had already informed the fire dragon in advance that many items in the backpack were its daily rations. The fire dragon, which was usually picky, would never give up its food. That evening, Su Wen declined the invitation from Chunyu and Zhou want to train at school, just waiting for dawn to take the bus to Qingyu Forest. P.S. Interaction between the fire dragon and Res Hiram, the second little spirit, will soon make its appearance, so everyone make your guesses. To prevent any failure in completing the task, Su Wen got up early and took the yawning fire dinosaur onto the bus, heading to the Qingyu Forest. Since the road to Qingyu Forest often has various small spirits appearing, this bus even had a regular level trainer as the driver, allowing spirits to accompany their trainers. Of course, this only applied to small spirits. If someone tried to bring a giant rock snake onto the bus, the driver would probably kick them off. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Su-Wen did not see a single spirit on the way to Qingyu Forest, or perhaps the spirits had grown accustomed to the daily traffic and instinctively avoided humans. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyu Forest, many tents had already been set up, all manned by officials from the Cloud City Spirit Center. "Hello, please show your identification." Su-Wen was stopped near the Qingyu Forest. After presenting his task receipt and proof of being a regular level trainer, he successfully entered the Qingyu Forest. A regular level trainer can take on tasks. Su-Wen had not walked far when he heard whispering. "Oh, it's just about qualifications. You can't imagine the joy of the wealthy." Shaking his head, Su-Wen walked straight to the largest tent for the task handover. "Jodis Uchuan Son right. Im Incheon the person in charge of this task. Shaowen, you just need to clear the marked area. Once done, return for handover." Incheon greeted Su-Wen warmly, which made Su-Wen feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Hello, Uncle In." After confirming the task details, Su-Wen turned and left the tent. Once Su-Wen was gone, Incheon called over a guard, "Find an elite-level trainer to double-check the areas Su-Wen is cleared." "Understood," the guard replied. In everyone's mind, Su-Wen was undoubtedly just a pawn sent by Su Chuan to gain qualifications and achievements, and there was nothing Su-Wen could do about it. Stepping onto the soft fallen leaves, Su-Wen gradually ventured deeper into Qingyu Forest, where human voices faded away and mottled light filtered through the remaining leaves and branches still clinging to the trees. Most of the fruits on the trees had already been eaten by small spirits, with only a few unevenly hanging fruits remaining awaiting their fortune. "Fire Dinosaur, stay alert." Su-Wen patted Fire Dinosaur's head. Although he possessed the aura of a wave guide, he could not constantly maintain it. Fire Dinosaur had never entered a forest before in the Fire Dragon Valley. It was all about cliffs and mountains or steaming hot springs, and after arriving in Cloud City with Su-Wen, it had faced either skyscrapers or cramped rooms. Now stepping into the forest, Fire Dinosaur suddenly felt a sensation as if a bird had entered the mountains or a dragon had returned to the sea. This curious Fire Dinosaur constantly surveyed the forest when suddenly rustling sounds came from the right thicket. "Roar!" Fire Dinosaur stepped forward to block Su-Wen, its big eyes fixed firmly on the thicket. "Belly!" A brown oval-shaped small spirit crawled out from the thicket, dragging a large tail behind it with a berry held in its mouth. "Belly!" It turned out to be a tail-lee. Upon noticing Fire Dinosaur and Su-Wen, it instinctively protected the berry in its mouth and stood up on its tail, trying to appear taller. A tail-lee that had yet to break through to the first tier, Su-Wen smiled, squatted down, and extended his aura to show he meant no harm. However, this tail-lee did not lower its guard. Instead, it cautiously backed away and then darted into the dense thicket. Although it was already deep autumn, the thickets in Qingyu Forest remained lush. In Su-Wen's memory, they seemed to stay green throughout the 4 seasons. Laughing and shaking his head, Su-Wen continued forward with Fire Dinosaur. There were green caterpillars quietly munching on leaves on the tree trunks, and unicorns swinging between branches. There were also bobo birds that took flight as soon as they saw Su-Wen and Fire Dinosaur turn around. The highest level small spirit he encountered was just a near latest stage, first tier yellow mouse Pikachu. This golden Pikachu was not afraid of Su-Wen at all. It even came up to rub against Su-Wen's hand, and after receiving an energy cube, it happily left. "Dad wouldn't really just let me wander around, would he?" Su-Wen muttered to himself. To ensure nothing was missed, Su-Wen kept his aura active, stopping to rest when it reached its limit, allowing Fire Dinosaur to keep watch for him. So far, he had not seen a single spirit above the 2nd tier. Fire Dinosaur was still in high spirits, playfully scaring a Pidgey that was perched on a tree, making it tremble in fear as if it wanted to bury its head in the ground like an ostrich. "Fire Dinosaur. Su-Wen laitli top fire dinosaurs for no bullying." Roar. The wrong Fire Dinosaur covered its forehead, preparing to apologize to Pidgey, but as soon as Pidgey saw an opening, it hopped away quickly. Fire Dinosaur glanced at Su-Wen, its eyes darting around, indicating it was not its fault. Su-Wen rolled his eyes and was about to lecture it again, when suddenly Fire Dinosaur's expression became serious, its ears perked as if it heard something. Before long, Su-Wen also heard the strange sound, low and rumbling like an engine, dense and chilling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It's a Beedrill swarm. Despite the cover of the dense forest, Su-Wen could see the Beedrill approaching like a dark cloud, conservatively estimating there were about 20 or so. In a swift roll, Su-Wen and Fire Dinosaur hid in the low bushes. This swarm of Beedrill was definitely not coming for Su-Wen. Before entering the forest, Su-Wen had sprayed himself and Fire Dinosaur with a scent masking spray. However, the aggressive Beedrill would not care whether you were deliberately blocking their path. Their temper in the forest might only be second to that of Kabutops, and they would chase you for a long way if they found something displeasing. If there were any ordinary level or higher Beedrill among the swarm, it would be fine as Sue would have to interact with them as part of the task, but unfortunately they were all first year, which made Sue extremely reluctant to get into trouble. Holding Fire Dinosaur down, Sue dared not breathe, afraid that any Beedrill might sting them. He couldn't tell if they had not noticed him or simply didn't want to bother. The swarm of Beedrill flew right over Sue and Fire Dinosaur's heads. Once the Beedrill swarm had flown far away, Sue and Fire Dinosaur shook off the leaves from their bodies and emerged from the thicket. Fire Dinosaur was somewhat annoyed by this sneaky feeling. It was just a few Beedrill. They weren't unbeatable. Shouldn't they be the ones hiding? So it sulked a bit and ignored Sue. While Sue coaxed Fire Dinosaur, he also sensed something was off. Beedrill swarms usually have fixed territories. Unless they were driving off enemies, they wouldn't mobilize in such large numbers just to hunt. Unless there was something in the direction the Beedrill were heading that attracted them. After much consideration, Sue ultimately decided to temporarily abandon the idea of following the Beedrill. He couldn't afford any mishaps during his first mission. However, the direction in which the Beedrill left was generally the same as the one Sue was clearing. Once he finished cleaning this area, he could check it out. As Sue ventured deeper, the forest became increasingly chaotic, forcing him to have his Charmeleon use its claws to clear away the broken branches and roots, creating a barely passable path for one person and one dragon. With a crunching sound beneath his feet, Sue's aura detected that the deeper he went into the forest, the more small. As long as they weren't second-tier sprites, Sue tried to avoid disturbing them with Charmeleon. Stop! Just as Sue called for Charmeleon to halt, Charmeleon also noticed something unusual in a nearby tree. A purplish snake with yellow markings was slithering up the tree, its target being the bird eggs in a fiery sparrow's. Is that an Arbok? Sue and Charmeleon crouched behind a tree to observe the Arbok. Although it hadn't evolved into an Arbok, yet this Arbok had clearly already reached the second tier. Perhaps in 10 days to half a month, it would evolve into an Arbok. Compared to Arbok, the Arbok was relatively harmless. Before evolution, it lacked a venom sac, so even if bitten, it wouldn't cause. Before evolution, Arbok also struggled to catch prey, relying on devouring the eggs of small sprites like Pidgey and fiery sparrows to sustain itself. Sometimes it would even faint due to choking on eggs that were too large. The panicked fiery sparrow couple in the tree was trying to scare the Arbok away using their screech and glare moves, but the Arbok countered with a bite, causing the fiery sparrow couple to become paralyzed. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. The Arbok felt that today it could have an extra meal. Sue had no illusions about the predation in nature, but with the Arbok facing away from him, it was the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Charmeleon, use your claws. Although it had rained just 2 days prior, leaving the forest still waterlogged and the trees damp, Sue still hesitated to let Charmeleon use any fire-type moves. Setting fire to the forest could lead to disastrous consequences, especially in this season filled with broken branches and leaves. If a fire truly broke out, it could spread rapidly. Charmeleon shot out like an arrow, taking advantage of the Arbok's unawareness to strike down hard on the Arbok's vulnerable spot. Instantly, the scales shattered and blood gushed forth as the Arbok's soft scales were unable to withstand the claw, but fell from the tree, writhing on the ground in agony, without even a scream. Sue took out a pokeball provided by the Alliance, specifically for capturing these sprites, accurately tossing it at the Arbok. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 flashes of red light, the Arbok was captured. Putting the pokeball into his backpack, these pokeballs needed to be turned into the Alliance, where they would likely be treated and then released back into the forest. Though the process was somewhat troublesome, it was indeed a consistent practice of the Xia country. The fiery sparrow couple in the tree had yet to recover from their shock and cautiously peeked out to watch Sue and Charmeleon. The pressure Charmeleon exerted on them was far more terrifying than the inherent intimidation from the Arbok, making them wary. However, Sue and Charmeleon had no intention of bothering the fiery sparrows and continued their cleaning. Well done, Charmeleon. Precise and fierce, you have the demeanor of a Dragonite leader, Sue praised with a smile. Charmeleon lifted its head, proudly indicating its satisfaction. Sue, who had initially felt a bit tense, relaxed completely. As long as he remained cautious, this task should pose no difficulty. As noon approached with the sun blazing, Sue had already completed most of his cleaning. After feeding Charmeleon an energy cube to restore its stamina, he sat down under a tree to discuss with Charmeleon. Charmeleon, should we return after completing the task, or go look for the Beedrills to see what they have discovered? Sue's inner voice suggested to play it safe. After all, in the forest, even if any fruit resources appear, they would likely be related to grass-type or bug-type sprites, which Charmeleon might not need. However, Charmeleon thought differently. It didn't care much about resources, but letting a swarm of Beedrills pass right overhead was something it couldn't tolerate. Roadi roadi. Charmeleon waved its claws in front of Sue demanding to reclaim this honor. Sue chuckled and patted Charmeleon. Indeed, Beedrills were bug and poison types, which were weak against Charmeleon. A single fire attack would be enough to deal with them. How about this? Let's go look for them. If they're in an open area or by the river, they'll let you give it a try, okay? Sue wouldn't dampen Charmeleon's competitive spirit. To have an invincible stance, one must first have an invincible mindset. Roar, each Charmeleon nodded in satisfaction, its tail swaying with joy. To let Charmeleon encounter the Beedrills again, Su-Wen quickened his cleaning pace and completed the cleaning of all areas by 2:30. The edges of the cleaned area were already blocked by a simple fence with security personnel patrolling with various small sprites. Their task was to allow sprites to exit, but not to enter. Sprites could leave this area, but not come back. Hello, may I ask if a swarm of Beedrills flew out from here this morning? Su-Wen inquired with the patrolling personnel after identifying himself. Beedrills. The patrolling personnel understood that Su-Wen as an ordinary trainer could take on tasks here, indicating he had a respectable background. With a mindset of making friends rather than enemies, he patiently recalled. This morning indeed, quite a few bug and grass-type sprites went in this direction. There must be some ripe fruit. The patrolling personnel felt somewhat regretful. If it weren't for the task at hand, he would have explored with his friends. Su-Wen looked into the depths of the forest, where the patrolling personnel hesitated for a moment, then prepared to venture deeper with Charmeleon. The patrolling personnel stopped him abruptly. Hey, that area doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. There may be powerful sprites residing there. What are you planning to do? Su-Wen explained, don't worry, I won't go too deep. I just want to stroll around with Charmeleon. After all, it's been a long time since I visited Qingyu Forest. The patrolling personnel's job didn't include blocking trainers from entering the forest. After a moment's pause, he withdrew his hand, but still cautioned, if you notice anything unusual, return quickly. Silence was the only sensation Su-Wen felt after delving deep into the forest. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the more powerful small spirits would appear, as these spirits generally possessed a strong sense of territory, making it rare for other small spirits to roam within their domain. Su-Wen sent an alarm on his phone, which vibrated every 5 minutes to remind him to check for signal and see if the map stood. If the phone became useless, Su-Wen couldn't guarantee he could navigate his way back smoothly. Following the direction indicated by the patrolling personnel, Su-Wen explored, but still found no trace of the Beedrill. However, the Charmeleon sniffed the air and firmly pointed Su-Wen in a certain direction. Is it over there? Su-Wen opened the map and discovered a small river not far ahead where many small spirits would likely be drinking. The Beedrill would not simply be going to hydrate. But just as this thought arose, Su-Wen dismissed it. It wasn't the dry season, and it had rained just a couple of days ago, so there was no need for the Beedrill to travel so far for water. Turning off his phone's vibrations, Su-Wen moved towards the direction indicated by the Charmeleon. As time passed, the Charmeleon exhibited an unusual restlessness, while Su-Wen caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma in the air. Just from a sense, Su-Wen felt as if he were in a grand hall, watching a noblewoman dance, gracefully accompanied by the melodious sound of a piano. Shaking his head, Su-Wen took a deep breath. What on earth was this? Finally, a clear stream appeared before the dense forest, and the open area allowed Su-Wen's view to be unobstructed, revealing a scene that astonished him. No wonder Su-Wen had not encountered any small spirits while venturing deep into the forest. They were all gathered here. Butterfree, Pidgey, Spearow, and Hercross. The densely packed small spirits had nearly cleaned out this open space, and among them a swarm of Beedrill flew over Charmeleon's head, occupying a significant territory due to their numerical advantage. What they encircled was not fruit or resources, but rather 2 small spirits. One small spirit wore a skirt and hair made of pink cherry blossom petals, with a yellow ball resembling a flower, heart blooming at the back of its head, extending outwards from a green triangular spot on its neck. Additionally, 2 small balls resembling berries adorned its hair, decorating its head. The other small spirit was a light blue frog Pokémon. It had large yellow eyes with pupils that sometimes appeared oval and sometimes narrowed into a line. A deep blue stripe ran across its head. Its hands, in the junction between its palms and arms, were white, resembling a pair of white gloves. Is that a cherry blossom and a Froakie? The Froakie and cherry blossom were back-to-back, cautiously facing the encircling wolves. How did these 2 small spirits end up in the summer country and in the Qingyu Forest? The cherry blossom is a small spirit from the cherry blossom country, while the Froakie hails from the West European Federation. The habitats of these 2 small spirits are almost separated by half of the blue planet, and it's unlikely to find them in the wilds of the summer country. Su-Wen understood why these small spirits were gathered here. Due to the rain from the previous days, today's sun was exceptionally strong, causing the cherry blossom to transform from its overcast form to its sunny form. This is a unique trait of the cherry blossom, known as gift of flowers. In its sunny form, the cherry blossom releases a peculiar pollen energy through photosynthesis, which not only provides nearby small spirits with powerful energy to temporarily boost their attack and special defense. Over time, this also allows the potential of these small spirits in those 2 areas to be fully tapped. As for the small spirits present, those of the grass type or other types might simply be thinking of basking in the light, enjoying the blessing of the cherry blossom. However, the bug and flying type small spirits clearly showed a predatory coldness in their eyes. The cherry blossom, releasing its enticing aroma, appeared to them as a sumptuous feast, a lavish banquet. It is precisely because of the cherry blossom's special allure to bug and flying-type small spirits that it has become quite rare in the cherry blossom country. If spotted in the wild, they would surely travel in large groups. If it weren't for the sheer number of small spirits present, and the fact that the cherry blossom itself possessed the strength of a mid-level Pokémon, these bug and flying-type small spirits would have long since swarmed and devoured the cherry blossom. Among them, the peak, ordinary-level Heracross was the most flamboyant, its two fearsome pincers opening and closing rhythmically, its gaze roaming between the cherry blossom and Froakie. Then its disdainful gaze swept over the Beedrill and other bug-type small spirits, ultimately casting a wary glance at the Pidgey and Spearow preening their feathers on a nearby branch. The Charmeleon, who had originally been clamoring to show the Beedrill a thing or two, now held its tail low. It was confident, but not arrogant. Even with two more Charmeleons, it would have to weigh its options against this lineup. However, if it came down to it, it would not fear anything. Tilting its head, the Charmeleon awaited Sue. When Suwin's gaze flickered, the cherry blossom perfectly aligned with his vision. In everyday life, the cherry blossom could assist small spirits in training with Gift of Flowers. In battle, the cherry blossom could learn moves like Leech Seed, Helping Hand, and Lucky Chant to provide support and disruption, and even learn moves like Pollen Puff and Grassy Terrain to serve as a medic. Most importantly, Gift of Flowers could directly elevate the attack and special defense of allied small spirits. This was simply a dream Pokémon. After taking several deep breaths, Sue, when cautiously maneuvered his aura, passed the many small spirits, extending it towards the cherry blossom and Froakie. Compared to the cherry blossom, the Froakie, being only a first-stage Pokémon, had already been disregarded by Suwin. He didn't rush to communicate with the cherry blossom, instead focusing on sending his goodwill through the aura. The cherry blossom and Froakie, initially startled by the aura, thought it was an attack from another small spirit, but gradually calmed down upon sensing Suwin's goodwill. Surrounded by a pack of wolves, how could a roasted duck possibly escape? This was the thought of all the little spirits eager to prey on Inghua. Therefore, when they saw Inghua and Guagua Pow Frog charging at the swarm of Beedrills, all the little spirits watched with a sense of entertainment. How could more than 20 Beedrills be so easily dealt with? Even if most of them were at the early and mid stages of the first rank, they would not be easily defeated by Inghua. It was better to let them fight amongst themselves, allowing the fishermen to benefit from the clam struggle. But just as Inghua and Guagua Pow Frog seemed about to charge into the encirclement of Beedrill's layers of raging flames surged from behind the swarm. Originally, it was supposed to be a fire that was soft and elusive, a magical flame that was strange and ever-changing, yet under the control of the fire dinosaur, it was as dominating as the true fire of Samadhi. The flames swept over the swarm, coincidentally bringing along a gust of wind. The fire carried by the wind, originally intended to clear a path for Inghua and Guagua Pow Frog, unexpectedly almost annihilated the entire Beedrill swarm with a single breath of magical fire. Charred Beedrills crashed to the ground, with only a few scattered stronger ones still struggling to hold on, clearly unable to contend for Inghua. Meanwhile, Inghua and Guagua Pow Frog dove into the sea of flames. The fire dinosaur had already cleared a path for them, and after passing through the flames, they plunged into Suwin's embrace. Run! Suwin had long since discarded his backpack. Aside from a few valuable items close to his body, he carried nothing as he rolled and crawled along the already researched escape route. As the flames dissipated apart from the scattered Beedrills on the ground, the many little spirits could no longer see Yinghua's figure. Did the duck that was almost in hand really fly away? Lee BB Bird and Big Mouth Sparrow shot into the sky, and from their high vantage point, they were the first to spot Suwin and the fire dinosaur. Other little spirits also went berserk, angrily chasing after Suwin, following the scent of Inghua. Running with Guagua Pow Frog, and Inghua, Suwin's clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp branches. His skin was covered in wounds with varying depths of bloodstains. Sweat soaked his entire body, and Suwin's chest heaved like a bellows as he gasped, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood from his lungs. But Suwin dared not stop for a moment, as the little spirits followed closely behind. The frenzied Kairos used its large pincers to chop down the obstructing trees. Suwin did not think that after being pinched by Kairos, his fate would be any better than those trees. BB Bird and Big Mouth Sparrow were the first to catch up to Suwin, with Big Mouth Sparrow diving down, its sharp beak aimed directly at the back of Suwin's head. The fire dinosaur leaping through the forest landed down, just in time to stomp on the Big Mouth Sparrow that almost attacked Suwin, then almost mouth-to-mouth unleashed a breath of dragon fire at it. Seeing the tragic state of Big Mouth Sparrow, BB Bird suddenly halted, hovering in the air for 2 circles before flying away under the fire dinosaur's intimidation. Inghua did not remain idle, either constantly using magical leaves to clear obstacles for Suwin in his arms, otherwise he would have been caught long ago. Guagua Pow Frog perched on Suwin's shoulder, constantly spitting bubbles at the pursuing little spirits, trying to slow them down. At this moment, Suwin was immensely grateful for Zhou Wan's strict training. Otherwise, holding 2 small creatures weighing a combined 30 to 40 pounds, he would have collapsed long ago. With the cooperation of Suwin and the 3 little spirits, many little spirits gave up the chase, The Butterfree was frightened by a breath of magical fire from the fire dinosaur. Nidorina and Nidorino only wanted to sneak a taste of the pollen from the flower of gifts, but after being sprayed with a few bubbles by Guagua Pow Frog, they left in disappointment. Only one Kairos charged recklessly undeterred. You still dare to show your face? Suin turned around to see only one Kairos remaining before turning and crashing into a relatively open area. Inghua used magical leaves to blow away the dry leaves on the ground. Fire Dinosaur used dragon claws. Suin spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and commanded, Inghua waved its little hands, and the magical leaves instantly cleared most of the dry branches and leaves. The fire dinosaur condensed its claws, twisting its body to collide with Kairos. Kairos, with its red eyes slightly bent down as its hard horn clashed against the dragon claws. Bang! Kairos forcefully clamped its horns together, trying to crush the fire dinosaur's claws, while the fire dinosaur's claws acted like crossed blades, tightly locking Kairos' horns. The ground beneath the two little spirits began to sink, revealing that the fire dinosaur and Kairos were locked in a... However, Kairos' strength was still superior, gradually pushing the fire dinosaur back its feet, leaving two furrows in the ground. Inghua used help. Fire dinosaur use Ember. Suin was calm and fearless. He had just learned Yinghua's moves through the aura, and although Kairos was at the peak of the ordinary rank, it was not without a chance. Yinghua's little hands flapped. A strange wave surged into the fire dinosaur's body, and the fire dinosaur, which was gradually exhausting its strength, suddenly felt invigorated. Roar! The embers were not intense, but every spark that landed on Kairos caused it pain, twisting its face in agony. However, now Kairos found itself in a bind. If it withdrew its strength, the fire dinosaur would take the opportunity to strike. But before Kairos could react, flames began to flicker across its body as if flames were coursing beneath. This was the burn status caused by the embers. Excellent. Suin knew the battle was decided, because apart from little spirits with special traits like grit, most little spirits would have their physical attacks diminished to some extent when afflicted by burn. Gradually succumbing to the flames, Kairos fell into a disadvantage, ultimately being forced back by the fire dinosaur's claws, which had been thrust open with a clang seeking to end Kairos. However, this Kairos appeared to have considerable battle experience. Even in its weakened state, it sidestepped the fire dinosaur's claws and seized its right claw, slamming it down onto the ground. This was not an ordinary shoulder throw, but a fighting move known as Mountain Storm Throw. The violent impact left the fire dinosaur dazed, unable to react for a moment. Just as Kairos was about to press its advantage, it suddenly stumbled as Yinghua's magical leaves struck its back. Although the effect was minimal, the brief pause allowed the fire dinosaur to catch its breath, flipping Kairos over with a claw, then unleashing a great fire from its mouth. Boom. P.S. Before Kairos underwent its mega evolution, it truly lost sanity. Thank you to the readers Xiaoxiang Wuqing, Xiaowang, Go Mu Chin Ling Linger, who loves to eat barley duck, Shui, Zhong, Bei Mingxing from the Dragon King Temple, not want to take Di Chun Qing Tian, who loves Bon Coffee, I want to be the dog of the Emperor, A Touch of Qing Yun, and the pseudo-artist. Diego, I still want more. Love, Hua Chinyu Poetry, and Distance, Eucalyptus, the missing 208th Pokédex, and all the readers who powered up with love and rewards. Under the relentless scorching of the magical flames, Kairos ultimately failed to find an opportunity for a counterattack. Only after capturing Kairos in the Pokeball did Suin feel a sense of relief, gasping for breath. With blood seeping from the wounds on his body, Suin gently touched the deepest cut on his arm, feeling as if small thorns were pricking him. Just a light touch sent a tingling sensation through him. Hissing, he instinctively reached behind to retrieve some healing spray from his backpack, only to remember he had left it deep in the forest after finding nothing. Looking at the exhausted fire dinosaur lying beside him, Suin took out the last 2 energy cubes from his pocket, one for restoring stamina and the other being the fire dinosaur's favorite, and fed them both to the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur smacked its lips, giving Suin a satisfied smile. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a feast when we get back tonight, Suin gently patted the fire dinosaur. Although the fire dinosaur had been a bit careless during the battle with Kairos, nearly getting countered overall, Suin was quite pleased with its performance today. If he were to give a score, he would rate the fire dinosaur a 95 out of 100. Meanwhile, Sakura gathered specks of starlight on its hands, trying to approach Suin's wound. This was the move Morning Light, which could restore its own stamina based on the weather. Unfortunately, it could only restore its own energy, and the glimmer it provided to Suin was merely a faint warmth with no practical effect. Sakura might have known it was of little use, but it was the only thing it could do at the moment. After resting for a while, Suin finally recovered. He knew the main event was yet to come. He had lost his bag, torn his clothes, and sustained injuries, all for the sake of the little sprite in front of him. However, Sakura was an extremely interesting little sprite. It didn't care much about the trainer's strength. If it were forcibly captured, it might even wither due to unhappiness. Thus, Suin had to take a roundabout approach. Since it's safe now, my fire dinosaur, and I will be leaving Sue when gently placed Sakura on the ground and slowly got up, signaling the fire dinosaur to prepare to leave. Sakura and the Froakie exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe that someone would actually come to rescue them. The fire dinosaur, however, was a bit taken aback. Were they really just leaving? So all the effort they had put in was truly just to teach that Beedrill a lesson. Scratching its head, the fire dinosaur thought little of it. After all those Beedrills had already been turned into charred husks by its magical flames. In a good mood, the fire dinosaur waved goodbye to Sakura and Froakie. What do you want to eat tonight, fire dinosaur? Suwon deliberately asked while using his aura to convey to the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur instantly understood. The drunken man's intentions were not focused on wine. Roar, roar, the fire dinosaur expressed that it wanted a special Sprite meal along with milk from a big bottle and to soak in a hot spring at night. After enjoying the hot spring, it wanted to renovate its little nest, but also wanted to eat to its heart's content with energy cubes and the flavor of thousand fragrance fruit. Suwon and the fire dinosaur deliberately walked slowly, making sure that every word of their conversation reached Sakura and Froakie's ears. Sakura was fine, being able to survive through photosynthesis. It could even live on the northwest wind, while Froakie had not eaten a full meal in many days. Unconsciously swallowing, Froakie fought against the impulse to step forward with immense willpower glance. Sakura felt conflicted. It did not have a good perception of humans, but this human felt different, and it seemed that his little sprites lived quite comfortably. Not only was Sakura feeling conflicted, but Suwon was even more anxious. Why hadn't Sakura and Froakie come over yet? Wasn't what the fire dinosaur described enticing enough? Wait, Sakura was a grass-type sprite. What did it need? Suwon's eyes lit up, and he said, and basking in the sun every day in the backyard is truly comfortable. Basking in the sun? Sakura's heart was immediately opened. It didn't dare bask in the sun in the forest, because transforming into its sunny form and triggering Flower's gift would attract the covetous eyes of various sprites, just like before. Looking at Froakie, Sakura said, Inging. Froakie nodded eagerly and replied, Gwa Gwa. The two little sprites seemed to have discussed something and then rushed to Suwon. Sakura wanted Suwon to take in both itself and Froakie. Suwon, who thought he would agree, immediately feigned shock and said, I already have a fire dinosaur at home. I probably don't need any other sprites. Sakura and Froakie felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Back in their homeland, they were treated like treasures, especially Sakura, which had turned down countless requests from trainers. But this also made Sakura more convinced that this human in front of it was a good person. Suwon still didn't realize that he had unknowingly been tagged as a good person. He saw Sakura hesitate for a moment, pulling Froakie over and starting to whisper with it. Suwon was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for Sakura and Froakie to finish discussing. Inging. Sakura expressed its hope that Suwon would become its trainer while also taking in Froakie. In ancient times, there were those who sold themselves to bury their fathers. Today, there are those who sell themselves to protect their friends. Suwon felt like a spoiled rich kid from a novel forcing Sakura to submit. Pa. Suwon quickly discarded this strange thought. He was clearly doing a good deed without seeking recognition, risking his life to rescue Sakura and Froakie and take them in. He could practically be nominated as one of the top 10 students, right? Then please take care of me from now on, Sakura. Suwon squatted down and extended his pinky finger while Sakura held Suwon's pinky with its little hands, saying, Please take care of me. The sun was already slanting to the west. Suwon, carrying 3 little sprites under the afterglow, finally made it back to the campsite before sunset. What have you been doing? What about this, Froakie and Sakura? Incheon looked at the tattered Suwon dumbfounded and hurriedly asked the accompanying doctor to help treat Suwon's wounds. It's nothing, Suwon signaled that it was just minor injuries, then handed 2 Pokeballs to Incheon. Director Sakura is the one I captured, and Froakie is for my dad. Also, this is the sprite I caught in my designated area above the 2nd tier. Please register it for me. These 2 Pokeballs naturally contain the Arbok and Kairos. Suwon was just an ordinary level trainer, only able to capture or raise 2 sprites, meaning this Froakie had to be borrowed under Suchuan's name. Incheon had already sent people to sweep through Suwon's designated area again and knew that Suwon had completed his task beautifully. He immediately cheerfully submitted the task to Suwon. Initially, Incheon had been a bit anxious when he heard that Suwon had gone deep into the forest, fearing something might happen, and Suchuan would hold him accountable later. Thankfully, Suwon returned safely, bringing back 2 precious sprites. Though curious about the origins of the 2 sprites, Incheon did not wish to pry too much and politely sent Suwon. Lying on the bus seat, Suwon felt completely drained. He was already contemplating how to take advantage of the school's resources to make Sakura self-sufficient. P.S. Greninja is eternal. Thanks to the reader's poetry and distance, brother you who loves to read, and others for their love and support. When exposed to the long-term baptism of Sakura's Flower's gift, a small sprite can better tap into its potential in both offense and special defense. For Yun Gao, who aspires to achieve excellent results in the upcoming Little Phoenix King Cup in 2 years, this is a significant temptation. Unlike the fire dinosaur, Sakura does not have abundant resources for its growth. The birth of every powerful small sprite relies not only on the sprite's dedication and the trainer's efforts, but also inevitably on the accumulation of resources. Like all living beings, if one lacks nutrition in childhood, it becomes challenging to compensate for it later in life. Some trainers often think that they can afford to neglect early growth waiting until their sprite reaches the third or even fourth tier to earn resources for training, hoping for a meteoric rise. That is nothing but a pipe dream. It is an unrealistic fantasy to expect that a chance encounter or a single fruit or gem can rectify the shortcomings of sprite's earlier development. Just like Sakura and Fire Dinosaur, although Sakura is already in the late second tier, Fire Dinosaur has only recently entered the second tier. Even without the advantage of type resistance, Sakura could never be Fire Dinosaur's opponent. This is the gap in foundation. These principles were instilled in Sichuan by Su since childhood. Sichuan personally experienced the pain of neglecting early training, which led to his request for leave, being stuck at the pinnacle of the gym leader level for many years. Of course, if Arceus could provide a full package of care, then there would be no problem. Half asleep, Su was gently transported home by the bus, and as soon as he entered the door, he was met with Wang Xian's exclamation. Xiaowen, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Guang Xuan anxiously checked Su Wen's body. Fortunately, Yin Chong had someone help treat Su Wen while at the camp. Only some deeper wounds had yet to heal, while the other bloodstains had already disappeared. Confirming that Su Wen had no serious injuries, Wang Xian first dragged Su Chuan out and scolded him thoroughly. You let your son go on his first mission alone. Is this how you as a father act? Wang Xian scolded, Su Chuan gripping his ear. Su Chuan felt as though he had suffered an undeserved disaster. He had already communicated with Yin Chong and confirmed that there were no strong small sprites in the area assigned to Su Wen. With his hands clasped together, pleading with Wang Xian, he signaled to Su Wen with his eyes to plead for mercy. Do you still want to take on tasks? Su Chuan's eyes clearly conveyed this message. It was the first time Su Wen saw such an irritable mother, and for a moment he swallowed hard, contemplating whether his achievements were more important than his own life. After hesitating, Su Wen still pulled out Sakura from behind as a shield. Mom, you scared Sakura? Su Wen coughed, lightly, gently poking Sakura's back. Sakura understood and was skilled at acting cute. Ing. With that, Wang Xian's attention instantly shifted from Su Chuan to Sakura, as women are often most defenseless against such adorable creatures. Is this Sakura? Wang Xian carefully picked up Sakura, unable to resist giving it some affection. But in the next moment, Sakura's petals gradually closed, wrapping itself tightly in two purple leaves, revealing a deep pink stem on its head. Wang Xian was momentarily at a loss, holding the transforming Sakura, unsure whether to keep holding it or put it down, and asked what happened. For Wang Xian, a full-time housewife, it was normal not to understand the habits of small sprites compared to Su Chuan. Su Chuan leaned over to explain, Don't worry, dear. It's because the sun has set. Without sunlight, Sakura will change into this cloudy form. Then Su Chuan looked at Su Wen and noticed that besides Fire Dinosaur, there was also a Froakie following him. Oh. Su Chuan looked at Su Wen. Didn't you go to Qingyu Forest today? Where did these two small sprites come from? What about your bag? Su Wen helplessly raised his hands, revealing his tattered clothes, and said, Dad, can I change my clothes before we talk? Seeing Wang Xian about to get angry again, Su Chuan had to suppress his curiosity. It wasn't until Su Wen took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and sat down for dinner that he urged Su Wen to explain. After Su Wen narrated the entire sequence of events before Su Chuan could speak, Wang Xian first scolded, Xiaowen, just because I don't stop you from becoming a trainer doesn't mean you can do such dangerous things. Only after the father and son managed to appease Wang Xian did they have the chance to sit down and discuss in detail. So you found these two small sprites deep in Qingyu Forest. Su Chuan fronith. Su Wen nodded. On my way back, I even communicated with Sakura. They only know they were smuggled into Xia country and escaped from other cities along the forest to Qingyu Forest. Su Chuan fell into deep thought. He initially wanted to follow the clues to capture the smuggling group, but since Sakura and Froakie did not even know where they had escaped from, it would be challenging to investigate. As long as it isn't in Yunda City, that's fine. In just 6 months, Yunda City has gone through quite a bit of turmoil and truly cannot withstand any more disturbances. So for your second small sprite, do you intend to capture Froakie or Sakura? Su Chuan no longer considered the smuggling gang. Su Wen's second small sprite was what he was concerned about. Su Wen had already made plans. Sakura, I guess. Compared to Froakie, Sakura is more suited for Su Wen, who currently lacks resources, and Froakie also lacks the ability to earn resources like Sakura does. Su Chuan nodded, then said with a hint of regret, It's a pity that Fire Dinosaur does not have the solar power characteristic, otherwise with Sakura the core of your Sunny team would have already taken shape. There's always a trade-off, Su Wen said, glancing at Fire Dinosaur, who was already sleeping on his lap, smiling gently as he stroked its head. Moreover, I am very satisfied with the current Fire Dinosaur, and I believe it feels the same way. The sleeping Fire Dinosaur seemed to sense something rolled over and continued its deep slumber. Today, Fire Dinosaur was unusually tired and did not practice as it usually did in the middle of the night. Ha! Su Chuan chuckled heartily. This version of Su Wen finally resembled a qualified trainer. However, Su Wen soon frowned and said, "But there is still one troublesome matter." "What is it?" Su Chuan asked, slightly surprised. Su Wen glanced at the Froakies sleeping against Sakura in the backyard where there was a makeshift shelter for them, then withdrew his gaze and said, "Froakie doesn't have any abilities." "No ability? Is it a case of congenital ability loss?" Su Chuan exclaimed. P.S. I kindly ask readers not to compare the game settings with this book's settings as it is a novel. The author thanks you, and if you enjoyed, the next book will focus on Pokemon battles, presenting a picture of an incredibly cool Greninja. Thank you to readers Jiu Lu Xiao Fancy 666, Lu Jiulong Lin Yin, who loves the Rambutan tree, the strongest will of the Jacques Tian gang, the king of the bullies, Ji Bing Engrave Crazy, the Juyin Cliff of Luo Ding City, Ljussel, the pitiful person, Xiao Jingxian of the Yin Mountain Crazy Egg Yolk, Cake Tian Khan's Cohen, Shi Rei, user 37423255, Rinbei Rin Ai Yu Luo, Chung Chung, Wen Yuan Fong Yuta, and Pang Zifeng, who love shrimp dumplings for their rewards and support. Like humans, small elves experience a range of emotions and also suffer from various strange ailments. For instance, if an Arbok's venom glands develop inadequately, it will evolve into an Arbok-like creature without a venom sac, becoming a non-venomous snake. Similarly, if Pikachu's electrical organs develop abnormally, it might end up shocking itself when using a congenital trait loss syndrome is even more troublesome as it is classified as a genetic disorder. Just like human Down syndrome, certain genes in small elves may mutate, resulting in deletions, translocations, inversions, insertions, and duplications. All these are collectively known as genetic mutations. While genetic mutations do not necessarily lead to trait loss is always a result of genetic mutation. This is common knowledge. When Su Wen first used the aura to probe the Froakie, he thought he was mistaken. Even the special trait in the Game Bond phenomenon is a form of trait which the aura can sense. However, after multiple checks, Su Wen confirmed that the Froakie indeed had no traits. And the trouble doesn't stop there. A trait loss is merely a prominent manifestation of congenital trait loss syndrome. No one knows which segment of the gene has encountered issues or what other situations might arise in the future. Su Chuan felt a bad premonition in his heart. You don't intend to wait until you are promoted to an elite trainer to capture this Froakie, do you? Historically, there have been trainers who attempted to raise small elves afflicted by this disease, but they all ended in various mishaps. The small elves either perished or were forced to cease training due to other issues. Su Wen initially did have such an idea because his aura told him that this Froakie was quite compatible with him. But now Su Wen could only press his finger against his acupoint and closing his eyes sighed, "Dad, don't worry, I'm not that stubborn yet." Su Chuan let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Su Wen might be the type who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. After instructing Su Wen not to act on his own during his next task, Su Chuan hurried back to his room to comfort his wife, leaving Su Wen and Charmeleon as two single dogs. Carrying Charmeleon back to the room, Su Wen also flopped onto his pillow. He had wanted to sleep long ago, but his father had kept him chatting for so long. The next noon, after finishing the theoretical class in the morning, Su Wen found Wu Yin and inquired if the old principal was in his office. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he headed straight to the principal's office. "Is there something you can't discuss with me, and must go find my old man?" Wu Yin pulled Su Wen back. Su Wen cleared his throat and said, "Mainly I feel like this matter is something you teacher Wu might not be able to discuss." Wu Yin felt insulted and replied angrily, "In this cloud-high place, as long as it's related to small elves, I can make the call." "Are you sure?" Su Wen looked at Wu Yin suspiciously. "I speak with integrity," Wu Yin declared with great confidence. Su Wen blinked and released his cherubi, saying, "I want to ask if cherubi helps train everyone in the training hall using floral healing. How much compensation can I offer to cherubi?" After a moment, Wu Yin, looking dejected, knocked on the principal's office door. "Old man, Su Wen has something to discuss." The old principal was studying a report. Upon seeing Wu Yin and Su Wen enter, he adjusted his glasses and said kindly, "What is it, Su Wen?" Su Wen, showing none of the ease he had just exhibited with Wu Yin, rubbed his hands anxiously and smiled. "Well, as a member of the school, I also want to contribute a bit. I just captured a cherubi yesterday." Wu Yin sat on the couch, rolling his eyes. Su Wen hadn't said this to him earlier. He was speaking differently to different people at such a young age. The old principal was quite astute, and it's not an exaggeration to call him a cunning old fox. He immediately understood Su Wen's intentions and was indeed tempted, but he couldn't just hand over the initiative. So he pretended not to understand and said, "I see, then I thank you on behalf of the school, Su Wen." Seeing the old principal feigning ignorance, Su Wen was at a loss for words about what to say next. Wu Yin, being soft-hearted, saw that Su Wen could not outmaneuver the old principal and immediately shifted gears, saying, "Oh, Su Wen, you're foolish. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. I'll introduce you to a friend from the second middle school. You can leave cherubi there for training, and every month at least give cherubi resources worth 1 Su Wen's eyes lit up, secretly giving Wu Yin a thumbs up. "Good teacher, it was worth carrying you on Xiao Jiu's vehicle back then." The old principal was fuming, nearly choking on his anger. How could he have been so foolish in the past not to drown Wu Yin in the toilet? Helpless, the old principal said, "There's no way a school should take advantage of Su Wan. How about this, Su, when you can leave Cherubi at the school for training and choose resources worth up to 120 a month? Think about it." Wu Yin was still unconvinced, but he was met with a glare from the old principal. This price also met Su Win's psychological expectations. Su Win replied, "Thank you, old principal. I have nothing else to discuss." The old principal nodded and said, "Then you can leave first. Wu Yin, you stay." Su Wen glanced at Wu Yin, and seeing that Wu Yin waved his hand, he left the principal's office. Originally thinking he would be scolded, Wu Yin did not encounter the storm he had imagined, but rather a voice filled with disappointment. "When are you and Jiyue planning to get married?" For Wu Yin, this was worse than being scolded. He immediately made a bitter face and said, "Not urgent." The old principal exclaimed angrily, "What a wonderful girl Jiyue is. If you wait until you are 30 without getting married, and finally you two rekindle your romance, are you planning to keep her hanging?" Wu Yin shrank a little, knowing he was in the wrong, and said, "Then can you set a date for me?" The old principal snorted and said, "That sounds more like it. The 23rd of February next year is a good day. After getting married, hurry up and have kids. After 35, you'll be considered a high-risk pregnancy. Do you understand? Otherwise, don't harm the girl." "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yin nodded repeatedly, finally leaving the principal's office after the old principal said, "Get out of here." Su Wen did not leave, but waited at the door for Wu Yin, clearly hearing the conversation inside. However, since Wu Yin had just helped him, Su Wen did not have the thought of mocking Wu Yin, but instead coughed lightly and said, "Teacher, I remember that the teacher's wife seems to have a research institute, right?" Wu Yin glanced at Su Wen and smiled. "You are quite well informed. The Yin Yu Research Institute was initiated by her. What's up? Yin Yue Wu Yin and Xiao Jiyue, the teacher's wife, truly has profound feelings." Su Wen thought to himself, and then scratched his head saying, "Can you help me ask the teacher's wife about something? P.S. Not urging marriage during the new year, has no soul attached, is Zhou Wan Scallion Duck." Thank you to the readers Wang Defa Pang Zifeng, who loves shrimp dumplings, Xiao Yixing, the boy penguin from the deserted island, Zhu Tizi, the sliding shovel expert, Fubai, Sanchio, the slippery, ghost of Chio, who got sick, and the two Chioxing, you must be crooked, Ruyen is, and the false artist. What happened with the fire lizard? Is it still that Sakura? Su Wen shook his head and said, "Neither. It's a guagua frog that I brought home yesterday along with Sakura, and it has lost its abilities." Wu Yin gasped. "Is it a loss of abilities due to genetic mutation?" Su Wen replied, "It's very likely." Wu Yin stared into Su Wen's eyes. "Don't even think about raising this guagua frog, okay?" Wu Yan's attitude was identical to that of Su Chuan, and this was the common stance of most trainers. They regarded such genetic diseases with great fear. Su Wen said helplessly, "Don't worry, Teacher Wu, I understand. The main thing is that Sakura is very close to this guagua frog, so I was thinking about seeing if I could help it a little. At the very least, I don't want this genetic disease to affect guagua frog's basic living conditions." That's Su Wen's current thought. Wu Yin felt relieved and said to Su Wen, "I'll mention it to her tonight, but don't hold too high of expectations." Su Wen thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Wu." Then Wu Yin pulled Su Wen in for a hug and laughed. "It's nothing. This afternoon, I'll just keep my umbrella lizard and fireball mouse closer to Sakura." The ordinary Sakura was naturally ineffective against Wu Yan's electric dragon and electrike, but it had a significant effect on the equally second-tier umbrella lizard and fireball mouse. "Teacher, you haven't let fireball mouse evolve yet." Su Wen's eyes widened, surprised that fireball mouse had not yet evolved into fire rock mouse. Wu Yin sighed. "It's to allow fireball mouse to learn the fire breath technique. The fire breath move is the last level of technique that fire beast can learn, dealing an impressive 150 damage in the game, and also being an area attack move. Moreover, unlike explosive flame, it doesn't have a stiffness side effect, making it a divine skill for ordinary fire-type Pokemon. Its only drawback is that as stamina decreases, the power of fire breath also drops sharply, but this does not affect. Unfortunately, based on previous data, Fire Beast wouldn't be able to learn fire breath until reaching stage 8, and currently, there isn't a stage 8 in the Xia Kingdom. Even Fire Rock Mouse has to wait until stage 7, which is the mid-level of the King rank, to learn fire breath. Only Fireball Mouse could learn all level techniques once it reached the mid-level of the Gym rank. That's why Wu Yin is preventing Fireball Mouse from evolving. However, not evolving would greatly increase the difficulty of breaking through the rank barrier. Wu Yin likely has his own considerations. "No problem," Su Wen made an okay gesture and said, "As long as they stay close, but Teacher Wu, your muscle feather won't be able to hold out." Originally, Su Wen planned to challenge Wu Yan's Fireball Mouse during the final assessment to also obtain the muscle feather, but seeing how supportive Wu Yin was today, Su Wen decided not to embarrass him in public. "You brat," Wu Yin jokingly scolded. "You really can't forget it, huh? I'll bring it for you tomorrow." Su Wen chuckled and did not decline. He had been eyeing that muscle feather for a long time. After Fire Lizard reached level 20, the resources in the Fire Lizard Valley were indeed adjusted, adding fruits like Branch Lychee and Dragon Eye fruit that could enhance various physical qualities when consumed over time. But Suwon was not only training Fire Lizard. When Sakura is in clear weather form, its physical attack is stronger than its special attack. This muscle feather would be just right for Sakura. In the afternoon at the training center, Sakura created a clear day for itself, and its flower buds slowly bloomed, filling every corner of the training center with a captivating fragrance. Some students' bug-type Pokémon instantly became restless, with some even wanting to ignore their trainer's commands and rush toward Sakura. However, after Fire Lizard casually sharpened its claws, those bug-type Pokémon had to retreat obediently. Wu Yin frowned and said, "This won't do. Your Sakura must learn to restrain its fragrance. If you want to take Sakura to explore secret realms and forbidden places in the future, that kind of fragrance will attract deadly threats." Suwon deeply understood this. Although Fire Lizard currently acted like a sword-bearing guardian for Sakura, whether it could protect itself in a secret realm was still a question. And he couldn't allow Sakura to maintain its overcast form in secret realms. After all, that was only a temporary. Earlier, while contemplating what to train Sakura, first Suwon suddenly found direction. Daily energy absorption is a mandatory course, and after helping Fire Lizard reach its limit, he immediately assisted Sakura in training. However, unlike Fire Lizard, which had the aid of a Fire Stone, Suwon couldn't help Sakura reach its energy absorption limit even by the end of the training session. Accustomed to Fire Lizard's training speed, assisting Sakura felt like driving from a highway to a narrow path. The extremely obstructed flow of energy made Suwon feel somewhat irritable. Indeed, it is easier to move from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. However, considering the previous agreement of 1 million subsidies per year along with the current monthly funding of 1 Uzuru, it still wasn't enough for Sakura to train like Fire Lizard. Suwon had to be meticulous, ensuring every penny was well spent. If all else fails, he would just have to hold Sakura back at the ordinary level for now, waiting until its foundation is solid before leveling up. When he returned home that evening, Suwon wanted to research with Sakura how to make the flower's gift controllable rather than allowing its fragrance to be sensed from afar. However, after some monotonous training, Sakura was clearly out of spirit and briefly cooperated with Suwon before running to the small room to share its experiences of the day with Guagua Frog. Clearly compared to Fire Lizard, Sakura was much more laid back, or rather slacker. Shaking his head helplessly, Suwon had no choice but to help Fire Lizard practice magical flames. In the following days, Wu Yin handed over the muscle feather to Suwon, who also discovered that Sakura's qualifications were actually decent, but it truly lacked ambition. The controlled training for Flower's gift only got underway after Suwon's characteristic approach. In contrast, Guagua Frog showed great interest in battles. Whenever Fire Lizard trained in the backyard, Guagua Frog would timidly hide at the side, watching carefully and then pondering techniques on its own. By Friday, Wu Yin sent Suwon an address saying, "Bring Guagua Frog to this location tomorrow, and also bring your Fire Lizard and Sakura. Oh, I want to show you something fun. P.S. I've always wanted a Rotom to help me type. Thank you to the users 100799901 Swatang, who loves special spicy sauce, the head of Huagua Mountain, Feng Xiao Mingcha, QAQ Bully King, Pitiful Person, Sliding Shovel Master, remember to cry, laugh, and forget Song the Strongest will of the Exploding Sky Gang, Yeme Xingding, and all readers for their rewards and support." Suwon's mind trembled. Is there a way to cure the Guagua Pow Frog? Wu Yin replied irritably, "You should have seen your master at this year's Nobel Prize ceremony. Do you think genetic diseases are like catching a cold? I just need you to bring the Guagua Pow Frog over for a checkup." Suwon awkwardly chuckled to hide his embarrassment. Early the next morning, Suwon asked Su Chuan to drive him to the address sent by Wu Yin. In front of Suwon stood a research institute that was not too large, with the words Yinyu prominently displayed. The main branch of the Shaoji Research Institute is in Mo-Do, but a new temporary research facility was established in Yundu City, specifically for Wu Yin, while some important research still takes place in Mo-Do. After ringing the doorbell, Wu Yin, dressed in a Pikachu pajamas and yawning, opened the door for Suwon. Wu Yin greeted Su Chuan outside before leading Suwon into the research institute. "Why are you here so early? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for tomorrow's theoretical exam?" Wu Yin had stayed up late working the night before and had hoped for a lazy morning, but he didn't expect Suwon to arrive so early. Suwon laid back casually. "I've reviewed everything I needed to. Studying more now would just add unnecessary pressure." Wu Yin chuckled. "Good mindset. I appreciate that about you." After freshening up, Xiao Ji tidied herself a bit before coming out of her room. Compared to Wu Yin, who was a bit rough around the edges, Xiao Ji cared more about her image in front of others. "Hello, master. Thank you for your trouble today," Suwon said obediently to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji ruffled Suwon's hair, saying casually, "No problem. Genetic mutations in small spirits are not common, and this will help supplement the database." A win-win situation. After changing into a lab coat, Xiao Ji led Suwon through the area where she and Wu Yin lived, arriving at the actual research facility. After disinfecting, Xiao Ji instructed Wu Yin to help replace the Guagua Pow Frog on a curved instrument, then asked Suwon and Wu Yin to leave the laboratory. Through the glass window, Suwon noticed the lonely Guagua Pow Frog appeared somewhat panicked. Although Su Wen had informed it beforehand about the checkup, it still seemed worried about being abducted or abandoned. Just as Su Wen was about to go in and comfort it, he noticed that Xiao Jiyu had said something to the Guaguapao frog, and the previously restless creature had quieted down, obediently cooperating with Xiao Jiyu. Wu Yin patted Su Wen's back, saying, "Don't worry, Jiyu is very reliable. Did you bring the fire dinosaur and Sakura?" "I brought them," Su Wen replied, taking out 2 Pokeballs and releasing the fire dinosaur and Sakura. He was unsure of what Wu Yin was planning. Wu Yin led Su Wen into another room and had the fire dinosaur stand on an instrument, then said, "0, detect the data of the fire dinosaur." "Understood, master." With a cold voice, Wu Yin did not perform any operations. The computer instruments and dashboard all began to operate by themselves, while the fire dinosaur curiously watched beams of light sweep across its body. Su Wen exclaimed, "Is that a rotom?" Wu Yin laughed. Quick response. This was indeed the only research rotom brought by Xiao Jiyu to Yindu City. The operation of the instruments did not last long. After just over 10 minutes, the computer screen lit up, displaying rows of data with a simple and understandable explanation at the bottom. At the same time, Rotom's voice echoed. "Respected trainer, your fire dinosaur's breeding status is as follows: physical condition, excellent physical attack, excellent physical defense, outstanding special attack, excellent special defense, excellent speed, outstanding overall evaluation, excellent strength assessment, surpassed 99 of fire dinosaurs of the same level evaluation, far exceeds the typical strength of fire dinosaurs' breeding statuses. Exceptionally good, continued. Maintenance is recommended." Wu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Su Wen's fire dinosaur was well-bred, but he did not expect it to have 4 categories rated as excellent, indicating it was approaching the theoretical limits of normal fire dinosaur capabilities at this stage. "Impressive," Wu Yan finally managed to utter after a while. Su Wen, however, was curious and asked, "0, how many levels are there in total, and why are the fire dinosaurs' physical defense and speed rated as outstanding?" Rotom automatically concealed other data displaying the physical defense and speed categories separately on the screen, and then the data expanded automatically. There are 5 levels from high to low: excellent, outstanding, good, average, and poor. Regarding physical defense, the fire dinosaur's back and lower limbs have relatively weak capabilities. In terms of speed, its reaction ability is somewhat lacking. This time it was Su Wen who was left speechless. This was too convenient, instantly providing him with a clear training direction. "Was this developed by Master?" Su Wen said in shock. "Yes, but unfortunately, it is not perfect. It cannot detect mastery of techniques and potential, and you shouldn't fully trust the strength assessment as it lacks big data analysis and may not be reliable." Wu Yin added silently in his heart. However, he also believed that such terrifying data claiming to surpass 100 of fire dinosaurs of the same level was indeed credible. Wu Yin had the fire dinosaur leave the instrument and picked up Sakura. He felt somewhat defeated by the fire dinosaur's results. Fortunately, Sakura's data was quite normal, restoring Wu Yan's balance. "Respected trainer, your Sakura's breeding status is as follows: physical condition, good physical attack, good physical defense, average, special attack, average, special defense, outstanding speed, average, overall evaluation, good strength assessment, surpassed 31 of Sakura's of the same level evaluation. Compared to wild Sakura's, it can be considered excellent, but as a trainer-bred small spirit, it can only be regarded as subpar." Upon hearing Rotom's evaluation, Sakura jumped off the instrument, angrily shrieking, "Ing ing," and demanded to battle Rotom. However, the Rotom in the instrument ignored Sakura, giving a disdainful expression before falling silent. If Su Wen hadn't intervened, Sakura would have almost used a leaf tornado to reduce the computer to rubble. After ordering the aggrieved Sakura to face the wall in reflection, Su Wen clicked through each piece of data to take photos for record-keeping. After ordering the aggrieved Sakura to face the wall in reflection, Su Wen clicked through each piece of data to take photos for record-keeping. It must be said that this instrument's analysis was indeed accurate. Upon opening the physical condition section, the reason for the good rating was that Sakura's recovery ability added points. However, in terms of speed, Sakura's agility was almost below the passing line. Although he did not expect Sakura to become a top-tier grass-type small spirit, at the very least it should not be at the bottom of what he had trained. Gritting his teeth, Su Wen decided to intensify Sakura's training upon returning. When Xiao Jiyu suddenly opened the door, the checkup results are out. P.S. The fire god moth is still a representative of bug-type beauty. Thanks to Jatian Bang, Ed Jun Gukuan Ling, and others. Additionally, thanks to Inwang Luo and YY, Crazy Egg Yolk Pastry, and Xiao Jing Xian from the Yin Mountain, who said that readers can power their love for reading at night and day through rewards. So soon, Su Wen and Wu Yan had been gone for only about an hour, yet the screening was already complete. "Madam, what is the situation?" Su Wen cast a sidelong glance at the Guaguapao, which stood by the basin, staring blankly at its own reflection, and asked in a low voice. Xiao Jiyu sat forward in her chair, clicked the mouse, and summoned 2 model charts on the screen. On the left is this Guaguapao's karyotype, while on the right is that of a normal Guaguapao. Can you discern? Wu Yan rested his left hand on Xiao Jiyu's chair back and braced his right hand on the table, squinting as he leaned toward the monitor Tentatively, he said, I feel like they look exactly the same. Having studied medicine in a past life, Su Wen's eyes were keener. With a single sweep, he spotted the issue. The long arm of the 17th chromosome pair shows a deletion. The Guaguapawa bears some similarity to humans. Its genes form the DNA double helix, though the base pairs differ. Humans possess 23 chromosome pairs, whereas the Guaguapawa has 47. Xiao Jiwe tilted her head in mild surprise, then enlarged the 17th pair. Compared with a normal specimen, it was plain to see. The long arm looked as if it had been bitten, missing a small fragment. This is the most vexing, Xiao Jiwe said, rubbing her temple. If it were an insertion, translocation, or inversion, there would be traces to follow. We could have Luochuum simulated, and then use pharmaceuticals to preempt potential illnesses. But with a deletion, such a tiny stretch of codon sequence, even if Luochuum computes 24 hours a day, it would likely take half a year to enumerate all possibilities, let alone devise a treatment. At that, Xiao Jiu's gaze took on a faint melancholy. For a researcher, the hardest thing to admit is Wu Yin placed a hand atop Xiao Jiu's head in a gesture of comfort. Su Wen was, after all, only partially knowledgeable. If Xiao Jiu had no answer, he had even less. Then, madam, is there any other advice for this Guaguapawa? Su Wen asked, unwilling to relent. Xiao Jiu pondered and said, in short, avoid strenuous activity. Keep it as a pet and report to me promptly if any issues arise. Although he had anticipated the outcome, Su Wen felt a pang of disappointment. He politely declined Wu Yin and Xiao Jiu's invitation to stay for lunch, and with his three little companions prepared to head home. Compared with Su Wen, the Guaguapawa appeared more optimistic. What it had not told him was that before being smuggled into Xiagua, it had once been abandoned by a trainer. When it was discovered to lack a special trait, the trainer who had doted on it used a rainy night to abandon it in a forest. From that moment on, the Guaguapawa became accustomed to drifting with the current. Going home with Su Wen followed the same logic. If it could freeload at his house, it would stay longer. If Su Wen refused, as long as Yinghui was comfortable, it would resume wandering alone. To the Guaguapawa, life in Xiagua and in its native land was no different. It saw through things with more clarity than most humans. Yet Su Wen did not turn it away upon learning it had no trait. Instead, he sought treatment for it, and that was enough for the Guaguapawa. Perched on Su Wen's right shoulder, the Guaguapawa nuzzled his cheek. It still longed for a trainer's affection, a tender, warming sensation. Su Wen felt the creature's mood, paused for a moment, then smiled indulgently. What an amusing little fellow. Yinghui, who had been sitting atop Huqinglong, turned unexpectedly jealous at the sight. With a swift bound, it leapt from Huqinglong's head to Su Wen's left shoulder and, as if staking a claim, pressed against the other half of his face. All right, both of you. Su Wen laughed as he gathered the two companions into his arms. Huqinglong looked on with a twinge of envy, as if for the first time realizing that evolution was not entirely without its drawbacks. Its large eyes rolled, and it suddenly lunged and clung to Su Wen's back. With a thud, the overfortigen Huqinglong caught him unawares and sent Su Wen sprawling to the ground. Seeing him clumsily rise and brush dirt from his clothing, Huqinglong hung its head like a chastened child, too embarrassed to speak. It's all right, see him not hurt, Su Wen said with an amused ruefulness, comforting Huqinglong, then placed Yinghui and the Guaguapawa one on each of Huqinglong's paws. There, affection imparted to all, now none of them could touch Su Wen directly. After leaving the Yinhui Research Institute, Su Wen kept turning the problem over in his mind. Since the human techniques he knew could not cure the Guaguapawa, he could only hope for the power of gods. Legend spoke of Menghuan said to harbor the genes of all companions of Fenghuang, master of lives force, of Xernias, and of the creator god Erzhusi, whom he suspected he would never behold in his lifetime. These were for now the companions Su Wen fancied might heal the Guaguapawa. He would proceed slowly. If he could not find them, he would at least strive to ensure the Guaguapawa lived a carefree life. Yet up to this point, there had been no sign of any of those companions. The path ahead was long and uncertain. Back at home, though, he professed that studying now would be pointless, Su Wen nonetheless obediently opened his textbook. Sharpening one's blade at the last moment may lack elegance, but old adages hold some truth. What if the knowledge encountered today is needed tomorrow? But the next day, Su Wen was dumbfounded. Were the exam papers really meant to be so absurd? The final question on the biology paper was especially wild. Given that Fei Qian Tanglang can evolve into Ju Qian Tanglang by using the item Jinshu MO, please, the metal composition ratios of the Jinshu MO when the post-evolution Ju Qian Tanglang's weight is 118. 0 kilogram and 108. 0 kilograms and 128. 0 kilogram. What on earth is this? Su Wen's mind buzzed as if a radio had been switched on inside his skull. With a flourish, Su Wen scrawled a large word meaning solution on the paper. At least he would secure 1 point. The other papers varied in difficulty, but their final questions seemed conspiringly hard. Some, he could improvise an answer. For others, he could do no better than jot the same kind of cursory solution he had written in biology. After the exam, Chun Yu came bounding over to compare answers, only to be playfully slapped away by Su Wen. Please don't spoil my mood, Suwon pouted. Aren't Wang Jia and Wang Momo there? Go ask them. Suwon was hardly a hopeless student, but he always felt out of tune with those theory-savvy top scholars. TCH Chun stuffed his pen and paper into his bag and winked. How about you give me the class rep spot for the practical exam this afternoon? Currently among the 5 specialized classes for elves, only Suwon's fire dinosaur has reached the ordinary level, and he has also captured another latest stage ordinary level cherry blossom. Even Wu Yan's electric lizard is still stuck at the peak of the amateur level, just a step away from breaking through. Chunyu's rotom is at the same tier as the electric lizard, both at the peak of the amateur level, but in terms of experience, Chunyu is far behind Wu Yan. He estimates he could score around 90 points. Therefore, Suwon's score in the practical exam is basically secure at full marks, making any additional points from the class representative irrelevant. However, Chunyu is different. If he receives extra points, he would achieve a perfect score, allowing him to compete for the first place in the grade. Suwon casually responded, sure. For Suwon, this score is indeed negligible. Giving it to Chunyu is no skin off his back, but he also shouldn't go too far. So he added, but you need to challenge me first and defend your title. The implication was for Chunyu to prove to their classmates that he indeed had this capability. Chunyu suddenly hugged Suwon tightly and laughed, no problem, just watch. Nearby Zhou Wan and Wang Mo leaned and having just finished packing their bags. What are you chatting about? Suwon casually replied, discussing giving the title of champion to Chunyu this afternoon. Wang Mo immediately gave Chunyu a thumbs up. Wow, embarrassing. Chunyu retorted confidently, what Wang Mo, can you actually beat Suwon? Not to mention when even Chunyu might not be able to secure a win. For a moment, Wang Mo was at a loss for words. Zhou Wan played peacemaker, smiling. All right, Chunyu, be careful. I remember some of your classmates are quite strong. If things go south, it won't just be you who is embarrassed. Suwon will also share the shame. Chunyu looked around and saw no one from his class, so he chuckled, don't worry, I've already done my homework. Aside from one sand shrew that can resist Rotom's electric attacks, the other little elves pose no threat. The group laughed and chatted on their way to the training hall, where Wu Yan was unusually early and waiting. Seeing Suwon, Wu Yan's eyes lit up as he approached, saying, Suwon, quick, let's have your assessment now and help me test in the app. Suwon and the others thought they misheard Suwon looked at Chunyu in confusion. What did Teacher Wu just say? He said to assess you now. And what about later? He wants you to help him with the exam this afternoon. Suwon realized he wasn't imagining things and turned back to Wu Yan, saying helplessly, is that really appropriate? Wu Yan pulled Suwon overcome on those who achieve great things. Don't sweat the small stuff. With so many classes, I can't assess each one individually today. What about the other teachers? Suwon demanded convinced. Most of their little elves aren't at suitable Seeing Suwon still hesitating, Wu Yan said, you help me assess, and you can use your teacher's wife's equipment. Suwon licked his lips. It was a hard offer to refuse. With Xiao Ji-Yu's equipment, he could monitor the cultivation progress of his fire dinosaur and cherry blossom in real time. Deal. However, before Suwon could assess others, Wu Yan needed to assess him first. Be careful now, my electric lizard has already broken through to the ordinary level, Wu Yan reminded, lightly tossing the pokeball in his hand. Suwon looked at Wu Yan with a strange expression. I thought you would let the electric lizard evolve into the light electric lizard using a sunstone. Wu Yan's face turned slightly red. If it weren't for the fact that the electric lizard had finally touched and broken through the barrier this morning, he actually planned to let it evolve into the light electric lizard. After all, his electric lizard had limited skills. Without the tear suppression, it could easily be figured out. Moreover, there were many ground electric and grass-type elves among the students. If he accidentally lost, it would be a huge... Feeling exposed, Wu Yan was slightly annoyed and said, even if I don't evolve into the light electric lizard, I can still beat your fire dinosaur. Suwon originally wanted to let Cherry Blossom take the stage since it needed practical combat more than the fire dinosaur. However, Wu Yan's electric lizard had the ability solar power. If Cherry Blossom wanted to enter Sunny Day, Form would first have to use the move Sunny Day. In that case, not only would it give the electric lizard the benefits of sunny weather triggering its solar power to boost its special attack, but it would also cause Cherry Blossom to lose a turn. After some thought, Suwon decided to let the fire dinosaur take the stage and secure this assessment. Compared to 4 months ago, Wu Yan was now far too cautious to underestimate his opponent. If he fought with the same mindset as when he battled with Fire Mouse and Charmeleon, he was sure he would lose badly. The only advantage the electric lizard had against the fire dinosaur was speed. Unlike Suwon's fire dinosaur, the electric lizard only had one stat that reached excellent speed. In terms of physical condition, the electric lizard could not compete with the fire dinosaur, so it must engage in guerrilla tactics, retreating when the enemy advances and disturbing the enemy when they retreat. Determined, Wu Yan launched an aggressive attack. Use quick attack. The electric lizard transformed into a flash of white light, but did not charge directly at the fire dinosaur. Instead, it circled around it, searching for an opportunity. Use Ember to cover the arena. However, the fire dinosaur did not wait passively for the electric lizard's attack. Under Suwon's command, flames erupted from its mouth and tail, aiming to cover the entire arena, with Ember restricting the electric lizard's movement. How shameless! Wu Yan's lips twitched. This tactic completely disregarded the energy consumption of the little elves and relied solely on firepower. But after tentatively letting the electric lizard touch the blanket of embers, Wu Yin realized the damage it took was At that moment, Wu Yin understood it seemed that the cost of expanding the area was the reduction of power. Don't dodge the flames, use electric net. Wu Yin's tactic was singular: wear down this fire dinosaur. The electric lizard's hands crackled with electricity as it quickly wove an electric net and hurled it toward the fire dinosaur. But the fire dinosaur remained calm, waving its claws as the electric net shattered into pieces, while its tail continued to whip flames, maintaining a field of ember. At the same time, it lunged forward, forcing the electric lizard to traverse the sea of flames. No, Wu Yin felt he had overlooked something. The ground covered in ember resembling blazing jade was certainly not merely to restrict the electric lizard's movements. Exerting such tremendous energy just to spread a blanket of flames that posed no real threat to the electric lizard was definitely not a tactic devised by Su Wen. Looking around, Wu Yin finally noticed that beneath the dazzling ember, a faint purple flame was sizzling and dancing. Cleverly disguising his true intentions, this was Su Wen's hidden move, magical flames. Wu Yin realized this not too late. At least the umbrella electric lizard was not significantly weakened by the magical flames. However, this maneuver by Su Wen was not something Wu Yin could counter simply by understanding its intricacies, as the umbrella electric lizard was too afraid to let the fire dragon get close. Instead, it left Wu Yin feeling even more frustrated, knowing that ahead lay a quagmire. Yet he had no choice but to make the umbrella electric lizard jump into it. The umbrella electric lizard attempted to extinguish the flames with mud, but this not only failed to give it a chance to counterattack the fire dragon, but also allowed the fire dragon to seize the opportunity to unleash a dragon breath attack, nearly roasting half of its body. I concede. Wu Yin begrudgingly recalled the umbrella electric lizard. If the umbrella electric lizard had master techniques like dig or surf, Su Wen's tricks would have been easily countered. However, Su Wen had accurately judged that the current skill pool of the umbrella electric lizard was rather shallow. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Su Wen smiled. Although it wasn't a battle against the fireball mouse, defeating Wu Yin was still a way for the fire dragon to show off. In the afternoon assessment, thanks to Su Wen's participation, the progress was much faster. Following Wu Yan's instructions, Su Wen did not let up at all. However, due to the use of Sakura, many students managed to endure for 5 minutes and scored 80 points. On the contrary, the arena battles were quite interesting. Aside from Su Wen intentionally losing to Chen Yuang Mamamo from Class 4, was also defeated by Daishan. The Blackeyed Crocodile's quicksand hell was executed very skillfully, and after trapping the snow child, it did not rush to finish it off, but first honed its claws to enhance its abilities before using a biting technique to defeat the enemy. Those who scored full marks include Yu Chenyu Dai, Shanzhou, Wan Deng Haming, and Ai Xuanya, with Wang Mamamo scoring 90. After Wu Yin and Su Wen finished tallying all the students' scores, he announced, "Congratulations everyone, the practical exam has concluded, and you can enjoy your winter vacation. Please stay safe during the break and contact the school promptly if you have any issues." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the training hall quickly emptied out. "Teacher Wu, will the training hall be open during the winter break?" Su Wen asked. The fire dragon didn't really need the training hall, but Sakura did benefit greatly from it. Wu Yin tucked the score sheet under his arm and said, "It won't be open, but you can enter the small training area through the back door. Here, take my access card." As he spoke, Wu Yin handed a blue access card to Su Wen. After receiving the card, Su Wen curiously asked, "Aren't you going to use it during the winter break, teacher?" Wu Yin chuckled lightly. "No, I need to visit your master's family during the winter break. There's a wedding on February 23rd, and he'll send you and Master Su Chuan an invitation then." Su Wen clicked his tongue. "Your master is getting married? Ooh, I wonder how many people will end up heartbroken." Wu Yin huffed proudly. They never had a relationship to begin with. Aside from the pile of assignments arranged by the theoretical course teachers for the winter break, Su Wen's own schedule, in addition to the daily training for the fire dragon and Sakura, Su Wen also needed to find time to check various ancient texts and documents in search of traces of legendary small spirits. Su Wen found that every time he discovered some rare information and was eager to investigate further, he would find the clues abruptly cut off. Clearly, this was the Alliance deliberately controlling the dissemination of such information. When he asked Su Chuan also seemed to know very little. Left with no choice, Su Wen could only rely on himself, and he even had Chen Yu's Rotom help keep an eye on related news on forums and various websites during his spare time. There were quite a few strange and bizarre reports, and he could vaguely sense the shadows of some legendary small spirits, but what Su Wen really wanted remained elusive. Until one day, Su Wen discovered in an old forum from previous years that someone mentioned seeing a colorful deer-like small spirit in the secret realm of Cloud City. In an instant, Su Wen thought of Xerneas, which was said to share eternal life whenever the antlers on its head shimmered. The secret realm of Cloud City was likely the one that provided exploration opportunities for Yun Gao and students from various high schools every year. However, Su-Wen knew that it was impossible for Xerneas to be inside, otherwise it would never be open to a group of high school students. Nevertheless, for Su-Wen, who was currently a loss, it was still a direction to pursue. As for the winter break, training the small spirits was not going smoothly, primarily reflected in Sakura. December 3rd, Sakura said it was too tired after basking in the sun all day. December 4th, basking in the sun. December 5th, basking in the sun. December 6th, Sakura realized it should train and expressed a desire to strive. December 7th, basking in the sun. Aside from the basic training, every day Sakura was unwilling to move much at all. Several times it was only urged by Guagua Puddle Frog to train a bit more. However, Su-Wen found some comfort in that Sakura's control over the gift of flowers had improved significantly, although it still couldn't accurately restrict the gift of flowers to certain small spirits. At least it could suppress the floral scent to around 2 or 3 meters, unlike before when the fragrance wafted for miles. To avoid interrupting the battles between the fire dragon and Sakura, Su-Wen even specially went to Sichuan to ask for a job as a sparring partner for elite-level small spirits in the dojo. The pay wasn't very high, each session was only worth 2 when you fruits. However, it allowed the fire dragon and Sakura to interact with more small spirits. Stronger ones were sent to battle with the fire dragon, while weaker ones battled with Sakura. Their commendable performances over the course of more than 10 days earned Su-Wen the title of a small dojo master. What made Su-Wen feel somewhat regretful was that the repetition of spirits was too high. Sometimes he might have to battle the same BB bird several times in a single day. Little master, you will definitely be interested in the next student. The staff teased. Su-Wen was initially a bit shy, but over time he accepted the title from everyone and asked, "Oh, what small spirit is it?" "It's a Metong." The staff handed the tablet to Su-Wen. "Metong." Su-Wen took the tablet, which displayed the registered name and small spirit. Trainer Lu Fan, small spirit Metong, rank normal level. Metong is the evolved form of Shuckle, and if it evolves further it becomes one of the quasi deities Metagross, which not only has tremendous potential, but also boasts an exceptionally reasonable attribute distribution. Steel and Psychic-type Metagross only has 4 weaknesses, but possesses resistances to 9 types, and it can even be immune to Poison-type moves. Su-Wen had yet to encounter a trainer with a Metagross. "That's right, and it seems this young man specifically came to challenge you, naming you directly," the staff said. Su-Wen was even more surprised. He didn't know this person named Lu Fan. "I understand, arrange the battle with him in the rock." Su-Wen handed the tablet back to the staff, deciding to meet this Metong trainer named Lu Fan. P.S. In this chapter we will feature the Black-eyed crocodile. In the next chapter, we will find Zhang Shuai's Metagross. Thank you all for your support and donations. Unlike what Su-Wen had imagined, he thought Lu Fan would be a proud, rich kid dressed in gold and silver, but to his surprise, he was simply wearing a plain white down jacket paired with light blue jeans. Su-Wen. Lu Fan speculated upon seeing Su-Wen, though he seemed uncertain. "Hello." Su-Wen smiled and shook hands with Lu Fan, then asked, "I heard you specifically sought me out. Is there something you need?" Lu Fan relaxed and smiled, saying, "Indeed there is something, but let's discuss it after the battle. I believe you'll be interested, and I hope you can give it your all in our contest." Seeing Lu Fan teasingly hold back, Su-Wen remained calm, ready to face whatever came, knowing that as long as he steadied his footing he would be fine. However, Lu Fan's request for Su-Wen to give his all made him abandon the idea of letting Ing Hua go into the fray. Go Fire Dinosaur. Metal Monster. The Metal Monster is a mechanical life form made from 2 iron dumbbells. It is disc-shaped with 2 arms featuring large iron claws resembling the shape of the dumbbells. When a metal monster lands, it uses its arms to stand. Its eyes are red, and it has a silver spike on its face and back with 2 pairs of silver blades extending diagonally from its sides. What caught Su-Wen's eye was that unlike ordinary metal monsters, this one was entirely silver, a shining metal monster, reminding him of the champion Dawu from the Hoenn region in games. Moreover, unlike the steel-type Pokémon, Su-Wen had battled before, this metal monster was polished to a shine, showing no signs of imperfections, indicating it had been exceptionally well trained. The 2 eyes coldly stared at the fire dinosaur, with both brains rapidly calculating. The wave of psychic energy quietly probed forward, causing the metal monster to show a hint of agitation as its mental strength detected Su-Wen's intrusion. The metal monster's behavior surprised Su-Wen, yet it could not prevent his psychic scanning. In an instant, he grasped all the information about the metal monster. Ability constantly, pure body skills, telekinesis, metal, claw, bullet punch, tackle mind, headbutt, electromagnetic levitation, cannon beam, protect, arrest. Upon seeing the metal monster skill set, Su-Wen felt as if he was facing a fortress of copper walls and iron bastions, both offensive and defensive. Moreover, the metal monster's level was not any lower than that of the fire dinosaur. Both Pokemon were at the early stage of the ordinary level, and the metal monster even seemed to have a slight edge. "Su-Wen, I will attack first." Seeing Su-Wen remain still, Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Metal monster used bullet punch. The metal monster's iron claws glowed with a brown aura shooting out with a sonic boom towards the fire dinosaur. Dragon Claw. The green dragon claw collided with the bullet punch, creating a resonating sound as the air vibrated the shockwaves, scattering debris and dust from the rocky battlefield. However, Su-Wen did not intend to trade blows with the metal monster using Dragon Claw. Facing a metal monster with steel attributes, the power of Dragon Claw was reduced by more than half. Additionally, with the metal monster's impressive physical defense, Su-Wen suspected that the damage from the fire dinosaur's attack would be less than a mere scratch. Taking advantage of the close encounter between the metal monster and the fire dinosaur unleashed a fiery glow with magical flames spiraling forth. Yet Lu Fan remained unperturbed, saying, "Use telekinesis." The lively flames were dispersed, as if by an invisible hand, scattering into countless sparks. At this moment, the fire dinosaur was caught in a transition between old and new powers, and the metal monster did not give it a moment to breathe. Its two iron claws restrained the fire dinosaur's paws, and layers of psychic power accumulated on its forehead, nearly becoming substantial before it suddenly charged forward. Flame Fong. Compared to Dragon Claw, the fire dinosaur was not yet proficient with Flame Fong, but at this moment, using it although out of necessity was the best opportunity. Threads of fierce flames swirled, forming a fiery fong in the fire dinosaur's mouth, determined to incinerate the lingering light and force the metal monster to retreat. This clash was even more spectacular than the previous one, as both psychic energy and flames were expended, engulfing nearly half the battlefield. The fire dinosaur used the force of the clash to separate from the metal monster, leaping back a few steps to soften the impact. In the recent confrontation, the metal monster had the slightest advantage. The fire dinosaur felt a slight soreness in its teeth, as if it had bitten into a piece of tempered steel. However, it was not without gains. The fire type's innate advantage over the steel type left the metal monster unable to pursue aggressively. In the first round, the two Pokémon barely reached a stalemate. Su-Wen felt fortunate that he had not sent Ying-Huan to the battle, yet he also sensed the extraordinary difficulty. Clearly possessing attribute advantage, he could not gain the upper hand in the fight. Rapidly flashing through his mind were the abilities the fire dinosaur currently held: Dragon Breath, Ember, Magical Flames, Flame Fong, Protect. None posed a sufficient threat to the metal monster. Yet it was not entirely hopeless. Su-Wen's psychic link with the fire dinosaur allowed them to synchronize their thoughts in an instant. In that moment, a violent surge of fiery power enveloped the fire dinosaur, radiating like the sun, bright red and dazzling. Lu Fan instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes. All he saw was the sun moving. Flare Blitz. Like the sun plunging into the sea, the fire dinosaur charged forth with a force to upheave mountains and seas, shaking the ground. Fly up. Lu Fan had no thoughts of resistance. He could only hope the metal monster would use its psychic power to lift itself high to avoid the fire dinosaur's onslaught. Unfortunately, this strike was too swift, like a fiery meteor streaking across the field, instantly reaching the metal monster. In the struggle, the metal monster refused to give up. A cold light flashed, and its iron claws gleamed with metallic luster, pushing forward desperately, trying to block the fire dinosaur with its claws. However, this resistance was too hasty and weak to the extent that Su-Wen and Lu Fan barely noticed this slight hesitation. After the pause, the metal monster was relentlessly driven back by the fire dinosaur, crashing against the barrier engulfed in flames. Suddenly, the fire dinosaur stumbled back a few steps, its flames dissipating like ashes, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Its mastery of Flare Blitz was still too shallow, resulting in it not fully exerting its power, and the recoil it suffered was significant. Even so, the metal monster was unable to continue fighting. Its immense psychic energy had enveloped itself the moment the fire dinosaur charged, minimizing the damage. The once silver-colored metal of the metal monster was now charred black, with some parts even melted. The metal monster lay helplessly on the ground, propped up only by its iron claws to avoid collapsing. The outcome was clear. P.S. The shiny metal monster is really cool. Upon witnessing the metal monster's defeat, Lu Fan remained unhurried and even applauded softly, "Brilliant." Then he instructed the metal monster, "Use sleep." The exhausted metal monster immediately collapsed and fell into a sleep. Its wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Sweat slicked Su-Wen's palms. He had not expected his first formal use of the flash flame charge to occur under such circumstances. If the metal monster had withstood that blow, he would have been the one to concede. With a soft exhale, Su-Wen checked the fire dinosaur's injuries, then instructed the staff to take it for treatment. "Does your metal monster need treatment? Although it has a sleep technique, it would be wiser to have a doctor perform a full examination," Su-Wen asked Lu Fan. "The dojo's medical fees are already included in the pre-challenge payment. There's no reason not to use them." But Lu Fan declined. "It's all right. The sleep technique will return the metal monster to peak condition. May I trouble the young proprietor for a few moments of his time?" There was a teasing note in Lu Fan's tone, which made Su-Wen realize that Lu Fan had already done some research on him. After all, young proprietor was the title used for him within the dojo. "Please." Su-Wen led Lu Fan to the reception room. After seating him, he went to the cupboard and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Mineral water will do, Lu Fan replied after a moment. Su Wen fetched 2 bottles, handed one to Lu Fan, sat opposite him, and said, "Now can you tell me what you came here for?" Lu Fan accepted the bottle, took a polite sip, set it down, and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Fan. Of course, Su Wen, you're likely more familiar with my father, Lu Feng." Lu Feng. Su Wen certainly knew the name. Indeed, there was scarcely anyone in the Xian nation who did not know it. As the founder of Tongfeng Group, Lu Feng's name resounded across the nation. You might forget the names of pop icons, but you could never be unaware of Lu Feng. Even the feather of strength Wu Yin had produced earlier came from Tongfeng Group's enterprises. Its reach spanned food, medicine, transportation, and nearly every industry. Although the alliance effectively controlled much of its influence, because of its vastness, Lu Feng remained the face of that commercial empire. No wonder Lu Fan's little spirit was a metal monster, indeed a shiny one. And no wonder it had been trained so well that Su Wen could find almost no flaw. Su Wen could not help but be astonished. For a fleeting, shameful moment, he wondered whether if he kidnapped Lu Fan, he might extort a fortune from Lu Feng and flee abroad. Lu Fan had no inkling of Su Wen's thoughts. Seeing Su Wen's sudden, solemn expression, he assumed he was still awed by his identity. He sighed lightly. "I knew you'd make that face." Su Wen discreetly wiped his mouth and said, "So young Master Lu, what brings you to my humble dojo? Is there anything in my father's shabby dojo that would interest you?" Lu Fan raised 2 fingers and corrected, "First, I'm not the eldest young master and the second young master." He put down 1 finger and continued, "Second, of course, there are things I fancy. You are the very purpose of my visit. I'm not interested in men." Su Wen blurted out. Lu Fan looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "Su Wen para hacer esta merced, nothing. May I ask what you want me to do, young master?" Lu Fan's face grew serious. "I want you to protect me during the secret realm expedition 6 months from now and to help me obtain a certain item." He said it bluntly without any preamble. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. At first, he did not know which secret realm Lu Fan meant, but the only one he might enter was the one the school provided, a realm that required competing for scarce quota places. The secret realm that only admits Yun City High School students. Su Wen sought confirmation. Lu Fan nodded. "I don't think Yun City has a second secret realm." "Oh wait, there was a new one before, but it was closed again, wasn't it?" Su Wen had no idea the Lu family's second son actually attended Yun High, Lu's second young master. "Are you at No. 2 middle school or Haishu?" Lu Fan disliked the title second young master Lu and frowned. "Just call me Lu Fan. I secured this quota through other channels. Each year, besides Yun City's high school, many quotas are allocated elsewhere by Yun City in exchange for other resources." That answered a question in Su Wen's mind, such a vast secret realm, yet Yun High only received 5 slots. How meager. So many of the spots have been apportioned elsewhere. Lu Fan's request made Su Wen unconsciously clench his fist. The forum's descriptions of Xerneas remained fresh in his memory. He worried that Lu Fan, like himself, was after news of Xerneas. Lu Fan's expression was unreadable, but he felt a tightening within as he detected a faint hostility emanating from Su Wen. It wasn't that Lu Fan feared Su Wen would harm him. Rather, he had been confident he could persuade Su Wen to help. If he failed, finding such a capable teammate again might prove difficult. Though puzzled by the source of Su Wen's hostility, Lu Fan hurried to explain, "I don't expect any conflict on this trip. I only need 1 item that is useful exclusively to metal monsters. Everything else I can forego." Only useful to metal monsters? Su Wen believed Lu Fan would not lie. Xerneas' command of the laws of life would benefit every little spirit, and Lu Fan could not deceive him about that. The tension at the corners of Su Wen's mouth slowly eased, and he shifted into a more relaxed posture. "But why should I help you? If I explore alone, aren't the resources I obtain mine?" Lu Fan clearly felt Su Wen's hostility dissipate and realized that Su Wen too desired some resource within the secret realm. His earlier antagonism had simply come from the fear of competition. Although he did not know which resource Su Wen coveted or where he had heard of it, Lu Fan was certain that the leverage he held would sway him. "I possess the map to the secret realm, and it's the latest version," Lu Fan said with a confident smile. He was sure Su Wen could not resist such a temptation. Su Wen's first reaction was disbelief. Information about the secret realm was sealed tightly. How could a map leak out? But who was Lu Fan? Lu Feng's son. That made it suddenly plausible. "One last question, did you invite only me, or are there others in the As soon as the question left his lips, Lu Fan knew the purpose of this trip had been achieved. He stood up and extended his hand, saying, "It's just you, of course. I hope you can keep my news a secret." Su Wen smiled and stood up, shaking Lu Fan's hand tightly, saying, "Of course, a pleasant cooperation." While sending Lu Fan off, he jokingly asked, "By the way, Su Wen, are you so sure you can secure a spot at your school?" Su Wen laughed heartily, saying, "If I don't make it, I'll definitely introduce you to the person who defeated me." The two exchanged smiles, enjoying the moment, and Lu Fan left feeling satisfied. When the staff saw Su Wen return alone, they asked, "Hey, little shop owner, did that rich young master leave?" Su Wen waved his hand, replying, "Yes, he left, and I doubt he'll come back again." "What?" He charged 50,000 on his membership card, the staff exclaimed in shock. 50,000. 50,000 is nothing to Lu Fan. Rather than seeing it as money loaded onto a card, it felt more like a gift. Not considering Lu Fan any longer, Su Wen said, "Is the fire dinosaur healed? We have the next opponent to prepare for as well." The staff quickly replied, "Oh yes, it's already healed. The next opponent is a little sprite, a Pika Pika." Su Wen glanced at the list saying, "Let's arrange it in the grass-type arena. A Pika Pika should be a good match for Sakura to take the stage." This year's spring festival felt particularly dull for Su Wen. The city of Yin had fully banned fireworks, and aside from a few people blaring firecracker sounds from speakers to forcibly create some festive atmosphere, Su Wen hardly felt like it was New Year. Wu Yan's invitation also arrived adorned with golden floral edges, and it looked quite nice. The wedding would be held twice, once in Yin City, which was Wu Yan's home turf, and once in Mo City, which belonged to Xiao Jiyu's family. On February 23rd, Su Chuan and Wang Xian took Su Wen to the venue on time. Zhou Wan and Chun Yu also received invites, but with one having a missing father and the other being an orphan, they tagged along with Su Chuan and Wang Xian. At the wedding, Su Wen even saw the old principal who had never smiled so freely before. For the old principal, Wu Yan's marriage not only alleviated a hidden concern of his, but he also gained such a wonderful daughter-in-law in Xiao Jiyue, which was truly a double blessing. If he could hold a grandson or granddaughter this year, it would be even more joyous. Sakura was specially invited by Wu Yan to blossom for the flower ceremony. Despite it being the dead of winter, the fragrance of flowers added a touch of warmth to the wedding. "On, sister, want to go to the spirit world tomorrow. Do you want anything?" Chun Yu quietly said, sitting between the two. "You think the spirit world is your home. You can go whenever you want." Su Wen thought Chun Yu was joking. "I'm serious," Chun Yu affirmed earnestly. "After I had Rotom break through to the normal level a while ago, I felt like I could step into the spirit world at any time. I'm planning to capture a second little sprite this time." Seeing that Chun Yu wasn't joking, Su Wen replied, "Well, I don't really want anything, but if there are any local specialties, you could bring some back." "What about you, Sister Wan?" Zhou Wan raised an eyebrow, saying, "I don't want anything either. I'm also planning to capture a second little sprite. Do you think I should continue capturing a fighting type or switch to another attribute?" In February, both Chun Yu and Zhou Wan's little sprites broke through to the normal level, while Su Wen's fire dinosaur was already in the mid-normal stage. As for Sakura, her progress was quite slow. She was still in the late normal stage, and Su Wen was deliberately helping her solidify her foundation. Although Zhou Wan's abilities provided significant boosts against fighting-type sprites, having a single attribute was too easy to counter, which was the main reason Zhou Wan was considering switching to a different attribute. Su Wen supported his chin with his hand, contemplating. "I suggest you still capture a fighting-type sprite. Once we have more resources, we can train other attribute sprites later." Zhou Wan remained non-committal, falling into deep thought. Su Wen was indeed surprised by Chun Yu's abilities. He had initially thought Chun Yu simply awakened her powers by accidentally stepping into the spirit world, but now it seemed like the spirit world was just like Chun Yu's family. Just as he was about to discuss the details of the spirit world with Chun Yu, Wu Yan approached with Xiao Jiyu to toast. Dressed in a red wedding gown, Xiao Jiyu looked even more enchanting than usual, making Chun Yu's eyes widen. "Teacher, drink less, you still have to spend the night in the bridal chamber," Su Wen teased, quietly catching the scent of alcohol on Wu Yan's breath. Though Wu Yan had drunk quite a bit, his demeanor remained normal, saying, "Don't worry, your teacher Wu has navigated through so many years without ever kneeling." After the toast, Chun Yu uncharacteristically seemed a bit dazed. Did the news of the goddess getting married hit her that Su Wen patted Chun Yu on the back, saying, "As a trainer, what are you talking about, love? If worst comes to worst, just capture." What was meant as a joke took a serious turn when Chun Yu began to think about it, then suddenly exclaimed, "No way, that's illegal." "So you were preparing to do it as long as it wasn't illegal, huh?" Su Wen suddenly realized he had underestimated Chun Yu's bottom line. The next day, Chun Yu went to the spirit world. Zhou Wan went out to prepare to capture her second little sprite, and Wu Yan took Xiao Jiyu to Mo City for the second wedding. In the vast Yun City, Su Wen felt as if most of his acquaintances had left. Before Wu Yan departed, Su Wen took his fire dinosaur Sakura and Pika Pika to the laboratory for testing. Pika Pika's genetic condition was stable, and the fire dinosaur values had all reached excellent levels for now, but it was uncertain if it could maintain this with further training. As for Sakura, she almost made Su Wen faint with anger. "Dear trainer, your sprite, Sakura's cultivation status is as follows: physical condition, excellent physical attack, good physical defense, good special attack, excellent special defense, excellent speed, extremely poor overall evaluation, exceeded 42 of the same tier Sakura. Evaluation: this terrifyingly slow speed means she would likely be the first to be eaten in the wild. Overall, Sakura has indeed made progress, but this speed is far below the warning line for agility." Su Wen then realized that Sakura usually either lounged on a shoulder or rested on the fire dinosaur's head, and even during battles, she preferred to remain still. When he placed Sakura on the scale, he was shocked to find she had gained a full 4 pounds. With a grim face, Su Wen's first order of business when he got home was to adjust Sakura's diet. If this continued, he would have to revise her battle strategy to simply fatten her up enough to suffocate the enemy. P.S. To reward the great author with more chapters I'm off now, the liver will be gone. However, Sue, when quickly calmed down. An excellent trainer should not succumb to reckless rage, but rather adjust strategies according to the habits of the Pokémon. Since Inghua Air does not like to move, it will be better to use it against the space team, thus avoiding encounters with high-speed teams that cannot be countered. Then giving Inghua Air an item called Leftovers would also work as a meat shield. Alternatively, equipping it with an item like Toxic Orb could allow for counter damage. Suwon stroked his chin, growing more convinced of his plan. Just then he noticed Inghua Air looking sorrowful, having had its dinner portion halved, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, quickly looking around. Seeing that no one was watching, Inghua Air could only shake its head and lower it to nibble on its food. Unbeknownst to it, its role had shifted from a delicate and adorable support to a resilient meat shield. It is a pity that Inghua Air cannot learn the move Look at Me, otherwise it could forcibly draw aggro and create more opportunities for other Pokémon. The abilities of the fire dinosaur had reached their temporary limit, so Suwon slowed down its training, focusing entirely on helping it evolve while teaching it a new move, Rest. Meanwhile, Inghua Air also learned a new move, Pollen Puff. Compared to the fire dinosaur, Inghua Air faced greater pressure. Rest is perhaps the simplest move, requiring no deliberate training. Pollen Puff, however, is different. It contains two completely opposite types of puffs, one that can heal injuries and another that explodes. Being able to use Pollen Puff skillfully in battle means mastering the skill thoroughly, otherwise it could inadvertently deal damage to teammates. Since the mission in Xingyu Forest, Su Chuan had assigned Su win several tasks, and his total merit points had reached 190. In the 2 days leading up to the end of the winter break, Su Chuan issued a new task to Su Wen, which was different. Capture a fugitive. Su Wen flipped through the task details. This task was unlike previous ones. In the past, tasks either required Su Wen to drive away Pokemon or assist in finding something, but this time it escalated straight to capturing a fugitive. Su Chuan tapped Su Wen's forehead and said, "Pay attention, it's assisting in capturing." Upon closer inspection, Su Wen realized it was merely a matter of following a team of officers to help prevent the criminal from escaping. Wasn't even really a chase. Su Chuan said proudly, "Although it's an elite-level trainer's fugitive, you just need to blend and wait to collect your..." Originally thinking it would be straightforward, Su Wen suddenly felt that Su Chuan had unwittingly planted a flag, which was not a good omen. Quickly scanning the task details, he noted that this fugitive had 2 elite-level Pokemon, a Zubat and a Donphan. The charge against them was attempted theft of Pokemon from the Pokemon Center. "Are there any good Pokemon at the Pokemon Center?" Su Wen asked curiously. Su Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "There are a couple of EVs, Bulbasaurs, and Torchics." Su Wen nodded, acknowledging that these were all quality, normal Pokemon. Suddenly, he remembered the Dragon's Den. "By the way, Dad, aren't you already a champion-level trainer? Haven't they sent you an invitation to the Dragon's Den?" For all champion-level trainers, the Dragon's Den offers one opportunity to enter and capture Pokemon, or directly grants a Quasidivine Pokemon egg or its initial form. Su Chuan thought Su Wen had forgotten about this and chuckled. "So which Quasidivine Pokemon do you want next?" Although Su Wen was somewhat envious of the Quasidivine Pokemon, given his current abilities, raising one would only waste its potential. It would be better not to raise it at all. "No hurry, Dad. If you have one you like, go ahead and take it." "I think the Mega Salamence is quite good," Su Wen suggested. "Is that so? I actually feel that the Duraludon suits my personality better." Su Chuan pondered. That makes sense. Both of Su Chuan's current 2 champion-level Pokemon follow a violent route, and adding a Duraludon would truly make it a case of overcoming mountains and filling rivers. The matter of the Dragon's Den was just a casual mention, and Su Wen redirected the topic back to the task. "Dad, I suggest you add another point to my task if I encounter the fugitive and successfully assist in capturing them, grant extra merit points." Su Wen's sixth sense told him that this time it probably wouldn't be so easy. Su Chuan's expression turned a bit strange, but since Su Wen requested it, adding one more line wouldn't be a problem. "Safety first. If you really encounter the fugitive, avoid them first," Su Chuan added after some thought. "Understood." Su Wen looked at the modified task and clicked confirm with a snap, then set out with the fire dinosaur and Inghua Air to find the Pokemon Center. Only after the task leader confirmed the task could it be recognized by the system as a trainer truly executing it, which also somewhat limited the merit system for being exploited. Just like now, even though Su Chuan assigned him the task leader was not Su Chuan, but the captain responsible for this. After confirming Su Wen's task acceptance, the captain shouted to the crowd, "Xia Zichu." "Here." A man with a somewhat bitter face walked up to the captain and saluted. The captain nodded and said, "Take this with you to your defense line." "Yes." Xia Zika's face became even more strained, resembling a wrinkled piece of paper. Su Wen didn't particularly care about Xia Zika's expression. What concerned him was the captain's use of the word also. It seemed there were others besides himself coming to earn merit. Following Xia Zichu into the team, a chubby boy approached with familiarity, smiling as he extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Xiaodi. I guess I'm one of your teammates this time." "Hello, Su Wen." After a brief self-introduction, Su found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was a stranger, and he didn't possess social skills. However, it was clear that Wang Xiaodi was not socially anxious and enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Su. When my Pokemon are a Turtwig and a Tepig, what about yours? Fire Dinosaur and Inghua Air. Wow, Inghua Air is quite rare in our country. It's all right. Su responded intermittently until the captain ordered the whole team to set off, finally bringing some peace. Xia Zichu silently drove Su and Wang Xiaodi to an intersection, completely ignoring Wang Xiaodi's incessant chatter. It was evident that Xia Zichu held a significant grudge against Su and Wang Xiaodi. Due to Su and Wang Xiaodi, Xia Zichu was forced to miss out on frontline captures, which meant that he would gain little merit from this mission. Such capture missions are rare, filled with danger and opportunity for merit, usually difficult to encounter even once in half a year, yet Xia Zichu had to play the role of a babysitter here. It would be abnormal for him not to feel resentful. The ordinary crowd had long been evacuated, leaving only Su and Wang Xiaodi and Xia Zichu at the intersection. Xia Zichu, wearing headphones, reclined his seat, propping his feet high on the steering wheel, ready to sleep until the mission ended. Wang Xiaodi finally ceased his futile attempts at conversation, entertaining himself in a corner with a Trevenant and a Swinub. Meanwhile, Su got out of the car, releasing his Charmeleon, and Cherubi sitting down to examine the wanted notice for the fugitive. The wanted notice featured a man with tousled hair appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in a clean blue plaid shirt, his smile bright and sunny, looking nothing like a criminal. It was a sunny day, and Cherubi naturally transformed into its sunny form without needing to use the moves. However, late February still brought a biting cold, and Cherubi cautiously nestled against Charmeleon's tail to warm itself. Is this Cherubi? It's so cute. I've never seen one this close before. Wang Xiaodi had unexpectedly approached, accompanied by a visibly overweight Trevenant and Swinub. Just by looking at their sizes, it was clear that Wang Xiaodi was perfectly matched with these two little Pokemon. The battle patterns on Swinub's belly were somewhat similar to those of Monferno, although their sizes differed greatly. Speaking of his Pokemon, Su had much to share. He smiled and introduced to Wang Xiaodi, this is its sunny form. If it were in its rainy form, it would look like an eggplant. Cherubi puffed up its cheeks in annoyance. You are the eggplant. Wang Xiaodi chuckled, recalling the rainy form of Cherubi he had seen in a book, which indeed resembled an eggplant. Your dad must be Su Chuan, the master of the Su Pavilion, Wang Xiaodi said, his chubby hands fidgeting together. We made a good choice with Swinub. My dad likes those types of Pokemon that engage in close combat and brawl heated. Wang Xiaodi's face twitched, perhaps recalling the battles he had seen from Su Chuan. I think idols are idols, but one still needs to have their own personality in life. Su blinked, surprised that Wang Xiaodi had chosen two seemingly robust Pokemon that were not intended for close-range combat. Just as he was about to say something, Su caught a glimpse of a man in a baseball cap hunched over approaching. Upon seeing Xia Zichu's police car, the man noticeably hesitated, but then pretended to act nonchalantly and continued forward. Su licked his lips. Wang Xiaodi, go quietly, wake Officer Xia. The fugitive might be coming. Wang Xiaodi shivered, dramatically looking around, ultimately zeroing in on the man in the baseball cap. Clearly, Wang Xiaodi completely ignored the word quietly that Su had mentioned as he charged toward the police car like a bull. Be careful. Su suddenly knocked Wang Xiaodi down. In the next moment, a cross-shaped purple light pierced through the police car boom. A wave of intense heat, accompanied by a blinding fireball, surged outward and thick smoke billowed into the sky. A small purple Pokemon flapped its wings, hovering above the man's head. It was the one that had just unleashed Poison Jab. Its wings displayed 3 claws with its head and abdomen fused together. Its blood-red eyes revealed a fierce intensity with 2 backward-facing horns atop its head. This was no mere Zubat, it was clearly a Krogunk. Wang Xiaodi narrowly escaped death, too shaken to care about the bodily abrasions he incurred from being knocked down by Su as he stared at the police car, still engulfed in flames, trembling. He was just 2 seconds away from meeting the same fate as Xia Zichu in the fiery inferno. Su pulled the dazed Wang Xiaodi back, clearing a path for the man, while raising his right hand slightly to signal that he and Wang Xiaodi posed no threat. He had already confirmed that the man before him was the wanted criminal Pang Shan. However, Pang Shan glanced disdainfully at Su and Wang Xiaodi as if observing 2 ants. Air slash. Hold your ground. In the split second of making eye contact with the man, Su perceived no trace of human emotion. All he saw was venomous malice, cruelty, and a disregard for life. Almost simultaneously with Pang Shan's command, Su issued an order to Charmeleon. Crash. A light green barrier shattered like glass, and the air slash vanished. Pang Shan appeared slightly taken aback, raising his head to take another look at the insect before him. But it was merely a fleeting glance upon realizing that Krogunk couldn't quickly subdue Su when he threw out another Pokemon. But this Pokemon was also not the long-nosed leaf described in the wanted notice. This large, fierce-looking brown Pokemon had long, fluffy white fur covering most of its face, resembling a spider web. With long ears and an elongated, pointed nose, it bore a resemblance to long-nosed leaf. It gaped its mouth-sharp teeth, interlocking menacingly. Its hands bore 3 wide leaves adorned with brown ribs, and its feet had a unique appearance reminiscent of traditional Japanese geta. This was unmistakably the evolved form of long-nosed leaf after using a leaf stone, the cunning Tengu. Pang Shan aimed to swiftly eliminate Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi before escaping. Su Wen felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that not only had Zubat transformed into Krogunk, but long-nosed leaf had also evolved into Tengu. Moreover, Pang Shan was certainly not the type of thief described in the wanted notice. From his demeanor and gaze, it was clear he had taken Wang Xiaodi deal with that Tengu ill-handled as Krogunk. Just hold your position. The smoke from the explosion will draw attention. Based on Wang Xiaodi's earlier performance, Su Wen had no hope for a counterattack and could only wish for the frontline capture team to quickly notice the situation here. Wang Xiaodi trembled. Okay. Poison Fang. Leaf Blade. Su Wen was never afraid of close combat, even though Krogunk's speed was so fast that its shadow was nearly invisible. However, Charmeleon's claws were always able to accurately predict Krogunk's attacks, narrowly blocking the dazzling strikes that appeared to be drenched in venom. However, the attack from Pang Shan was half-hearted. Upon seeing that not only Su Wen had firmly caught the fork bat, but Wang Xiaodi was also barely holding off the cunning Tengu. Although the cunning Tengu's leaf blades left deep wounds on the bodies of the tree turtle and the fried pig, with every swing the possibility of a fatal strike was absent. Pang Shan, misjudging the situation, made a decision in an instant. Cunning Tengu. Big explosion. He abandoned the vehicle to protect the leader. Su Wen hurriedly took cover behind the barricade, with Wang Xiaodi instructing their little spirits to use their life-saving skills. A crimson fireball mixed with billowing black smoke soared into the sky, resembling a fully bloomed red peony, dazzling and striking. After the violent explosion, the only things left at the scene were a massive crater and a cunning Tengu, whose fate was uncertain. Pang Shan and the forked bat had vanished without a trace. The fire dinosaur and Sakura were slightly less injured due to their distance from the cunning Tengu, but the fried pig and the tree turtle fared much worse. However, with their tough hides, they were not severely harmed. Su Wen did not dare to leave the cover immediately. Instead, he cautiously peeked out to search for Pang Shan's whereabouts. Only when he confirmed that the danger had receded did he let out a sigh of relief. Fire dinosaur used sleep. Sakura used morning sun. Wang Xiaodi plopped down on the ground, beads of sweat clearly visible on his forehead, evidently shaken. Within 2 minutes, a group of uniformed inspection team members arrived, following the trail of thick smoke. The captain, anxious, asked, "Where is Pang Shan? What about Xia Zichu?" Although he had already guessed the situation upon seeing the wreckage of the police car engulfed in smoke, he still hoped to hear a different answer from Su Wen. Su Wen revealed a sorrowful expression. "Officer Xia has sacrificed himself." Pang Shan disappeared after letting the cunning Tengu self-destruct. Strictly speaking, Xia Zichu was negligent in his duty, but if he died due to negligence, his family would receive significantly less compensation and his reputation would suffer greatly. Su Wen was not a saint, but he believed in mercy where it could be afforded. The captain, suppressing his grief, saluted, then quickly dispersed his team to continue the pursuit, arranging for an officer to escort Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi to a safe area. The current situation was beyond their capability to intervene. "Su Wen, your brother, is quite capable," Wang Xiaodi praised, still shaken. Su Wen understood what Wang Xiaodi meant and sighed deeply. Perhaps if we hadn't come, Officer Xia would not have sacrificed himself. Wang Xiaodi fell silent at this, realizing that his responsibility was even greater. If he hadn't acted so recklessly, perhaps Xia Zichu would still be alive. "When I go back, I'll ask my grandfather to increase Officer Xia's compensation." This was the only way Wang Xiaodi could think of to make amends for Xia Zichu. "What does your grandfather do?" Su Wen asked curiously. "He runs the Pokémon Center," Wang Xiaodi replied proudly. Su Wen nodded, understanding why Wang Xiaodi was able to participate in the mission here. The head of the Yundushi Pokémon Center could indeed offer such privileges to his grandson. "Let's exchange contact information. When you go back, subtly ask your grandfather about the true situation of this mission, and we can discuss it later. How does that sound?" True situation? Wang Xiaodi was still confused about the situation. Su Wen patiently explained. The mission stated that Pang Shan only attempted to steal small spirits from the Pokémon Center. Just think about that person's performance earlier. Could he merely be a thief? Not even a successful theft. Wang Xiaodi suddenly realized, shouting, "We wouldn't have gotten involved in a major case." "Shoo." Su Wen quickly covered Wang Xiaodi's mouth. "Keep your voice down." Just then, Wang Xiaodi's loud shout attracted the attention of many around them, who looked at the two young men with curiosity. Wang Xiaodi shrank his head and whispered, "Then I'll go back and ask my grandfather." "Remember to be subtle about it." After parting ways, Su Wen immediately contacted Su Chuan to discuss the situation they encountered. Even over the phone, Su Chuan could sense the danger. "You go home first, we'll find out what's going on." Su Chuan never expected that a casual task he assigned to Su Wen could almost put his son in danger. He had to get to the bottom of this. However, when Su Chuan inquired about the true details of the mission, he received only 2 words: top secret. Even top trainers could not access all the details of the mission, which indicated that its overseer was either directly responsible to the league or a top trainer. Under normal circumstances, Su Chuan would not have pursued the matter further. Sometimes knowing too much could be fatal. But now that it involves Su, when it touched Su Chuan's sore spot, I believe I have the right to know who is responsible for this matter, Su Chuan stated firmly. The staff member on the line fell silent for a long time before finally responding. The flying type champion Bai Ling is the overall person in charge of this mission. Su Chuan hung up and scrolled through his contacts in the trainer app to find Bai Ling, who had been automatically added after Su Chuan became a champion-level trainer. The champion-level trainers in Xia country were not just a large group, they were basically familiar with each other, as there were only a little over 200 of them. Su Chuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dialed the number. Bai Ling's ringtone was quite cheerful, which eased Su Chuan's anxious mood a bit. "Hello, is this Master Su Chuan?" Bai Ling's gentle voice came through. "Hello, Champion Bai Ling. I took a deep breath. My son nearly died today during a mission you were in charge of. I want to know the true details of this mission." Su Chuan was not there to accuse anyone, but the fact that he had unknowingly put his son in danger was unacceptable to any father. He at least needed to know what had transpired. Bai Ling was slightly taken aback. He only had one mission he was currently responsible for, but how could it be related to Su Chuan? "Please hold on, I'll inquire about the situation." Bai Ling hung up the phone. He was currently in a confidential area of the league, specially built for the mission. Xiao Feng, Bai Ling stepped out of the office and said to a young man working outside, "Help me check what connection today's mission had with Su Chuan and his son." The routine feedback for missions was not immediate. It would generally be reported around 6 o'clock in the evening. However, with the champion's request, the entire organization began to operate at full speed. P.S. The false dragon-type champion Long, Su, the true dragon-type champion Bai Ling. This is the main storyline with many foreshadowings. Please don't think it's filler. In just 20 minutes, Lu Xiaofeng knocked on Bai Ling's door. "Have you found out the details?" Bai Ling asked, putting down the documents in his hands. "Yes." Lu Xiaofeng stood upright, reporting. The incident originated from the pursuit of Pang Shan. To cover up their actions, the Yun City inspection team issued a wanted notice under the pretext of hunting down a thief, intending to merely create a facade. Unexpectedly, the king-level trainers Su Chuan and the person in charge of Yun City, Wang Defa, each issued merit tasks for their respective son, Su Wan, and grandson Wang Shaodi, hoping to let them earn merit points. At 2:13 p.m., the inspection team's personnel missed their target. Pang Shan had already left through a secret path. At 2:15 p.m., Pang Shan fled in the direction of the officers Xia Zichu, Su Wan, and Wang Shaodi. After being spotted, Officer Xia Zichu sacrificed himself, while Pang Shan left behind a cunning Zape bat to cover his escape. At 2:07 p.m., Pang Shan was successfully captured. Bai Ling furrowed his brows. He did not appreciate his subordinate's hesitant manner. "What else? Speak quickly." Lu Xiaofeng then said, "Additionally, although Su Wan claimed that Xia Zichu sacrificed himself, judging by the scene's cleanup, Xia Zichu was likely killed while listening to music in the police car by the Zape bat using its cross-poison blade, taking both the person and the car out." Bai Ling laughed in anger. "Are you implying that our professional inspection team qualifications are not even as good as 2 children?" Lu Xiaofeng whispered, "How should we report this?" Bai Ling slightly bent his fingers, tapping the table, then sighed softly. "Let's report it as a sacrifice." Lu Xiaofeng bowed slightly and left the room. Bai Ling sat in his chair, opening and closing his phone, unsure of how to convey this matter to Su Chuan. This mission was theoretically classified as top secret within the alliance. Besides him, only a few king-level trainers and high-ranking officials were aware of it. However, Su Chuan was evidently not easily deceived, especially after Bai Ling learned about Su Chuan's battle with the fighting-type King Lu Yu in the grand conflict at Yingao. Although the videos uploaded online were promptly deleted, the kings could still view them. Generally, the king-level trainers had privately told Bai Ling that Su Chuan was likely to replace him in the future. Describing Su Chuan as having immense potential was absolutely fitting. Today, Bai Ling could sidestep the issue with Su Chuan, but no one could guarantee that in the future Bai Ling wouldn't find himself in need of Su Chuan's help. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Bai Ling ultimately dialed Su Chuan's number. "King Bai Ling." Su Chuan exclaimed with joy. He had finally received a response after waiting for so long. Bai Ling slightly organized his words, saying, "Master Su Chuan, I can clarify this task with you, but the premise is that you must join this task." This was the only way Bai Ling could think of that neither exposed the task nor failed to give Su Chuan an explanation. Su Chuan understood this was Bai Ling's bottom line and answered almost without hesitation, "All right." Bai Ling sighed softly. He actually hoped Su Chuan would not get involved in this matter. But since he had already made a commitment, Bai Ling could only say, "Come to the Spirit Center in Anshan City. We will meet and discuss." After informing Wang Xian that he would not be returning for dinner tonight, Su Chuan immediately mounted his Pidgeot and headed to Anshan City. Anshan City was not very far from Yun City. In an hour and a half, Su Chuan flew to the Spirit Center in Anshan City, where Bai Ling was surprisingly waiting for him. "King Bai Ling," Su Chuan said apologetically, I apologize you primarily because it concerns my son. I have to take it seriously. Bai Ling grasped Su Chuan's wrist to show familiarity. Understanding. I understand. Let's go. I'll explain the details of this matter in my office. The Flying-type King Bai Ling was also a unique individual. He originally sought to obtain the title of Dragon-type King. Bai Ling's representative Pokémon included Charizard, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Tropius, and Dragonite. Except for Dragonite, all the representative Pokémon included the word dragon. However, Charizard is fire-flying, Gyarados is water-flying, Aerodactyl is rock-flying, Tropius is grass-flying, and Dragonite is rock-steel. None of these Pokémon possess the dragon attribute, which resulted in Bai Ling not even qualifying a challenge for the dragon. Once they were seated, Bai Ling slowly started. Actually, this mission has some connection to your son, Su Wen. My son. Su Chuan was taken aback. Bai Ling nodded slowly and uttered 2 words, Dawn. Su Chuan exclaimed in shock. Does this matter have anything to do with Dawn? Yes, Bai Ling handed Su Chuan a stack of documents. Do you remember the last time Dawn and Dusk created a bloodbath at the border, which led the Alliance to decide to investigate Shiokun's purpose for coming to Xia country? This matter was only a little over 2 months ago, so Su Wen naturally remembered clearly. I remember there was no further news after that. Su Chuan awaited Bai Ling's explanation. Bai Ling opened the first document for Su when the first page had nothing but a photo. It's not that there's no news, but rather that the news was so shocking that the Alliance had to seal it. Su Wen looked at the photo of the machine, which was damaged and unclear, and asked, is this the reason the Alliance had to seal the news and establish a special task force? Indeed, we refer to this kind of machine as a wedge. Bai Ling would never forget the feeling he experienced when the researchers first reported this machine's function to him. The function of this machine is likely similar to a wedge stabilizing the energy of the secret realm and helping it integrate with the main world. Impossible. Su Chuan exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. The technology for stabilizing secret realms is still under development by countries around the world. How could Dawn possibly possess such technology? Bai Ling looked at Su Chuan as if he were seeing himself when he first received the news. The fact is as such. Bai Ling sighed heavily. Although we don't know how Dawn acquired such technology, we speculate that Dawn intends to summon a massive secret realm, but the purpose remains unclear. Su Chuan sat in his chair processing the information. This news was no less shocking than telling him that the national football team had won the World Cup or that a certain country did not engage in foul play in short track speed skating. No, it was even more outrageous than that. After a long moment, Su Chuan finally asked, have we found several wedges now? Bai Ling flipped to another page of the document which contained a photo and information on Pang Shan. This afternoon, we were supposed to locate the 4th wedge, but Dawn's people captured it, and the wedge has gone completely missing. What do you mean? Su Chuan asked. Bai Ling produced the 3 wedges he had found earlier and the corresponding liming members, matching them up one by one as he told Su Chuan. Each wedge must be activated manually, so every wedge has a liming member assigned to guard it. According to the statements of the liming members we captured before Chiokuen came to Xia country this time, to confirm the wedge's security and to instruct each assigned member how to activate theirs. Su Chuan cannot help but ask, so how many wedges are there in total? I don't know. Bai Ling spread his hands with a rogue grin. What we discovered is that Liming has been plotting this for many years. For now, we can only apprehend whoever we can. Then what do you need me to do? Su Chuan asked. Now that he knew as a member of the team, he was supposed to obey Bai Ling without question. For the moment, nothing, Bai Ling said as he packed the files. But you must not tell anyone about this, not even your family. If there's a problem, I will give you orders. Otherwise, you should keep your normal life. After a moment, Bai Ling added, also do your best in the March ranking. Getting into the top 50 grants temporary ownership of a minor secret realm. Try to push forward. If nothing urgent comes up, I will try not to call on you. Thank you, brother, Bai. Su Chuan said, calling Bai Ling big brother now that the older man was well into his 50s and the title suited him. He laughed and saw Su Chuan off in the spirit center. Riding the Bijiao, Su Chuan's mood was heavy. Liming's actions had gone far beyond his comprehension. But soon he felt a measure of relief. If the sky should fall, there would be someone taller to prop it up. The nation had not yet failed him when great matters were at stake. By the time Su Chuan reached home, it was past 10. Wang Xian had already gone to her room, while Su Wen waited for him in the living room. Dad, are you all right? Seeing Su Chuan return, Su Wen came forward to ask. Su Chuan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's fine. It was an accident. You don't need to be anxious. Next time I'll be more careful. This time I was negligent. It's all right, Su Wen smiled. Nobody was hurt. Go back to sleep, Su Chuan said. Su Wen no dedo quedad. The meal on the table has been reheated for you. Remember to eat. With that, Su Wen returned to his room. Su Chuan looked at the steaming dishes on the table, and realizing Su Wen must have reheated them several times, felt a warmth rise in his chest. Back in his room, Su Wen messaged Wang Xiaodi and discovered that Wang Xiaodi's grandfather would reveal nothing, insisting again that it had been an accident. Although Su Wen's mind was as clear as a mirror, he knew this matter ran deep, otherwise Su Chuan and Director Wang would not have reacted with such identical reticence. He still held his tongue. Since Su Chuan had told him not to worry, Su Wen decided to put the matter aside for the time being. Far away, beneath the Tinthu Sanli snowy mountains on the Tianju border, the atmosphere at Liming headquarters had grown markedly more solemn. Leader Bat has lost contact, someone reported. Jiu Ya's face betrayed no emotion as he idly rolled a coin between his fingers. The members below kept their heads bowed and did not dare meet his gaze. After a long silence, Jiu Ya's hoarse voice asked, "Where is the 13th wedge?" A member hurriedly replied. Before he went silent, Bat said he had hidden the wedge in a safe place that Xia's spirit aligned. Jiu Ya paused with the coin in his hand, then clasped it and leaned back in his chair. 17 wedges in all, he said. Aside from the 3 that self-destructed, the remaining 14 in Xia have all been activated, yes. Yes, leader. We only need the sunspot eruption, but once the main wedge is embedded, they will together with the main wedge open the Shitsue's secret realm. The member reported with a bow. And the others, intact. You may go, Jiu Ya said coldly. Yes. After the reporter left, Bazidong, who had remained silent at Jiu Ya's left, said, "After all these years and the expense of so many men and resources, we only managed to drive a few pegs into Xia. And within 2 or 3 months for have been pulled out." Jiu Ya emitted a few chilling laughs. Have we not already learned the strength of Xia? My throat and your left arm. Bo Zedong lowered his head and glanced at the mechanical left arm he usually kept hidden beneath his robe, lost in. As long as 9 of Xia's 17 wedges can ultimately synchronize with the main wedge, the grand design will remain intact, Jiu Ya said, his tone shifting. What of you, boy? I hear the blow he took in Xia was substantial. Bo Zedong chuckled lightly. He has his own objectives now. Naotobi Su Gwyn is near Sid Lovely. Chin Yu, who had just returned from the spirit realm, asked with concern, "What's the matter? Have you caught a cold?" Suwin rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Impossible. Somebody must be missing me. Where is your second little spirit?" Chin Yu teased, "Don't be impatient. You'll see after afternoon training." This trip to the spirit realm had been far easier for Chun Yu than the last of familiar now. He and Luodong moved through the once stifling realm with ease, as if returning to their old home. Chin Yu had even found rare trees bearing Miji fruit and Wulian fruit species that thrived in the spirit realm, intending to bring a few back to share with Su Wan and Zhou Wan. He was immediately stopped by Gung Gui. After pulling a face at Chun Yu, it produced a sign from its mouth, which aside from sticky saliva bore large Chinese characters that read, "Freshly picked must be eaten on sight, no taking away." The emphatic warning made Chun Yu suspect that some predecessor had done something outrageous, hence the ghost-type spirits guarded the harvest like sentinels against thieves. Unable to take the rare fruits, Chun Yu stubbornly fed Luodamu until it could truly eat no more, then hoisted the creature away. When Chin Yu recounted the episode, Su, when mused, "Chun Yu, do you remember when Xia's ghost-type spirit resources suddenly surged for a while?" Chin Yu froze for a moment, glanced around to make sure Mu Hanji was not present, then secretly pulled out his phone to found it, he said. 7 years ago, the Ghost-type King brought a large amount of rare resources out of the spirit realm, which caused Ghost-type resources to become as cheap as cabbage for a time. The culprit was identified. No wonder the Ghost-type King seemed to have stripped the spirit realm bare back then. Those who cut trees in the past leave behind ashes for the future generations. It is likely that if it weren't for the excessive actions of the Ghost-type King back in the day, the spirit realm wouldn't be this cautious now. Chin Yu reluctantly put away his phone, no longer wishing to dwell on this troubling matter. During training, Su Wan finally saw the second little spirit of Chun Yu and Zhou Wan. Chun Yu's little spirit takes the form of a sword sheathed in a brown scabbard adorned with patterns resembling ghosts. At the center of the scabbard is a blue eye. A long blue ribbon is tied to the end of the sword's hilt, light blue at the tip, with fork-like extensions resembling fingers that can function as arms. This is a little spirit that requires a lot of prediction and skill, the lone sword scabbard. Its final evolutionary form is the shield sword monster, which has 2 forms. In shield form, its defense is extraordinarily high, while in sword form, it sacrifices defense for full offensive capability. In addition, the shield sword monster possesses a unique skill, the King's Shield. When using the King's Shield, the shield sword monster will utilize its steel body and spiritual barrier to weaken all attacks, while also eroding the combat abilities of any who come into contact with it. However, at this moment, the lone sword scabbard lacks even the King's Shield, and it isn't until it evolves into the twin sword scabbard that an unshaped shield will appear on its back. Zhou Wan's little spirit, on the other hand, surprised Su Wan a bit. This spirit resembles a gigantic stag beetle with a thick horn on its forehead and antennae on either side. It is entirely covered in a deep blue shell with a pair of wings on its back. Its eyes are oval-shaped and yellow, and its forelimbs resemble the digging feet of a stag beetle, thicker than its hind legs with spikes on its wrists and thighs. Heracross. Similar to the mighty Hercules from Greek mythology, Heracross possesses immense strength and remarkable defensive capabilities along with a gentle personality, making it one of Su Wan's favorite little spirits. However, Heracross has both bug and fighting attributes, which means it will suffer quadruple damage from flying-type moves. Sister Wan, how did you come to capture a Heracross? Su Wen said nowadays most high-gear trainers have flying-type little spirits. You will find it very difficult to deal with that. Zhou Wan smiled. It's fine. Heracross can learn moves like Rock Slide and Rock Tomb, which are rock-type moves to counter flying types. Ultimately, suitability is what matters, isn't it? Zhou Wan put in quite a bit of effort to find a little spirit that resonated with her. When she encountered this Heracross, it was sipping tree sap from a tree, and she immediately felt a connection with it. Although she knew that Heracross attributes weren't the best, it was undeniable that this Heracross and Zhou Wan had an incredible synergy. Without even battling Zhou, Wan managed to coax it away. However, there are benefits as well. While Heracross lacks flying attributes, it can still fly, helping Zhou Wan make up for her lack of aerial vision. Qinyu, on the other hand, was indecisive in the spirit realm and ultimately chose the lone sword scabbard. Interestingly, both little spirits are still in the mid-stage of the first tier, quite a distance from the ordinary level. What stood out to Su Wen about this Heracross was that when the cherry blossoms flower ceremony bloomed, Heracross did not exhibit the predatory impulse seen in most bug-type little spirits. Perhaps it's because Heracross' gentle nature and preference for nectar and tree sap led it to show little interest in grass-type little spirits. With Su Wen's training, the fragrance released by the flower ceremony of the cherry blossom has become richer and more alluring, significantly enhancing the training effects for little spirits. However, Su Wen has yet to develop an energy cube specifically designed to enhance the effects of the cherry blossom's flower ceremony, resulting in a bottleneck in its effectiveness. This is not only due to the complexity of creating the formula, but also because of the scarcity of tree fruits. The cheapest tree fruit available on the market is Gunan fruit and Wu Qing fruit, which have no effects and can only be used to make energy cubes for little spirits as snacks. The primary ingredient in the energy cubes that Charizard loves to eat is these tree fruits. More precious are fruits like the Manberry and Phoenix pear, which can serve as skincare product for little spirits. Some fruits can make a little spirit fur more vibrant, while others can enhance the sparkle in their eyes. Su Wen also incorporates some of these fruits into energy cubes, but they are more favored by trainers participating in gorgeous contests. The most precious are fruits like the chocolate fruit, thousand fragrance fruit, and grass silkworm fruit, which when consumed can temporarily reduce damage from specific attribute moves, and long-term consumption can slightly increase resistance to certain attributes. The rarest are Dragon's Eye fruit and Sandscale fruit, which can allow certain abilities of little spirits to be enhanced when made into energy cubes. The tree fruits provided by the Charizard Valley are in short supply after being used by Charizard, leaving Su Wen with insufficient supplies to experiment with difficult energy cube formulas. Moreover, the training fees provided by the school and the labor earnings from the cherry blossom are mainly spent on its diet, with a portion also allocated for purchasing skill machines and fertilizers. The cherry blossom especially loves the super effective fertilizer produced by Tungfeng Group. It is unknown what it's made from, but it has neither an unpleasant smell nor an overpowering fragrance. Every weekend, the cherry blossom enjoys burying itself in the super effective fertilizer to bask in the sun for an entire afternoon. This has resulted in Su Wen being unable to spare much money to buy tree fruits, forcing him to first calculate formulas himself and only experiment when absolutely necessary. Stuck in this situation, Su Wen even considered helping out at the tree fruit store to make energy cubes to make ends meet. However, making energy cubes requires a significant amount of wave power and time, which discouraged Su Wen, who is still attending school and needs to spend time training Charizard and the cherry blossom. Until Wang Xiaodi suddenly contacted Su Wen. "Brother, when are you free this week?" Wang Xiaodi's cheerful voice rang out. Since their last encounter, Wang Xiaodi and Su Wen have become something akin to blood brothers. During their chat, Su Wen learned that Wang Xiaodi was studying at Haishu not for any other reason, but because his entrance exam scores were quite far from Yingao. "I'm free, what's up?" Su Wen asked, puzzled. "My second uncle's fruit orchard is ripe. Would you like to come pick some fruits, brother?" When Wang Xiaodi was clearly trying to repay a previous favor. Su Wen jumped up from his bed. "This is a must. Sending coal in the snow brings the greatest joy." Although the artificially cultivated fruit from trees pales in comparison to the wild fruits found in secret realms or forbidden lands, even mosquito meat is still meat. Moreover, Su Wen primarily intended to use them for experimenting with formulas. He wouldn't dare to use high quality. Although it is early March, now the ripening times of the fruits vary. A large quantity of fruits matures in March, June, and September. Early on Saturday, even without Su Wen needing to go out, Wang Xiaodi had the driver bring the car directly to Su Wen's doorstep. As Su Wen opened the door, he saw a chubby little figure waving to him from the car window. "To be honest, I didn't know there was a fruit orchard in Yunda City." Su Wen had never been to a fruit orchard before, showing some curiosity. Wang Xiaodi grinned. Not only is there a fruit orchard, but it's also right next to the secret realm. The denser the energy in a place, the better the cultivated fruits will be. Wang Xiaodi's uncle built the orchard next to the secret realm to take advantage of the energy that spills over from it. Upon arrival, what caught Su Wen's attention was not the fruit orchard, but the secret realm faintly visible in the distance. The juxtaposition of the two distinct environments gave Su Wen a sense of chaotic beauty. The secret realm had already been surrounded by electric fences and was heavily patrolled. Is that the secret realm of Yundu City? Su exclaimed in amazement. It was his first time seeing a secret realm. Wang Xiaodi put his arm around Su Wen's neck. Come on, brother, don't look too much. In a few months, we'll be going in ourselves. Let's go pick some fruit first. From Wang Xiaodi's tone, it seemed that his spot was already secured. Su Wen chuckled. All right, let me see the world first. Wang Xiaodi's orchard was indeed large, with various fruit trees planted in an orderly fashion. The sweet fragrance of the fruits mixed with the fresh scent of the soil filled the air, making Su Wen feel incredibly refreshed. Not only humans, but also many little spirits were busy in the orchard. Ground moles and three-dimensional moles were helping to loosen the soil under the trainer's command, while Butterfree and Surskit were pollinating some already blossoming fruit trees. What intrigued Su Wen the most was the presence of some combi buzzing around the flowers. Do they produce honey here, too? Su Wen stopped and leaned closer to ask the combi. Wang Xiaodi nodded, pointing in a direction. Over there is the beehive. This orchard basically forms a complete industrial chain. Without the help of these little spirits, the orchard wouldn't be so lush. After saying this, Wang Xiaodi patted his chest. Once we finish picking the fruits, they'll get you a couple of bottles of honey, Brother Wen. Su Wen shook his head repeatedly. Honey is a typical delicacy that is delicious but expensive. Cherry Blossom's food is paired with honey, and without honey, Cherry Blossoms would look at Su Wen with an irresistible expression. Charizard also loves honey very much. When he has nothing to do, he enjoys sneaking into the kitchen to take a bite of the honey. Moreover, in the wild, honey can attract a large number of little spirits, making it very suitable for capturing them. Oh, it's fine, no need to be polite with me. Wang Xiaodi pulled Su Wen forward, quickly reaching the fruit orchard they were picked from. It was uncertain whether it was because Wang Xiaodi had visited too many times, but the staff here recognized him, and he could pass through without any hindrance just by showing his face. The two first changed into disposable boots to avoid getting their shoes covered in mud, and then they entered the orchard carrying a stack of baskets. The sight was truly dazzling with an abundance of fruits. Wang Xiaodi released his Turtwig and Swinub, letting them pick fruits to eat on their own. Following Wang Xiaodi's suggestion, Su Wen also let out his Charizard and Cherry Blossoms. Unfortunately, the poor Froakie was not brought along because he didn't have a Pokeball, so Su Wen could only try to bring back some fruits he liked for him. Take it easy, don't eat too much, we still have lunch later. Su Wen reminded Charizard and Cherry Blossoms like a mother hen, and then asked Cherry Blossoms to retract its fragrance before letting them go. As several little spirits dashed excitedly into the depths of the orchard, Wang Xiaodi began to carefully select fruits with Su Wen. One must admit Wang Xiaodi was indeed experienced. He casually crouched down and picked a tomato, saying to Su Wen, Brother, when you see this type of tomato, should be checked for its spikes. If the spikes are all soft, it indicates that it is fully ripe. If the spikes are still firm and hard, it's still unripe, so don't pick it. This one here, this lightning fruit, is practically dripping with color. It must be ripe. Hold on to it, Brother Wen. This indigo fruit is quite large. Let me get one for you, Brother Wen. Wang Xiaodi seemed to fear that Su Wen would lose out, as he only picked the most precious fruits to put into Su Wen's basket. Su Wen did not expect that the usually timid Wang Xiaodi would be so knowledgeable about fruits. He spoke effortlessly about the habits of various fruits as if he had been a farmer for half a lifetime. Do you come to the fruit orchard often? Su Wen felt as if he wasn't here to pick fruits, but rather to follow Wang Xiaodi in sourcing goods. With nothing to do, he had to find topics to cover his embarrassment. Of course, Wang Xiaodi replied excitedly, Brother Wen, I'm not boasting. My uncle has praised me for having a talent for this since I was little. If it weren't for my grandfather beating both my uncle and me, I'd probably be hanging around this orchard now. As he spoke, Wang Xiaodi touched his rear and, clearly still haunted by the memory of being beaten by his grandfather. Su Wen couldn't help but chuckle. The way Wang Xiaodi and Su Chuan described their boss did indeed resemble him. Smooth in handling matters, kind-hearted, and someone to befriend deeply. Under Wang Xiaodi's thorough collection, the first basket quickly filled up. Wang Xiaodi put the basket down on the ground, saying, Brother Wen, let's leave this basket here and take it when we come back. Carrying a basket full of fruits is quite exhausting, and since this fruit basket is left here, no one will steal it. So Su Wen naturally had no objections. Just as Wang Xiaodi excitedly introduced the fruits to Su Wen, a distant roar of Charizard suddenly echoed from deep within the orchard. Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi exchanged glances. Something had happened. But with several little spirits in the orchard, what danger could there be? Worried about the little spirits, Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi immediately dropped their baskets and made their way into the depths of the orchard. PS2 chapters released together, and there are 3 more chapters waiting for the author to take a shower first. Fortunately, the fruit trees in the orchard stood neatly like soldiers, unlike the forest, which was overgrown with weeds and scattered with dead branches. Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi quickly found the fire dinosaurs. From a distance, they could see 4 little spirits huddled together, united against a pink fluffy teddy bear. Su Wen turned to Wang Xiaodi and asked, Does your orchard have bears in costumes? Wang Xiaodi looked confused and replied, I don't know, I haven't heard about bears in costumes in this orchard before. If even Wang Xiaodi didn't know, then this bear in a costume was likely an outsider. A glance revealed to Su Wen why these little spirits were confronting it. On the fragrant banana tree, amidst a cluster of yellow fragrant bananas, a silver fragrant banana gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Shouty, look at that. Su-Wen nudged Wang Shouty with his elbow. Following Su-Wen's gaze, Wang Shouty immediately spotted the unusual fragrant banana and exclaimed, "Silver fragrant banana." The silver fragrant banana can soothe the anger of little spirits. It is a rare mutated variant worth several hundred times more than a normal fragrant banana. Even rarer than the silver fragrant banana is the golden fragrant banana, which is even harder to find. For the orchard, the true significance of the silver fragrant banana lies in the fact that it proves the orchard has the potential to cultivate even better fruits. At this moment, the bear in a costume clearly targeted the silver fragrant banana. It had evidently noticed Su-Wen and Wang Shouty, but merely cast a casual glance before focusing on the four little spirits. It swung its arms dramatically, but this was not a friendly signal. It was a threat and a warning, urging the fire dinosaurs and others to leave immediately. This bear in a costume should be elite level, right? Wang Shouty said uncertainly. Su-Wen nodded. That's right, it's mid-elite level. Then we should be able to handle it. Wang Shouty suddenly gained confidence. The gap between early and latest stage little spirits isn't as terrifying. Four ordinary level spirits attacking one elite level spirit, coupled with Wang Shouty's confidence in Su-Wen's strength, made this thought quite reasonable. However, in the next moment, Wang Shouty felt as if a small mountain flew past his face, the wind from it tousling. Bang, bang, bang. Su-Wen and Wang Shouty, finally reacting, turned to see a scene that drenched them from head to toe with cold water, leaving them numb all over. What flew out was not a small mountain, but rather the forest turtle, which had been knocked away by the bear in a costume, crashing through 3 fruit trees before coming to a stop. How heavy is a forest turtle? An ordinary one weighs around 200 pounds, and Wang Shouty's must weigh at least 230 or 40 pounds. Yet the bear in a costume had thrown the forest turtle away as if it were a sandbag. Wang Shouty nearly buckled at the knees. If Su-Wen hadn't supported him, he might have collapsed. Brother, why don't we let the bear in the costume have the silver fragrant banana? Wang Shouty said with a mournful expression, suddenly losing his courage. Su-Wen hesitated for only a moment before calling the fire dinosaurs back. If a 200-pound forest turtle was treated like that, a 40-pound fire dinosaur would likely be swatted out of the orchard with a single slap. The strength of this bear in a costume was too abnormal. Although bears in costumes are strong, it shouldn't have such terrifying strength at the elite level. The fire dinosaur Inghua and Chao Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time realizing that after seeing the forest turtle being thrown, they felt the greatest pressure when facing the bear in a costume. Su-Wen felt as if he had seen the bear in a costume from the Pokémon Sun and Moon anime, the one from Alola. It could tear apart muscle mosquitoes and kick Fei, Lume, even daring to challenge deities. On the 4 islands of Sun and Moon, who doesn't offer a cigarette to the bear god? Seeing the fire dinosaur and the other little spirits retreat, the bear in a costume tilted its head, then lightly jumped into the air, plucking the silver fragrant banana. Su-Wen asked Inghua to use pollen to heal the forest turtle, sprinkling a bit of pollen on it, which then slowly merged, visibly improving the forest turtle's condition. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Su-Wen saw a black shadow rushing toward his face. Thinking it was the bear in a costume attacking, he was so scared he instinctively reached out, firmly catching the shadow. What was thrown at him was actually half of a silver fragrant banana, while the bear in a costume walked away without looking back. Oh, Wang Shouty came over, no longer so frightened. This bear in a costume seems to have a pretty good temperament. Su-Wen handed the half silver fragrant banana to Wang Shouty, saying, "Let's follow it from a distance and see." Wang Shouty's lack of fear didn't mean he was brave enough to provoke the bear in a costume. Brother, don't. I'm scared it will turn me into a meat pie with a single slap. Su-Wen encouraged, "What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Just think if you get familiar with this bear in a costume, once you become an elite level trainer, if you can capture this bear in a costume." Wang Shouty had witnessed the bear in a costume's ferocity. At this moment, after Su-Wen's words, he felt tempted, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, brother, let's go take a look." The two followed the bear in a costume from a distance, but there was no way to hide their presence. The bear noticed the 2 little spirits trailing behind, but merely scratched its head and continued on its way. Shortly thereafter, the bear in a costume arrived at a huge fruit tree whose trunk had a massive tree hole. A stuffed bear wobbled out to greet its mother. Oh. The stuffed bear happily climbed onto the head of the bear in a costume, receiving the silver fragrant banana passed to it, and joyfully sat on the bear's head, eating the fragrant banana. Wang Shouty gazed as the bear in a costume and the stuffed bear entered the tree hole, suddenly pondering. Brother, do you think this bear in a costume might have slipped out from a secret realm? Generally, secret realms can only be entered through special entrances, but one can never be sure when a new connection point might emerge between the secret realm and the main world. Such connection points are usually very unstable, lasting half an hour or a day or 2 before disappearing. Wang Shouty's words were quite reasonable, otherwise it would be hard to explain why there was a bear in a costume with strength far beyond comprehension in the orchard. Moreover, it seemed that the bear in a costume had only appeared in the orchard in the past few days, otherwise the orchard staff would have noticed. Suwon said, "All right, Shouty, you go and inform your second uncle about this matter. If we confirm that this bear in a costume is an outsider, we can negotiate with it afterward. P.S. Find out who is the grandson and who is the father on this street." The tree fruits could not be picked for the time being, so Suwon waited not far from the bear-dressed creature's den for Wang Xiaoti's return, preventing the bear from causing chaos. To prevent the bear from going berserk, Wang Xiaoti also left the tortoise and the frying pig behind to ensure Suwon's safety. There were no small spirits in the orchard, and apart from the rustling leaves and the wind, there was no other sound. It wasn't long before Wang Xiaoti hurried back. His second uncle did not follow because Suwon was still somewhat close to the bear, and they feared disturbing it. Following Wang Xiaoti, they retreated to the spot where they had just confronted the bear, where a middle-aged man was waiting anxiously with a few trainers. "Uncle, this is Suwon, the son of the Sichuan Pavilion Master. When good, this is my second uncle." Wang Xiaoti made a brief introduction. Suwon took the initiative to greet, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Wang Xiaoti's second uncle, Wang Xiang, did not know Suwon, but he had heard of Sichuan's reputation. Hello, the bear is just ahead, right?" Wang Xiang's mind was entirely focused on the bear. A small spirit had unknowingly trespassed into his orchard, indicating a significant lapse in his orchard management. "Uncle Wang, are you planning to forcibly capture this bear?" Suwon observed Wang Xiang's demeanor, which seemed to indicate he was not preparing for a peaceful resolution. Wang Xiang, filled with killing intent, simply introduced a dominant-level trainer and 3 elite-level. Before Suwon could speak, Wang Xiaoti rushed to say, "Wait, Uncle, this bear is the next spirit I plan to capture. Moreover, this bear's arm strength may exceed 1 ton. But can you all handle it, seniors?" Suwon added, 1 ton? Kid, are you joking?" The dominant-level trainer couldn't help but interject. The other 3 gym-level trainers also displayed disbelief. One trainer directly asked, "Kid, do you know what it means to have an arm strength of 1 ton? Suwon shrugged and looked at Wang Xiaoti. Wang Xiaoti pointed his tortoise, saying, "That bear knocked my tortoise away with 1 punch and knocked down 3 fruit trees. Look, the fallen trees are over there." Wang Xiaoti then pointed to a nearby mess. The trainer who had mocked Suwon earlier glanced at the tortoise and then at the broken fruit trees, shrinking his neck and falling silent. The dominant-level trainer frowned and said to Wang Xiang, "Boss, with this in mind, we really can't force it. Otherwise, even if we manage to capture this bear, a large part of the orchard might be destroyed." Wang Xiang grew more anxious. With such a destructive little spirit in the orchard, and with fruit harvesting coming in a few days, he couldn't let the orchard come to a halt. He then looked at Suwon and asked, "So Xiao, and how much would it cost for your father to come help?" He pinched his fingers, making a gesture for money. Suwon replied helplessly, "Uncle Wang, given my relationship with Xiaoti, even if I asked my dad to come, it wouldn't be a problem." However, he went to the capital at the beginning of the month to prepare for the ranking competition in mid-month, and he is not in Yunda City. Besides, since Xiaoti wants to capture this bear, I suggest we have a chat with it first. Wang Xiang's eyes revealed a hint of interest. "Who will talk? How do we talk?" Suwon pointed to himself. "I can communicate with small spirits." He felt a bit embarrassed coming to take tree fruits, so when the opportunity arose to make amends, he volunteered. Wang Xiang was somewhat distrustful of Suwon, glancing subtly at the dominant-level trainer. After seeing him nod slightly, Wang Xiang finally relented, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, Xiaowen. Do I need to prepare anything?" Suwon noticed Wang Xiang's small actions, but did not mind. "Please prepare some tree fruits for me. First, it would be best to bring a variety of fruits." A few tree fruits were naturally not a problem for Wang Xiang. Soon a small mountain of fruits was piled onto a small cart. Suwon took a deep breath and pushed the cart to the entrance of the bear's den. "Bear!" His voice passed through the den and into the ears of the bear, which was taking a nap. The bear, still a bit grumpy from waking up slowly, emerged from the den. Seeing the bear come out, both the fire dinosaur and the Sakura were highly tense, fearing the bear might charge at Suwon if it were unhappy. Meanwhile, behind a nearby tree, the dominant-level trainers and elite-level trainers stood ready, prepared to capture the bear immediately should it go berserk. "Bear, these are tree fruits for you." Suwon carefully instructed the frying pig to push the cart forward. He dared not face the bear directly. The frying pig felt quite nervous, vividly recalling the fate of its older brother, the tortoise. After delivering the pile of fruits to the bear, it quickly retreated to Suwon's side at lightning speed.
Qi Wang gently stroked the fluff atop Fenjiaging's head. "From now on, this will be our secret base, Fenjiaging." Once he finished his notes, he held Fenjiaging in his arms, and once more surveyed this vibrant yet...
Seeing the bear's mood settle, Suwon expressed in the most polite way possible that it had trespassed into their territory, while inquiring where the bear had come from. If it weren't for Suwon's low posture, the bear might have thought he was there to chase it away. Yet whether due to the charm of communicating with a small spirit through aura or the effectiveness of the fruit bribe, the bear did not go berserk, but instead honestly explained to Suwon that it was indeed lost. That day, the bear had intended to take its companion out for some fresh air, but after walking just a few steps, it realized the way home had vanished, replaced by many unfamiliar and overwhelming auras. With no choice, the bear brought its companion into the orchard and found a suitable fruit tree to dig a den as a new home. In just a few words, Sue learned that the bear likely came from a secret realm and had accidentally emerged from a new connection point, while the unfamiliar and powerful auras were probably from the realm's guardians and their small spirits. According to the agreement with Wangxiang, Sue addressed the bear. You can stay here and freely pick tree fruits, but you must not harm the humans and small spirits here, and you should help take care of this orchard, otherwise we can help you return home, but it may take some effort. Sichuan offered the bear two choices, while the trainers also made their small spirits emit some auras to put pressure on the bear. P.S. There is also a further evolution of the tortoise, which evolves into the earth turtle with the ability of abundance and the hidden ability of hard shell armor. If the creature before him was not a bear-like being, but rather Kairos or a Gyarados, Sue would not have entertained the idea of conversation. However, although the bear-like creature possessed formidable strength, its temperament was still suitable for dialogue. After careful consideration of Sue's suggestion, the bear-like creature ultimately decided to stay in the fruit orchard. Compared to the secret realm filled with powerful little sprites where it had to bring along the teddy bear every time it went out to forage, the environment of the fruit orchard was undoubtedly far more comfortable. However, the bear-like creature also had a requirement: it could not be disturbed by anyone in the vicinity of where it and the teddy bear would reside. Is that settled then? Wangxiang asked in some surprise, expecting a lengthy negotiation process, only to find that it ended in just 20. Yes, Uncle Wang, just make sure your staff doesn't provoke the bear-like creature. It will help keep an eye on the orchard for you, Sue nodded. Wang Xiaodi rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. It was clear that this bear-like creature possessed immense potential, and the future looked promising. Su Wen and Wang Xiaodi advised, the bear-like creature will embrace trainers to show affection, but its strength is astonishing and could even crush a trainer's spine. If you manage to tame it, you must first teach it to control its strength. Su Wen certainly did not wish to see Wang Xiaodi spending the latter half of his life in a wheelchair. Don't worry, brother, when I value my life above all, Wang Xiaodi declared solemnly. Su Wen believed him. Wang Xiaodi indeed had the style of someone who would always play it safe and never take unnecessary. The bear-like creature's qualifications did stir something in Su Wen, but after all, this was the Wang family's territory. To take the fruit for free and then hope to tame the bear-like creature. Such good fortune was hard to come by. As a regular level trainer, Su Wen's 2 slots for little sprites were already full, and he had no excess slots to tame a new sprite at the moment. He didn't need to capture a normal type sprite, but Su Wen already had one in mind. His compatibility with the bear-like creature was not very high. Having helped Wang Xiang solve a considerable problem, Wang Xiang even personally brought over a dozen boxes of fruit for Su Wen and patted his chest, promising that in the future Su Wen would receive a 50% discount on all fruit purchases. Among the fruits gifted by Wang Xiang, the rarest were the sand-scale fruits, which were of much lower quality than those from the Fire Dragon Valley. It wasn't that Wang Xiang was stingy, rather these fruits were indeed scarce. The one Su Wen received could fetch a considerable sum if sold on the market. Nevertheless, Su Wen finally had enough fruit for Ying Huaji to research new energy blocks. In the fruit orchard, the Fire Dragon and Ying Huaji also indulged themselves. When they left, Wang Xiaodi even scraped together 2 large bottles of sweet honey from the hive to give to Su Wen. Today was a joy for all. Su Wen had acquired a heap of fruit and 2 bottles of sweet honey for free. Wang Xiaodi had a target for his 3rd sprite, and Wang Xiang's orchard was relieved of a major trouble. After the dedicated car took Su Wen home, Wang Xiaodi reluctantly arranged to meet again. Su Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He and the Fire Dragon had carried the boxes of fruit back and forth 7 or 8 times before finally moving them all from the front door to the backyard. Wang Xian was also not home, having gone to the capital with Su Chuan. The couple planned to travel in the capital for several days after the ranking competition, leaving Su Wen alone at home. Quack quack. The quacking bubble frog had stayed at home almost all day, practicing moves and sunbathing while waiting for Su Wen's return, and it hopped out excitedly upon seeing him. Here, quacking bubble frog, your favorite 1,000 fragrance fruit. Su Wen placed the fruit into the quacking bubble frog's embrace and then patted it. The 1,000 fragrance fruit had a slightly sour taste, which the Fire Dragon and Ying Huaji disliked, but the quacking bubble frog loved this tangy fruit. Quack quack. Seeing that it had not been forgotten, the quacking bubble frog happily licked the 1,000 fragrance. Ying Huaji excitedly recounted to the quacking bubble frog how they encountered a terrifying giant bear today, which had swatted a large mountain turtle far away with a single paw. The Fire Dragon, showing awareness, went to the backyard, cradled the firestone, and began to absorb energy, having learned that since it could not resist life, it was better to face it with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Wen, rubbing his fists in anticipation, approached the fruit blender, eager to enjoy the thrill of spending extravagantly. For the first recipe, 2 prism melons and 1 rosy fruit. Following the order, he placed the fruits into the blender and then turned on the machine. To achieve the best effect for the energy block, Su Wen had to use his waveguide to monitor the machine, stopping it when the fruits were blended most evenly. Ding! The first batch of experimental energy blocks was ready. Opening the machine, 7 crystal-clear azure energy blocks lay quietly inside, prompting Su-1 to nod in satisfaction. The translucent color proved that the quality of the energy blocks was the best. Picking one up, Su-1 first extended his tongue and gently licked it. The sour taste made Su-1 shiver. Such a sour energy block, even if it was effective, Huaji would absolutely refuse to eat it. Su-1 shook his head, setting the 7 energy blocks aside to see if the quacking bubble frog would like this flavor later. For the second recipe, until the energy blocks produced became somewhat murky, Su-1 realized that his waveguide had reached its limit. After rubbing his temples to relieve his headache, Su-1 kept the flavors of the fire dragoning Huaji and quacking bubble frog liked, while all the others were placed in a box and sent to Antly next door. Antly, these are the energy blocks I just made. Please give them to the electric dog to eat. I've labeled the effects of each energy block, Su-1 smiled. Antly seemed to be cooking and quickly wiped her hands on her apron, taking the box. Oh dear Xiaowen, you always do this. The electric dog will feel embarrassed. Electric dog, come out and say hello to Xiaowen. However, no matter how Antly called, the electric dog remained hidden in the room, unwilling to come out. Antly felt a bit awkward. Oh dear, this child is really something. Su-1 hurriedly reassured. It's okay, I still have chores at home. Antly will be going now. Don't hush. Annie has just bought some pastries today. Let me pack some for you to take home. Antly quickly stopped Su-1 casually placing the box at the entrance and returned to the living room to fetch the pastries for Su-1. Then, Auntie, I won't be polite. Goodbye, Annie. After receiving the pastries, Su-1 politely thanked her and left. Antly sighed. What a polite child. Electric dog, come out and have some snacks. Meanwhile, the electric dog hid in the room, shedding tears. These energy blocks were effective, but every time the taste tormented it, the last sour and spicy energy block had left it without any sense of taste for an entire day. I am a dog, but not a garbage can. P.S. A bonus update for all the readers' gifts. Thank you for everyone's gifts. Here is the 5th update.